In the world of gaming, most players grind manually for experience. But for Du Song, auto battle was simply the easiest path. But what no one ever expected was that in the real world, Du Song would awaken the power to auto-hunt monsters. No harsh training like other hunters. For him, battle was just a click away. It pushed his body to unbelievable levels, unlocking his ultimate potential. From then on, Du Song became every monster's nightmare. But just before this, he was a total loser in his girlfriend's eyes. 30 years old and no stable job. She constantly complained that they'd never even taken a trip together. What's the point of living like this? Du Song could only sigh and scratch his head. He knew she was interested in another man, and he bluntly called her out. She was ashamed to have a boyfriend who worked part-time jobs and was always glued to his phone, playing games. But all of her reasons today had one single purpose: to dump him for someone richer, someone with more cash. When he called her out, she couldn't deny it, her face twisting with anger. Seeing this, Du Song cursed her directly. "Just shut your mouth," he snapped. "I gave you everything when we were together." Her face darkened. She hurled her coffee in Du Song's face, then stormed out without another word, leaving him sitting there in a daze. That night, he went for drinks with his close brother, Lai Sang-huet. As the two vented their frustrations, a rift in space suddenly tore open behind them, throwing them to the ground. Du Song stared at the crack in reality, stunned. Seeing the danger, he frantically tried to shake his friend awake, but it was too late. From within the rift, a monstrous shark ape had already emerged, a two-star beast. His first instinct was to run for his life. But if he fled now, his friend Sang-huet would surely die here. Du Song made a desperate gamble. He would buy time until the hunters could arrive. The shark ape didn't wait, lunging forward with its razor-sharp jaws. Du Song dodged to the side and countered with a full-force punch to its ribs. But it was like punching solid steel. The blow only enraged the beast. The monster spun around and slammed a fist right into Du Song's face. He crashed to the ground, nearly blacking out. In that instant, Du Song realized he was no match for it. But it was far too late for regrets. It grabbed his head, lifting him up as if he were a ball. This was a power no normal human could possibly fight against. Only one thought raced through Du Song's mind. He didn't want to die. He needed the power to defeat this monster, but there was no way to escape. In his moment of absolute despair, the auto-battle system suddenly appeared before him. The notification promised that one press would change the game. A mouthful of fangs was about to crush his skull. With no time to think, he couldn't care if it was real or not. Du Song struggled and slammed the auto-hunt system button. Auto-hunting has been activated. Suddenly, Du Song's body went limp. He had lost all control. His arms hung uselessly as the monster prepared to crush his head with a punch. At that final, terrifying second, Du Song's arm shot up on its own, blocking the blow. His arm seemed to inflate as muscles bulged. His body was overflowing with immense power, as if someone else was in control. Du Song's body launched a counterattack. He grabbed the beast's arms, twisting them outwards with brutal force, then kicked the shark ape, sending it flying into a wall. Du Song was in shock. He never imagined the auto-hunt system could grant him such terrifying power. As he stood there dazed, the monster was already back on its feet. It charged in a blind rage, just like before. But this time, Du Song easily ducked under its punch. His fist was already waiting. He found an opening and drove it deep into the monster's stomach. Before it could recover, Du Song followed up with a kick to its jaw. The final blow was an axe kick from above, crashing straight down on its head. The two-star beast had no way to resist. The battle was over. The auto-battle system deactivated, and Du Song's body returned to normal. He stared at his hands in disbelief, unable to process that he had actually defeated that monster. But before he could celebrate his overpowered system, excruciating pain shot through his body. A crushing pressure washed over him, making him unable to stand. Overwhelmed by the pain, he passed out on the spot. Du Song groggily opened his eyes to find he was in a hospital. The memory of the previous night still terrified him. A spatial rift had appeared out of thin air, and a monster had crawled out from it. He had fought a desperate battle to protect his friend, Sang-huet. At that thought, he shot up in bed. Right, where is Sang-huet? Du Song winced as pain flared through his body. Suddenly, a person sitting beside him spoke. "Your muscle damage is still severe. It would be best if you didn't overexert yourself." She was Che Shin-dong, from the Special Defense Bureau, the division chief of the 2nd Welfare Administration Department. Che Shin-dong explained that because the unforeseen rift had caused damages to him and Li Sang-huet, she was there to discuss compensation, processing, and the reward for killing the monster. After speaking, Shindong handed him her business card. Looking at it, he wondered, the Special Defense Bureau. Isn't that agency connected to the Hunters Association? Shindong nodded in confirmation. Yes, you might have heard about us during your reserve forces training. She slowly pulled out a file and continued. For damages caused by an unforeseen rift, it is national policy to provide monetary compensation. Your hospital bills will definitely be covered, as well as any lost income from this incident. And the repair costs for Li Sanghuet's destroyed shop. All of it is scheduled to be paid. She placed the file down in front of Du Song. These documents are related to what I've just said. After you confirm, please sign. I will transfer the money to you within the next day. Du Song looked at the documents and thought to himself. She said compensation? Right. He remembered that an unforeseen rift meant it was the nation's responsibility since they couldn't detect it early. Du Song asked with a worried expression. Is Sang Huet okay? Shindong replied. He only fainted from the sudden shock. His test results were normal, much to Du Song's relief. Shindong cut to the chase. Now, about your compensation. Please review the documents. Eliminating a monster grants a reward based on its official rank. The file detailed the kill compensation terms. Du Song read it carefully, but his expression soured. 500,000. One to risk my life. A little cheap, isn't it? Shindong forced a smile. That's the standard rate set by the Hunters Association. However, you retain ownership of the monster's corpse. The Hunters Association has prepared for this, knowing you don't have a market license. We've issued a temporary account, attached here. Her business finished, Shindong stood to leave. That is all I have to report for now. Do you have any questions? Du Song looked up. The monster's corpse. What's it worth? Shindong herself wasn't sure. A typical 2-star monster likely won't fetch a high price. As you said, compared to risking your life, it's practically pocket change. Then, she gave a knowing smirk. That's usually the case. But instead of my word, why don't you see for yourself? Du Song was left completely baffled by her words. He pondered for a moment but couldn't grasp Shindong's hidden meaning. He stroked his chin. I'm no hunter. But let's check the market. Just then, another thought struck him. Ah, that's right. Auto hunting. The words appeared before his very eyes. Du Song had thought it was just a hallucination, but this was real. But the interface was grayed out. He tried tapping it, but nothing happened. He slumped onto the bed with a sigh. Well, if it isn't useless, I'll figure it out later. First, the hunter's market. The price board showed a 2-star monster corpse selling for around 4.5 million won. Du Song wondered. This is her idea of pocket change? He scrolled further and saw that a live capture was worth 100 times more. It all clicked. A corpse is cheap, so that's why she told me to check myself. Could it be? The one I caught was. He pulled up the details, his eyes widening in disbelief. The 2-star monster. Du Song had somehow captured it alive. He grabbed his head, unable to process it. A live capture? I actually caught it alive? Unbelievable. I just made an absolute fortune. Meanwhile, at the association, the acquisitions manager was sweating profusely, a strained smile on his face. I can finally breathe easy, thanks to you. Finding a buyer this quickly was a miracle. This was one daring transaction. It was a steep discount from the market price. The list price was 600 million, but Du Song sold it fast for 420 million won. In seconds, the transfer notification chimed. Du Song left as the manager bowed deeply. The afternoon was already fading into evening. He took a sip of water. 420 million won. After taxes, 320 million. Du Song still couldn't believe it was real. 9 years of scrimping and saving only got him 100 million. Now, one monster landed him over 300 million. He stared at the sky and sighed. Making money should make me happy, right? But he just felt empty. His life's goal had vanished in an instant. Now, he didn't know what to do. His eyes fell on the auto-hunt system. A daring thought sparked within him. Could I become a hunter? I've already captured a monster, and a 2-star rank, no less. Suddenly, the words of his ex-girlfriend echoed in his mind. Have you no ambition? Are you content living such a mediocre life? Rage boiled inside him as he crushed the can in his fist. He tore at his hair and screamed, Damn it, I need more money, I have to do this. Can a nobody hunter make it big? If I'm doing this, I'm going all in. Du Song began training to get stronger, but the auto-hunt system remained grayed out. He recalled its first appearance, it was blue. But since waking in the hospital, it's been gray. Du Song theorized, does it react to hostile intent? If that's the case, it must react to the presence of an enemy. I'll test it out later. using this punching bag as a target. Dusong stared it down, focusing all his intent. He saw it as his enemy. And just like that, the auto-hunt system activated, glowing with a brilliant blue light. Dusong's heart pounded with excitement. Just as I thought, it activates based on my hostility towards the target. Without another word, he activated the system. His body moved on its own, unleashing a storm of powerful strikes. But the moment auto-combat ended, his body was seized by an electric shock. Every muscle in his body screamed in agony, leaving him unable to move. This auto-hunt system, it was a double-edged sword. The auto-hunt system recognizes a foe. He hits the button to activate it. Once the designated enemy is defeated, the system deactivates. But the biggest issue remained the side effects. After every use, unbearable pain racked Dusong's body, leaving him collapsed on the floor. Dusong sighed. Looks like I have to train my physical body first. The rules of auto-hunt were simple. Activate upon recognizing an enemy. It deploys the most optimal combat style for his current physical stats. It stops once the enemy is neutralized or his killing intent subsides. It also deactivates if he reaches his physical limit. The system absolutely cannot surpass the body's own capabilities. And so, time passed. Through relentless training, Dusong's once scrawny frame was transformed. Now, with chiseled abs, a single punch tore the heavy bag in two. Dusong gazed proudly at his fist. All right, I'm finally ready. Time to become a hunter. Hunters were, by definition, those who hunted. They hunt monsters that pour from dimensional rifts. The government requires passing a rigorous certification exam covering knowledge, fitness, and survival skills. At the Cheon Hunter Training Center, all eyes were fixed on Dusong's powerful strikes. Good thing I passed the written exam on the first try, he thought. The only thing left is the practical exam. Without the auto-hunt mode, there's no need to worry. The problem is me. I'm without the auto-hunt mode. My movements are nowhere near as fluid. Otherwise, this punching machine would be a heap of scrap metal. This is the difference between my power and the auto-hunt system. Dusong clenched his fists. The auto-hunting mode could vanish at any moment. He had to be ready. He steeled himself. Let's do this. Dusong knew the road ahead was long. The next day, the practical exam began. An examiner stood before the crowd, announcing, I will now distribute last week's physical assessment results. As names were called, candidates stepped forward. Dusong's expression was grim. He had poured 4 long months of training into this. His effort to become a hunter was undeniable. But passing the exam's minimum score was a massive hurdle. And just as he feared, when the results were posted, Dusong scored only 98 points, 2 points shy of the 100-point cutoff. When he first registered, Dusong's initial evaluation was a meager 63 points. In 4 months, he had gained another 35. 100 points was the standard for the 2-star Monster Hunter certification exam. This meant his body was almost on par with that shark-headed monster from before. As Dusong was lost in thought, I'm sure that he'd surpass 100 points next time, the examiner called his name. And finally, O Dusong, you are assigned to the special class for next year's final hunter exam. A separate announcement will be made for you, so please wait. A buzz of whispers erupted through the crowd. Even Dusong was frozen in surprise. How could he be in the special class without meeting the minimum score? Soon after, everyone was divided into their classrooms. The center of attention was the special class, led by Kim Sonok. Greetings. I'm the special class instructor, Kim Sonok. It's a pleasure to meet you. Some of you are new, and some have taken the mock test before. With 3 months until the exam, work hard so every one of you can pass. The moment he finished, a student scoffed loudly. Everyone passing is absurd. There's someone here who didn't even meet the minimum score, Kim Sonok interjected. Scores aren't everything in the hunter exam. Your own effort until test day matters more. Also, you shouldn't concern yourself with others' affairs. Is that clear, Kang Chae-jun? The student just sneered, boasting an incredible score of 135 points. Yes, I understand, instructor. Dusong watched from a distance, confused. Didn't meet the score. Is he talking about me? Just then, Kang Chae-gyun shot a sharp glance at Dusong. This only fueled his confusion. It must be me, but why would he target me? We've never even met. Suddenly, the auto-hunt system began to glow. It was likely because of Kang Chae-gyun, but Dusong had no time to waste on people like him. He had only one goal: increase his physical power, master the auto-hunting system's combat style, and become the strongest hunter. The special class was then divided into 4 key training sections: mandatory physical conditioning to suppress beasts, survival skills for rift exploration, and mastering weapon proficiency, all for battling larger monsters. And finally, a lecture from instructor Kim Sun-ok. He stated that just catching a monster doesn't make a hunter great. You must capture your prey intact to be a top-tier hunter. Sun-ok pointed and continued, "Everyone, you registered at our center to become hunters, correct? If so, why do you want to be a hunter? Who can tell me?" A young man raised his hand. "To make a lot of money, of course." Kim Sun-ok nodded. "Very honest. And he is correct. Being a hunter pays very well. But where does that money come from?" A slide appeared before them, showing the hunter's income. Most of it comes from the corpses of captured monsters. However, with a beast's body this mangled, do you think it's worth any money? Seeing the grotesque image, many students felt sick. But Kim Sun-ok looked excited. "And this is precisely why we need this class. For your wealthy future, you must practice preserving a monster corpse's value. This is simulation training, using virtual monsters." With that, he pointed to his side. "Look over there. That is a punching bag. It's to help you all train. It can quickly recover from minor damage and stand back up. This is called a 4-star Ankeny model." Kim Sun-ok then warned his students, "Of course, it will not pull its punches. Although it's just a programmed object, in some ways, it is also a monster. And like any monster, it will pursue its attacker. So now, shall we have you face it one by one? Who wants to volunteer first?" Silence fell over the students below. Only the impulsive Kang Chae-geun, with his massive ego, stepped up. "I have 135 points in physical ability. I'll go first. The person most likely to become a hunter should naturally set the example, right?" He stepped onto the stage, facing the Ankeny. Kang Chae-geun scorned his opponent. "A pathetic model like this will go down in one punch." The moment he finished speaking, a devastating blow flew straight at the Ankeny's face. He expected an easy takedown, but instead, Kang Chae-geun's eyes widened in shock. His powerful punch was blocked with ease. His failed attack left a fatal opening. Seizing the chance, the Ankeny countered. Luckily, Kang Chae-geun ducked, successfully dodging the blow. He followed up with a kick to the Ankeny's side, knocking it down, then began stomping on its body. The students watching turned pale. Instructor Sun-ok yelled, "Kang Chae-geun, get down! You have failed." Hearing this, the brute turned to his instructor with a look that could kill, his face a mask of disbelief. "What? What did you just say?" Kim Sun-ok explained. "The objective of today's lesson is to preserve the monster's corpse. Don't you remember?" Kim Sun-ok sighed with regret. "Now do you understand why you failed? Kang Chae-geun, please step down. I'm calling the next person up." From below, Do-song raised his hand to volunteer. "Sir, I'd like to give it a try." This caused all eyes in the room to turn toward him. Do-song raised his hand again. "Instructor, may I please have a turn?" Kim Sun-ok smiled in return. "Excellent. Then next up is Do-song." On the stage, Chae-geun arrogantly pointed at him. "Try? What's the point? Even I struggled and failed, so what can a runt like you possibly do? Instructor, what if you let me try just one more time?" Kim Sun-ok shot Kang Chae-geun a cold, sharp glare. "You are disrupting the class. I suggest you keep quiet." The man could only bite his tongue. "Fine, Do-song will be the one to test it. Come on up." Do-song quickly stepped onto the stage. "Yes, I understand." He walked right past Chae-kan, completely ignoring him. This cold attitude only fueled the man's growing rage. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it. Do-song stood before the mannequin, scanning it from top to bottom. It really does regenerate automatically. It had clearly been wrecked and left in a river, yet the recent damage was already gone. Kim Sun-ok's voice boomed, reminding Do-song, "If you're ready, then begin." "Ah, yes sir." The test started. Immediately, the mannequin lunged toward him, throwing a powerful punch, but Do-song nimbly dodged the blow. He then moved behind it, striking the mannequin's nape with a swift chop. It collapsed to the floor in an instant. The fight was over in mere moments. Everyone present stared, their jaws agape in shock. Huh? What in the world? How did he defeat it so easily? Do-song also looked hesitantly at the motionless mannequin on the ground. He thought to himself, "This thing is truly. To understand its movements, I'll have to open it up. This isn't a good enough reference. What should I do with it? The internship opportunity only comes once. Maybe if I ask, I can get one more chance." Kim Sun-ok smiled at him. "Excellent. Just as I intended to teach. Did you all see that? Calmly identify the weak point, then immediately launch an attack. If luck is on your side, look for a chance to skillfully subdue it, until you can capture it alive. Remember, monsters are money. If you want to join the wealthy ranks of famous hunters, then you must strive just as hard. Just then, someone from the crowd raised their hand. Sir, I was too far away to see clearly. Could he please try it one more time? Sanok heard this and turned to Dusong. Could I ask you to do it again? Dusong replied. Yes, no problem at all. But by the way, can we increase the difficulty? The instructor hesitated slightly. The current setting is only 1 star, which is admittedly easy. Will you be all right, Dusong? It's a much bigger leap than you think from a 1 star. Are you sure? He nodded decisively. I'm sure. Even if I fail, I want the experience. Very well, if you insist. Kim Sanok took a remote from his pocket and activated the machine. The mannequin rose to its feet. Then let's give it a try. In the center of the mannequin's body, another star appeared. The difficulty was now 2 stars. Let's see how you fare against this 2-star mannequin. Dusong observed it once more. He thought, a 2-star. A sharp ape is 2 stars. Can I use that as a benchmark? My condition was worse then, but I still beat it easily. This time shouldn't be a problem. My task is to use my head and memorize the patterns of the auto hunt. Then, he slowly raised his fists into a ready stance. Kim Sanok smiled and pressed the switch. Well then, let's begin. The fight started. Instantly, the mannequin charged forward with blinding speed. Dusong frowned, dodging each attack. It's fast. A sharp ape's attack is over instantly, leaving no openings. A 2-star monster is this strong and fast. He grabbed its fist, but the mannequin's other hand swung around, assuming the auto hunt is a piece of cake. Dusong landed a decisive punch straight to its face. The mannequin couldn't resist, collapsing to the floor. The victor was clear. Below the stage, everyone's jaws dropped, their shock beyond words. They began to buzz with discussion. What is he? What was that? He took down a 2-star beast that easily? Does that mean 2-star monsters aren't as special as I thought? Kang Che-Khan was also stunned. What is that punk doing? Does he have the stats to defeat a 2-star monster? He felt a surge of indignation. Damn it, this is all a lie. The instructor and that bastard definitely planned this together. Kim San-ok couldn't help but praise him. Mr. Dusong, you're more capable than I thought. Since becoming an instructor here, this is the first time I've seen someone beat a 2-star mannequin. Dusong replied humbly. Thank you, sir. Applause erupted from the crowd below. Let's give it up for Dusong's amazing demonstration. Ah, Dusong, have you studied martial arts? He heard the question and answered honestly. No, I'm self-taught, so it's nothing special. Self-taught? You're incredible. Can I call you Hyung? Sun-ah quickly interjected. All right, quiet down. Let's focus on the lesson. Yes, sir. Oh, and Kim Sun-ok leaned in and whispered to Dusong. After class ends, could you spare me a moment? After the lesson, in the counseling room, Kim San-ok offered Dusong a cup of tea and began to speak. Have some tea. It's been 1 week since the special class started. What do you think? Is it worth attending? Dusong, sitting opposite him, answered honestly, Yes, sir. Aside from not knowing why I was chosen for the special class, I'm very satisfied. Kim San-ok placed a file on the table. It's simple, really. Because you, Mr. Dusong, are qualified. Your total score was a bit low, but your balance was overwhelming. No single area was lacking. All your stats are balanced, which in turn has perfected your other stats. That's exactly what you demonstrated in the battle today. Kim San-ok's expression turned serious. That's why I have a beneficial proposal for you, Dusong. I wonder if you'd be willing to hear it. At a noisy pub, everyone cheerfully raised their glasses. To all the prospective students passing the exam, cheers. The atmosphere was lively, but Dusong sat in the middle, not drinking. Someone quickly noticed. Oh, Dusong Hyung, you're not drinking? Hearing this, Dusong replied. Yeah, I'm fasting, until I pass this final test. Wow, what a hero. The girl sitting across from him smiled brightly. That's why you're so amazing, Hyung. Earlier at the test site, you took down those mannequins in a flash. It was so cool. By the way, have you decided which guild to join when you get your license? As a hunter yet? Dusong thought to himself. A guild? I've heard a little about them. They're corporations that manage multiple hunter teams, I think. He replied quietly. Ah, no, I haven't thought about that yet. The girl looked surprised. Really? Have you gotten any offers yet? With your skill, you must get a lot of contracts. Oh, Dusong's eyes narrowed, thinking of a contract. Come to think of it, that man had mentioned it. His mind flashed back. Dusong and Kim San-ok sat facing each other in a room. He asked blankly, A beneficial proposal? San-ok smiled and said, Yes, with this proposal, you have absolutely nothing to lose. Will you hear me out? He hesitated, then asked, What kind of proposal? Sun-ok didn't hide his intentions. I'm an instructor here, but I plan to establish a hunter company. A hunter company, huh? So I'm looking for promising hunters to sign contracts with me. But people like that are already taken by other companies. That's when you caught my eye, Dusong. So, my proposal is for you to build this hunter company with me. What do you think? Oh, Dusong frowned, pointing to himself. So you're scouting me right now? Exactly. I need promising hunters like you. Dusong said, wait, why me? I'm not a hunter yet and my scores aren't that impressive. Kim Sun-ok pointed to the datasheet on the table. Of course, it's not because of your scores. Based on points, Kang Cheol is number 1 with 135. You only received 98. But as I mentioned before, your body's metrics are astounding. Your physical balance is absolutely perfect, Dusong. Every part of you is trained to an ideal level. You could rival national or even international athletes without issue. Oh, Dusong thought blankly. Amazing. Is this the effect of auto-hunting? The man continued. And I have also seen you train, Dusong. Using your skills to bring out your body's peak potential like that is brilliant. I knew then I had to make you this offer. In short, I was hooked from the first moment I saw you. He laughed loudly, and Dusong forced a chuckle. Of course, you aren't a hunter yet. This is before the final exam, so if you accept my proposal, that problem will be solved instantly. Hearing this, he grew curious. Solved instantly? Kim Sun-ok then pulled a file from his side. The problem is simple. You just need to pass the final exam with 100% certainty. Dusong looked at the file before him. This was a dossier containing information on the final hunter exam's categories. He couldn't help but be stunned. Sun-ok raised an eyebrow, adding, the final hunter exam is a national test. The country invests an enormous amount to conduct it. At that level, the exam's content is sealed until the very day it happens. It's a top secret that not even the proctors know. So how did I get it? How, indeed? Let's see now. Let's just say I have my own unpredictable methods. More importantly, the intel in this file is 100% accurate, and it will show you exactly what to do. If you proceed this way, you are 100% guaranteed to pass this exam. You will be chosen, of course. He even raised his voice. Well, Dusong, if you accept my offer, you'll immediately become a hunter. You will become a top-tier hunter for sure. Will you shake my hand on it? Shall we partner up? Just then, the girl's voice cut through his recollection. Hey, Dusong, are you listening? Oh, Dusong snapped out of it. Ah, sorry. I was just thinking about something. Don't space out when we're talking. We're all discussing training methods. Can you tell us a little about your training program? Let's eat together. He scratched his head and replied, I just trained some of the basics on my own. Before he could finish, they cut him off. What? Really? He took down that mannequin so easily, so it must be true. Right then, another voice roared. Ha! What kind of crap is that? Kang Cheol ground his teeth. You're laying it on thick, Dusong. It seems your family has some money, so I'll have to teach you a lesson. I wasn't born a genius, so what are you trying to prove? Oh, Dusong stared at him blankly. If you took it that way, I apologize. No. Who wants to hear your apology now? You think this is funny? He chose not to engage with him and told the others, he's just drunk, it's nothing. I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Everyone looked disappointed. Ah, okay. He then walked right past Kang Cheol. Being ignored only enraged him further. Hey! Dusong turned at the shout. The man quickly grabbed his collar and slammed him against a wall. Looking down on me, you bastard. Cheol's face darkened. Humph, you bastard. I heard you were so quick and skilled. Why do you look so pathetic now? It'd be humiliating to get taken down like this. But before he could gloat, Dusong's cold voice called out, Kang Cheol. His tone sent a shiver down the man's spine. I don't understand, nor do I want to. But right now, you're trying to pick a fight with me, aren't you? We're the same age, so I can somewhat understand. That's why, before you face the consequences, you should think again. An incredibly powerful aura radiated from his body, crushing the man. Dusong's eyes blazed as he stared him down. Let go. Terrified, Kang Cheol's strength vanished as he collapsed to the ground. He let out a weary sigh. Sorry, everyone. Thank you for inviting me tonight. Then he quickly left, stepping out of the pub. Oh, Dusong frowned, looking at the dark night sky. He silently recalled that past memory. Despite Kim Sun-ok's tempting offer, he had stood up to speak. Thank you for your interest in me, sir, but I must refuse your proposal. I'll be leaving now. A refusal? What a pity, Dusong. So, will you reconsider the chance to become a hunter? He quietly clenched his fist. A chance to become a hunter. I never planned on taking the easy way, and I have made up my mind. I've decided this myself. For that reason, I will absolutely become a hunter. I hate being controlled by other people. After that, Do-song turned and left the room. Though he was rejected, Kim Son-ok didn't show any disappointment at all. In fact, he was even smiling. While Do-song was taking a leisurely walk under the night sky, Son-ok was talking on the phone. Trang-hun? It's me. That's right, I've finally found him. Who is the qualified person? A newly hatched chick who has yet to become a hunter. With enough training, that friend could become the #1 hunter at this gym. Do-song took a water break. The final exam was only a month away. He began calculating how to best prepare. No matter what the test was, he had to overcome his weaknesses. Finishing his water, Do-song sighed. His main drawback was a lack of stamina, body stats. He'd have to focus on that for now. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening in complete surprise. A small, yellow square appeared in his system window. Do-song stared, puzzled. What was this? He analyzed its shape. It looked exactly like an item slot. Do-song studied it, thinking it looked like a slot for some kind of potion. He continued to mumble, but he didn't have any potions right now. Then a realization hit him. Looking at the water bottle in his hand, he wondered, could it be? Do-song hesitantly moved the bottle towards the screen. The moment it touched, the yellow square sucked it in. The bottle was now displayed as an item, so this item slot could store anything. Do-song leaned in for a closer look. This was incredible. How does this thing work? And how do I use it? Looking at the system, he slowly focused his thoughts. He closed his eyes, pictured the slot, then blinked. Instantly, a torrent of water shot from Do-song's mouth. He dropped to his knees, coughing and sputtering. Wait a second. Blinking logs it in and shoves it down my throat? Do-song calmed himself, wiping his mouth. He glanced over and saw a number in the corner of the screen. Good. It seems easy to understand. One gulp, and the number went down. So that's how it works. Do-song grinned confidently. First, let's run a few tests. A moment later, the room was filled with countless fast food items. He quickly jotted notes in a book. Perfect. So, that's roughly how the slot functions. In his notebook, Do-song detailed his experiments. He touched his chin and mumbled, "It's like an extra inventory I don't have to carry. I can use this while solo hunting. With this activation feature, I can save time on eating and preparing small items." Do-song sat surrounded by junk, deep in his research. Just then, a confident smirk spread across his face. If so, my auto-hunting's intensity and duration will increase. I think I know how to use this. A month flew by. It was the day of the final hunter selection exam. A black 7-seater van pulled up to the arena. As it stopped, a man yelled, "We're here!" Everyone out. One by one, they slowly stepped out of the vehicle. They immediately began stretching their shoulders and chests to warm up. Just then, a hand emerged from the car door. Do-song stepped out with a powerful aura. A girl came over to talk. "Your physique looks much better these days." He just gave a small smile and an He then glanced at a jealous man in red with a mocking smile. He had switched to a more effective training method. Do-song scanned the arena grounds. Seeing the massive crowd, he commented, "There are more people here than I expected." Son-ok approached and explained, "They're here to scout." Hearing this, everyone looked confused. "Scout?" he asked. "That's right," Son-ok replied, "because the final test results are announced immediately." Looking at the crowd, he added on, "Small to mid-sized companies and teams have a harder time competing with major corporations." He continued, "So they have to snatch up promising prospects themselves. With their own two hands, they wait here to watch as soon as the candidates pass." Son-ok emphasized his final point. But looking around, there seemed to be more of them than usual this time. The other guy froze, thinking, scouting promising recruits is the priority. The next second, he enthusiastically threw his hands up with a loud cheer. Do-song ignored him and turned away. "I need to go loosen up." Son-ok smiled slightly. "Yes, go ahead." Just then, the roar of an engine echoed from a distance. A flashy red supercar screeched to a halt right in the middle of the crowd. From inside, a woman and a young man stepped out. Seeing them, everyone gasped in awe. "It's Lee Chae-hak," they all shouted. "Lee Chae-hak is here." Hearing the cheers, the crowd swarmed closer. "Awesome, it's really Lee Chae-hak. This is my first time seeing him in person." Even Son-ok was stunned. "I'd heard the rumors, but I never expected Lee Chae-hak to actually show up at the exam site." The tall, handsome man was Lee Chae-hak himself. Every citizen in the country knew him. The #1 hunter, known as Solo, a one-man army who was a tycoon among tycoons. His personal achievements rivaled those of entire corporations. The cool, captivating woman was his younger sister. Seeing them here, he couldn't help but be impressed. So the rumor that she's taking the hunter exam this time is true. Elsewhere, Chae-hak spoke up. We're finally at the testing grounds. How's it feel, sis? Nervous? Unsel sighed and replied, nervous? Not a chance. She declared with absolute confidence, just you watch. The outcome is already set in stone. Hearing that, he laughed smugly. Oh? Set in stone, you say? She narrowed her eyes and replied, passing in first place. That much is obvious, isn't it? Seeing her expression, Chae-hak smirked. My sister is so sure of herself. That's some well-founded confidence. Unsel then pointed forward and scoffed arrogantly. Well-founded is an understatement. Those guys over there are hunter candidates, right? She provoked them with a confident tone. I can tell everything just by looking at their skill levels. Mocked, they erupted in anger. What did you say? What about our skill levels? You've gone too far. Seeing his sister's arrogance, Chae-hak bowed his head to apologize. My sister can be a bit blunt. I apologize on her behalf. But then, he suddenly stopped as he saw something. It was Dusong, warming up off to the side. Chae-hak looked on, surprised. The other man felt a stare on him and glanced back. Their eyes met. Is something wrong? Chae-hak stood there watching Dusong with a mysterious smile. Seeing he was still there, Dusong thought, huh? Lee Chae-hak is still here? Why hasn't he left yet? But at that moment, the man suddenly crouched down strangely, and in a flash, Chae-hak was standing right behind him. Dusong felt a presence at his back and wondered. He immediately whipped his head around to look. Chae-hak leaned in close, rubbing his chin in admiration. Wow, you're really good. Startled by his sudden appearance, Dusong jumped back. What the? He quickly regained his composure and asked, is there something I can help you with? How did he suddenly appear behind me? In the blink of an eye, Chae-hak stared in awe, muttering, no matter how I look at it, it's perfect. He frowned with serious intent. Listen, buddy, how did you build a physique like that? The question caught Dusong completely off guard. Chae-hak stood with hands on his hips, asking, friend, what's the secret to creating a body like yours? Despite his surprise and irritation, Dusong managed to ask, what do you mean by that? Seeing the man's confident smirk, he wondered what this guy really wanted. Chae-hak grinned, hesitating slightly. Well, I know this might sound a little weird, but he scratched his head, laughing loudly. Can I touch your body for a second? Those words instantly turned Dusong to stone. The crowd around them gasped, utterly stunned by the bizarre request. Even Sun Ok's eyes went wide with disbelief, while his sister Unsel covered her face in shame. Seriously? How can he? Honestly. Chae-hak scratched his head awkwardly. Ah, I don't mean anything weird. Your body is just miraculous. Dusong, still reeling, thought, what is this guy even saying? But he wouldn't give up and continued to ask, I'm just so curious how you built it. So, can I? Dusong regained his composure. What? I guess it's not a problem, but... Hearing that, Chae-hak didn't hesitate, shouting, thanks a lot. The next second, he was touching Dusong's body, then his calf, completely impressed. Chae-hak's hands moved everywhere. This is insane! Absolutely insane! How in the world did you train to achieve this kind of perfect balance? On the other side, Chae-jian muttered to his friend, I never knew the star Lee Chae-hak had this kind of hobby. He then turned to Sun Ok. This is truly magnificent, isn't it? Instructor, you're the one who taught him, right? He replied, yes, that's correct. Chae-jian asked excitedly, how can someone train their entire body so skillfully? I'm dying to know the training method. Sun Ok was stunned into silence. He glanced at Dusong hesitantly. Well, that is. Chae-hak immediately understood. There was more to the story. He then let out a sigh. Aha, so this is a story that can't be shared freely. Then, he pulled out a business card. This is my card. Contact me when you have time. Sun Ok took it. Ah, okay. Chae-hak gave a thumbs up. It would be great if you called me. So beautiful, so beautiful. He even gave a wink. Whether you have the right aptitude or not, I don't know. But, even without it, just maintain your current state and build your strength, and you'll level up to a hunter in no time. Seeing her brother showed no signs of stopping, Unsel approached. Stop it. But before she could finish, Chae-hak grabbed her firmly by the neck. He then turned to leave, not forgetting to add, so, to all you prospective students, you've worked hard. The test will go just fine. After saying that, he gestured, let's go, sis, to the testing grounds. She exclaimed in confusion. What's with the sudden change? Seriously. Standing there, Dusong asked the instructor, is his personality always like that? Sun Ok replied, I don't really know for sure, but yes. With a troubled look, he continued. In many ways, he's a person with some unique aspects. First, let's head inside. It's almost time to start. Dusong didn't ask any more questions. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Unsel asked her brother angrily, what was that all about? Chaehak called her name in a serious tone. Unsel. His tone made her pause in surprise. He looked up at the sky and warned her, it's going to be a bit tough for you, but aiming for first place will be very intense. A while later in the arena, a broadcast echoed, the examination will begin shortly. All candidates, please put on your gear and assemble in the briefing room. Quickly, all the candidates were geared up and standing in neat rows. Dusong, now in his equipment, calmly stretched his limbs. On the other side, Unsel was ready, her expression filled with confidence. The announcement continued. I am the main operator for this test and will now explain the examination's contents. First, I will guide you through the trial you are about to face. The woman spoke into the microphone from above. The test will be conducted inside this specially created arena. You must confront and properly handle the selected monsters and combat fields. Randomly, besides the diverse environments, the test also uses live monsters, meaning it will be similar to a real-life battle. Therefore, everyone will receive a waiver, taking full responsibility for yourselves, even if an unforeseen accident occurs, she explained cheerfully. Of course, a medical team is on standby, but I'm sure you're all prepared, right? Hearing this, the candidates immediately broke into a cold sweat. Dusong, however, remained calm as he listened, and Unsel's expression was just as composed. They were truly on another level. The operator continued her guidance. Next up is the examination itself. Before I reveal the monsters and the arena, I have a few words. After reviewing the results of 28 tests, we've seen candidate abilities continuously rise. However, the danger and number of hunter casualties have also increased. A chart appeared on screen showing the rise of intelligent monsters and casualties. Especially intelligent beasts have been on the rise. As she spoke, her expression turned grim. Therefore, the test format will undergo major changes. Even so, finding intelligent beasts in a simulation is quite a difficult task. Among them, the test committee has discovered one of the most intelligent and powerful beasts. It has been selected for this very examination. The operator continued with the requirements. This time, the selected arena is a dense jungle. For a period of 72 hours, you will hunt monsters in this jungle without any outside support, and those monsters are all of you. The screen showed the armor they were wearing. In this test, you must all hunt each other. Hearing this, Unsel was absolutely stunned. Dusong couldn't hide his shock, sweating profusely. Everyone was in an uproar, shouting in unison, Confirm, we're hunting each other? What the hell is this? Ignoring the chaos below, the operator declared, All right, proceed as instructed. Enter the jungle and simply hunt and capture one another. She then introduced their gear. It gives you the feeling of a hunter's attire, as it has been modified specifically for this test. This specialized test suit is both minimal protection and a restraint. It's built to absorb a certain degree of impact, but a critical hit will trigger a paralyzing electric shock. Use this function effectively, and you'll have a very satisfying hunt. Panic erupted through the crowd. Wait a second, they yelled. No test has ever been like this before. Hearing this, Dusong calmly glanced down. This suit? The operator just smiled warmly. That's right, a first in history. But unexpected situations are part of any hunter's exam. The crowd exploded into chaos. A hunt against each other? What the hell? All our simulated training is now completely useless. How can we pass this? Yet Dusong remained eerily calm, as if he knew what was coming. Just as he predicted, the arena is a jungle, and the contestants are the prey. In reality, this is a hunt for survival. In the end, only the survivors will pass the test. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Seeing it, Dusong was genuinely surprised. He stared at the system window in disbelief, then scanned his surroundings cautiously. What is this? An enemy? That's when he saw Unsel. Her eyes filled with killing intent. She had him locked in her sights, her brother's words echoing in her mind. Seeing her gaze, Dusong wondered blankly. Does she think she's superior? That can't be right. But a moment later, she sharply turned away. Unsel thought, annoyed. Don't mess with me. Brother said I must get those demerit points. The contestants proceeded to their designated entrances. The operator announced, initiating suit startup sequence. Unsel neared the arena entrance. Du Song stepped inside, his face grim. Eliminate one person, gain 1 point, he calculated while walking. You also absorb the points of anyone you eliminate. Du Song's brow furrowed. This meant it wasn't a numbers game, the key was hunting high scorers. He moved towards the blinding light up ahead. Only the top scorers after 72 hours would pass this exam. The light was dazzling. Du Song shielded his eyes with his arm. When he stepped out, his eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. He was surrounded by a dense jungle. My God. This is a real forest, he whispered. He looked up at the blue sky, the wind, and the terrain. Everything felt completely real. Just then, an announcement echoed. All contestants have entered the arena. Du Song immediately leaped high into the air. Elsewhere, other contestants sprang into action as the test began. He took a deep breath, preparing to run. Du Song shot forward with incredible agility and speed. He then launched himself high into the trees. This was a predator's game. As he moved, a plan began to form in his mind. Rushing in and wasting energy would be foolish. Du Song focused his senses. He needed to analyze the terrain and find a way to conserve his stamina. Just then, he spotted another contestant running nearby. The man was frozen in a state of sheer panic. As the system flashed, before he could react, Du Song landed a painful blow. The suit instantly electrocuted the man's body. A few seconds later, he collapsed, unconscious. Du Song let out a breath. That startled me. I didn't expect to find someone so quickly. He looked at the fallen contestant. His first real battle? He must have panicked and lost control. Then again, this wasn't his first time. Du Song recalled his past fights. That last battle must have helped him more than he realized. Having this suit is far better than fighting bare-handed. He clenched his fists with renewed determination. 1 point down. Time to move. Hidden cameras in the foliage monitored everything. All the contestants' actions were broadcast on large screens in a high-tech viewing lounge. After observing for a moment, a man spoke up. The quality of candidates improves every year. But isn't it odd to change the test so drastically? The woman beside him replied, The first time is always a bit chaotic, she said calmly. Even so, in all the simulations we've provided, a breach of protocol like this has never happened. The woman smirked, amused. Besides, isn't this far more entertaining? Her words left the man speechless. You have a twisted sense of humor. Looking at a monitor, he asked, Isn't that contestant Lee Chae-hak's younger sister? She replied, Yes, it seems she's surrounded. A 2-on-1 situation. On screen, Unsel vanished in a blur, reappearing at lightning speed before one attacker. She brought her weapon down swiftly. As the man behind her charged, she dodged effortlessly, landing a powerful counter as he lost his balance. The suit instantly sent a surge of electricity through him. Unsel lightly pushed him aside, having easily dispatched both of them. The woman watched, impressed. Lee Unsel is displaying some formidable skills. Her score is already number 1. The man replied, Good heavens, is she already in a state of purity? The woman just shrugged. It's unclear. We agreed with the association to request an early ability awakening, but it's honestly hard to believe. She then recalled, I also heard that genius, Lee Chae-hak, personally trained her for 3 months straight. This stunned the man. So, in that purity state, she can fight a grade 3 monster? He laughed, unable to believe it. Exactly, talent like hers generates that kind of rumor, the woman replied. Precisely. Which is why no one here is bothering to watch the other contestants. They're all focused on Lee Unsel's monitor. And she was right. All eyes were on Unsel's fight. The man with the glasses laughed. So, everyone's watching the top prospect? It seems all their interest is focused on her. Away from the chatter, Seon Ok remained focused. He watched Du Song's every move on the monitor. Just then, a voice spoke beside him. He's a good hunter. It was Chae-hak. It's a shame he sticks so close to the textbook. Once he gets more experience, his fundamentals will become a true weapon, he continued. I was just putting on a front for my student. It's been a while, Seon Ok Sunbae. Hearing this, Seon Ok looked at him calmly, thinking for a moment. No, it's not like that. It has been a while. I'm watching his movements, and from what I see of your sister, she has real power. Chae-hak offered a polite smile. You flatter me. He then pointed at the screen, saying, Speaking of which, my sister isn't half bad, is she? Jae-hyuk began to compare them. My sister has some potential, and people are taking notice. But this won't be easy for Yunseo, because your guy is formidable. Then, he shot a meaningful glance. So that friend is the one who received the skill transfer. Sunwoo gave a strained smile. I have no comment on that, Jae-hyuk. Seeing his silence, Jae-hyuk feigned an apology. It seems I've asked a pointless question. My apologies. With that, he backed off. For now, I'll go check on my sister's monitor. I'll be watching your guys' every move, too, he said, glancing back as he walked away. This is already getting interesting. I can't wait to see who comes out on top. Excuse me then. At that moment, Sunwoo gazed at the monitor, deep in thought. The test was still in its early stages. His eyes were locked on Yu Sung. The real challenge, featuring only the strongest, began in the final 24 hours of the 72. He had to survive until then. Watching Yu Sung, Sunwoo awaited the results. Oh Yu Sung, I'm watching you. Show me what you're made of. About 68 hours after the test began, two figures were chatting in the hallway. The test ends in 4 hours. It's tough just confirming the new faces in the situation room. As they walked, they mused. Lee Yunseo will take first place anyway. She'll get plenty of job offers. It's a given. It's not even easy to get an observation spot. Then, the two opened the door. Good work, everyone. Time for the shift change. But inside, the stunned silence of the room left them confused. Seeing their frozen expressions, the two curiously approached them. What is it? Why is everyone gathered here? But when they looked at the screen, they too gasped in shock. What is that? Moments before, inside the arena, Yu Sung was focused on digging something. After some effort, he pulled up a pinkish-yellow tuber. Good, got it. Yu Sung quickly registered it in the system window. Instantly, his count jumped from 16 to 17. He let out a sigh of relief. That makes 17. That should be enough for now. Yu Sung thought. These wild plant rations provide some calories and aid recovery. He then recalled a previous lecture. The field procurement training from the survival center is proving incredibly useful. Without that knowledge, I couldn't have maintained my energy levels. Yu Sung looked at the vines wrapped around him. And I could even make protective gear, a great supplement to my armor in this jungle. He focused his thoughts. These rations are hard to preserve, but with my auto-hunt skill, it's a different story. Suddenly, Yu Sung's eyes widened as the world spun. He clutched his face, his body protesting. Sweat beaded on his brow. This dizziness. I'm going to pass out. He recalled the past battles. So sleepy. He had lost track of how many hours had passed, in a constant state of tension, hunting without sleep. Yu Sung looked up at the glaring sun and muttered, with no day and night cycle, I've completely lost track of time. How much longer until the test is over? His exhausted body felt heavy, on the verge of collapse. I just want to go home and sleep. And so, Yu Sung's eyes began to close, ready to drift off. But in this dangerous hunt, he forced a prepared ration into his mouth, then bit his lip hard enough to draw blood, shocking himself back to awareness. Yu Sung's eyes shot open as he composed himself. Come on, oh Yu Sung. Hunt or be hunted. Don't let your guard down, you idiot. He then stood and scanned his surroundings. There's not much time left. I just need to focus a little longer. Just then, the system flashed a blue and red warning. Seeing it, Yu Sung's heart pounded. He surveyed the area, instantly adopting a defensive stance. A second later, a figure rushed in for a strike, but Yu Sung swiftly dodged the blow. He was completely stunned and confused. What was that? Yu Sung kept dodging, his mind reeling in disbelief. I couldn't sense a presence until my auto-hunt triggered. Countless questions flooded his mind. Did they perfectly conceal their presence to hunt me down? And the attacker was none other than Yunseo. She stood with her hands on her hips, her voice dripping with arrogance. Not a bad reaction, huh? Seems you're more capable than I thought. Seeing her, Yu Sung was shocked. Yunseo raised her weapon, her declaration echoing, but can you block the next one? Oh, Yu Sung. He was still stunned, thinking, what? This person even knows my name? Wait, could it be? Yu Sung's mind flashed back to the earlier warning. This must be the opponent my auto-hunt deemed a worthy match. He noticed her hostile glare and wondered. I'm not sure why, but she seems really angry with me. At this, Yu Sung smirked. Whatever the reason, she clearly has a strong, competitive streak. He then raised his hand. If that's the case, seeing his gesture, Yunseo's eyes widened in confusion. A second later, he confidently beckoned for her to attack, a contemptuous smile on his face. This made Yunseo's brow furrow in fury, her anger boiling over. Her hand, gripping her weapon, trembled slightly before she shot forward at lightning speed. Don't you dare get cocky. With incredible agility, he continuously dodged Yunseo's slashes. Then, Yu Sung swiftly raised his arms to parry her attacks. Yunseo relentlessly attacked, but he blocked every single strike. At that moment, she gripped her staff, raising it high and pouring her strength into it, before bringing it down with immense force toward Yu Sung. But even this powerful blow, he managed to block. Yunseo was stunned. He blocked this too? Is that all you've got? But inwardly, she was seething with frustration. Is it because of the protection from those roots? Can't I use my full power? Meanwhile, Yu Sung gritted his teeth, holding his ground. So fast. She attacks even before my auto-hunt can counter. But just then, Yunseo uttered a phrase that made him pause. All right then, let's pick up the pace. Her brow furrowed, more serious than ever. Let's see how long you can last. Hearing this, Yu Sung was in disbelief. She can get even faster? True to her word, Yunseo immediately unleashed a powerful slash. He barely managed to keep up. She continued her relentless assault, one strike after another. The spectators in the waiting room watched this scene in absolute shock. This is insane. Shouldn't our rising star be fighting theirs? This is beyond a test-taker's level. Look at that, people exclaimed in amazement. Is that really Yu Sung? He's not the person we thought he was. We all know Yunseo fights like that, but who is her opponent? They kept asking. It had seemed like the top ranks were already decided. This turn of events was a real game-changer. Sonok's gaze was locked on the fight. Over on the side, Jae-hak's eyes never wavered. Everyone's attention was now fixed on Du-song. Du-song! Du-song! Though his body screamed with exhaustion, he pushed himself upright. The battle had become a war of attrition. He let out a ragged breath, offering a compliment. Impressive stamina, he gasped, almost boringly so. Then, Du-song looked at the panting Unsel and declared, But it looks like this is the end. Don't struggle. Let's finish this. 3 hours had passed since the duel between the two top contenders began, Du-song and Unsel. 1 hour remained in the hunter exam. 20 minutes later, the fight was still raging, forcing him to devise a new strategy. Her power and speed were monstrous, her gear was perfect, and her stamina was high. Was there no weakness to exploit? Suddenly, the auto-hunt button appeared before Du-song's eyes. This sparked a realization in his mind. It seems auto-hunt wants to make a move, but my body can't keep up. All I can do is block. Then, even in the heat of battle, she couldn't help but praise Du-song's talent. All right, I have to admit what Jae-hak said was true. I never knew you were this skilled. You have what it takes to be number one. Despite her praise, Unsel's confidence was absolute. That is, if you hadn't run into me. As she spoke, a murderous aura erupted around her. First, let's start with that annoying protective gear. Hearing this, he shouted and braced himself for the coming attack. Unsel closed the distance in an instant, her attack a blur. Their eyes met, and her blade landed precisely on his arm. The impact caused the vines to snap, putting Du-song on the defensive. Debris filled the air, clouding his vision in a haze of dust. He couldn't see a thing. Suddenly remembering her, he spun around. No, she's behind me. But even as Du-song turned, his speed was no match for hers. Could he even react to this? But she showed no mercy. The moment he turned, her sword descended. Too late. Unable to react, Du-song took a direct hit to the face. The blow sent him staggering. Is this the end? I've lost. Maybe I should just stay down. It's not a fight he could possibly win. But if I lie down like this, what then? A memory of his training flashed through Du-song's mind. Sonok, with a serious face, asked a question. As a hunter, when you're pushed into a corner, how do you respond? The question had just been asked when he answered quickly, You already told us that preparation is the key to survival. But if you're still cornered unexpectedly, I'm curious what you would do, sir. There was no precise answer. He calmly crossed his arms and replied, I don't know. It was difficult to give a specific answer to such a broad question. But for a hunter, danger is always approaching. Sonok then listed every possible scenario. You might get separated from your squad and find yourself alone. You could face a powerful monster, your supplies might run out, or the environment itself could become a deadly hazard. When he finished, he smiled slightly and offered his own solution. While you need a different plan for each of those situations, for me, the most useful thing is this. Sonok then clenched his fist, holding it out towards Du-song. Know yourself and endure. In that moment, he became a guide for Du-song. No matter the circumstances, if you can endure it, you can survive. If you can take just one more step, you will definitely find a way to live. The memory faded as Du-song prepared to counterattack. He quickly tilted his head, causing the blade to stop right at his neck. Du-song didn't hesitate to grab the sword's edge. His mind raced. That's right. I have to endure. Endure, no matter what. I must endure. Suddenly, the auto-hunt system appeared. What's the point if I lose? His sudden action made her think she had already won. She had to grit her teeth in surprise, exclaiming, You! What are you doing? The thought of giving up quickly vanished from Du-song's mind. He gripped the sword, challenging her. Let's have one final round to see who the real winner is. Starting with this damn wooden sword. Before Unsel could react, Dusong moved like a flash, shattering the wooden sword into pieces. The blow came so fast that she was forced to retreat. The lightning-fast attack left Unsel no time to defend herself. She could only watch as fragments of the sword fell with a stunned look. What? He suddenly stood up and her earlier assessment vanished when she saw his tenacity. This exam was supposed to be a mere formality for me. You were just a pebble in my path. Remembering her older brother, she couldn't help but feel arrogant. I am Jae-hak's sister. The more she thought, the more Unsel lost her reason, gritting her teeth in fury. Do you think you can surpass me here? As soon as the thought formed, Unsel rushed forward to attack and gain the upper hand. Do you think you can leave here unscathed? Her question, like a declaration of victory, stopped short as her legs began to lose their mobility. She was caught off guard and turned back, her eyes wide with wonder. The strength in my legs? Could it be that my stamina is at its limit? Before Unsel could process what had just happened, Dusong quickly grabbed her hand. He lunged forward to attack. The pull caused Unsel to lose her balance and fall forward. His punch was getting closer and closer. The earlier hesitation was gone, replaced by a fierce will to win. The punch carried Dusong's immense power along with his declaration. Let's end this. But her quickness was gone. Now she could only blink as the punch flew toward her, impossible to block. The match's outcome was already decided, making him close his eyes in frustration, not wanting to watch anymore. The audience and even Sunok were so surprised they were frozen on the spot. In the fight, Unsel was knocked far away, her body suspended in midair as if she would hit the ground at any moment. However, victory was not yet his as she was still trying to endure. I didn't know it would end like this. Can she still endure? In front of Dusong was Unsel, who was holding onto his sleeve tightly, refusing to lose. This one hasn't been eliminated yet. I can't hurt her to the point where she fails. Even though I've also lost all my strength, her willpower is extraordinary. With no time to hesitate, Dusong attacked. This round had to end now. But the battle was abruptly stopped. The final announcement echoed. 72 hours of competition were over. The match was finished. But they refused to stop, lunging at each other. As their fists were about to connect, the system voice boomed again. The competition has concluded. All contestants will cease their actions. Please follow the instructions. A final farewell was broadcast to all participants. You've all worked hard. The announcement had been ringing for some time, but he still refused to release his grip on her neck. Damn it all. Regret flooded Dusong's mind. He'd missed his chance again. The highest score went to Unsel. After a 3-hour fight, there was no clear winner. Both had survived. Unsatisfied with this result, she angrily shoved him away. The outcome shocked everyone, and the waiting room erupted into chaos. What's this? For real? Did Unsel lose? Dusong managed to survive. Someone else spoke up. Wait, does that mean Dusong got the highest score? A girl immediately shut it down. No. It's decided by the total accumulated points, including survival and hunting scores. A sliver of hope began to bloom. So if her score is overwhelmingly high, Unsel can still win. An announcement cut through the noise. We will now announce the final scores. Hearing this, the crowd buzzed with excitement. The scores are up. Who's number 1? Confirm it. 3 scoreboards lit up, leaving everyone stunned. Whoa, isn't this a total landslide? Dusong really is number 1. The result sparked curiosity among the observers. He appeared out of nowhere. First place in the exam? Even the predicted winner, Jae-hak's sister Unsel, was defeated. Where did this Dusong contestant come from? In the contestant lounge, everyone was exhausted and drenched in sweat. The quiet didn't last long, as spectators flooded in. Is Mr. Dusong here? They seemed to lose control, pushing each other while shouting congratulations. Congratulations on taking first place. Even though you're a reserve member of our team. Hey, I was here first. Aren't you going to line up? We agreed on 1 by 1, you disrespectful punk. Tempers flared, and a fight broke out. What, you call me rude? How dare you talk to a senior like that, you little brat? You have no business ethics, yet you dare to lecture someone? As they were about to clash, another contestant tried to intervene. Hey, you guys. Before he could finish, they got right in his face, yelling, What? Faced with their rage, he timidly said, The person you're looking for, Dusong, isn't here. For a moment, a stunned silence fell over the room. It didn't last. A man gritted his teeth in frustration. What did you just say? They suddenly exploded with rage. Who got to him first? What disrespectful team is this? Damn it. He couldn't have gone far, after him. Their voices filled the lounge. They had to catch Dusong. They couldn't lose their meal ticket. No, they had to chase him now. Let's go. They completely ignored the girl bowing on the side. I'm truly sorry, the boy replied. It's okay, right? But their actions made the other contestants laugh awkwardly. Wow, he just hit rank 1 and already has a swarm of followers. To be honest, I'd do the same. They kept chatting away, unaware of the girl brooding behind them. Just as you said, first place with a legendary performance. Damn it. Those who tried so hard must be so disappointed. As the voices faded, Unsel recalled a memory. He's nothing special. That guy's dangerous? I have to prove my brother wrong. Though it was a brief moment, it filled her with lasting regret. Meanwhile, the mob searched everywhere for him, even the bathrooms. Dusong, where are you? I need to talk to you. When there was no answer, they moved on. He must still be in the arena, let's keep looking. But they missed him because they didn't check every stall. After the intense fight, he had fallen asleep on the spot. But as the sounds outside faded, the corner of Dusong's mouth curved into a satisfied smile. Night had fallen, and the space was utterly silent. Suddenly, a figure appeared from a stall, muttering, "Geez." I hid in the bathroom for a second and passed out completely. He immediately pulled out his phone to make a call. It's already 3 in the morning? I'll have to take a taxi home. Abruptly, a bright light shone directly on Dusong. He immediately covered his eyes. When he looked again, a man stood before him. Chae-hak approached with a dark aura, and Dusong remembered him. He was the guy he met before the competition. Chae-hak, what's going on at this hour? Before he could get an answer, Chae-hak yelled out Unsel's name. She stepped out of a car. Unsel saw the strange man before her. Dusong flinched when he noticed the tear stains on her face. What, wait a minute, could this girl be? After gathering his thoughts, Dusong finally realized she was the one he had fought. Taking the lead, Chae-hak spoke. Mr. Dusong, my sister has incurred a great debt to you. Hearing that, Dusong understood. She's Chae-hak's sister? Seeing Unsel hesitate, her brother prompted her. Unsel? As Chae-hak finished, she squeezed her eyes shut and yelled, I have truly learned my lesson, Unsel said, bowing her head deeply. Thank you very much. Her outburst left Dusong flustered. He quickly waved his hands. It's nothing. I didn't do anything for you. But she interrupted him, and I apologize for my arrogant words before, Dusong replied, confused. It's okay. Taking that as forgiveness, Unsel quickly looked up and turned to leave. Even so, a frustrated scream escaped her lips. As her older brother, Chae-hak also bowed in apology. She's impulsive, but she isn't a bad kid. If my sister has offended you, please allow me to apologize for her. Dusong was at a loss, finally saying, It's really okay. Chae-hak glanced at Unsel, who was sobbing intensely. He thought to himself, this time, the experience she gained from you has really opened her eyes. Now she just needs to recover, and she'll grow stronger. Cutting his thoughts short, he extended a hand for a handshake. And also, congratulations on achieving first place. This made Dusong smile brightly in response. Thank you. Noticing the late hour, Chae-hak made an offer. There are no cars running right now. How about it? Do you want to ride in my car? Unsel will sit in the back. Just imagining it made him sweat profusely. The embarrassment would be absolutely suffocating. Before he could find a way to refuse, his phone rang, giving Dusong the perfect out. He held it up with a nervous laugh. No, I actually have a ride. The man smiled back. Is that so? Then Chae-hak got into his car to leave. Right. You've probably been scouted. Well then, Dusong, let's meet again if we have the chance. He then gunned the engine and sped away, leaving Dusong standing there. Suddenly, Dusong sensed someone behind him and spun around. Do you have a ride home, sir? Hearing this, Sunak complained. You told me to wait, and I did. Now you're asking me to bring the car? What? But he showed no remorse, flashing a victory sign instead. I ranked first, so just let it go. I'll let you put my name on the Academy's banner. He immediately winked, intrigued. Oh, that would be great for the Academy. Celebrating the huge win, they shared a cheerful fist bump. Sunak chuckled in approval. You showed great patience. Finally, he gave a proud smile and a thumbs up. All right then, shall we go? Besides, I have something to tell you. Let's talk in the car. In the morning quiet, the car's engine tore through the silence. While driving, Sunak glanced over and asked, So, are you already flooded with offers? Dusong, amazed by his phone, replied instantly. Yes, it'll take a while to read them all. Easy Hunting, Shogun Team, Million Hunter. As he read, his eyes widened in shock at offers from J-Team, QR Corporation, and Marukan Team. But despite Dusong's amazement, he calmly noted, Oh, so 3 offers from the 2F4T? The 2F4T. 2 corporations and 4 teams, representing Korea's top hunters. Only the absolute best could ever join them. Knowing this, he was stunned by the offers and thought, 8 months ago I wasn't even a hunter, and now the top teams want me. Seeing Dusong's face, Son-ok seized the chance to tease him. Looks like you'll struggle to choose a team. Dusong had to agree. Still, he sighed with a forced smile. You shouldn't tease me like this, sir. In return, the man replied cheerfully, Oh? Getting worked up already? The joking stopped as they got to the main issue. Dusong spoke first. You said you had something to tell me. That earlier proposal. It was a test, wasn't it? Hearing that, Son-ok was flustered. About that. I apologize. I had to see what you were made of. Your ability was so simple, I needed to know your character. As he finished speaking, Dusong was completely lost. What? Why would you do that? Son-ok then spoke bluntly. To put it frankly, Dusong. He was left utterly speechless by what came next. Do you know the concepts of pure and core? Scene change. Trang-hun Special Health Center, Core Energy Transfer Room, authorized personnel only. The sound of machines filled the room. Dusong wore a device as he was moved inside. The man watched the monitors, checking every step of the process. An announcement echoed. Core transfer process at 40%. Trang-hun listened, sweat dripping down his face. Phase 1 surgery complete. Proceeding to the next step. The processing speed was so incredible, he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, My God, that absorption rate is insane. At the same time, the man behind him clutched his stomach, his face etched with worry and dark circles under his eyes. Suddenly, Son-ok felt uneasy, his brow furrowed. In the break room, a conversation was happening. A core is the energy you get from enhancement surgery as a pro hunter, and pure refers to a body that hasn't received any enhancements. They talked as they walked to a vending machine. Oh, you already know? He replied. Yes, I learned about it while studying. He grabbed a drink, then clarified. As you said, pro hunters can enhance their power. Energy is transferred to the lower abdomen, an area known as the core. This boosts your strength to superhuman levels. Son-ok handed Dusong a drink. Here, there are 2 ways to get enhanced. Dusong took it and nodded. Thank you. First, you find the materials needed for enhancement and pay for them. That's the common way to transfer energy into the body's core. The second way involves a hunter who already has an energy core to enhance their power. This person can transfer energy, like in martial arts novels, to another hunter. As he listened, Dusong checked his phone. Your recruitment offers probably have something in common. Details about enhancement surgery. He was spot on, so Dusong replied, Ah, that's right. As he finished, Son-ok switched topics. The first method requires many materials and is extremely expensive. That's an amount most new hunters can't get. After a sip of water, he continued. So, they usually sign a multi-year contract with a team instead. Hearing this, Dusong asked, But isn't that unavoidable? Son-ok was intrigued and agreed. Yes, that's right. But, isn't there another way? He asked again, curious. What do you mean? He began to tell his story from the past. A glorious history, exactly 13 years ago, was revealed through Son-ok's tale. Like you, I was ranked number 1 on the hunter exam. A photo from that year served as proof. Of course, I became famous and held that rank for 9 years. Then, in a single moment, it all came crashing down. The memory flooded back to him. It was a poison beast, an easy monster, so I was careless, like a fool. But because of his overconfidence, Son-ok fell into its trap. He reacted too late, and his body was ruined, except for his core and its energy. Purple veins spread across his face as he grimaced and coughed up blood. A long recovery followed, but when he tried to return a year later, he failed. I'd used all the materials, but the engine was broken. Looking at his old victory photo, Son-ok seemed utterly exhausted. He gritted his teeth and endured, but his final bit of perseverance was worn away by the hardship he faced. A photo falls, closing the chapter on a glorious past. His retirement was final. In the present, Son-ok could still smile. He had enough to get by. He'd made a fortune, so life was easy. But a fire still burned within him, a desire to guide the next generation. Aspiring to become hunters, Dusong's curiosity was piqued. How so? Son-ok sighed, regret in his voice. I'm not sure myself. Perhaps it's all that remains of me. The battles I missed, the heights I could never reach. I thought I'd buried those memories. But speaking of them now, the old wounds ached. I wanted to find someone, to achieve it in my place. He shut his eyes. the answer clear in his mind. And now, I believe I've finally found him, the one to inherit my power. Hearing this, Dusong gasped. What? The choice had been made. Dusong blurted out, Master, please wait. But Sanok just turned to him, his voice calm. Dusong. His resolve was unshakable. He looked him straight in the eye and made his request. Will you accept this power and carry the dream I never could? And so, as requested, they arrived at the specialized health center. Sun Ok was lost in thought when a voice cut through. Sun Ok. Snapping back to reality, he quickly responded. Ah, sorry, my mind was elsewhere. Is the power transfer done already? Trang Hun turned. It's nearly complete. Then he asked, a bit of caution in his voice. But seriously, where did you find this kid? Trang Hun's tone suddenly turned grave. He gestured to the monitor. Just look for yourself. Sun Ok looked but was still confused. What is it? They both stared at the screen. The absorption rate. It's at 64%. That's an insane number. Sunok was stunned. 64%? That's unheard of. He analyzed it, amazed. A typical power transfer barely hits 60%. The power must have been optimized inside his body. Then, a memory surfaced. Actually, this is his second transfer. I used the company's supply for a test before the main energy transfer. The words hung in the air. Sanok's jaw dropped, his mind reeling with shock. What? No. But why? Trang Hun could only apologize. I'm sorry, Sanok. Guilt laced his voice as he began to explain. You were certain Dusong was the one. The best. But I had my doubts. I couldn't just let you give your power to a stranger. I know how hard you fought to build that power. Glancing at the screen, Trang Hun continued, flustered. So I ran a test. Using raw energy that hasn't been in a body before. The absorption rate is usually just 20%. A low rate means the candidate is incompatible. I plan to use that to change your mind. He watched Sanok carefully. But his first absorption rate was 64%. It made no sense. Sanok followed his gaze to the chamber. So you're saying, Dusong has received 2 doses of raw energy? But Sanok's worry faded as he saw the young man brimming with power. From his expression, he was handling it just fine. If that's the case then? The monitor flashed, hitting 100%. Trang Hun screamed in disbelief. The second absorption rate is in. My God, it's 100%. Despite the shock, he grabbed the mic. Dusong, what's your condition? Do you feel any pain or strange sensations? Dusong assessed his body, then replied. Nothing strange exactly, but I feel a bit overwhelmed. Outside, San Ok calmly reassured him. Once that feeling subsides, we'll proceed. Your absorption rate is off the charts, so take your time. There's no need to rush. The data was unbelievable. 1,300 of 1,500 units absorbed. A normal hunter would need 10 transfers for that, and still not absorb this much. What an abnormal talent. Worried, he tried to comfort him. Dusong, don't feel burdened. But the young man's voice was firm. I don't. Dusong's voice was steady. Master, you've boosted my strength and given me your power. This kindness is more than I deserve. To receive this for free, it's a debt I must repay. His resolute voice echoed from the chamber. Right now, I cannot repay the true value of this gift. But I swear, as I grow as a hunter, I will work to pay you back. That is my first priority. Hearing this, Sanok beamed with pride. That's my Dusong. A new fire lit in his eyes. I understand. Even if my time is short, I will do everything I can to make you a great hunter. He couldn't hide his excitement. This is all sudden, but I'm counting on you. Yes, Master. Dusong's heart swelled with anticipation. I'm in your care. But as he spoke, the entire facility began to tremble violently. Everyone froze, thrown into confusion. Huh? What's this? Cracks spiderwebbed across the very air, tearing open a massive rift that pulsed with dark energy. Warning. Rift disaster imminent. The emergency broadcast blared as hunter vehicles scrambled toward the location. As the top-ranked rookie, Dusong couldn't just sit back. He was already in a transport. A nearby hunter squinted. Hey, isn't that Dusong, the rookie who took first place? Oh yeah, it is. What about him? Another replied. But when they noticed his bare uniform, the whispers began. But why doesn't he have a team insignia? Is he just an apprentice? Maybe he's only here as a backup? Dusong ignored the chatter, his focus entirely on his phone. No way, really? Even for an apprentice, that's rough. So much for being number 1. All that hype, for nothing. One hunter shot him a condescending look. If that's true, then later. As his senior, and I'll have to give him a little advice, he smirked. Yeah, you should. Suddenly, a notification chimed from Dusong's phone. It was the control center. Information on the monsters emerging from the rift was coming through. The monster profile appeared with a directive, Gray Ant. Classification, Swarm type. The Gray Ant swarm follows the commands of a queen. Locate and eliminate the queen immediately. Dusong immediately began to strategize. First, a quick threat assessment. Upon arrival, I need to locate the queen at all costs. Meanwhile, just hours earlier at the facility, Sanok was checking on Dusong. How are you feeling? Rubbing his neck, Dusong replied, It's hard to say, but I definitely feel stronger. Still, this nagging discomfort lingered. He calmly explained the energy just finished transferring. My body hasn't adapted yet. To get rid of that feeling, you must use more of your power. Remember that. Back in the present, the memory faded, but Dusong's eyes stayed shut, his expression serious. Then, a confident smirk returned to his face. I need to use more power, huh? Then let's resolve this discomfort and test my limits. They quickly arrived at the fissure. A swarm of gray ants gathered in hordes, ready for battle. Upon arrival, an alert signaling the start of the raid rang out. Gray ants have entered the area. All units, prepare for combat. The commander's gaze then fell upon Dusong. He was just standing there, completely motionless. The commander sighed in frustration. He then shouted, making Dusong turn. Hey, Dusong, equip your weapon. You just passed the test and you're already spacing out? The commander barked orders. Hey, did you even get the alert? If you got it, do you know how to respond? He pressed. Have you ever used it? Dusong replied calmly. I've never tried it. Seizing the chance, the commander scoffed. I knew it. If you can't handle it, don't act so smug. Looking at the weapon in Dusong's hands, he asked again, You don't even know how to use your weapon? Just then, Dusong took a runner's stance. Energy began gathering at his feet, stunning the commander. What the? Didn't you say you've never used it? But Dusong thought to himself, the auto-hunt system already warned me about these ants. Seeing this, Dusong was sure he didn't need a weapon. The thought had barely formed when he shot directly toward the ant swarm. The other hunters yelled out in shock. Is that guy insane? Damn it, get the support team ready. He paid no mind to their panic. Dusong fearlessly closed in on them without a hint of hesitation. They tried to block him with their legs, but he swiftly dodged and instantly countered. He lunged forward, grabbing a leg and stopping the gray ant's attack. But that only stopped one. The rest of the swarm charged him. A leg swung down viciously, slowing Dusong for a moment. But as it grazed past him, he leaned back, nimbly dodging the blow. His eyes turned serious and his face darkened as he stared down the ants. As another leg came crashing down, Dusong caught it without flinching. It was thrown completely off balance. He shoved its leg upward as a powerful aura flared, then slammed it into the ground. The creature froze, unable to react to the situation. Without missing a beat, Dusong picked up the gray ant's own leg. Then he leaped high, preparing a final strike. A red streak flashed, ending its life without mercy. Yet Dusong's expression never changed. He just tilted his head, watching its fluid spill out. The air grew thick as the clatter of legs echoed. The swarm closed in, seeking revenge. His eyes grew sharp, almost terrifying, as if he planned to wipe them all out. Without another thought, Dusong flew in to attack. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. The Ant Lord! Before he could react, it appeared right in front of him. A gray ant monster. A Tier 3 Ant Lord? It immediately ordered the swarm, and their antennae flashed with light. They followed the command and began to scatter. But Dusong just watched, not trying to stop them. The hunters yelled, They're escaping! Stop them! Yet he simply watched them with a calm smile. Is it trying to avoid a fight by using its head? Or does it have another purpose? Then, Dusong turned to face the monster, certain of his theory. No matter what, that creature definitely gave them some kind of order. So you must be the Ant Lord, right? It stood silently, slowly creating an acidic slime to attack him. Even in the haze, Dusong easily dodged its attack and rushed forward. Weren't they warned to be careful of the Ant Lord's mound? The toxic slime cracked the ground beneath him. Dusong then launched himself into the air, flipping over the monster in a flash. He landed calmly on its back, his face becoming thoughtful. Less than 3 seconds later, Dusong grabbed the Ant Lord's head and began twisting it backward. It made a horrific, grating sound. Even with his strength, this was difficult, forcing Dusong to grit his teeth. Finally, its head twisted completely around. The hunters watched with their jaws agape, stunned by the scene. Even the commander broke into a sweat, his mouth hanging open in silent awe. My God. His eyes were locked on Dusong, who held the monster's inverted head. And to think I called him just some punk. But that thought vanished as the sight before him forced a new realization. No. This guy is clearly a monster. After the fight, Dusong dismounted the Ant Lord, holding his spoils. The crowd began to murmur, "Hey, was that thing he just killed really the Ant Lord? Are its joints really that weak? No way. Besides, wasn't that guy a complete newbie? This has to be his first real raid, right? Did he get that from the black market?" Before they could finish, the commander roared, "Hey, cut the chatter and focus. The Ant Lord is dead." He took charge, dividing the tasks. Without their command tower, the ants are just a mob. Find and eliminate every last one, the hunters replied in unison. Yes, sir, his orders grew louder. All units, deploy. No one works alone. Re-establish the search parties and divide by sector. His voice was so loud that even Dusong could hear. Though exhausted, he turned to watch. The other hunters could handle the regular ants. I can finally breathe for a second. Looking at the slime below, Dusong felt it was simple. Easier than I thought, I guess. Although a mission like this is a big deal for low-level hunters, he touched his stomach. The churning sensation in my core has mostly faded now. Do I have about half my power left? He continued to think, I should probably join the others to help finish this up. Suddenly, a scream of agony ripped through the air. Look out! A hunter was being gnawed at the neck by an ant queen, letting out wretched, pained cries. The sight left everyone stunned. No data existed on this creature. What is that thing? Damn it, that's no ordinary ant. We have zero intel on it. It wasn't just them. Even Dusong was shocked. What is that? What the hell is going on here? But the commander's experience told him everything. A panicked cry escaped his lips. That accursed thing, why is it here? To his horror, the ant queen appeared in all its glory. It landed with its arms spread wide. It was the ant queen, a level 4 monster beast. Its eyes burned red, its mouth still dripping with a hunter's blood. The commander immediately barked out orders. Everyone, reform your ranks, a level 4 monster. How can low-level hunters like us even face it? Call for backup immediately. Evacuate this area and establish a quarantine line now. The hunters raised their weapons. The order was grim, abandon the queen, and anyone it had already reached. All units, prepare to fire. Yes, sir, the hunters yelled. Gunfire immediately ripped through the air, the muzzle flashes lighting up their desperate, strained faces. After a moment of suppressing fire, they ceased their attack and began to flee. Following their commander, the entire squad retreated. They scrambled to escape the queen's reach. He cursed his luck internally. Damn it, why did we have to encounter the queen here? A second slower and I'd be dead. But the thought had barely formed when the creature appeared right in his path. His face went rigid, he couldn't breathe. Before he could process it, the ant queen struck. The blow forced him to a dead stop. The others watched in absolute shock. How is that possible? How did it move that fast? But the realization came far too late. The ant queen's arm punched straight through the hunter's chest. Blood gushed from his mouth. Seeing this, the commander screamed, Wait! Hold your fire! Damn it! It's using him as a human shield. But as if understanding his command, the queen showed no mercy, hurling the impaled hunter directly at the others. Blood splattered across the ground. Without pause, it spread its wings, trampling over their comrades as it searched for its next target. Seeing this, the remaining hunters quickly opened fire on it. It's on us! Damn it! How is it so fast? But their reactions were useless against its overwhelming speed. One by one, they fell to its swift claws. The commander could only gape, completely unable to avoid the monster. Did it know I was the commander from the start? And it closed the distance this easily. As its claws descended, he could only watch the ant queen approach. As it prepared for the killing blow, he ground his teeth in fury. Damn it all! Suddenly, Dusong, who had been quiet until now, launched himself toward the commander. Dusong's leg shot into the air, intercepting the attack with a direct kick. The commander was stunned. The one who saved him was that F-rank kid he'd dismissed. The force of Dusong's kick sent the queen flying, smashing it into an apartment building behind them. Despite the crisis, Dusong calmly turned back. Are you okay? But the commander was still shaken, stammering every single word. I'm fine. Then the commander remembered his order. Wait a minute. Why are you still here? I ordered everyone to evacuate this area immediately. Dusong answered calmly. Because I never considered you my commander. That's precisely why I was able to save you. He then looked toward the rubble. It was time to defeat the ant queen, right? Suddenly, an auto-hunting alert appeared, leaving Dusong bewildered. So, it's activated, and it saw everything. He trailed off, noticing the creature was smiling in amusement. But I can't even damage it properly. It's like punching solid steel. His thoughts were cut short. The queen was slowly rising, a clear challenge in its eyes. A hint of excitement. Thou's the sign though, through their CD art, then, thou's they show, 30-0. The commander saw his expression and shouted, "Hey you can't be planning to fight the Ant Queen." Not noticing anything odd, Dusong replied. "Yes, that's right." The commander grew furious, pointing a finger as he scolded. "Are you insane? Do you even know what that is?" Dusong answered without hesitation. "It's the Ant Queen, a level 4 monster." The commander asked in disbelief, "And you still want to fight it? Knowing that?" His voice grew louder. "Didn't you see our guns didn't even scratch it? This is nothing like a level 3 monster. We can't possibly win." He continued trying to reason with him. "Even if you're strong, this is your first time facing this. This isn't the time to play the hero." But it was already too late. Dusong gestured to the queen and said, "Yeah, I would love to do that." But, at that moment, it stood up, radiating fighting spirit. Dusong realized, "It looks like the Ant Queen has no intention of letting us escape so easily." Looking at the injured hunters, he continued, "If we all run, someone has to stay behind and buy time, especially with so many people wounded." And so, Dusong stepped forward to take on that role. "You and the others, stick to the plan and move out." He settled into a fighting stance, giving himself the order. "I'll try to block it." Then a wide, excited grin spread across his face, ready for the challenge. "Yeah, this will work just fine. How often do you get a level 4 opponent to test your skills?" Hearing this, the commander could only gape. This guy. He's completely insane. Does he really intend to fight a level 4 beast? The thought echoed in his mind. Someone has to stall, but choosing a level 4 monster to do it? Is he nuts? He gritted his teeth and came to a decision. Damn it, there's no other choice. Do whatever you want. Let a monster fight a monster. Then, he finally spoke up. "All right then, Dusong, you hold the beast back. We'll call for reinforcements." Dusong's only reply was silence. The commander turned and ordered, "All units, evacuate the area. The uninjured will care for the wounded. Let's move quickly while Dusong holds the creature back." As their silhouettes vanished, the true battle began. The queen let out a terrifying roar, trying to dominate him with its presence. In response, Dusong assumed his stance. His eyes were firm as he gave the challenge. "Bring it on." They rushed each other in an instant. He and the queen gathered their power, hurtling toward one another. A thunderous impact shook the area. Dust and smoke filled the air as debris rained down. The queen immediately countered Dusong's powerful punch. It unleashed a flurry of blows, putting him on the defensive. Suddenly, the queen lunged with its claws, but luckily Dusong was agile enough to evade. He gritted his teeth, feeling a grudging respect. This beast's defense was on another level. His attacks were useless. Before Dusong could recover his strength, the queen ant lunged again. He calmly rolled with the force of its kicks to heal. He took almost no damage. Having auto-hunt active was a lifesaver. He had to make a decision before his energy ran out. Just then, the queen ant leaped directly over his head. Spotting an opening in its movements, Dusong gathered his power to counter. Such a wide motion. This was his chance to end it. As the queen closed in, he unleashed a critical punch to its chest. The beast's body convulsed for a moment, but it recovered instantly, clamping down hard on both of his fists. With him trapped and the distance closed, the queen attacked relentlessly. His hands now useless, Dusong had to rely on his feet. He drove a powerful kick into its chin with all his might. The moment its grip loosened, he seized the chance to land another blow. Fatigue was finally setting in. Dusong clenched his jaw as anxiety crept in. More than half his energy was gone. This was getting difficult. Looking at the unblemished queen ant, Dusong felt a surge of doubt. Was this creature really just a level 4 monster? His attacks weren't having the desired effect. Its defense was the real problem. His gaze shifted, studying its lower body intently. And those extra legs under its abdomen made things even harder. Dusong frowned, realizing a clean jump would be impossible. He only had 30% of his energy left. He couldn't last much longer. Suddenly, the queen ant growled as its wings began to stir. Meanwhile, at the encampment, the survivors were inside tending to each other's wounds. The commander finally began to speak. "We've reorganized our forces, but the losses were far too great. Reinforcements have been requested. We will wait and advance with them." A team member suddenly spoke out. "But is this right? What about that new guy, Dusong?" His companion beside him nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Shouldn't we send our most elite members to rescue him now?" Discussions about Dusong's fate started to spread. He easily defeated the Ant Lord. His chances of survival are high. We have to save him. The commander replied with a strained voice. I understand that, but it is impossible. We would only increase our casualties. The other members fell silent at his explanation. Without proper support, it would be a repeat of before. Besides, he chose to act alone from the start. We can't waste our forces, the commander continued, unable to look anyone in the eye. Furthermore, the Ant Lord and the Queen are on completely different levels. Do you have any idea why the Queen Ant is a level 4 threat? She is superior to the others in every single aspect. But the most troublesome part, the very thing Dusong is facing right now, is something humans can't do. It can fly. He glanced up at the Queen, his tension mounting. Is this it? The finishing blow? It didn't hesitate for even a second. The Queen Ant shot towards Dusong like a blur. He leaped aside, barely dodging the savage attack. Its speed was terrifying. Less than 5 seconds later, it spun around and charged again. Its razor-sharp claws aimed right for him. Dusong couldn't possibly match its velocity, forcing him into a direct confrontation. He could only rely on his raw physical strength. As the distance closed, the Queen lunged, its massive jaws snapping at him. Dusong flinched back, cursing inwardly. Why are these flying types so damn annoying? Dusong broke free from its grasp and immediately lunged for its head. He would go for the neck. But before he could land the blow, the Queen shot away on its powerful wings. After gaining some distance, it glanced back at him. Dusong met its gaze with a smirk. This is getting really tiresome. His confident expression was a mask for his growing worry. Auto-hunt helped, but his energy was almost completely depleted. Just then, the Queen changed its flight path, diving straight for him again. For a moment, Dusong was totally at a loss. With its incredible mobility, there was no chance of escape. Think, Dusong, think! Suddenly, a message window materialized before him. He startled for a moment. Huh? What is this? A new skill. Dusong struggled to read the text, but he couldn't grasp its meaning. Why did this appear twice? What kind of skill is this? But while he was lost in confusion, the Queen was already upon him. Dusong shut his eyes, his resolve hardening like steel. At this rate, he had no chance of winning anyway. Trusting it had never failed him before. In that instant, something clicked. His eyes snapped open as he shifted his stance. Activate! An immense power surged through his entire body. Dusong could feel all his remaining energy converging into a single point. He immediately began compressing that power into his fist. The Queen Ant was just inches away. His hand shot out, palm open. Gritting his teeth, Dusong unleashed a brilliant beam of energy. Seizing the brief moment the Queen was disoriented, he swung his arm. His own physical strength combined perfectly with the new skill. With a single, devastating strike, Dusong cleaved the Queen Ant in two. Green slime erupted from its bisected body. After he had completely defeated the Queen Ant, Dusong slowly turned away. A moment later, he glanced back, surprised by what he saw. The Queen's massive body lay motionless. A wave of relief washed over him. I did it. Just then, shouting echoed from the distance. Where is the Queen Ant? Another voice yelled. Over here! The sound of running feet grew louder. It was unavoidable. Oh, Dusong! The support team rushed to his side. Are you all right? The words were a distant echo. Dusong didn't hear a thing. Just the harsh sound of his own breathing. The entire squad was stunned by the scene before them. One of them stammered in absolute horror. How is this possible? The image of Dusong standing over the Queen Ant's corpse was seared into their minds. Panic spread through the team. No one could believe their own eyes. Impossible. The Queen Ant. Did the rookie really kill a grade 4 monster? The commander stood completely frozen. His eyes were wide, a strained smile fixed on his face. I wondered if it was possible, but did he actually do it? Suddenly, one member pointed an accusing finger at Dusong. No way. Did he really kill it himself? Something isn't right here. Another hunter immediately agreed. That's right. He either had backup, or there's something else we don't know about. Unable to suppress his suspicion any longer, he yelled out, Hey, you! What in the world happened here? Explain yourself. But Dusong's only response was a cold, indifferent stare. The commander, meanwhile, remained trapped in a state of silent shock. 1,000 questions raced through the commander's mind. What is this? Why has the atmosphere suddenly become so tense? Is it because they didn't see his power for themselves? The commander quickly stepped in. Hey, let's be rational about this. Before he could finish, a new voice cut him off sharply. There's no mistake. The one who hunted the Queen Ant was Dusong. The speaker's lips curled into a confident smirk. We arrived before your support team, so we can confirm exactly what happened. If it's that hard for you to believe, you can request Dusong's action cam footage. Or we could just show you ours. Hearing their voices, the accuser whipped around furiously. What? And just who are you people? He couldn't even finish the sentence before their emblem came into view. His eyes widened. Could you be? He couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the newly arrived squad. He was utterly shocked. The QL group. At the mention of that name, Du-song finally turned his head. The QL group. The next morning, at the Sezon Hunter Academy, Du-song was already training hard. Inside the academy's training room, he was completely focused on his workout. After a while, Du-song finally re-racked the heavy barbell. Just then, Sun-ok walked in carrying a stack of files. Pushing your energy veins to their limit again? You just recovered and you're back at it. He continued to nag as he approached. Aren't you being a little too earnest? Take a break. Du-song, hands on his hips, shot back a reply. This is how I live quietly. Sun-ok burst out laughing at that. That's our Du-song. He then stared at the hand that had slain the queen, lost in thought. The power I used against the queen ant. It's called asphalt, isn't it? An impulse used to amplify my strength for one moment. He remembered that final blow, a level of power that went far beyond his normal limits. It's a technique that requires me to drain all of my energy veins. Therefore, I have to train it, master it, and expand the range of my auto-hunting ability. He suddenly clenched his fist. A wave of pure determination washed over him. The auto-hunting feature has limitless potential. The only way to grow is through my own effort. Seeing Du-song's expression, Sun-ok nodded, satisfied. Good. You have an excellent poker face. Yes. He then brought out the files from earlier, his face beaming with excitement. Now then, let's talk about the results of your first official hunt. Hearing that, Du-song's expression turned serious. Ah, yes. He watched Sun-ok's every move, feeling a sense of awe. Sun-ok gave me this energy, and he's also my manager. Du-song wondered, can I really tell someone like him about my auto-hunting ability? Making a decision, he chose to reveal his secret. Mr. Sun-ok, I have something to tell you. The truth is, But before Du-song could finish, Sun-ok yelled in amazement, startling him. How in the world were you able to fight like that? Sun-ok looked over at Du-song and chuckled softly. I'm not sure you need to say anything right now. There are all sorts of possibilities. Maybe it's a hidden past, some secret technique, or maybe you're a once-in-a-generation genius. What does any of that matter? Every word confused Du-song. I don't understand what you mean. Suddenly, Sun-ok's voice echoed directly inside Du-song's mind. Those things aren't the reason I chose you, oh Du-song. Ability and talent are too easily influenced by things like luck. I used to be someone just like that. Immediately after, he pointed directly at Du-song, his voice filled with absolute confidence. And that's precisely why I know what's truly important here. Sun-ok's finger shifted slightly, pointing toward his heart. If there's nothing in here, no amount of luck will stop you from hitting rock bottom. Understanding his meaning, Du-song let out a faint smirk. I may not be the person you think I am, Sun-ok. Hearing his reply, Sun-ok turned away, feigning helplessness. Is that so? Well, I guess my hands are tied. I made my choice, so I have to be responsible for it. Du-song couldn't help but laugh at his act. Sun-ok suddenly shot Du-song a wink. When there's enough trust between you and I, then I will ask you myself. Of course, you'll have the right to refuse. Du-song replied cheerfully. Yes, I know. As he spoke, Sun-ok slammed the file down on the table. All right, let's calculate this haul. Sun-ok pulled out the papers from inside and read the numbers. Total monsters subjugated. 67. Live captures. 0. 65 grade 2, 1 grade 3, and 1 grade 4. The total reward comes to 53,550,001 model. Sun-ok looked pleased. I knew you'd say that. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, isn't your meeting scheduled for today? He slowly replied, yes, it's with the people I met when we captured the queen ant. Just then, Sun-ok's phone rang. He quickly answered, Oh, Trang-hun, what's up? Hearing the news from the other end, Sun-ok was stunned. What? For real? He hung up and immediately turned to Du-song. This seems rather urgent. Sun-ok's sudden statement made him curious. What is it? His expression grew more serious as Sun-ok relayed what he had just heard. Trang-hun said that person came directly to the hospital. The representative of the QR group, Jun Kanchan. 12 years ago, at the southern border, a fearsome level 6 beast named Kakadon had appeared, posing a threat to the entire nation. However, a single hunter formed a raid party from a group of hunters and miraculously restored order. He was ranked 2nd in Asia and 5th in the world, and for that achievement, he received the highest level of certification, the Platinum Seal. Today, He is the CEO of QR Group, Korea's top company, and the head of the Combat Enforcement Division. That man is Jun Kanchan. The three of them were now sitting together in a large room, each seated at a distance from the others. Kanchan suddenly broke the silence, a smirk playing on his lips. His gaze was fixed on Dusong as he introduced himself. Better than I expected. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Jun Kanchan, he replied politely. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Dusong. Leaning on his hand, Kanchan proposed a change. Good. Shall we have a little chat then? Dusong quickly interjected with a request. No, before that, I think we should change our location. At this, Kanchan's eyes opened slightly. He paid no mind to Kanchan's expression and explained earnestly, if you have business with me, speaking here could disrupt the hospital director's work. Seeing Dusong's forwardness, Trang Hoon urgently called out, Mr. Dusong. But Kanchan simply bowed his head in apology. Is that so? My mistake. My apologies. His reaction flustered the others even more. It's nothing. Kanchan slowly stood up, his words filled with respect. You are the one who helped Mr. Dusong. I was almost rude. Dusong quickly stood up as well. He is simply my treating physician. Then the two of them walked out side by side, leaving a stunned Trang Hun behind. Kanchan was a bit curious. So, where are we heading? Dusong suggested a location. There's a coffee shop on the first floor. Shall we go there? He wasn't picky at all. That's fine. Let's go. The door clicked shut just as Kanchan finished speaking. Trang Hun was terrified, his voice trembling. The two of them headed down to the first floor. On the way, Kanchan asked him, Dusong, if you don't mind, can we get right to the point? He seriously stated his personal work style. I don't like to waste time. Dusong understood and agreed immediately. Yes, that's fine. Please speak. Kanchan closed his eyes in thought for a moment before continuing. I see. In that case. He suddenly turned to look at him. Without mincing words, he got straight to the point. Oh, Dusong, join the QR group. Hearing this offer, Dusong was incredibly surprised. An apprentice like me? At QR? Kanchan began to explain the reason he had made such a statement. The people who witnessed your hunt are eyes I trust implicitly. He smiled softly and extended a hand toward Dusong. And now that I've met you, I'm certain. You have the potential to become a hunter as capable as me within the next 15 years. He stared intently at Kanchan's outstretched hand as he listened. Whether it's fame or power, I will guarantee it and pull you up with me. So, join QR. Dusong gently closed his eyelids. His deep voice spoke slowly. Thank you for the kind words, but I have no intention of joining the QR group. Hearing this rejection, Kanchan was greatly displeased. He glared at him. At that moment, Dusong thought to himself that while he had no intention of working pathetically alone, he had realized something during the last battle. An auto hunt, which can judge and act on its own, is completely unsuitable for a rigid and restrictive organization. Even if he were to join a party later, it would have to be after he had fully explored the skills and potential of the auto hunt. As his thoughts concluded, he met Kanchan's gaze. Fortunately, I have someone who can assist me while I operate alone. If I partner with that person, I believe I can manage. After Dusong's words, a heavy silence fell between the two. A moment later, Kanchan let out a long sigh. He feigned regret. Is that so? What a pity. Thinking he had given up, Dusong turned to leave. In that case, excuse me, but Dusong hadn't even finished his sentence when Kanchan cut him off. Could it be, oh Dusong? After taking a few steps, he glanced back at him. Do you not wish to become someone like Lai Che-hak? Hearing Kanchan mention him, Dusong's interest was piqued. Lai Che-hak? He replied, yes, that's right. Kanchan began to lay out the path for the future. My goal is to create a second and third Lai Che-hak. You know that the country's top hunter organization, Tough 40, doesn't always have a positive image, correct? At this, he slowly added, the 10 regions of the Chinese Federation, Britain's Glorious 7. Even with such world-class teams and companies, what people talk about isn't the organization but individual heroism. In other words, a star. Kanchan posed a question to Dusong. Let's take Korea as an example. There is someone more famous than 240. You know who that is, don't you? Hearing the name, Dusong flinched slightly. His lips parted as he uttered a name. It's Lee Che-hak. This answer was exactly what Kanchan wanted. He continued to praise Che-hak. That's right, Lai Che-hak. He is an outstanding genius, a miracle of a genius, wouldn't you say? Kanchan's hand slowly reached forward. A star who holds the title of the solo raider, the Gale-sized fisher. An unprecedented achievement. Then, his outstretched hand clenched into a tight fist, burning with a fierce flame of determination. I will cultivate a genius like Lee Chae-hak and create the ultimate stars and the ultimate team. As he finished speaking, Kanchan immediately held out a small piece of paper to Du-song, but at that moment, he was lost in his own thoughts. The ultimate stars and team. Du-song took the small paper in confusion. This is, he quickly interjected, this is my contact number. But Cantron refused to give up, pressing his case. As I said, it's a plan to train the best geniuses. He continued, I will gather promising individuals and assign them the experience you need. A slight smile touched his lips as his expression softened. The plan is set, but there's always room for someone with the right qualifications. Cantron raised 2 fingers towards Du-song and announced, in 2 months, if a larger rift appears, I'll fund a specialized rift clearing unit. It will include the promising members I mentioned. His words stunned Du-song. A specialized rift unit for prospects? Yes, Cantron confirmed. Even with anomalies like the queen ant. I mean large-scale rifts. Like the orchestrated soldier ant incident. Hearing this, Du-song began to think seriously. The closer the rifts, the harder the hunts. The central unit is reserved for elite hunters. How could a rookie possibly get in? With fierce determination, Cantron extended his hand once more. If you want, Mr. Du-song, I can add you to the proposal. You don't even have to sign with us. We'll split the profits, and our relationship ends after the hunt. Du-song's brow furrowed, torn by the choice. The risks were high, but the potential rewards were immense. Experience in a specialized unit, large-scale rifts, and even QR's secret hunting methods. It's an unconventional offer. Seeing Du-song waver, he pressed his advantage. I'll be going. If you change your mind, contact me this month. That's not my office number, it's my direct line. With that, Cantron turned and pressed the elevator button. Then I'll be on my way. Du-song replied politely, yes, goodbye. He stared at the floor number, then let out a sigh of relief. Only then did Du-song begin to process Cantron's words. A hunter in the specialized rift unit. Inside the elevator, Cantron stood motionless, lost in thought. He felt an odd mix of emotions after his meeting with Du-song. Most people would kill for a chance to ride an elevator with him, June Cantron. Yet, the more he thought about him, the more his mood soured. Did I come to interview him, or did he interview me? He was the one holding the elevator, debating whether to close the door. Cantron cracked his neck and smirked. I really miscalculated. That young man has some serious nerve. Just then, the elevator announced, this is the first floor. The doors are opening. He slowly opened his eyes, a lingering question still troubling him. If it wasn't the hospital director, then who is backing Du-song? As the elevator doors opened, he saw Sunok, his hands full of bags. He smiled and bowed politely. Cantron just gave a curt humph and walked past him. But after a few steps, his eyes widened in sudden realization. Cantron recognized something. He spun around, shouting, wait a minute, you, are you? As he turned, Cantron was met with a playful wink from Sunok. In that moment, the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. That's right, I remember now. I didn't recognize him since he retired. But then, Cantron also remembered Lee Chae-hak. 4 years ago, there was a genius with power like Lee Chae-hak. And that person was the man he had just seen, Kim Sunok. So the one behind Du-song is. The more he thought, the more Cantron realized he'd been played. He laughed weakly. I miscalculated again, fresh out of the government and already trying to poach recruits. Meanwhile, Sunok had reached Du-song. Munching on a snack, he advised, I think you should give it a try. His words caught Du-song completely off guard. What? Du-song quickly explained, but Sunok, I have no intention of signing with QR. Sunok calmly pointed a finger at him. You just said it was a freelance deal, so you clearly want to go. Aren't you curious about the hunt and the experience? His words left Du-song defenseless. He scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Well, yes, that's true. Hearing that answer, Sunok's heart stirred. He wants to go. He wants to learn. He suddenly choked on his snack, coughing it all up. Sunok quickly took a drink of water before speaking again. 2 months is a bit rushed, but... Sunok slowly wiped his mouth. If you're really going, I have something to show you. Follow me. They went to the training room together. All right. He stood facing Du-song and asked, in class, did I explain how humans use their abilities? He answered immediately. Yes. There are 3 ways. The first is Ki, a fighting style using aura, a martial art that strengthens the body or a weapon by enveloping it in aura. The second is Nen, an awakened ability, a special power for those with innate talent. These awakened abilities are diverse, like freezing or pyrokinesis. The genetic factor is so strong that few hunters possess them. The third is jutsu. Techniques passed down through generations, not by talent. It's said many cultures and secret organizations use aura this way. Though many can learn it, the opportunity is extremely rare. Sun Ok then smiled warmly. You have a good memory. Now, what I'm about to show you is a key technique I created. As he said this, his demeanor became intensely serious. I'm only showing you once, so pay close attention. He saw Sun Ok suddenly place his foot on the wall. Dusong was curious, but in the next second, his curiosity turned to utter shock. Before his very eyes, Sun Ok was calmly walking on the ceiling. His feet seemed to be glued there. He looked completely stable. Sun Ok spread his arms wide and introduced the technique. I originally called it stereo movement. Now, this is the key you must master in the next 2 months. Oh, Dusong stared at the incredible display. He was so amazed he was speechless. How is that even possible? Sun Ok landed lightly in front of him. Well, did you see it clearly? Dusong quickly nodded, full of awe. Yes, that was so cool. Sun Ok suddenly bent over, catching his breath. He clutched his chest, unable to hold it back. A harsh cough escaped, followed by blood. The sudden crisis shocked Dusong. He rushed forward, crying out, Sun Ok! But he froze after only a few steps. Dusong noticed something, his eyes widening in disbelief. This is... Sun Ok's energy channels are overloaded. Sun Ok forced the words out, explaining the grim situation. I pushed it a little too far. I have medicine. With that, he quickly swallowed the pills. But Dusong was still frantic with worry. How could you push yourself this far? He couldn't stop himself from yelling at Sun Ok. Damaging your own energy channels, using your body so recklessly. Just then, Sun Ok's weak voice cut him off. If I don't show you a secret art like this, how can I truly teach you? Sun Ok's words made him pause. Sun Ok leaned gently against the glass behind him. His eyes closed for a moment. The place you're going is an organization of elite hunters. You'll compete against many prospects from the QL group. Even now, he managed a playful wink at Dusong. If you want to survive there, you must master this technique. But despite his words, Dusong still hesitated. Dusong stammered. But, as if reading his mind, Sun Ok urged him, Come on. Before I can no longer demonstrate it for you, you have to practice. How did my stance look? The question brought back the image of Sun Ok's incredible form. It was miraculous, like you were defying gravity. It didn't seem like a normal human stance. He let out a soft, breathy laugh. Though his breathing was ragged, he continued to explain. It isn't about standing still, as I said. It's neither here nor there. And it's certainly not a trick against gravity. Humans naturally find the right way to move their bodies. Sun Ok had observed this simple truth for ages. Even with enhanced strength, he knew it was meaningless if he moved with a conventional gait. From that thought, a reinforced body could master both gravity and inertia. Sun Ok quickly took out his phone and sent something to Dusong. Then he spoke again. Once you master it, you can use it in any situation. Anywhere, right? Of course, you can't do it without the method I created. Dusong looked down at the message he'd just received. He asked curiously, Sun Ok, what is this? I sent you a diagram. Read it. With that, Sun Ok turned to leave. His steps were unsteady, limping. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you how to move your body. As his teacher hurried off, Dusong called out, Sun Ok, you should rest for a bit. He turned back, smiling and waving to reassure him. Don't worry too much, I'm fine. He saw that Dusong wanted to follow. Sun Ok quickly raised a hand to stop him. Finish your training and go rest. I'm leaving first. At that moment, Dusong's heart sank. He wasn't some kind of god after all. Dusong stared at the file with complex feelings. This is too much. He insisted on showing me himself. He already transferred his energy to me. How much could he have left? Then he thought of the skill. What about auto-hunt? Couldn't he learn the technique quickly that way? But no. His training was to avoid becoming a puppet of the auto-hunt system. Relying only on auto-hunt was not an option. At the thought, Dusong clenched his fists. He remembered that face, smiling at him despite the pain. To truly repay Sun Ok, he had to master this directly. Dusong stared at the message, a fire of determination igniting within him. In the next 2 months, I have to make this my own. 2 months later, one afternoon, in the city's crimson sky, a mark appeared, carrying a violent storm. Cantron and Dusong watched it together. How does it feel, seeing it in person? This is a storm crack, far more dangerous than a tubular rift. It's one of the highest level threats. Dusong could clearly see the danger, a huge difference from the gray ants last time. Cantron exhaled, then turned to him. So, want to see the QL camp? The place where we deal with rifts like this? Without hesitation, Dusong agreed decisively. Yes. With his answer, they began the tour. He couldn't help but be amazed. The scale is incredible. Cantron agreed with him. Indeed. And that's not including the raid hunters. The support team alone is several hundred strong. Cantron began his introduction. Specialists and support staff are constantly preparing. I believe this is how we minimize the danger. Every word he spoke matched the immense scale of the QL group. Dusong had to admit it was no empty boast, but a truly massive operation. This is 2F40. What? Cantron stepped forward to start the meeting. And let me introduce the team I told you about, QL's proud masterpiece. He pride as the super jockeys, Alpha Team. Hearing his voice, the group looked over. Cantron eagerly introduced Dusong. As I announced, this is your new member. He stepped forward politely. Hello, I'm Dusong. In return, he was met with cold indifference from the group. They offered only half-hearted greetings. Yeah, hello, hi. This bothered Dusong, his expression hardening. He'd expected their annoyed gazes, resentment for a latecomer like him. Cantron turned to leave, adding a final word. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. Get acquainted before the operation begins. The members answered in unison, Yes, Director. After leaving the tent, Cantron thought to himself, as expected, Alpha Team is not happy. An outsider who doesn't fit was given special entry. But it can't be changed now. To recruit Dusong, we must show him QL's potential. Cantron stopped in his tracks, looking up at the sky. Once he sees our flawless teamwork, our methods, and our systems, he'll change his mind. His expression slowly turned more cunning. His thoughts began to wander. Dusong would soon lead the new Beta team, so an introduction to the Alpha team was necessary. If the Alpha and Beta teams developed a rivalry, their combined strength would become truly formidable. Inside the tent, Dusong stood alone in a corner, a ghost to everyone there. Annoyance flickered within him. Was this truly how it was going to be? A voice suddenly sliced through his thoughts. You're Dusong. A man approached with a false, eager smile. Hello, I'm Trang Geotron, leader of the Alpha team. Geotron's face filled with contempt as he asked, Seriously? Is that all the equipment you have? It looks like basic starter gear. Dusong glanced down at his outfit, confused. Is there a problem with this? The man tilted his head back, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh no, no problem at all. But, you're joining the Storm Rift Crisis Center, are you not? Weapons and armor are a personal responsibility. Still, showing up with just basic gear is something else. Geotron's words drew a wave of mocking stares from the other members. He smirked at Dusong, his voice a low taunt. If your shoddy equipment causes a problem, you'll just become dead weight. Everyone here has at least level 3 protective gear. You should have borrowed from your seniors. At Geotron's words, the others erupted in laughter. Who on earth would lend out their weapon right before a battle? He just arrived and he's already getting an earful. Maybe you should run to the director and have a talk. Geotron wanted to push it further. Or why not check the supply room? But Dusong's reply was calm. No, I'm fine. He explained it to them slowly. My gear is on its way. This statement left Geotron utterly confused. What? What are you talking about? Just then, a voice called from outside. Mr. Dusong, your delivery is here. At that, Geotron's jaw nearly hit the floor. The delivery man stood at the entrance with a bright smile. Apologies for the delay. My father-in-law said it's been a while since he worked on a Queen Ant's outer shell, so the crafting took a little more time. Dusong walked over, relieved to get it before the battle. The driver gave a sheepish smile. The procedures at the checkpoint were also very complex, so I was almost delayed again. The team was now gaping at the logo on the truck. Hanmo Da. Isn't that the #1 company for hunter equipment? Did he say the outer shell of a level 4 Queen Ant? The driver cheerfully opened the cargo doors. Please, see for yourself. It took longer, so the quality is exceptional. Dusong was filled with anticipation. It was a little late, but as long as the quality was perfect, that was all that mattered. I could have just bought something off the rack, but a suit of armor, crafted from the Queen Ant's carapace, was revealed. It was absolutely magnificent. His words came out slowly. I wanted to wear equipment made from my very first hunt. The Super Jockey members immediately swarmed the delivery truck. One of the members asked curiously, Did everyone really come out just to see the rookie's new gear? His partner replied with excitement, Of course. It's incredible, right? Our own custom gear is made the same way. Their hushed chatter instantly died when Dusong walked out, now wearing his custom-designed battle armor. He walked with absolute confidence. The younger member from before cheered. He looks like a pro. His first set is a perfect fit. Another member applauded wildly. First time wearing it? Congratulations, Dusong replied cheerfully to them. Thank you, everyone. Geotron could only watch this friendly scene, seething with anger. His deliberate attempt to crush the rookie had been utterly useless. He glared at the man with pure, unadulterated hatred. A deep revulsion rose from his core. Fine. Just you wait, oh Dusong. This time, your role is just an observer anyway. Dusong, for his part, ignored him completely. He gently stretched his arms and legs. It's amazing. My first time wearing it, yet it feels like I've used it forever. A small smile touched Dusong's lips. He looked down at his tightly clenched fists and wondered, didn't they say they'd add the custom product name? Then he saw it. A striking line of text in Latin. Of course. He felt a bit awkward. The meaning didn't quite suit a male warrior like himself. The Queen's Embrace. In Latin, Reginae Amplexus. He didn't have to think twice to know the person behind this name was definitely Mr. Sunok. So dramatic. At that moment, Dusong's resolve hardened. He clenched his fists again. Even so, I'm completely satisfied. His face was a mask of overflowing confidence. Today, I'm going to give it my all. A short time later, the QR group's vehicle sped down the road. Geotron stood, hands on his hips, and addressed everyone. The strategy briefing begins now. Everyone, confirm the intel you received. An image of a monster appeared on the screen, a Jiang cipher. We have a total of 3 targets, 2 level 4s and 1 level 5. The first combat zone is the location of a level 4. New locations will be announced as they appear. Geotron continued to lay out the plan. We need to hunt all 3 Jiang ciphers, taking them down one by one. Immediately after, he began assigning tasks. Move in 2-person cells. For the hunt, we will use harpoon guns designed for large beasts. Upon receiving the command, the members shouted in unison, "Understood." Geotron shot a smug look toward Dusong, a plan forming in his mind. Excluding O Dusong, the Alpha team has 10 members. 2 per cell makes 5 teams. Therefore, there's no place for a loner like you. Next, Geotron discussed the attack strategy. As per the manual, the lures will draw the monster out first. Once it reaches the ambush point, we will bind it with the prepared harpoons, and then we'll finish it with a final strike. The team members acknowledged the order. Understood. They began to exit the vehicle. Geotron barked a final warning. Don't get careless. This is a level 4 beast. We need to be fast and clean to capture it. Deploy. As Dusong stepped out, Geotron called his name. Oh, and Mr. O Dusong. He turned back curiously. Yes? Geotron's voice was sharp with irritation. During this operation, you are an outsider to our team. Therefore, you will only observe. Geotron's brow furrowed as he growled. Do you understand? With a helpless look, Dusong agreed. I understand. Moments later, the heavy tread of a beast echoed. The level 4 Jiang Kui Fo had appeared. It stared down at the tiny creature below it, a member of Super Rocky standing as bait. The Jiang Kui Fo didn't even hesitate. It let out a growl and attacked instantly, but the team member dodged with ease. Enraged, the Jiang Kui Fo slammed its fists down, shattering the ground. The member turned and ran, with the Jiang Kui Fo in hot pursuit. Watching from above, Geotron couldn't help but admire him. Truly brilliant. That's our team's top speed, running at an insane pace while luring the beast into our trap. He felt a surge of pride in his squad. Alpha Team really is the best. Representative Jun was worried for nothing. Over the radio, Geotron happily announced the lure was a success. It's approaching the ambush point. Everyone, get ready. The other end confirmed, yes, understood. A few minutes later, the lure successfully led the Jiang Kui Fo. It had entered the trap. The other team members were in perfect position, waiting for the signal to strike. Just then, Geotron yelled over the radio, now, fire the harpoons. They immediately launched their attack on his command. Sharp harpoons flew from all sides, digging into the Jiang Kui Fo's flesh. It roared in agony from the sudden, overwhelming attack. It swung its tentacles wildly, knocking members off the rooftops. But the operation couldn't stop. Geotron commanded again. Now, attack its legs. I'll finish it. The member quickly responded. Roger that, Captain. But before he could act, the Jiang Kui Fo attacked. He blocked its kick, causing the beast to lose balance. The Jiang Kui Fo stumbled and crashed to the ground. Seizing the golden opportunity, the member leaped onto the beast's body and plunged his sharp sword deep into its flesh. It let out piercing shrieks of pain. Watching from above, Geotron was incredibly satisfied. Excellent. He must have hit a weak point. This Jiang Kui foe will be dealt with in a single blow. This is how a team leader should be. Suddenly, an urgent voice came over the radio. Geotron, move. The warning came too late. He was ambushed from behind by another beast. Caught completely defenseless, Geotron took the full force of the blow. He coughed up blood from the impact. How can this be? Behind him stood another Jiang Kui foe, this one looking far stronger than the first. Crushed against the ground, he could only glance at the new monster. Geotron's mind reeled in disbelief. How is this possible? The mission brief clearly stated there was only one target in this area, but the other members saw their leader's desperate situation below. They began to panic. Captain Geotron, damn it, what should we do? The person beside him urged. Hurry, we have to save him. Suddenly, a piercing screech drew their attention. They quickly looked toward the source of the sound. What was that noise? As their eyes shifted, they discovered a bizarre-looking Jiang Kui foe. The member was horrified. No, not another one. The two of them began to freak out. The brief said only one. Why are they all gathering here? There's nothing we can do. We'll have to abandon Captain Geotron. Even as things hung by a thread, Dusong remained eerily calm. He was clearly annoyed, his brow slightly furrowed, and they told me to just observe. Unable to stand by any longer, Dusong decided to join the fight. He placed a hand on the mask atop his head. Then he pulled it down decisively. Time to engage. Instantly, the Jiang Kui foe charged and knocked Geotron over as his mind was still reeling. How could this be? The brief specified only one per area. The Jiang Kui foe wasn't finished, grabbing him by the leg. It lifted Geotron towards its mouth, turning his world upside down. Through his daze, he thought defiantly, "No, I can't die like this." The beast brought him closer to its mouth full of sharp teeth. Geotron was terrified. Where is my team? What are they doing? Somebody save me! The monster opened its jaws wide to eat him. The super Rocky leader refused to give in. It can't end like this. I refuse to be eaten by a monster. But in the next second, Dusong, in his queen's embrace suit, slashed off its arm, sending Geotron plummeting. He braced for impact but felt nothing. The super Rocky leader peeked his eyes open to see his leg had been caught. Dusong had grabbed Geotron's leg with one hand just before he hit the ground. His other hand clung to a billboard. Geotron was stunned by the sight. Did Dusong actually come to save me? He stared up at him, but his relief quickly turned to horror as he realized. They were now facing two Jiang Kui foes. Damn it, there's no way out. Just then, Dusong's voice cut through his thoughts. Captain Geotron, this might make you a little dizzy. The captain was confused. What? The next second, he was flying. Dusong hadn't waited for a reply. He had thrown him. Geotron soared toward the beasts. At the same time, Dusong launched himself, the force shattering the billboard behind him. He rocketed toward Geotron, catching him in less than a second. He then kicked off one Jiang Kui foe, using its body as a launch pad. As he flew, he thought, I can't fight them while carrying Captain Geotron. Dusong was already closing in on the monster's head. He quickly calculated his next move. I can jump to the opposite building. A second later, Dusong leaped toward his target. But as he flew, he quickly noticed something. Dusong glanced back at the other Jiang Kui foe. With this speed, can it catch me? It was too late to change course. He focused on reaching the building as fast as possible. They finally crashed into the structure. It wasn't a smooth landing. They hit the ground in pain. But there was no time to hesitate. Dusong immediately gave a warning. It's still dangerous. We have to go deeper inside. Can you move? And so, the two of them continued to flee, the Jiang Kui foe still hot on their trail. Finally, they found a safe place to rest. But Geotron was still trembling with fear. The terror lingered. He was alive. He thought it was all over. Seeing his state, Dusong asked with concern, Are you okay, Trang Geotron? The man quickly composed himself and replied, Yes, thanks to you. Thank you. And you? Dusong answered, exhausted. Just a few scratches. I just need to catch my breath. You almost didn't make it. That was way too close. Trang Geotron continued, amazed. How on earth did you manage to move like that? Through all of its tentacles? Dusong calmly replied, I learned it somewhere. His answer seemed to irritate the man. Easy for you to say. You just learned it somewhere? Just then, a voice crackled through the comms. This is Squad A of Alpha Team. Captain, are you all right? Trang Geotron quickly replied, Yeah, I'm alive, the voice on the other end reported. What about you? The other members have regrouped. Sorry we couldn't provide backup, Captain. Another Guipo showed up, increasing the danger. Hearing that, Trang Geotron gritted his teeth. Damn it, this is no time for a fight. He then answered, right, I get it. The capture plan has failed, so the entire team will retreat. The voice acknowledged the order. Understood. At that moment, Du Song turned to him. So, the hunt's over just like that? Though resentful, the man answered, that's right. There are 2 more Guipo outside. How could we possibly handle them? Trang Geotron was furious at his own helplessness. Damn it, how could this have failed? What am I going to tell the director? Meanwhile, Du Song had already regained his strength and stood up. Seeing this, the captain turned to ask him, where are you going now? Du Song replied, I'm heading out. His words angered the captain. What did you say? I already gave the order to retreat. But Du Song remained perfectly calm. You said it yourself when we got out of the car. I'm an outsider, Du Song continued, as Trang Geotron's face went completely blank, so whether your team retreats or not has nothing to do with me. Finally, he turned back to look the man dead in the eye. Besides, there are injured people over there, so hide yourselves well before you try to retreat. Du Song said as he walked away. Got it? You understand? He then started calculating. I didn't use auto-hunt earlier, but moving with my own power is still full of flaws. I was almost done for back there. That must be the limit of my current abilities. Du Song walked to the edge of the building to survey the area. The training evaluation is over. From now on, this is no longer a simple test of victory or defeat. If that's the case, then there's no reason to hold back, he thought, looking at the Guipo outside. This is a hunting ground, a battlefield. You hunt, or you are hunted, and if I have a strategy for it, I have to use everything at my disposal. With that, Du Song activated the auto-hunt button, his resolve hardening. Let the hunt begin. At the QR Group's main command center, an announcement rang out. Agent Du Song has rescued Agent Trang Geotron. He is currently evading the Guipo by taking cover in the nearby buildings. The voices in the room buzzed with excitement. My God, to move like that. Is he moving between the tentacles? Confirmed. Agent Du Song and Agent Trang Geotron are alive. Evasion complete. We have acquired their life signals. The rest of Alpha Team's signals are also confirmed. The entire team is safe. Hearing this, Jun Cantron on the side couldn't help but think to himself, that's a movement I didn't see during the Grey Ant incident. It's definitely the technique Kim Son-ok used in the past. He's not at Kim Son-ok's level yet, but with practice, he could reach that level in just 2 months. At that thought, he frowned. Incredible. I absolutely must bring Du Song to the QR Group's main team. Just then, his earpiece buzzed. Director, this is the captain of Alpha Team, Trang Geotron. I apologize for our first mission. But Jun Cantron quickly cut him off. For now, it's a relief that you're all safe. What's your team's status? But Trang Geotron replied, even if we reorganize, I've determined that it's impossible. I'm requesting a retreat. The operation is a failure. Hearing that, Jun Cantron thought back to his own past battles and was stunned. Retreat? Even though it's a burden, if Alpha Team regroups, they should be able to hunt a Guipo. How can they be afraid of their own prey? Deciding to retreat after the very first hunt? Jun Cantron considered his options. If I force them now, Alpha Team will just become my puppets. For now, I must respect Alpha Team's decision. We'll discuss it later. He then spoke. Understood. Everyone, return to base. Is Agent Du Song there as well? On the other end, Trang Geotron looked uneasy. He replied, Agent Du Song isn't here. What did you say? Jun Cantron asked again. What does that mean? The captain quickly answered. Well, Agent Du Song just said he was going out to fight the Guipo. I tried to stop him, but what should I do, Director? Hearing this, Jun Cantron's face darkened as he replied curtly. The rooftop. But Trang Geotron asked again. Sir? I couldn't hear you clearly. At that, Jun Cantron could no longer maintain his composure, and he roared into the comms. I said get to the rooftop. You idiots, get up there and record Agent Du Song's movements for me. Hearing that, Trang Geotron gave a weak reply. Yes, I understand. Jun Cantron was so enraged he slammed his headset on the ground. Damn it! What is with that insolent attitude? At that moment, an operator reported, Director, we've connected to Captain Trang's camera. He was still fuming. Even after I pulled him into the group, as one of Alpha's most promising, all he's shown me is disappointment. Back with Du Song, he had already leaped down towards the swarm of Guipo. One of them spotted him and immediately launched an attack. Seeing this, Du Song instantly activated the blade on his arm. He then used its momentum to lunge forward and counterattack the Guipo. He attacked relentlessly, And as he struck, he thought with glee, it's just like the intel said. When I slice horizontally, the tentacles are cut cleanly. But if I cut them vertically, their numbers will only increase. Just then, a Guipo's tentacle whipped in front of him. Dusong quickly kicked off of it, flipping backwards as the force of his jump sent the tentacle whipping back, smashing hard into the face of another Guipo. He landed on a wall and thought, they don't even recognize each other as enemies. Dusong watched as the Guipo turned on each other. They were fighting each other after being painfully struck by the redirected tentacle. He couldn't help but confirm, as I thought, they can't coordinate at all. The shrieks of the monsters filled the air. From his perch above, Dusong was still strategizing. Aside from their slow tentacles, if I use all of this correctly. But before he could finish his thought, a barrage of tentacles from the Guipo shot towards him. Dusong quickly dashed to the side, dodging the assault. The tentacles slammed down where he just stood, the impact echoing loudly. Dusong moved between two Jian quivers, skillfully dodging their blows. In that moment, a training memory flashed through Dusong's mind. His mentor, Sun Ok, had asked, "This technique is called three-dimensional maneuvering, right?" "Ah, I've changed the name now," Dusong replied while training. "You have?" Sun Ok continued. "It felt a little too old-fashioned, so I changed it to sound cooler." Hearing this, Dusong grew curious. Then, Sun Ok expressed, "I've put a lot of thought into this. From now on, the technique's name is Return to Reality." Dusong remembered and whispered the name aloud. Using the spider's footwork, he swiftly dodged an attack from the center. Onlookers couldn't help but shout, "My God, that movement! It's the newcomer." It seems the rumors were true. Jun Cantron stood frozen in place. The shouting continued unabated. Why is he only dodging? Just hit its weak point and capture it already. Jun Cantron was still stunned by Dusong's incredible display. It wasn't flashy, but he was subtly using everything he had learned from Kim Sun-ok. But why is he prolonging the fight? He wondered while watching. He's clearly had plenty of openings. However, Dusong only dodged or sliced the tentacles lengthwise to increase their number. The battle unfolded right before his eyes. It seemed intentional, but his true motive was unclear. Jun Cantron realized, wait, is he trying to capture them alive? Just then, a swarm of Jian quivers appeared. The horrifying sight left him paralyzed. Inside, the staff screamed, "Oh my God, what is that? Their tentacles are tangled, they can't move, right? How is this possible? My goal is a live capture." The Jian quiver's tentacles pierced right through the center's building. The scene was one of indescribable ruin and debris. Someone silently analyzed the strategy. Disable their movement, multiply their numbers, then lure them with sound and combine them. The analysis of the tentacles in the rubble continued. He then used the terrain's water to entangle them in the ruins, completely halting their movement. Super Rocky could only exclaim, "Amazing! Is something like that even possible?" Suddenly, Trong Jaotron's earpiece crackled. "Mr. Trong Jaotron, this is Dusong. I've captured the tentacle monsters. Please report to QR command." Hearing this, he stammered, "Ah, yes. Yes, will do." Trong Jaotron added, "You've worked hard," Dusong replied. "The Alpha team worked hard as well." Then, he thought to himself, "Is this really a hunt at a Fisher's Center?" Dusong mused. "It's smaller than I expected." Just then, Jun Cantron contacted him via earpiece. "Mr. Dusong, this is Jun Cantron. You've truly worked hard," he continued. "You did an excellent job, from rescuing Mr. Trong Jaotron to capturing the monsters. I watched everything. Are you injured? Your voice sounds strained." Dusong simply replied, "Ah, yes. I'm fine." Noticing his cold attitude, Jun Cantron wondered, is he disappointed the Alpha team showed up? No matter what, I have to keep him here. He then spoke up, "Mr. Dusong." Jun Cantron stared at the screen replaying Dusong's rescue of Trong Jaotron. He began, "First, thank you for saving Trong Jaotron. You've brought a great light to QR by saving our future." He then said carefully, "So, I personally want to repay you, Mr. Dusong. I'll do everything in my power." Jun Cantron schemed as he spoke. "I have to keep him here, no matter the cost." He thought of one thing, a large sum of money. Then another, information and support. Related to the giant zone hunts? He glanced at the chaos on the screen, where crews were trying to manage the situation. Finally, Jun Cantron decided, it doesn't matter what he wants. If I can keep this man, I will grant any request. On the other end, Dusong didn't refuse. "In that case, there is one favor I'd like to ask." Jun Cantron quickly urged, Please, ask for anything. Dusong then said something only Jun Cantron could hear. After listening, he was completely shocked. What are you talking about right now? The story then cuts to that moment. At the QL Industrial Complex's second combat zone, a 4-star Z-class beast was just taken down. The super jockeys sighed in relief. Okay, we got it. After handling the remains, one announced the situation was clear. Another reported, Captain, strategy successful, Shin Johei replied. Is that so? Faster than I thought. Now we wait for the Alpha team. But the other replied, No, Captain. It seems we don't have to. Turning, she asked, What is it? Are they finished already? They quickly answered, Yes, but they're calling it a massive failure. But at least none of the kids from the Alpha team died, right? The super jockeys began to gossip. I knew it would turn out this way. Bring a total rookie along, and this is what happens. Seriously, these kids think this is some kind of field trip. So now we have to do the cleanup? After the mission, they gathered and chatted. I heard they invested billions. They should try spending that elsewhere. Why is the director working on site with such clueless kids anyway? Even if they break Bonchen, they'd have to start early. A great player doesn't always make a great coach. Shin Johei listened silently to their chatter. Anyway, did you see the new rookie today? His gear was incredible. Heard it was an outer coat from the Grey Ant Queen. It's been 4 years since I've seen one of those. Next time if you guys would just send us what we need to. She couldn't take it anymore and snapped, That's enough. The director must have a plan. Stay alert and await orders from the control room. They cheerfully obeyed. Yes, Captain. Suddenly, a voice came through her earpiece. Captain Shinjo, this is Jun Cantron. She quickly responded. Ah, yes, Director. This is Shinjo. She listened to his instructions and then replied. Stunned. What? A rookie? Coming this way? Yes, I know his name, she recalled, Odu-song. Shinjoji surveyed the scene, knowing full well the dangers of the hunt. Joji took a sharp breath. Hunting monsters meant living on the edge of death, never knowing which moment would be your last. She continued her thought. That's why this business is different now. Monsters weren't just a disaster. In a hunt, the line between gain and loss simply vanished. Joji remembered that bitter conversation. We have to fall back, Geotron. With our strength, fighting 2 of them is suicide. If we push it, we'll lose everything we're trying to protect. Joji resolved to stick to the strategy. Avoid risks and prioritize survival. Hunting had become a mainstream profession. Joji lowered her gaze. Just like in the past, everyone has to be responsible for their own safety. The fire from losing her family to monsters now felt like a distant memory. Footsteps approached as a polite voice asked, Are you Captain Shinjoji? Shinjoji answered with her eyes closed. So you're here. I received Director Jun's message. They moved to shake hands. Shinjoji, Captain of QROB Team 1. I'm Odu-song. It's a pleasure. Joji immediately questioned him. I heard you want to hunt in the Rift's core? He answered. Yes, that's right. An image of Zhang Jiotron flashed in his mind. I might just be a burden. I'll watch from afar and learn. Joji's voice cut through his thoughts. Is there a problem? Huh? Du-song replied, looking lost. Joji crossed her arms, her gaze sharp. I'm still listening. I asked why you're here. She pressed on. I heard you took down 2 Quiffers and single-handedly saved the Alpha team. Isn't that achievement enough for one hunt? Du-song replied. Our director has already rewarded me well for it. So, you've clearly proven your skills, Joji said, her face filled with confusion. My real purpose, Du-song thought, was to test my own limits. The live combat trial against the members of CP Nightlead had ended almost too easily. Every hunt consumes stamina and energy, he thought. He hesitated, then spoke with resolve, but that still wasn't enough. Du-song's entire demeanor became deadly serious. That wasn't the stage I was looking for. I need to experience the very center of the rift. Joji's expression remained neutral. Oh? You want to experience it, do you? She remembered what his commander had said. Does he think this is some training exercise? He could get us all killed. Finally, Joji responded. Okay, I get it. Du-song looked shocked. You? Do? Joji's eyes narrowed. I understand now. I know what it is you truly want, Du-song. You can read a team's formation during a hunt. You're looking for a specific role on our team. She stared directly at him. I doubt we'll face another monster wave, but if we do, whether you fight alone or from the shadows, you can do as you see fit. Du-song countered. And are there any other rules I should know? Joji paused for a moment. There is one thing I have to say. She turned her head. I know you're powerful, Du-song. But so is every other hunter here. They are all elites. She glanced at her 3 teammates in the distance before patting Dusong's shoulder. You might not like what I'm about to say, but it must be said. She walked past him, her voice a low whisper. Do not get my team members hurt. Her words made him freeze in place, but a moment later he smirked. Understood. Joji smiled back. Good. A clear answer. Just then a teammate shouted, Captain, a sound is coming from the rift. She immediately turned to him. All right, let's move out, Dusong. Joji then stepped forward. What's the situation? The rift is closing much slower than we predicted, the man reported. It's not good. Team Marukan and the 2 forward teams went inside, and they've all missed their extraction time. Joji's eyes widened. Not just any team. You're saying Team Marukan couldn't make it back in time? Joji quickly made the calculation. If that rift destabilizes, monsters will flood out. Outside, the other hunters were setting up an ambush line. While they fought the monsters, an assault team's job was to enter the rift and seal it from within. Cold sweat dripped down her face. This is not good. But the monsters that had already escaped weren't exceptionally powerful opponents. Looking at the Marukan team's status, Joji felt a chill. Marukan and QR were the 2 top hunter guilds in all of South Korea. Their teams were small, but their members were legendary. On this mission, QR was the ambush squad, and Marukan was the assault team. She narrowed her eyes. Something is terribly wrong. What on earth happened inside that rift? High above, something began to bulge from the dark blue fissure. It was round and formless, like a ball of sludge. Someone screamed, Something is coming out of the rift. ID signal detected. It's from the captain of Team Marukan. A man with blue hair chuckled softly. What's this? They're finishing up a little late. His companion sighed. Yeah, what a boring hunt. That prey had no substance at all. I can't wait to go home. Just then, an object plummeted from the rift. They stared in disbelief. Huh? What is that? There's something moving strangely. Why is it falling head first? It crashed into the earth with a deafening boom. The hunters cried out in fear. What in the world just happened? The 2 men were completely baffled. Nearby, Joji was just as shocked, her face pale. They cautiously moved closer, their voices trembling. What? Is that? It can't be. No way. When they finally saw the face clearly, they all screamed in horror. It's the captain of Team Marukan, damn it! What happened in there? Joji instantly commanded. All teams, prepare for a full-scale assault. Everyone readied their weapons. At that moment, Joji turned back to say, Oh Dusong, no matter what, I think, we can't just stand by. But when she looked, the space he occupied was empty. Joji gasped. He's gone. He must have seen this coming and concealed his presence. It's for the best. He'd be in more danger here. A scout suddenly yelled, Another anomaly in the rift. Something else is breaking through. Winged beasts with long, sharp snouts poured out, letting out a series of ear-splitting shrieks. Those are Grade 4 Santigas. What? The teams below stared up in utter terror. Panic spread through the hunters. Are those really Santigas? I've only ever seen them in textbooks. They're almost never seen, even in North America. So why is a North American beast doing in Korea? Joji began to issue an order. This is a new enemy, so approach with cow. She stopped herself. No. All teams, hold your positions. We're advancing on the rift at maximum speed. The team whipped around, their faces a mask of shock. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Why rush a monster they'd never seen before? But an order was an order. Johi led the charge, and the team surged forward. 2 teammates exchanged a confused glance. Why was the captain so hasty? She was always so cautious and calculated. Then, one of them looked up. Huh? Look at the sky. Oh my God. The air was thick with flying Santiga monsters, a chaotic, swarming horde. This is insane. Johi quickly radioed in. Director, this is Shin Johi. The voice on the other end replied. I'm watching. Report. Johi spoke rapidly. Our team, OB1, will be the first to engage. Her voice was tight with urgency. If possible, we'll enter the rift and seal it. But if the mission fails, follow standard procedure. Send reinforcements and monster response gear from the North American branch. Scramble the relief teams now, and concentrate all anti-aircraft weapons. Cantron, pressing his earpiece, replied impatiently, I know. Good luck. Danger level, over 4 stars. A large-scale swarm. The creatures swarmed aggressively across the sky, poised to overrun vast territories as they poured from the rift. The team's commander yelled, Open firing lanes. Everyone understood the new orders. No captures. Eliminate as many as you can. Don't miss a single one. Jo-hee gripped her rifle, gritting her teeth. If these monsters breached the zone, countless civilians would die. They had to be stopped now. Dusong followed right behind her. He gripped his weapon and ran with the squad, his gaze fixed forward, sharp and focused. Meanwhile, Cantron was on a call, speaking continuously. Yes, proceed with that. This situation is unexpected, just like the Grey Hunter case. We don't know if this report is accurate, but the rift should hold. Yes. Then our contingency plan will depend entirely on you. He held the phone away from his ear, thinking, I need to come up with a solution, and fast. Cantron imagined the horrifying scene. If Shin Jo-hee's team failed, the only outcome would be the military firebombing the entire region. He clenched his jaw in frustration. The fallout would be devastating, but they absolutely could not let the Santiga escape to the civilian populace. Suddenly, someone entered with a report. Director, some of the suburban protection teams have contacted us. Here. Cantron turned. A status report? Contact them. The man hesitated. No, sir, they're requesting to withdraw. Cantron's pupils constricted at the news. The man explained nervously. The other support teams keep adding personnel, so they made the request. With this level of danger, they want to terminate their contracts. He continued. First, we must try to persuade them. That's our only way to keep them on the job. Can we even do that, Director? Cantron hesitated. A second later, his face twisted in fury as he screamed. Those insane bastards! The man flinched at his director's sudden outburst. Cantron roared, Do these idiots think this is an office job? His mind flashed with images. A dark and ominous forest. Did they know how they earned their pay? And the grotesque forms of the monsters. This was no ordinary career. This was a job dedicated to containing monstrous threats. Creatures whose roars alone could send men flying. This job exists because it's dangerous. Isn't that why we hunters are here? If they do something so stupid, who will be responsible for their lives? He shut his eyes, trying to calm his rage. The only thing that matters right now is doing what a hunter is supposed to do. We can't back down just because it's dangerous. It's the only thing to do. Cantron then said softly, I understand. If they want to withdraw, let them. The man was in disbelief. What? But sir, if we do that, our defensive forces will be. Cantron clenched his fist. Pack your gear. We're going to provide support ourselves. The man was shocked. What, sir? The room erupted. Director, isn't this a bit sudden? If you leave, who will man the command post? Their words just made him angrier. What do you mean, sudden? Do I sound like I'm not serious? When you consider the situation, I am the one who's responsible. We do what we can, right now. The support team moves out. His shouts echoed in the room. Yes, sir. Back at the rift, Jo-hee opened fire, her shots finding their mark. 2. Then 3 monsters shrieked in pain as her bullets hit them. As they screamed in fury, she simply said, Detonate. The 2 monsters froze before exploding into bloody chunks. Jo-hee lowered her rifle amid the shower of rock and debris. She was sweating, exhausted. She'd taken down a fair number, but there were still so many. A massive horde, still pouring out. The team fired relentlessly. How long could they hold off the Santiga? Another teammate raised a shield to block an attack. A direct assault was impossible. Jo-hee's face was grim. Closing the rift is top priority. Looking at the swarm in the sky, she knew approaching the rift was impossible with these numbers. If there's no other way to advance, we have to force a path to the rift. Jo-hee considered her options. If only I had the power and mobility. Suddenly, a team member yelled, Captain, the Alpha! Jo-hee looked up to see it diving right at her, pure terror seizing her. She quickly aimed her rifle. I won't miss. Just as it opened its massive maw to attack, Jo-hee fired directly into it. Damn it, she cursed under her breath. You dare get in my way? Watching the monster in the sky, she thought, it's pretty far. Then, out of nowhere, a single bullet struck it down. Jo-hee cried out in shock. What was that? She saw him swinging on a wire. Dusong. As the monster fell, another one lunged from behind. Dusong swung forward, his leg extended. He landed a perfect kick to its snout, taking it down instantly. Dusong landed neatly in front of Jo-hee. She stared in amazement. Dusong, you didn't run? He took off his helmet. No, I hadn't found what I was looking for, so I came back. Dusong looked down. What I needed was... Right, I've acquired this gun. I hope it will be useful in this situation. At his side was a powerful-looking rifle. Seeing his resolve, Jo-hee panicked. What? Dusong, you're joining this mission? It's too dangerous for a rookie, he calmly replied. I came here because I have a job to do. She questioned. A job to do? He answered. This situation requires more than one person. He looked her in the eyes. Since I'm already here, helping you is my job. Joe-hee nodded with a slight smile. I see. She thought to herself, there's no time to argue this now. Du-song urged. To close that fissure quickly, we have to approach it now. I need to see if I have enough energy. Joe-hee immediately replied, no, I'm going with you. 2 people are better than 1. She imagined him being overwhelmed by monsters or running into a Santiga alone. Sealing the fissure while fighting would be impossible. With 2 of us, we can divide the tasks. One holds off the Santiga, the other seals the fissure. Du-song asked, Captain Shin, do you have any mobility skills? Joe-hee sighed. Unfortunately, that's not my team's specialty, but you won't accomplish anything by yourself. Suddenly, Du-song dropped to one knee. Then there's no other way. He casually reached his hands behind him. Joe-hee stared from behind him, then froze before bursting into laughter. She laughed out loud. Sorry. This is completely unexpected. Du-song simply pressed his lips together, saying nothing. Joe-hee wiped her mouth. I never imagined this. But fine, I'll trust you. Let's go together. Joe-hee turned and yelled, Vice Captain Lee Jin-guk. He quickly responded. Yes, she commanded. From now on, you're in charge of monitoring the field. The vice captain was stunned. What? What are you saying, Captain? Joe-hee stated. I'm going with Du-song to seal the fissure. With that, she swiftly jumped onto Du-song's back. The vice captain couldn't believe it. What? You 2 are going there? Wait a minute, Captain. You're going with a rookie? Joe-hee pointed. They're coming. Get ready. Du-song shot forward like an arrow. Joe-hee coordinated, raising her gun and firing. One by one, the monsters fell before them. Joe-hee shouted, Du-song, in front of you. Before them was a shimmering blue and red membrane. She yelled again, That's the entrance to the fissure, let's go. Joe-hee suddenly stopped. Du-song hesitated. This place is? They stood before a colossal chasm inside the fissure, beneath a blood-red sky. Du-song thought, it's hot and humid, like a tropical climate. Sweat poured down his face. The air is thin, it's hard to breathe. Suddenly, Joe-hee spotted something. She let out a gasp. Her face filled with horror. Over there, bodies are scattered across the rocks. Monster corpses lay beside them. She muttered, Mazu-chan's team did everything they could to close this fissure. They failed to stop the Santiga. Then she turned her head. If that's the case, the circuit breaker should be nearby. Joe-hee pointed it out to Du-song. Over there, the fissure's circuit breaker. If we feed it just enough energy and trigger a surge, the breaker will force the fissure to close. The energy bar glowed brightly. Joe-hee continued. Mazu-chan's team nearly filled it. The remaining amount only needs 1 person's power. A little more should be enough to activate it. Without warning, a massive, ferocious monster appeared behind them. It was the Rank 6 Santiga FZR. Joe-hee tensed. A Rank 6 Santiga FZR, the Alpha. This is what wiped out the infiltration team. I have to take it down. She hesitated. But facing it, can I leave my core to charge the breaker? Joe-hee gritted her teeth. No, I have to do this. There's no other choice. Just then, an arm extended in front of her. Huh? Joe-hee voiced her confusion. Du-song calmly said, I'll handle that thing. Captain Jin, you charge the device. He spoke with confidence. Since the Alpha team's battle, I fight the monsters. You focus on the circuit breaker. She hesitated. I understand your point, but, Joe-hee slowly explained, I used most of my core getting here. I don't think I have enough energy left to charge it. It's better if I fight the monster. Du-song pointed to his chest. I'll take care of it. Right now, that's my job. She replied. 5 minutes. Joe-hee raised an eyebrow. The time needed to charge is 5 minutes? Just hold on for 5 minutes. I'll bet my life on it. With that, he turned and called out, Jesse Mem. Du-song approached the beast as it gave a slight nod. He thought, this is like some kind of joke. But there's nowhere left to run, is there? He raised his hand, creating a screen. My remaining core is low. I have to evade its attacks with auto-hunt and strike back with hit Enzan. The monster let out a piercing shriek. His eyes widened in shock. It charged straight for Du-song. It closed the distance instantly, crashing into him head-on. Scratches appeared on Du-song's armor. Impossible. Even with auto-hunt, I couldn't dodge it. He looked down at his body. If not for the Queen's bracelet, my whole body would have been crushed. Du-song collapsed to the ground. He struggled up. It felt like being hit by a truck. The moment its skin glowed, its power increased by hardening its hide. Du-song observed it more closely. This monster. He glanced over at Joe-hee, who was charging the device, and hesitated. But still, Du Song smirked. I can't lose like this. He pushed himself off the ground, trying to stand. I have to change tactics. Using hit Enzan against it is wrong. Seeing his expression, the monster paused. He continued. I need to break through its charge and do what I can. A skill appeared on his screen, and he yelled, At Sao Fom! Du Song clenched his fist as a blinding blue energy erupted from him. I'll gather all my remaining core and blow everything away. Just when everything seemed to follow his plan, his eyes shot open in pain. Du Song tried to push himself up, but couldn't, letting out a sharp cry. He pressed his hands to the ground, thinking, Damn it, am I limited too? At that moment, the beast shrieked and leaped forward. Though covered in bleeding wounds, Du Song watched it and thought, You think you can just run? He gritted his teeth. No way. Using all his remaining strength, Du Song stood and aimed his gun at the monster. The bullet struck its chest, causing it to roar in agony. Immediately after, Du Song yanked the wire in front of him. It plunged straight into the beast, which screamed again from the successive attacks. But when Du Song pulled, the creature didn't budge. He thought, It's unbelievably strong. The rope went taut like a string, his legs about to give out. Sweat poured down Du Song's face. He couldn't let it escape. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. Du Song, it's all ready. Jolie shouted from the other side. The rift barrier is charged. It's working. The machine began to glow even brighter. The rift's power switch emitted blinding blue lightning, illuminating the sky. Jolie yelled a warning. Close the gap. We need to get out of here fast, he muttered. But I can't let this thing escape. He watched it struggle. He paused. Wait. This thing is desperately trying to flee. Du Song clenched his fists. I'd rather use this in reverse. Du Song pulled the wire back, then suddenly let go. The monster shrieked as it yanked him along with it, pulling him airborne. Seeing his stunt, Jolie's jaw dropped in shock. Du Song reached out, shouting, Captain Shin, take my hand. Jolie quickly followed his command, and they grasped hands tightly. The monster dragged them forward. Du Song warned, Hold on tight, we're going through the rift. They successfully flew through, the wire firmly lodged in the beast. Yes, Jolie screamed. We made it out. This is the real world. Though crossing the city center was another problem. Du Song spoke up. It's not over yet. We have to finish this before it gets here. I've already damaged the Santiga's body. He looked at the wire and explained, Aim for the wound from the harpoon. An energy bullet from you should finish it off. Jolie looked bewildered. I don't know how to land from this high up. But Du Song cut her off. This is not the time for that. She raised her weapon and pulled the trigger. The bullet hit its chest precisely. As they both fell, the monster's body slammed into a nearby building. Glass shattered into countless pieces. Du Song and Jolie flew easily into the building. They skidded across the floor, and Du Song cried out in pain. From inside, they watched the monster fall. Yes, Jolie said, quickly crawling over to look. She was amazed. We did it! In her moment of joy, she cried, Du Song, we did it! Huh? Jolie saw he was lying motionless. She screamed in panic. Du Song! Then she removed his helmet. Jolie sighed in relief. You scared me. Just knocked out for a second, thank goodness. She smiled to herself. I can't tell if he's incredibly skilled or just reckless. A truly fearless man. She couldn't help but chuckle. The sky began to brighten over the skyscraper. Jolie looked at him gently and praised. You worked hard, Du Song. That was an amazing hunt. Just then, Conchon looked up at the hole in the building. Someone confirmed. The rift is completely sealed. The remaining Santiga are being cleaned up. I've called for medics. They'll be here soon. Kanchon approached the wounded monster. He looked down with a dark smile. Oh, Du Song and Shin Jolie. They actually did it. The scene changes to the Tranghun Special Medical Center. Du Song's eyes fluttered open. He looked around. Is this a hospital? Why do I feel so out of place? He struggled to sit up. Ugh, that hurts. Is this the backlash from the Santiga? Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Are you saying you fought back after being hit by a level 6 monster? Du Song exclaimed, Sunok. He held a box of chocolates and replied, For someone who's done nothing but sleep for 2 days, you look pretty good. He came closer and asked with concern, How's your body? After the exam, Tranghun was furious. Du Song smiled faintly. Thanks to that, I'm fine. Sunok held out an object. That's a relief. You're going to be much busier from now on. A serious injury would have been a huge problem. Du Song took it. What is this? Sunok replied. Open it and see. The moment he saw it, Du Song's eyes widened in disbelief. He stammered, Wait, is this? Ranks appeared one after another. Hunter ranks are split into 5 achievement tiers. White is the lowest, followed by bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Each person has their own rank. This system was recently updated in Season 2, with the format renewed annually. Based on their leaderboard achievements, a hunter's ability is evaluated for promotion, maintenance, or demotion. In Dusong's hand was a silver rank emblem. He asked hesitantly, "This is a silver emblem?" Sonok picked it up and replied softly, "That's right. It was awarded to you, Dusong. I was going to give it to you right after the hunt ended." He paused, but then Sonok tossed it straight into the trash as Dusong stared, stunned. He explained, "That thing's garbage now. Don't worry about it. How much is gold plating like this worth, anyway?" Dusong was confused. "Huh, what?" Sonok smiled. "Remember that seal that appeared after you hunted Jian? It's useless now." Sonok continued, "You know about these, right? Hunter seals for silver rank and below are gold-plated, but gold and platinum are made of real gold. The core of a platinum seal doesn't seem to be made of platinum, but that's just a bonus." Dusong thought in shock. "A bonus? No way." Sonok explained. "The association handled this pretty fast, in less than a day." Then he handed Dusong a case holding a platinum emblem. "Among the platinum ranks, this one is the highest. The rankings only go up to the top 20. Dusong was shocked. This? This is?" Sonok smiled. "How does it feel?" He winked. "Congratulations. From this day forward, you are officially a ranker." The scene shifts. Model. The subway rocketed forward. Dusong gripped a pole, his gaze locked on a nearby tablet. A news report was playing. Director Jun Kan-tron was praising Hunter Fat Kan-han's critical role. "Do you have any comments?" The headline read, "Fat Kan-han, the hero of the hour." Jun Kan-tron confirmed. "Yes, that's right. Without him, the situation would have been a disaster." In a hospital room, they were also watching. Dusong held a chocolate bar. "They keep mentioning Fat Kan-han. Who is he?" Sonok casually popped a piece into his mouth. "Take a guess." "Oh, Dusong-si." Dusong nearly choked. "Was he serious?" "I've already created a stage name for you, Dusong-si." Dusong shot back. "A stage name? But why?" Sonok explained. "It's for the public to recognize. Oh, Dusong won't be on the hunter rankings. Instead, they'll see Fat Kan-han." He pointed to the screen, continuing, "We can make that public if you wish. The man on screen has a perfect physique," the interviewer asked. So the crack was successfully stopped, thanks to the major contributions of Fat Kan-han-si and Shinzo Hishishi. He replied, "Correct. The two of them. They prevented a catastrophe from striking the public." The MC pressed. "But one question is on everyone's mind." Jun Kan-tron paused. "And what question is that?" The host replied, "It's about Fat Kan-han-si's rank promotion. A newcomer ranking up like this is unprecedented. What are your thoughts on this?" He answered calmly, "My thoughts? Is there a problem? All of Fat's actions, Kan-han-si, are public on the QR feed. You can verify them right now." He leaned back. "Honestly, I didn't want to say this. Fat Kan-han-si wasn't assigned to the crack's epicenter, but he volunteered to charge in and seal it, despite the grave danger." Jun Kan-tron stated, "In a crisis like that, it's hard to say what would happen without men like him." Many others on site demanded a retreat. A murmur spread through the hall. Those types could never be true heroes. They abandoned their responsibility and duty. Some even faked their identities. "So, Fat Kan-han-si is more than qualified." Jun Kan-tron's voice suddenly boomed. He raged on. "So tell me, why shouldn't he be in the rankings? He sacrificed his own time to charge into battle. He absolutely deserves to be ranked. Someone with his ability, responsibility, and dedication to society certainly does." "Doesn't he deserve it?" Sonok remarked. "That man hasn't changed a bit." Dusong asked, "Are the results on the QR feed?" Sonok smiled. "In reality, Fat Kan-han. No, Dusong-si, your exploits are now legendary. This will definitely boost your QR status. It's commendable." He continued, "Right now, everyone's talking about Fat Kan-han. It's been ages since a star like this emerged, on par with Lee Chae-hyuk. So, you're a superstar now. Interviews and commercials will come flooding in. You'll make a fortune. Might as well ride the wave, right?" Dusong replied, "No. I received a high rank for supporting the crack closure. I want to focus on that." He lowered his head. "Without results to maintain it, my rank will plummet. Since I've started this path, I'll see it through." Sonok calmly replied, "I knew you'd say that. Does that make my chosen stage name meaningless? You should be celebrating this news, Dusong-si." Then, he presented a letter. The Hunters Association has sent an invitation to a party celebrating Fat Kanhan. Lately, the association has been trying to come up with a plan to deal with the damage from that crack. Back on the subway, Dusong pondered, hands in his pockets. The price of fame is recognition. Of course, I want to be known to the world, but... He stepped out of the elevator. If I get blinded by these glamorous events, my recovery will surely be delayed, and my training will suffer. Dusong paused, looking up. Right now, I have to focus on getting stronger. Just then, a guard blocked Dusong's path. An invitation and ID are required to enter. May I see yours? Dusong politely replied, Yes, here you go. The guard read the card. Oh, Dusong si, you're a hunter? You must wear your badge inside. Yes, I know, he said. Suddenly, the guard froze. Huh? His hands trembled as he held the ID. Could you be? The newly ranked Fat Kanhan Nim? Dusong smiled. Yes, that's me. A shout suddenly erupted. Oh my god, it's really Fat Kanhan Nim. Heads in the crowd snapped around. Fat Kanhan, others whispered. Fat Kanhan is here? Dusong broke into a cold sweat. This is going to be a problem. The guard realized his mistake and covered his mouth. My sincerest apologies. A man approached, bowing politely. Excuse me, you're Fat Kanhan, right? It's an honor. I am Park Ji-hun, he replied. Ah, yes. I am Fat Kan. Oh Dusong. Park Ji-hun chuckled. I never expected to run into you at this party. If you came alone, would you care to join me? He thought to himself, both the rookie Oh Dusong and Fat Kanhan are hot topics. Since he's unaffiliated, this is my first chance. Another voice cut in. Ah, so Oh Dusong-si came after all. He instantly recognized him. Lee Chae-hyuk. The man laughed loudly. Hey, been a while, hasn't it? About half a year, Chae-hyuk continued. What a relief. I was dragged here and don't know a soul. Looks like you came alone too? He threw an arm over Dusong's shoulder. Perfect. Sit with me. It's awkward showing up alone, right? Chae-hyuk glanced at the other man. Sorry, but I'll be borrowing him for a moment. You don't mind, do you? Park Ji-hun quickly waved his hands. Ah, yes, of course. No problem at all. The moment he agreed, Chae-hyuk acted. He dragged Dusong away, shouting, All right, let's go. Now, where should we sit? How about the front table for a better view? Maybe the middle is better? Or would the back be too hard to see from? Dusong spoke up. Thanks for helping me out of that awkward spot. Chae-hyuk just smiled. For what? I was being a bit shameless, so please forgive me. Then he glanced over. I run into those kinds of tricky situations sometimes too, Dusong added. Being surrounded by that many people, it's not a comfortable feeling at all, Chae-hyuk thought. It's really nothing special, like an animal cornered by wild dogs. That was Dusong, flustered by the crowd. If a lion suddenly appeared, would those dogs scatter in fear? That's what it was like when he rescued Dusong, and when Chi-hoon waved his hands shyly. That was the question. When a lion appears silently, what will the pack of dogs do? Chae-hyuk smirked. The lion has arrived, and they don't even have the sense to run? The lion and the animal. It's just an illustration, right? Dusong replied cautiously. That's a bit too much praise. How can you compare me to a lion? If I were a real lion, I wouldn't need someone else's help like that. Chae-hyuk laughed loudly. Oh, that? Then you're just a lion cub that hasn't grown up yet. He then repeated. What? A lion cub? Maybe it'll grow up sooner than you think. Dusong gave him a puzzled look. Soon after, at the corporate building, a man on stage began the assembly. Thank you for attending on such short notice. This conference will now commence. His speech began. As you are all aware, the topic is the appearance of the monsters. Perfectly match their corresponding habitats. This was none other than the chairman of the Special Defense Agency, Jang Trang-uk. Specific examples appeared one by one. For instance, monsters from North America only appeared in North America, and monsters from Korea only appeared in Korea. However, a recent discovery was made. Monsters from all over the world are now appearing in places completely different from their natural habitats. It seems the monsters no longer need a suitable environment. Like a beast native to Zanga, North America, suddenly appearing in Santiago. Down in the audience, many were listening intently. Jun Canton, Cha Che-du, Seo Dan, and Dusong. Jang Trang-uk continued. Therefore, the defense agency believes that a response at the association level is required. That is why I've gathered you all here. Currently, the agency is working and cooperating on an ENIDO, this international scale, to confirm the situation and clarify the cause. Dusong instinctively glanced at Seo Dan, recalling their conversation. The man had looked at him and said, "Even so, I think this will develop quickly." Seo Dan let out a sigh, then gave Oh Du-song a bright smile. "Should we talk about this later?" "Actually, I wanted to thank you." It made him a bit flustered. With sincere eyes, Seo Dan looked at him. "My younger brother, An Jun, is in China right now." His eyes were shining when he left. "And it's all thanks to you." Du-song felt a little shy at the praise, scratching his face. "No, it's nothing. I don't deserve any thanks." The man kept his eyes on Du-song, changing the topic, about the Chinese. He brought up the matter. "I know some Chinese entrepreneurs are also participating in this event. Because this is a global phenomenon, they are also very interested." "I see." Seo Dan looked at him with hopeful eyes. "It would be great if Oh Du-song would give it a try." Du-song just gave a quiet reply. "Yes." Fearing he'd lose the chance, the man listed the benefits. "The stage in China is truly massive. The scale of the people and the monsters is enormous. If you go there, Du-song, you will be very pleased." Back in the present, he looked at Seo Dan. "What's this about the Chinese or an ungrown lion?" he wondered. Why would he suddenly say that? I don't get what he's trying to say. The more he looked at Seo Dan, the more confused Du-song became. Are all geniuses like this? Well, trying to read this guy's mind seems useless. Back on stage, Jiang Trang-uk continued the announcement. Therefore, the Special Defense Agency will abandon its passive defense policy and will strive to respond more aggressively. Unconsciously, a slight, pensive smile crossed Seo Dan's face, startling him. Why that expression? Not keeping them waiting, the chairman declared. Therefore, we, the Special Defense Agency, have decided to legalize limited rift, diving, starting today. The statement shocked everyone present. The man next to him shot up. That's more like it, but Oh Du-song looked deeply worried. According to the introduction, a diver is an English noun meaning to dive. In the hunter industry, after a rift closes, it refers to a hunter who willingly stays inside the rift to continue exploring and operating. Once humans fought monsters, the number and strength of hunters increased. The war against the monsters gradually tilted towards humanity's overwhelming victory. Humankind grew curious about the world beyond the rifts. An image of a rift appeared where they were gathered. They thought perhaps they could pioneer and explore a new world. Everyone hoped for it. The exploration of the rift's remnants by divers had begun. The final result was paid for with lives. The price of arrogance was brutal. Not only were hunters annihilated, but even military troops with special equipment were destroyed. A final surviving hunter famously said, "We only feared fighting on home turf." He was the only one who barely survived, leaving only those words before falling into a catatonic state, becoming a broken man. And since then, diving has been strictly forbidden by the industry. However, everything has its drawbacks, he continued. Of course, unlimited diving will not be permitted, because it is a dangerous act. It cannot be approved carelessly. Therefore, we will cautiously proceed with selecting hunters who are confirmed to have the proper qualifications and abilities. According to the Defense Agency, Jiang Trang-uk clarified the rules. Furthermore, this is only a request and will not be mandatory anywhere. For the common good, the decision to participate will depend on the abilities of the individuals involved. His words made all the hunters in their seats ponder. Of course, it's about ability. Is there any hunter who would refuse this? Diving, a hunter's dream. If successful, one could gain honor and wealth that no one else has. Seeing the excited mood, Jun Canton spoke up. The atmosphere has completely changed. Cha Che-du, sitting beside him, also smiled. He held up the paper, stating the next rule. Additionally, there will be no special coercive actions. If a hunter simply records the information gathered until their return, then you are free to take any action you wish in there. With serious eyes, Jiang Trang-uk's expression hardened. All byproducts found will also be considered the hunter's property. With no time to waste, he began. I will now announce the first roster, based on the overall rankings. First, Rank 1, Lejaka, Rank 4, Kim Jo-han, and Rank 7, Du-seong. He turned to congratulate him, and Du-seong gladly accepted. The announcements continued. Rank 9, and finally, Rank 19, Oh Du-seong, which caught him by surprise. Hearing that name, the room erupted into whispers. What? How is he suddenly rank 19? What are the selection criteria? Isn't Oh Du-seong a rookie who just passed? Wasn't rank 19 supposed to be Phap Canhan? Why Oh Du-seong? Their reaction rattled the announcer, who tried to calm them. Please, silence during the announcement. There will be time for questions later. But a voice cut in. making the director sigh. A man rose from his seat. I object. It was Cha Che-ju, director of the 2F4T Guild, currently rank 8, spoke into the mic. Let me say this. This isn't about Fap Kanhan. No, Oh Du-seong is a novice. He received his license less than half a year ago. To give such a crucial mission to him, ignoring all the seasoned veterans, is it appropriate for a rookie to receive this task? I'm not being biased, but what does this say to the other rankers? The director quickly refuted. This selection was based on survival skills and situational adaptability, not on active time. Additionally, individuals were prioritized over teams. Ultimately, after reviewing all of Oh Du-seong's personal action cam footage, we determined he meets the selection criteria. But Cha Che-ju's expression remained firm. We can't view that footage. I've heard that besides the few edited clips that were released, there are private videos that remain undisclosed. Watching from his seat, Du-seong observed Cha Che-ju. He's the director of a guild, he thought. He has great influence and is a well-known hunter. By defending those not on the list, he puts the National Defense Agency in a bind. Glancing at Du-seong, he mused. Is he dragging this out because he can't stand being outshined by a rookie like Oh Du-seong? Since I'm a rookie, he has a lot to criticize. Unwilling to back down, the man shouted. Therefore, I question the defense agency's selection. I cannot simply accept this. It needs verification from another credible agency besides national defense. Seeing his defiant attitude, a woman's voice cut in. Then I will do the verification. Cha Che-ju's head snapped toward the sound. Yes, it was Shin Jo-hee of QR, I'll be blunt. There is nothing to discuss regarding Oh Du-seong's skill. I trust and will personally guarantee it. Nearby, Jo Gun-chun smirked. Cha Che-ju, my friend, you seem a bit rushed. Du-seong, for his part, was enjoying the show. Senior Joe had already spoken highly of him on air. And now, even the number 2 ranker, Shin Jo-hee, had stepped in. Senior Jo Gun-chun made no move to stop it. Cha Che-ju stood frozen. He was surrounded by the murmurs of the crowd. In truth, a verification from QR's leader, Shin Jo-hee possessed incredible skill, experience, and fame. Because she was so active with Santi, an endorsement from her held more than enough weight. What excuse did Cha Che-ju have to delay this further? He grabbed the mic and countered, I'm not doing this to deny Oh Du-seong's talent. But what is the most vital skill for a dungeon hunter? Is it not situational offense and defense? Wrong. Hearing that, Shin Jo-hee smirked. Projecting an image of him, Cha Che-ju pressed his point. However, if you watch the released footage, Du-seong's attacks are exclusively close range. A hunter can't be perfect, but the fact is, he has clear shortcomings. What? The remark left Du-seong feeling helpless. How vile. Is he just looking for a fight? The atmosphere grew incredibly tense. Unconsciously, the crowd was tiring of his antics. Just give it a rest already. Is he trying to sabotage my career? At this point, Du-seong felt he had to speak up. He couldn't listen to this anymore. I have to say something now. Suddenly, Oh Du-seong shot to his feet. Huh? Placing a hand on his chest, he introduced himself. I am Oh Du-seong. I fully understand the support and opposition from my seniors, and I sincerely apologize for this disruption. I also thank those who have spoken for me. First, allow me to state my position clearly. Hearing this, Shin Jo-hee smiled. The only one not pleased was Cha Che-ju, who was fuming. Du-seong's voice rang out. I have absolutely no intention of refusing this opportunity. Instead, as a hunter, I will do my utmost to meet your expectations, the expectations of the association and the defense agency. Turning to Che-ju and Shin Jo-hee, he added, Of course, I understand Senior Cha Che-ju's concerns. Therefore, if possible, I would like to demonstrate my long-range her skills here. Would that be acceptable, Director? The director considered his proposal. He smiled and approved. That's an excellent idea. If you do that, we can resolve this matter neatly. I agree, Oh Du-seong. Please, show us the skill you speak of. In the distance, 2 men watched silently, ignoring the crowd. Not bad. This is a stage for high rankers, after all. Even though we just came to fill seats. But a show like this is always welcome. Go on, kid. Put Cha Che-ju in his place. Leaning against a wall, a man in a hat mused thoughtfully. It was getting dreadfully dull, but it's been a while since we've seen something this fun. He glanced at his companion. Right? Du-seong stepped into the gallery before them. He eyed the 2 guns before him, then gently lifted one. For context, the guns in this gallery boost damage using ambient energy from powerful monsters. It was a basic weapon for hunters, except for those with unique abilities like salt and wine. Gripping the gun firmly, Du Xiong took aim. Shin Jo-hee watched, slightly bewildered. The gallery? She thought. Oh, Du Xiong is definitely not a salt and wine type, so the description is accurate. But then there's Cha Che-ju. He glared with contempt, thinking, what's this? He's supposed to show a skill, and he grabs a gallery gun? Does he just want to show off his shooting form? Du Xiong brought his eye to the gun sight. A memory from the shooting range surfaced. Words he had overheard. People always say that since this industry is young, skill is all you need to rise up. However, there are still countless cases of injustice. It turned out Kim Ook and Du Xiong were talking. Looking at him, he advised, anyone can talk big, so if you don't train properly, you'll quickly fall behind. However, wine and salt are different. You can use things beyond what you inherited. The feeling of being deprived is amazing. Kim Ok covered his ears against the shot, his eyes on Du Song. Our history, he began, isn't as deep as China's or Japan's. Any techniques are passed down through bloodlines, a legacy essential for human connection. Raising his gun, Kim Ok spoke of his art, so I decided I would forge my own. I systemized every single technique. Spinex is the result of that effort. I created it to survive, and planned to pass it on to my people before retiring. His words were stunning. Kim Ok took aim, warning Du Song, gear up, everyone. The second lesson is about to begin. The barrel locked onto the target. A deafening shot. In the present, Du Song's bullet was now piercing the substitute target. Du Song watched the resilient object shift. Then it froze solid. Shin Jo-hee stared. What was that? The result brought a smirk to Cha Che-ju's face. Just as I thought, nothing special. In her experience, controlling raw energy was impossible without a specific medium or catalyst, unleashing it from the body, like using one's own aura to slay beasts. But something about this troubled Shin Jo-hee. But Kim Ok saw something different, something Du Song had initiated. The target trembled, then it began to shatter. At that sight, she recalled a certain skill. If it was parasitic, an explosion of energy was about to erupt. Everyone present, Seo Junjun, Kang Colin, Shin Jo-hee, Cha Che-ju, and even two strangers was floored. Murmurs echoed. What the hell? The energy bullet. It exploded. But that was a normal bullet. Seeing the cracks, Shin Jo-hee voiced her theory. Did you create and sustain a slime-like form from pure aura? Observing closer, she analyzed. It was torn from within by countless blades, not a single shot. This wasn't a catalyst. Without a medium, there was no catalyst. This meant he controlled pure, raw mana. Du Song, the architect of it all, finally spoke. That should be enough. This proves my innocence, doesn't it? Cha Che-ju just stood there, completely frozen. Fury contorted his face. Kang Jiang stepped up. Well, Director Cha, Du Song is waiting. The one who demanded proof should answer. His head hung low, teeth clenched in rage. Damn it, Cha Che-ju admitted defeat. I acknowledge Du Song's qualification for the Defense Bureau's selection. I admit my accusations were baseless. A satisfied smile appeared on Du Song's face. Thank you. That settles it, Kang Jiang announced. Well then, this conference is concluded. A meal has been prepared, so let's all move to the banquet hall. While Du Song mingled with other hunters, Cha Che-ju fumed in a corner. Drink in hand, sweat on his brow, he seethed. Damn it, what a humiliation. He was lost in the memory when a voice called out, Director Cha Che-ju? The two men from before startled him as they approached. It was Director Ju Selen and his nephew, Chun Reo. Seeing him, Cha Che-ju exclaimed, Director Selen, I had no idea you were here. The director just smiled. I received an invitation as well. It finally clicked for Cha Che-ju. I see. It's an honor. Ju Selen replied. The pleasure is all mine. This was Ju Selen, the Korean branch director for Tensor, a corporation that dominated Asia and held immense power in China. China was Asia's grandest stage, with active hunting operations fueled by its vast monster resources. With its relaxed regulations, China was the goal. Every foreign hunter dreamed of operating on its soil, but it was nearly impossible due to the country's protectionist hunter policies. Without a contract from a giant like Tensor, you couldn't even get a visa. This policy was possible because their talent pool was so deep, they didn't need foreign hunters, a fact groups like QR knew well. Korea's top hunter groups like QR and Ji Yungan had knocked on China's door repeatedly, but to this day, none had succeeded. None had broken into their market beyond a short-term dispatch, except for one unique case. A girl with shoulder-length hair, Lee Chae-hak's sister, Lee Unsel. She alone managed to enter China as a special case, thanks to one of the 10 zone China's 10 absolute strongest. Jin Gon, one of the top 3, took Li Uncel on as his direct disciple, and with that, she entered China for a time. While her brother Li Chaehak had connections, the real bond was forged when Li Uncel's own innate aura perfectly matched the spirit of Jin Gan. Looking at the director, Cha Cheju thought, if there was a first Li Uncel, then a second and third could surely follow. He had to make a good impression on Ju Selen. Suddenly, the man's unexpected laughter startled him. I saw something quite spectacular today. I'm glad I came. At that, Cha Cheju forced an awkward laugh. Damn it, he must have seen everything. He asked, are you referring to Odu Song? His technique was remarkable. But the director simply waved his hand. No, the man is more interesting than the technique. Ju Selen's gaze turned serious. This Odu Song, has he been licensed for less than 6 months? Cha Cheju quickly answered, yes, that's correct. The director burst out laughing again. Ha, magnificent. It sounds preposterous, but it's clear he mastered that skill in a remarkably short amount of time. Cha Cheju was stunned. What? Recalling the feat, he scoffed internally. No matter how advanced China's techniques were, wasn't that an arrogant assessment? That technique is utterly useless, he muttered. Ju Selen just continued to laugh heartily. Ha, it's been a long time since I've met someone with such raw talent. He turned to his companion. Don't you agree? Rio turned his head. He looked for Chunreo. Where did he go? His nephew's disappearance angered Ju Selen. Reo, that brat. Did he go after Odu Song? In a park full of shady trees, Du Song sat sighing on a bench. Was that too much? His technique was still far from perfect. How could he ever execute it flawlessly? He raised a trembling hand and stared at it. He clenched his fist, unable to shake off the lingering tension from the demonstration. But then, a thought struck Du Song. He had successfully completed the trial. Wouldn't that mean his technique would soon be officially recognized? The sound of footsteps approached from behind. As if a sixth sense warned him, Du Song glanced back. Was someone there? It was Chu Jio, now standing directly behind him. Du Song startled. Who was this guy? Where did he come from? Chu Jio spoke in a low voice. Your Odu Song? His arrogant eyes scanned him up and down. Care for a match? The sudden challenge left Du Song completely baffled. What? Du Song's confusion deepened. He had no idea why Chu Jio was suddenly speaking to him in Chinese. He could tell from his expression. He guessed it must be Chinese, like the other visitors from earlier. Suddenly, from a distance, Chu Seojin shouted, You brat! I knew I'd find you here. I told you not to cause any trouble. He pointed an accusing finger. Damn it, what have you done now? Chu Seojin quickly took off his hat. Apologizing on the boy's behalf, he said, My apologies for the disturbance, Mr. Odu Song. Seeing this, Du Song felt awkward. It's fine. But how do you know my name? Chu Seojin pulled out a business card with a smile. Ah, I recognized you during your demonstration. That name sparked a faint memory in Du Song. It read Tensor Kozia. You're the director of Tensor Kozia? Chu Seojin nodded. I came looking for you because there's something I need to discuss. Du Song's eyes widened in surprise. Tensor Kozia, the largest hunter corporation in all of China. Glancing at Chu Jio, Chu Seojin explained, This brat is my nephew, Chu Jio. He was a bodyguard who became a hunter, and his skills are decent. As you can see, he's a bit of a hothead. I apologize for the trouble he's caused. Du Song decided to let it go since he couldn't understand the guy anyway. No, it's not a problem. But why were you looking for me? The director's expression turned serious. Although I'm the director of Tensor Kozia, I'm not here on business. I wish to establish a personal relationship with you. A look of confusion spread across Du Song's face. Chu Seojin continued. As a hunter, you must have heard of Tensor Kozia, correct? But there are things about us that aren't widely known. For instance, the owners of Tensor have always been hunters. Every heir takes pride in this long and storied tradition. Hearing his uncle reveal everything, Chu Jio gritted his teeth. Geez, talk about a detailed introduction. Furthermore, Chu Jio and I are both disciples of that man. Chu Seojin confessed. Watching your demonstration gave me an idea. You, Du Song, are fully qualified to meet the conditions of our tradition. Du Song was stunned. Pulling out his phone, Chu Seojin added, This may seem rude, but I recorded your demonstration and sent it to my master, Go Yonghyu. Chu Seojin looked at him, delivering the news. This should answer your earlier question. Du Song was taken aback. That's why? The director confirmed. Yes, precisely. But his next words were even more shocking. The number one under heaven wants to see you, Du Song. He wants to witness your potential firsthand. Dusong's voice trembled. Number 1. You mean one of the 10 masters? He is one of them, Chu Seo-jin replied calmly. Ah, but the details are classified. His sharp eyes seemed to size Dusong up. Of course, he is the strongest among them, a true genius, born once in 1,000 years. Naturally, for you to become his disciple, there is one condition, just as he expected. What is the condition? Dusong asked, clutching the card. To become his disciple, you must become wholly his. Seeing Dusong's alarmed face, he quickly explained. This training won't take away your freedom. However, during the process, using any other techniques will be forbidden. That includes every skill you've learned up to this point, including the one you just used. Chu Seo-jin reiterated. The technique you used in the demonstration. All of it. Master forbids its use. Before he could finish, Dusong cut him off. I know what you're going to say next. Chu Seo-jin was startled. What? Dusong spoke each word with clarity. My master and I have already severed our ties, correct? The statement was so accurate it left the director speechless. That's right, but I never told anyone. Dusong's rejection was firm. I appreciate the offer, but I refuse. Alarmed at losing such a talent, the director cried out, Have you truly thought this through? As Dusong turned to leave, Chu Seo-jin's voice grew louder. May I ask why? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity you're throwing away. Dusong ignored him completely. Nothing he said would change his mind. Confused, Chu Jeo looked at his uncle. Uncle, what's with this atmosphere? Ignoring his nephew, the director nodded grimly. If that's your decision, his brow furrowed in thought. Then perhaps it's for the best. He replied to his nephew in Chinese. He refused the offer. Understanding dawned on Chu Jeo's face, which twisted into a sneer. What? That idiot. His uncle continued to translate Dusong's reasoning. The techniques I've learned are more than enough for me. I have no need for foreign skills. That last phrase made Chu Jeo's eyes burn with rage. What did you say? He suddenly roared. Chu Jeo unleashed a torrent of insults. Chu Seo-jin glanced at Dusong. Do you need a translation? But the boy continued his tirade. Getting a little full of yourself, are you? This spineless rabbit thinks his pathetic little skills are something special? And he dares to throw away an opportunity from the heavens. Chu Jeo's voice boomed. You're just a nobody, a frog in a well. Not wanting to waste any more time, Dusong turned away. I don't need to listen to this. I'm leaving. But Chu Jeo's next words made Dusong's eyes fly wide open. Why bother teaching a worthless punk like him? With skills that pathetic, it's only a matter of time before he's destroyed. Dusong whipped around to face Chu Jeo, who was smirking with his arms crossed. What did you just say? His face darkened. You dare say those words to my face? A vivid image of Kim Ok flashed before Dusong's eyes. He roared, We meet again. Kim Ok. A triumphant sneer spread across Chu Jeo's face. If you're so confident in your technique, then prove it. Fight me. Chu Seo-jin looked confused by his unwavering stance. He approached Dusong, pleading for him to agree to one meeting. I'm sorry, but meeting this person might change your mind. Dusong ignored him and stepped forward. Let's just fight. Chun Jeo stood behind them, completely baffled. What? Dusong faced him, his eyes burning with raw killing intent. Let's see just how skilled you are, you bastard. Inside a ring, 2 fighters stood ready. On one side, Chun Jeo stared at him with contempt. So how should I do this? End it quickly? Or play with him to show the difference in our levels? What do you think? On the other side, Dusong calmly adjusted his gear. Seeing his nephew's arrogance, Chu Seo-jin warned him. Don't go insulting people. He scowled. But that guy disrespected us first. He had to agree with Chun Gyo on that. Looking at Dusong, he thought, to be fair, I should interpret. But then, a memory surfaced. Most living hunters in history kept a low profile. But this tradition had existed in China for hundreds, no, thousands of years. Facing Dusong, he was filled with questions. To be offered this chance and still refuse, despite all my urging. Just what kind of young man is he? After a thought, he smiled slightly. In any case, he's a talented kid. Seeing this, Chun Jeo sighed in defeat. You're still thinking about reasoning with him? At that, Chu Seo-jin shot back. What, you don't like it? Although he was afraid of him, he defiantly refused. But I will not bow my head to that guy. One look is all you need to know. Adjusting his hat, Chu Seo-jin said, It will be fine. Once he's subdued, everything will change. Under the brim, his eyes were lost in thought. It's not easy to shine when you're all alone. Clearly, Dusong is a genius. That's why he was certain. To shatter this wall, a direct challenge against Dusong was absolutely necessary. The two of them slowly approached. With a look of utter disdain, he motioned, "I'll generously grant you 3 free hits." Seeing his blank stare, Chun-gyo realized, "Ah, you don't speak Chinese." He raised his hand and spoke in English. "Attack me 3 times. I will not strike back. Until then, okay?" Hearing this, Dusong sighed. The bell shrieked, signaling the start of the match. From the very first second, Dusong unleashed a relentless assault. But those blows seemed like nothing to Chun-gyo. "He's faster than I thought." Suddenly, his smug grin vanished, his face twisting in a slight grimace. A spinning kick from Dusong slammed into his body. Staring at the attack, he froze in disbelief. Impossible. I completely lost track of his movements. Another fist came hurtling toward him. Chun-gyo snapped back to his senses. That was careless. He blocked the strike, muttering, "Well, that's 3 moves." A man of his word, Chun-gyo began his counterattack. "My turn." But then he froze. No, his last attack was completely neutralized. This left Chun-gyo speechless. Blocked so easily, Dusong sprang back, using the ropes to gain momentum. His feet paused, then he shot forward. He threw a fist straight for his face. Chun-gyo could only stand there, dumbfounded. "Is that all?" He immediately took a defensive stance. "Bring it on. Don't let me see this gap in our power," Chun-gyo roared. Looking at him, "I'm nothing like you." Then they clashed, neither one giving an inch. Chu Seo-jin stood below, stunned by this turn of events. A phone next to him was hastily recording. Dusong launched a kick at Chun-gyo, a powerful blow to his head. Down below, Chu Seo-jin flinched. "Hey, this is unbelievable." He stroked his chin again and again, his mind racing. Dusong's power was far beyond his expectations, but Chun-gyo wasn't giving up. He threw a punch that completely missed. Another strike meant nothing but air. The constant failure was driving him insane. This bastard, with his petty little skills, Dusong used the momentum to kick his face upwards. Luckily, Chun-gyo reflexively bent backwards. He roared, "How do you like this?" Dusong's face was a mask of calm as he watched Chun-gyo's counter. But he read it perfectly and dodged, infuriating him further. Damn it. He evades like a rat. So Chun-gyo focused his power, unleashing a storm of punches. As he attacked, he racked his brain. Why can't a single one of my attacks connect? In the end, Dusong dodged every blow with ease. While he kept punching, Dusong was lost in thought. His form, his movements, they're wrong. It's like a circus act. But why? An opening. Dusong landed a heavy fist on Chun-gyo's cheek. Ugh. His cheek instantly swelled up. He glared at him with rage. "Damn you! Let me attack!" But none of my punches can win. Seeing Dusong's perfect defense, he decided to risk it all against this madman. Chun-gyo gritted his teeth. "If I just unleash my true strength, I'll win instantly." Sweat dripped down his face, and as it hit the ground, he was suddenly filled with dread. Staring at the wet spot on the floor, Chun-gyo was stunned. When did I start sweating? His body began to tremble. What is this? My body is shaking. His legs were starting to feel unstable. Am I exhausted? No. Looking at Dusong, he wondered, then, am I nervous because of him? That's impossible. There's no way. Chu Seo-jin saw his nephew's condition. His own face was slick with sweat. It looked like a random flurry of moves, but those movements were anything but random. That destructive skill is a direct counter technique, made only to read an opponent's movements. Right now, Chun-gyo felt like an insect before Dusong. In his mind, I've never experienced a destructive skill before. It feels like I'm facing my natural predator. He's getting ready to kill me. There's no way out. Chun-gyo roared, unleashing his combo on Dusong again. This time, he blocked it with a single hand. His face drenched in sweat. Chun-gyo panicked. How can this be? How is this happening? He felt himself losing control. Why isn't anything working? Damn it! Dusong kept blocking his fists. He clenched his jaw, planted his feet, and charged his inner energy toward him. Here it comes, a blast that will hit from anywhere. Chun-gyo screamed, "Try and block this." The result was the same. Dusong dodged it perfectly. Ugh. He spun back, grabbing his head, delivering a vicious knee to his face. Chu Seo-jin's jaw dropped as Chun-gyo's knees slammed onto the floor. He was forced to kneel before him. Dusong quickly covered his own bleeding mouth. His vision darkened. He took a knee to the face. But I'm still conscious? His hand pushed hard against the floor. Chun-gyo realized something. That guy. Could he have? Looking up at Dusong, he roared, "Were you fighting me without using your energy at all?" Hearing this, the man covered his face, speechless. Dusong's attack caused no real damage. He just calmly watched Chu Chelin explain. Perhaps I didn't use it on purpose. Your over-the-top parasite wasp act meant I was fine without using my energy. Refusing a shameful loss, Chungeo trembled and demanded, "Damn it again, use your power. I can still fight." Dusong glanced back. "Mr. Chu, what more can I do? I beat him without my energy, but that's not enough to declare his defeat." Besides, the machine began its analysis. Looking at him, it judged his friend's words to be nothing more than a bluff. And it was true. Chunjio was truly defeated. He had fallen before Dusong, with Chu Chelin as his witness. Chunjio had lost the match. Chu Chelin seemed the most shocked by this outcome. I predicted Dusong would be crushed if he even got close to Gio. But what is this? How could it be such a one-sided defeat? Looking at him, the man praised, "Absolutely incredible." Dusong quickly denied it. "No, not at all." He removed his helmet and explained, "I am a hunter, and so is he. Our mission is to hunt monsters and protect people." He glanced at the man crumpled on the ground. He decided a fight between hunters like this was meaningless. This was all just the anger of two men, a simple, personal squabble, and I'm not used to losing my temper. Turning towards the door, Dusong reminded them, "Therefore, let's not focus too much on the results, not me, Chunjeo, or Director Chu Chelin." His face darkened as he glanced at a phone. The person on the other end was watching. The director also glanced at the phone. From afar, Dusong spoke, "Please pass a message to the caller. If you want something from me, contact me through the company or come see me in person." As he walked, he added a condition. "Or at the very least, you should request, to avoid these squabbles that hurt your subordinates' feelings. Now, goodbye." Suddenly, Chu Chelin called out, "Dusong, wait!" He gasped for breath, trying to keep up. Abruptly, Chu Chelin froze. It was the phone. Someone was speaking. "From what I have just heard, it seems I've been insulted beyond belief. This is the first time I've met a kid like this from the Far East." The voice left him stunned. Master." Chu Chelin bowed respectfully to the camera. "My apologies, it was all my misjudgment." What could he say? "Don't scold me?" The person on the other end replied. "It's fine, say no more." From the device, the voice continued, "I'm not angry. I found it entertaining, so that is enough." Those words surprised Chu Chelin. Entertaining. "Master, you found it entertaining. I've been taught by you for 35 years, and this is the first time." He listened, watching the screen. His master was smiling brightly. "Now then, let's move on to the next topic." The words that followed sent Chu Chelin and Chunjeo into a panic. What? A news alert flashed on screen. Hunter Park Kang-han succeeds in an 11-star hunt. More breaking news followed. Park Kang-han, currently on a hunt in a surprise broadcast. Another source reported, in a surprise broadcast, Park Kang-han strongly declares his intent for the number 11 spot. A thought flashed. I have no intention of doing anything else until I surpass Lai Che-hak for the number 1 position. The man holding the phone chuckled. Haha, still so passionate and full of spirit, aren't you? It was Jun Canton. He smirked at the phone. In short, don't bother me or get in my way. Looking at the person before him, Jun Canton winked. An interesting fellow, isn't he? You need guys like him to keep this industry alive. Hearing his words, the other person smirked. I wish we had more people with his kind of showmanship in our industry. Isn't that right? Director Du Chun So sat in his chair. He mused. The third-ranked hunter, Du Chun So, the representative of Jianggan, a two-faced man with QR in 2B4T. Looking up, he demanded, if you're done, put the phone away. Du Chun Seat added, no matter where you are, right now, there are other matters to focus on. Jun Canton shrugged, tilting his head. Oh, my apologies. I thought Director Du would be interested. He sighed, looking down. I already said I would rearrange the positions. Eyes widening, Jun Canton asked him, Representative Du, am I crazy for selling QR to China? Du Chun Seot waved it off. Not to China, but to Tencent. Besides, how many times must I explain it wasn't a sale? Hearing this, Jun Canton stared. Is that really what you're saying? If you are talking about building a massive, three-way cooperative system between Korea and China, then how is that different from selling the company? He held up 2 fingers. So, you only need to know 2 things. He glared at Du Chun So, listing them off. First, I, Jun Canton, am not some guardian deity. Second, I have no intention of selling the company I've dedicated my entire life to, only to become a figurehead president. Seeing his stubbornness, Du Chun Seo sighed. Do you realize what kind of opportunity this is? June Canton scoffed at his words. So you don't deny what I said. You call this an opportunity? Du Chun Xiu looked weary. We are going to fall behind China. No, we are already falling behind. 15 years ago, I never took China seriously. Looking at June Canton, he continued. If we could even catch up, we were just being too optimistic. But what is the situation now? A series of techniques flashed in his memory. Du Chun Xiu frowned. Our country's next-generation hunters. Of course, the first hunters in our field were the engine. They absorbed our hunting know-how and our systematic management. Now, they've combined it with their own power, growing at incredible speeds. Du Chun Xiu stated, Our predictions were wrong, Representative Du. If we're wrong, we must admit it. Shaking his head, June Canton retorted, Anyone can tell that's not it. So that is the choice you came up with? Clenching his fist, Du Chun Xiu smiled proudly. That's right, a version of the eyes of a true martial artist. That's it. In the past, kung fu manuals appeared alongside their practitioners hand in hand, but outside the 10-year chronicles in China, there were no successors, so they only remain as documents or decade-old graphs. With the fighters restored, Tensor offered the results to their partners as a special favor. Scratching his head, Ju Cantron scoffed that they weren't using the real Tensor, but an unverified clone, meaning he'd be a willing guinea pig. From his desk, Du Junso analyzed it again. Skills can be gained, techniques unlocked, in return for just a small concession. This, however, could pioneer a whole new field. Something clicked for Du Ganchan. That must be how he's made it this far, through countless life-or-death battles. I don't care. My position remains unchanged. Understanding everything, Du Junso rose slowly. So that's how it is. All right. In truth, I only came to persuade Representative Du, as requested by Tensor, but for my sake, it's better without QL. Passing Ju Cantron, he glanced back. Representative Du, I have some advice. There is a wall that absolutely cannot be overcome. His face filled with confusion. The new team is betting their lives on that. The results aren't good, are they? They probably won't get better, either. That's for sure. Biting his lip, Du Ganchan forced a smile. An insurmountable wall, he says. I never thought of it that way, but his eyes were different, deep in thought. To inherit that restored power, the proposal itself was certainly worth considering. But did Du Junso truly not know the risks? A massive company held in the palm of China's Tensor. The company would surely be crippled by their interference. To know such a danger and still accept it. For him, the reason was obvious. Nodding his head, Ju Cantron spoke clearly. An insurmountable wall, like Li Jaehak, the one that Representative Du has never once surpassed. Du Junso froze solid. Placing a hand on his forehead, he let out a quiet laugh. Representative Du's history with Li Jaehak is known to all. But the one who ignited those old feelings was none other than Oh Du-sung. After meeting Oh Du-sung, I'm exhausted by this unbridgeable gap. His expression made him wary. Oh Du-sung, the man who appeared like a tycoon, igniting anxiety after everything that happened. He glanced toward Cha Cheju. Ju Cantron understood. Thinking back, he could understand Cha Cheju's bitter resentment. It was proof of Gogen's internal decay. What evidence made him so reckless? Ju Cantron crossed his arms, wondering. Director Oh Du-sung, let me say one thing. He looked back with resolve. I don't know if you have 18 dragons or some Inozia hybrids, but Representative Du can never be Li Jaehak. Du Junso was silent. In reality, his blood was boiling as he clenched his teeth. We'll just have to see. Nearby, Ju Cantron sipped his water, suddenly thinking, how will the industry change now? Tensor's entry will be a success. Even if we object, we can't stop the big players from making their move. He glanced around, his mind racing. The industry's landscape was about to shift. In that case, we also need a contender. Sipping his drink, Ju Cantron smirked. In the end, is it all up to Oh Du-sung? In this chaotic era, what move will he make next? That evening in the park, Du-sung sat alone. Phew, the dive is finally tomorrow, huh? I've prepared like crazy, now all that's left is to do it. Suddenly, a voice startled Du-sung. I was just casually enjoying the night. My friends don't answer me lately. An old man in a yellow shirt and dark sunglasses stood before him. Looking at Du-sung, he spoke slowly. These days, no one bothers to look at the sky, let alone meet my gaze directly. Well, perhaps there's just too much to see down here. You're Oh Du-sung? I stopped in Korea for a while and was very impressed with your interview. Criminals might call it arrogance, but it was an excellent interview, perfectly suited to your status. Flattered by the praise, Du-sung felt a rush of excitement. Oh, thank you. He jumped to his feet. By the way, are you Korean? The man smiled as he answered. That's right. I come to Korea often, as I am a business partner. And suddenly, his eyes began to glow red as he stared at Do-sung. That is why. I wondered if I should come see you for myself. The man's internal energy flared, slightly startling him. What? Ah. That power enveloped Do-sung completely. His pupils dilated in utter shock. Peering down at him, the man's voice boomed. Now, tell me, who do you think stands before you? Jin-gui spoke with a thunderous voice. Well? Take a guess. Who is standing before you? Panicked, Do-sung activated his auto-hunt button. This old man is seriously strange. I have to open the auto-hunt system first. Suddenly, a glowing object shot towards Do-sung, but he managed to dodge it. He thought, is that an air bullet? So that attack came from Jin-gui. He said nothing, his contemptuous thoughts clear. If not for auto-hunt, you'd be dead. I just have to flick my finger a little, and an air bullet flies. He chuckled, his voice dripping with scorn. You dodge that? Do-sung thought quickly, creating a safe distance between them. Dodge, then fight with auto-hunt. First, I need to fall back. As the thought finished, the man fired more air bullets, forcing him to continuously leap backward. While retreating, Do-sung devised a plan. All right, next I'll attack non-stop with spin needle, but he never expected the man to appear right behind him, saying with a mocking tone, that aggression of yours is quite interesting. Do-sung glanced back in shock. When did he get behind me, if that's how it is? With that thought, Do-sung stopped his retreat and stood his ground. He stomped his foot hard on the earth, creating a loud boom. A thick cloud of dust erupted where he stomped. Jin-gui watched the dust cloud rush toward him. He casually waved his hand, dispersing the dust, his tone scornful. How cute. The moment he finished speaking, other attacks flew toward him. After the dust cleared, Jin-gui's eyes caught sight of his figure, hastily escaping. As Do-sung fled, he glanced back, thinking, can I get away? No. On the contrary, he's already caught up. His eyes widened in shock, as he felt a threat materialize right behind him. Jin-gui appeared at his back, and just a few blows were enough to halt Do-sung's escape. What is this? He said, feeling his body grow heavy and begin to fall. He braced himself, landing safely on the ground. Immediately, Jin-gui landed before him. He loomed over him as he grit his teeth, veins bulging. Impressive endurance. You can still move even at this stage. Excellent. A level worth bragging about. Do-seong trembled, forcing himself to look up. His body wouldn't obey. It felt like his pressure points had been sealed. The man spoke again. How long can you endure this? I don't plan on holding you, but they call me the Heavenly Horse. I can chase an opponent for 10 miles. Don't have too many regrets. This isn't the outcome you wanted, is it? He glanced back at Do-seong with a sinister look. You've already dragged me out to the main street. Only then did he realize they were in public, with a crowd watching them. Someone was even filming with their phone. A bystander watched, asking curiously, what is this, a movie shoot? Isn't that Fa Kanyan? And isn't that a model grandfather next to him? The man spoke without looking at him. Tska, with so many people, I have no choice. I'll have to talk to you later. As he spoke, he turned and saw Do-seong starting to get up, surprised. What? I already released your pressure points. Do-seong panted heavily. If my assumptions about that person are correct, you owe me a proper apology. What you're doing is illegal, isn't it? Jong-yu stroked his chin and laughed. Young man, did releasing your points scramble your brain? Unyielding, he shot back. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Do people like you always handle things so recklessly? Do-seong cursed inwardly. Damn it, having my points forcibly released. The pain was excruciating. Bored. Jong-yu cleaned his ear. Why so worked up? You're the one who came looking for me, kid. He was shocked to hear that. What? Jong-yu took off his glasses, his tone serious. If I truly acted recklessly, here or anywhere else, no matter how many people watched, you wouldn't be able to open your mouth, he retorted. But I'm talking to you right now, aren't I? Jong-yu burst out laughing. That's right. You really are a special one. He removed his glasses and introduced himself. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Jong-yu Baek, master of the two who were nagging you earlier. At that moment, Do-seong was stunned. One of the 10 martial leaders of Tensor, Jong-yu Baek. The big boss had come for him personally. He spoke excitedly. Sealing your points wasn't out of malice. I just needed some time to observe your body closely. To see every detail, it is nothing short of a masterpiece. Do-seong broke out in a sweat, recalling Lee Jae-hyuk touching his body. If I just ask, you'll definitely refuse. He'd said helplessly. Why? A little touch won't wear it out. So stingy. Du-seong spoke up. If you want to talk, you need to apologize first. Jung-gyu was confused. Apologize? Du-seong said calmly. Yes. For the insults a senior like you showed me, and for what I just endured. I deserve an apology. That is my condition. Apologize, and I'll gladly listen. If not, before he could finish, Jung-gyu's strange laugh cut him off. If not, then what? What can you possibly do to me, young man? Du-seong threatened back. If you don't apologize, I will call the police right now. An unusual silence fell between them. Suddenly, Jung-gyu roared with laughter. You really are an interesting kid. The police? Calling them on me? He thought. You think I'm afraid of that? So naive. You dare to set conditions with me? Excellent. Truly excellent. Du-seong added. If you're just going to spout nonsense, I'm leaving. The man quickly stopped him. Wait, this can still be salvaged. I have a proposal. He issued a challenge. How about a match between you and me? Jung-gyu presented a box. Care to make a bet with me? Du-seong was startled by the sudden request. A bet? The man nodded. Yes, let's bet. He replied firmly. Why should I have to bet with you? Jung-gyu just shrugged. Simple. I have no intention of answering your request. He gave him a meaningful look. The movements of a rabbit are magnificent. But to a lion's eyes, aren't they all the same? Du-seong kept a cool head. So if we're not on the same level, there's no need to apologize for being rude, the man calmly explained. That's not it. I've only ever apologized to one person who was on my level. Du-seong was skeptical of his words. Is that so? I don't think I have any reason to meet your standard, the man said with a dismissive look. There's no other way. Wagging your tail is the survival method of the weak. He sighed and continued. I understand. Seeing his expression shift, Jung-gyu chuckled. Your face changed instantly. So, what will it be? Make a bet with me. He stood straight and pointed. If you win, I'll give you this, and I'll apologize to you and your teacher. If you knew what was in here, you'd faint from shock. Unfazed by the reward, he narrowed his eyes. And if I lose, he pointed to himself confidently. You become my disciple. Du-seong's brows furrowed. So that was your goal all along? The man smirked. Why else would I try so hard? In any case, let me tell you the terms. Jung-gyu proposed. We'll reverse what we just did. I run, and you attack. I will only evade without fighting back. If your attack touches me even once, you win. See? Easy, right? As he spoke, he raised his hands. The crowd began to film. Jung-gyu said calmly. If not, you can try to snatch this box from my hand. Use any trick or method you want. Du-seong was silent for a moment. It seemed a perfect strategy was already forming in his mind. A bet? Ozu-song's lips curved into a smirk. Fine, I accept. The old man quickly replied. Excellent. You're a straightforward man. Shall we move elsewhere? But he calmly refused. No, it must be here. Master Chin laughed aloud. Here? Aren't you a bit overconfident? You know, I've never lost a bet like this. Ozu-song quietly eyed the red box in his hands, then spoke with absolute confidence. Then this will be your first loss. The old man was stunned by his audacity. What? But Ozu-song remained calm, thinking the box seemed easy enough to get. First, you must take the box. Chin-kwai smiled slyly. Think you can manage that? Without a sound, the box lifted and vanished from Chin-kwai's hand. It was gone. He stared at his empty palm, stunned. How was this possible? While Chin-kwai was distracted, Du-song appeared behind him, his fist raised. But he only touched the old man's forehead with 2 fingers. The moment he made contact, time itself seemed to freeze. A touch. Both conditions are met. Du-song celebrated internally. I've won. But then he sensed it. A terrifying aura began leaking from Chin-kwai. The crowd shivered, looking at each other. What's going on? I just got goosebumps. Is the weather changing? Du-song felt it too, and a wave of panic washed over him. The pressure was immense. Chin-kwai's voice was low. How on earth did this kid pull that off? Du-song raised an eyebrow, his tone defiant. You said any trick, any method. So I used another card in my possession. Chin-kwai snatched his fingers. Explain yourself, before you lose these insolent digits. Du-song pulled his hand back with a smile. That was the explanation. If you don't accept the result, we can go back to square one. Chin-kwai gritted his teeth. You think my words were just a simple joke? Du-song smirked. So I wasted my time on a fraud who can't even honor his own words? A crimson aura exploded from him, stunning the onlookers. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. I was completely fooled. There was no danger, no robbery, so the system didn't respond. 25 years of peace, undone by this punk. All right, I admit it, this insolent brat beat me. I'll give you the box as promised. Now, bring it out. Instantly, the box materialized in Dusong's palm. He activated the item slot. Qin Kuai was shocked. That trick you used to take my box. What was it? Dusong dodged the question. Am I obligated to tell you? Qin Kuai sighed, defeated. You cheapskate. He then gave a warning. Keep the box sealed. Don't let any outside air in until you're ready to use the medicine. Dusong eyed the box. So it's some kind of medicine? Qin Kuai put his hands on his hips. Ah, that. He was mimicking Dusong's earlier tone. Am I obligated to tell you? He parroted back. Our bet didn't include an ingredients list. Go ahead and try it. You'll find out if it's medicine or poison. So the kid won't tell me, huh? Dusong turned away, thinking, he really used my exact words against me. All right, I'm off. It's been a long time since I had this much fun. Farewell, young man. Qin Kuai turned to leave, but Dusong stopped him. Is that really it? Where is the apology for me and for my teacher? The old man feigned ignorance. I don't speak Korean. Dusong yelled. Oh, so now that it's inconvenient, you suddenly only speak Chinese? What kind of crap is that? Just apologize and we can end this. But Qin Kuai's pride flared. Apologize? Me? The great Qin Kuai, apologize? My pride would be shattered. He suddenly lunged towards Dusong. His ironclad pride overrode all reason, leaving only pure instinct. The great Qin Kuai knew he was caught. He grabbed Dusong and vanished, leaving the crowd baffled. What the? Where did they go? I wanted a photo. Dusong wondered hazily. Where is he taking me? Daylight streamed in. He found himself lying on a park bench. As he slowly opened his eyes, he muttered, That old man. What did he do to me? And just like that, the master was gone. Turning around, he saw the red box. Underneath it was a note. To Dusong, I had urgent business and had to leave. Don't misunderstand. I'm not running away. Something urgent came up. The box contains a simple medicine. You can take it. Don't be a fool and save it. I saw the blood on your hands. This will improve your energy flow and help you recover. Consider this a gesture of goodwill. And, thank you. I'll see you again. We'll settle the rest of our debt then. Dusong cursed under his breath. His Korean is perfect in writing. Dusong stared at the note. Even his handwriting is a work of art. Meanwhile, late at night, in a skyscraper, a loud voice echoed. This is unbelievable. When is he going to arrive? Chun Seo rushed to Chu Selin's side, glancing at his watch. It's 3:35 in the morning. He's hours late. Isn't this completely unreasonable? Though Chu Selin was also anxious, he tried to remain calm as he replied. He will arrive shortly. But Chun Seo shot back with contempt. You've been saying that for hours. I have other plans, but... He stopped mid-sentence, his attention drawn to the opening door. The sound echoed as a powerfully built man in traditional red and black robes entered. The man who entered was none other than the great Qin Kuai. Chun Seo was stunned. It's him, the leader of Tensor, the great Qin Kuai. The master spoke calmly. You certainly don't hold back your stare. Chun Seo immediately bowed deeply, showing his respect. It is an immense honor, sir. I am Chun Seo, director of DOG. Though he bowed, his face was filled with anxiety. I have to get on his good side. The master simply glanced at him, then said abruptly, All right, I've heard you. Chun Seo replied quickly. Yes, it's a true honor too. But before he could finish, the great Qin Kuai had already turned away from him. We've had our meeting. That's enough, isn't it? Chun Seo was stunned, treated like an idiot. What? Let's go, the master said, leaving Chun Seo to stare in disbelief. Cao Jin hesitated. Master, about that. As he walked away, the master grumbled. I thought this was a simple walk. Why'd I have to meet such a rude brat? I'm tired. I'm going home to nap. Chun Seo quickly realized what was happening. Unwilling to give up, he ran after him. Great master, no, please wait. I've been waiting here for hours. If you just leave now. In desperation, Chun Seo grabbed the master's shoulder. He stopped dead. The air around them grew heavy and tense. Suddenly, a blazing red killing intent erupted from the master. The aura instantly enveloped his body. Chun Seo stumbled back, horrified by the sheer pressure. The master turned his head, his eyes now pitch black with terrifying crimson pupils. Chun Seo's mind went blank with fear. What? Is this? This pressure. It feels like I could be killed in an instant. After the brief threat, the master withdrew his aura, and his eyes returned to normal. The master glanced back at them, his voice cold. I have nothing more to say. I told you, I'm tired. With that, he walked right past him. Master Queebok raised a finger. Develop a desire to learn. Or I have just one word for you. Dog. Suddenly insulted. Chun Seo bristled with anger. But the master cut him off. A dog only eats what its master provides. It doesn't get to touch its master's leg. Chun Seo was left utterly speechless by his words. He continued, remember this well. I won't tolerate an insolent pet. Master Quibok's words struck home, freezing Chun Seo where he stood. Meanwhile, Selin rushed to follow her master. Chun Seo's face was a mask of bitter resentment. Outside, the pair walked down the city street. Master Queebok spoke first. As I thought, that kid has no ambition. Selin was confused. Sir? He waved it off. It's nothing. Now, what's on your mind? Walking behind him, she began. But master, that person, Chun-se, is one of the top 3 talents in this entire country. If you push him too hard. Before she could finish, he interrupted. That boy is hopeless. Selin was taken aback. Hopeless, sir? Master Quibok continued. His eyes are completely devoid of hope. He's useless. That's his limit. Selin asked, confused. His eyes? And you said you met someone else earlier? He answered directly. A man named Ozu Song. I met him. Still behind him, Selin quickly asked. Oh? You seem quite pleased with him. The master replied coolly. He was average. But despite his indifferent tone, Selin could tell he was deeply impressed. Selin suddenly recalled something. Before you came, did you handle that matter from Hanam? He turned back abruptly. Yes, it was difficult, but I've intervened. Selin was even more surprised. So, what happened in the end? Master Quibok cut her off. It is now out of my hands. But Selin grew more anxious. Sir, he replied nonchalantly, I gave it to that man. If it's him, he can handle it. Selin gritted her teeth in panic. He was that impressive? To give him the legendary Hua Dan pill? Master Quibok flinched slightly. It's nothing. He thought with a pang of regret. Still, it's a bit of a waste. The scene shifts to Ozu Song, wearing the armor called the Queen's Embrace. Standing at the fissure's entrance, a man spoke. All right, first diver. Good luck out there. Ozu Song simply replied, right, and pulled his visor down. July 19th, at 1:02 p.m. The rift entrance officially opened. Diver Ozu Song would now face this world alone. There was only one way back. The system interface announced its activation. Rift interference closing. Retracting all external energy. In 19 hours, the gate would appear 52 kilometers from his drop point. He had to survive and get there before it closed for good. The primary objective for Diver Ozu Song, return alive. As he sprinted relentlessly, a notification pinged from his body camera. Exploration gear online. Shoulder camera is functioning normally. He glanced at his wrist display. Good, time to begin the expedition. Ozu Song navigated the hazardous terrain with ease until he saw them. A pack of monkey vipers. Their rank was confirmed as 23 stars. Ozu Song recognized it instantly, the first monster encounter. Just then, the monkey vipers roared, signaling their imminent attack, but Ozu Song didn't hesitate, readying himself for battle. Auto hunt, activate. Without another thought, he charged into the swarm. All right, let the hunt begin. The moment Ozu Song landed, the confrontation began. The monkey vipers shrieked savagely, one after another, as the bloodthirsty creatures charged. The monsters lunged forward, but his battlesuit suddenly took control, pulling his body backward as his feet left the ground. He stumbled back, just as the monkey vipers attacked. What the? Why? Suddenly, his body spun around and broke into a dead sprint. The pack of monsters gave chase from behind. While running, Ozu Song yelled, "What's going on?" The monkey vipers pursued him relentlessly. Why is Auto Hunt making me flee? A monkey viper's level. I'm more than strong enough to hunt them. He knew he could defeat them. And yet, his body kept sprinting forward. Suddenly, his arm reached behind him on its own. It grabbed something. Ozu Song was shocked by what he now held, the wooden box. His battlesuit was acting on its own, forcing him to retrieve the red box. This only deepened his confusion. Why is it taking this out now? This is not good. As he ran, he glanced back at the pack of pursuing monkey vipers. They were still chasing him relentlessly. He was at a loss for words. This. So the box held the golden elixir? His suit then automatically retracted his helmet. The suit took the elixir and brought it toward his mouth. Hey, wait, I have to eat this now? He was completely unable to control his body. His mind was screaming in panic. His hand released the golden elixir, and he could only watch helplessly as it fell towards his open mouth. The legendary elixir fell into Ozu Song's mouth. He swallowed it in a state of shock. He immediately felt something was wrong, his face twisting in disgust. His body began moving on its own, completely beyond his control. He thrashed wildly on the ground before being flung high into the air. Ozu Song floated in midair, his face pale and speechless. This feeling, it's completely. His body then continued its erratic dance, slamming into the ground, again and again against the rugged earth. After a moment, the dust kicked up by the violent impacts slowly began to settle. The shape of Ozu Song appeared, sprawled out on the ground. He lay there, mouth agape, the whites of his eyes showing. He had lost consciousness. The pack of monkey vipers began to close in. At some point, they had completely surrounded him, staring down with dark, hungry eyes at his unconscious form. As a signal, they roared, veins bulging on their faces. A light radiated from him, a sign of something to come. But the monkey vipers still charged recklessly forward. Meanwhile, at Tensor headquarters, Chun-se, Selin, and Cheng Guibai were watching the news. The TV anchor announced, Hunter Park Han-Han entered the fissure. 20 minutes have now passed. As you all know, was the fissure infiltration a success? Chun-seo silently glanced at Cheng Guibai, who asked, Do you have something to say? Chun-seo hastily replied, In this situation, if Du Songsi can't return, surely Master has a backup plan, right? He asked, slowly sipping his tea. A backup plan? Selin exclaimed. The treasure. It isn't the golden core, is it? That's what we were looking for, correct? His estimated core energy had leaped past 20,000. Qbert calmly retorted, Your words hold little interest. Stung by the rebuke, Selin asked. Me? Qbert set his cup down and continued. In truth, you're not the only one mistaken. When the golden core dissolves, it releases core energy, correct? But ultimately, it is merely fuel. Selin slowly asked. Fuel? Qbert slammed his hand on the table, startling Selin. That's right, a catalyst that vanishes after use. Selin stammered from beside him. Then, how does it cause a transformation? Qbert mused for a moment. I am not entirely sure myself. Hearing this, Selin gasped. What? The first time I ate the golden core, I could control the malevolent star. Qbert took another sip of tea and went on. The second time, my very bones were remade. I became a different person. His eyes grew distant, lost in memory. With regular use of the golden core, the body is gradually perfected. Enlightened, Selin gasped. I never knew such a change was possible. He continued, If you ate it, the pain would be so intense you'd pass out, so you wouldn't even know. Qbert's words made Selin's face pale, but Qbert simply sipped his tea calmly. We'll just have to observe. I gave him my word. Yes. Of course, that transformation is highly anticipated, Selin whispered. Just then, across the battlefield, Dusong regained consciousness. What in the world happened to me? His eyes shot open, his face drenched in sweat, as if he'd just clawed his way back from hell. Dusong dazedly scanned his surroundings. He was definitely being hunted. As he sat up, a sharp pain shot through his head. He winced in obvious pain. What happened? Dusong's memory returned. That's right, I consumed the golden core. But as his eyes swept the area, he was shocked. The landscape was littered with the bodies of monkey viper monsters. Their corpses lay everywhere, red fluid still seeping out. To handle the monkey vipers, the auto hunt must have fought desperately. How long has it been? A flood of images suddenly flashed through his mind. Memories of his battle with the monsters. Dusong recalled something vital and shouted, Damn it, how much time has passed? He checked the timer on his wristwatch. Nearly 4 hours left. Dusong quickly put on his mask and stood up. Such a racket. I need to hurry back and end this. Otherwise, I can't get out. But as he stood, a bigger shock awaited him. The moment he moved, he suddenly launched high into the air. Dusong floated in the air, panicking at his own action. What was that? He rushed to land. What's happening to my body? He staggered, struggling for balance amidst the thick dust. Dusong flexed his hand, still feeling suspicious of his own body. Before, overusing my core energy would make me faint. But now, that power flows through my body with ease. Could this be the effect of the golden core? The dust slowly settled. Dusong darted between the rocks, as fast as the wind. He let out a joyous whoop. He yelled, My body is so fast all of a sudden. It was a tight fit, but he'd worn 3 layers of armor just in case. So it should be fine, he thought. Due to his body's sudden growth, the armor felt a bit constricting. He thought again, but this condition is pretty good. This is the golden core's effect. He started running and shouting again. This strange change in my body is amazing. At this rate, I can get out. He stopped on a mountaintop, panting as he stared ahead and muttered, 4 kilometers to go. There's enough time to finish, he thought. Luckily, I can return safely, but the initial transformation was so painful he lost consciousness. How pathetic. All of his preparations ended up turning to dust. He leaped to another cliff, his mind still puzzled. It feels strange. Why did the auto-hunt system push me to eat the golden core? Considering the monkey viper's level, my original strength was enough to kill it. But suddenly, a loud explosion boomed in the sky. Then a flash of light shattered the silence, cutting off his train of thought. The light from the blast forced him to shield his eyes. That's a flare. The anomaly point. After pausing for a second, he ran onward, marveling. I've already adapted to this form. At that moment, a team advanced toward him. Their steps were steady, their builds powerful, their demeanor incredibly serious. This armor. It belongs to the Quartz team, one of their 2 national F4T teams, tough enough to rival a military unit. In this raid, their role is to secure a key point. A member of the Quartz team approached Du Song, his face filled with shock. He never expected to be met by one of the 2 F4T teams, the Quartz team, a unit clad in full armor and masks. He assessed the team before him. The atmosphere was eerily grim. The man approaching removed his mask, then sneered with pure contempt. The tree shuddered from the immense impact. He collapsed, coughing violently, his face a mask of fury and confusion as he stared up at the man. Who are you? Why attack me? The man looked down, speaking over his coughs. It's useless. You won't be moving for a while. You can't use your Ulu energy anymore. It's cut off. Now, straight to the point. Where did you get that armor? He glared, choking back a cough. What? The man cut him off. Don't change the subject. You're a descendant of Pegasus. He barely stood, the name ringing in his mind. Are these guys connected to that old man? The man's voice turned cold. Answer me. If not, you'll die a miserable death. He shot back. Why should I answer you? Clutching his side as he rose. The man growled. This fool won't talk until he's at death's door, Du Song thought. What business is this of theirs? Suspicion flickered in his eyes. Is it because of the auto-hunting golden pill? They must know about it. He laughed. Is that old man still making trouble for me? My first transformation is a total mess because of you, you know that? The man gritted his teeth. What did you say? Suddenly, he asked. Do they even read wuxia novels? Do they just follow your every command? He taunted, activating his auto-hunt skill. You want the ancient armor? Fine. Watch closely and see for yourself. He roared. The man, annoyed, ground his teeth in fury. All right, you've crossed my line. Then, he commanded his squad. From now on, suppress him. A formation opened, and his teammates charged forward. Formation engine, behind the masks. No one knew what these men would do. They circled him, fully armored, moving with astonishing speed. The members of Team Quartz held suppression batons. Batons at the ready, the leader ordered. He watched their every move, gripping his demon-slaying gun tightly. Attack! The enemy shouted. They closed in, surrounding him. Facing them, he took a deep breath, a faint smirk on his lips. Siodan shouted from the group, Formation, activate! Instantly, lightning-fast attacks came at him from all sides. In a flash of blue light, he miraculously dodged every single attack. He saw an opening in one of them and seized the moment. They were stunned by his impossible speed. He immediately switched to a counterattack. His gaze sharp, he aimed his gun at an attacker and pulled the trigger. The bullet's speed and power were immense. It shot straight for the enemy's head, but they dodged it by a hair's breadth. Disbelief flashed in his eyes. Siodan laughed loudly. Oh, Du Song, you're much stronger in person than in the videos. But this formation is not so easy to beat. He savored the look of rage on his target's face. The leader yelled, Finish him now. Beneath the blood-red sky, Du Song was swarmed by the agents of Team Quartz. Du Song gritted his teeth, his face covered in dirt and grime. Siodan laughed with delight. First time in a group battle? Siodan's eyes narrowed with malice. He continued, Your movements are straight out of a textbook. Siodan laughed loudly, raising his hand. Now, the hunt begins. Restrain him. At his command, the squad stood ready. They suddenly pressed a button on their fingers with a click. Du Song's eyes widened in pure shock. The squad attacked him with long energy whips. The lashes struck Du Song at a terrifying speed. He couldn't defend against the relentless assault. After regaining his composure, Du Song fired rapidly at 2 of the agents, but it inflicted no damage. Behind their masks, their expressions never changed. Instead, Du Song's own shock deepened. 2 agents pinned him down, leaving no room to retreat. The whips continued their merciless attack. His body screamed with every strike. Du Song clenched his jaw, using every last ounce of his strength despite the agony. He raised his gun, firing 2 shots in quick succession. The air filled with gunpowder. Du Song stared forward, his body taut. He struggled for every breath. Dan stared right at him and coughed. "What's wrong? Can't handle this strange feeling. That spin and stretch footwork of yours is good, but it's useless if you have no room to jump, right?" Du Song fought back like a cornered beast, launching a continuous attack. He couldn't let them expand their space. The agent's assault grew more intense. Du Song struck back, now also using his staff. He had to create some distance. Anxiety flooded his mind. If this kept up, his senses would be overwhelmed. The tension became suffocating. The wind howled around him. Du Song thought in despair, "How can I hit them if I just keep dodging?" A smirk crossed Dan's lips as he gave a new command. "Now, the moment you see his weakness, restrain him immediately." Dan arrogantly waved his hand, his face full of confidence. His men awaited the signal from their captain. The second he finished speaking, they rushed in with renewed ferocity. A heavy baton slammed into Du Song's back. The sudden blow made him cry out in pain. Under the crimson glow, the atmosphere grew more violent. Du Song staggered, nearly collapsing. He looked up in horror as the entire squad charged him. They swarmed Du Song's body. Beside him, Dan's voice dripped with triumph. "Oh, Du Song, this is the end." The agents continued their advance. They unleashed a torrent of powerful attacks. Du Song was nearly bound by the long whips. Suddenly, a light flared in his eyes. He was like a different person. Against the fiery red sky, streaks of light shot through the air. On the ground below, circular shields began to crack and shatter. They emitted a blinding light. Suddenly, the strange objects launched upwards, trailing long beams of light. The launch created a deafening roar that echoed everywhere. The light beams attacked with shocking speed, surprising everyone. They descended so fast, the agents had no time to react. Screams tore through the air. Witnessing the chaos, Dan shouted in shock, "What is that?" A hail of bullets erupted. "Penetrate," the voice echoed. "Bullets from underground." An agent was thrown into the air by a bullet, screaming. Could it be? Du Song stood at the center, unmoved. He calmly watched the chaos unfold. A dangerous expression crossed Du Song's face. Dan stumbled backward, shouting, "What in the world is he doing now?" Du Song walked calmly past the fallen agents on the ground. As he walked, he spoke. "This summoning technique is called parasitic wasp. Just like before, you can't use your skills, can you?" Du Song continued to advance. The air was now thick with smoke and dust. Through the glowing lights, his determined face appeared. Du Song spoke softly. "This is my first time controlling so many parasite bees. But I'm doing better, aren't I?" Dan stood before him. He coughed, completely speechless. Impossible, Dan thought. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe what he was seeing. He anticipated our formation's movements. The bullets didn't miss. He intentionally fired into the ground. Then, Selzen gazed at the blazing sky. He thought, what is this? A technique called parasite bees? Du Song's approach put him on edge. Selzen was utterly bewildered. I saw him shoot during the rehearsal, but it held nowhere near this much power. Du Song glanced up, his mind racing. The fiber consumption of the parasite bees isn't as high as I imagined. He recalled the rehearsal. Back then, using just one leg was exhausting. Du Song's thoughts continued to swirl. My fiber has increased. No, more than that. The vitality in my muscles before and after the elixir are worlds apart. My muscles are contracting with incredible efficiency. I can feel it. He suddenly turned to Selzen and said, So, let's talk now. The man hesitated for a moment, then shouted, How is this possible? Why would someone with your abilities work for that snake Trin Kwai Bet? Du Song continued forward, retorting, That man and I have no connection. Selzen froze, nearly screaming. What? He began, I don't know your connection to that old man. Du Song paused. He suddenly aimed his gun at Selzen, continuing, But for my profession, getting a scar is unforgivable. Selzen stared down the barrel, defiant. You might as well just kill me. Du Song's eyes suddenly darkened as he spoke coldly. A small camera mounted on his armor blinked to life. Du Song added, In any case, my action cam has recorded everything you've done. It's over. What? What? Du Song glared down, his voice a cold warning. I already told you. I don't think this is some martial arts game. It ends here, you fools. And just like that, the chaos concluded. Captain Selzen. Yes, the captain himself. He was also captured and interrogated. The investigation revealed he was an infiltrating Chinese hunter. As for why he tried to eliminate Du Song, There were no answers. However, the investigation linked Selzen's team to the teacher Mantong, ranked 4th among the 10,000. From China's major corporations was Mr. Go Zhang. According to the action cam footage, Du Song was only a witness. As the victim, he offered no special testimony. The investigation hit a dead end, unable to uncover their motive. The situation remained unresolved. As Du Song sat alone on a bench, he glanced to his side. Standing, there was none other than Mr. Trin Kwai Bet. Du Song and Mr. Trin Kwai Bet began to speak. "You came," he said first. The man gave a slight smirk. This was unexpected. "If you had opened your mouth, I couldn't have stayed in this country." Without looking at him, Du Song replied, "Even if I keep my mouth shut, you can't stay here for long. The consequences have already been revealed." Mr. Trin Kwai Bet sighed. "I suppose so. That's that. But what about you?" After a moment of silence, he continued, "I've thought it over." At this, Du Song finally spoke. "Say it. As I thought, apologizing to your master is impossible. It's completely unacceptable." Du Song glared sideways, his annoyance clear. The tension between them instantly thickened. Trin Kwai Bet let out a soft laugh. "Now that it's come to this, what do you plan to do with me?" Du Song calmly looked at the sky and replied, "So that's how it is." The man was confused. "What are you suddenly talking about?" Du Song stood up. "This isn't the place to talk. Follow me." The man was suspicious about being led somewhere. The scene changes to Sun Ok's home, where a man is busy cooking in the kitchen. He was humming a little tune. Sun Ok skillfully tossed the food in the pan. Before long, a lavish meal was spread across his table. He stood with his hands on his hips, admiring his feast. Two men eating tofu kimchi? Something feels off about this. Then, the doorbell rang. Sun Ok turned around, not very surprised. Du Song is here. He didn't waste any time and quickly went to open the door. "Du Song, you're here." Seeing Sun Ok at the door, Du Song called out happily, "Hey, this is a bit sudden, but can we add one more person for dinner?" Sun Ok didn't hesitate, welcoming him warmly. "Of course, why not?" But seeing someone with him, Sun Ok was a little surprised. But when he recognized the guest as Trin Kwai Bet, the atmosphere froze. "This guy? No way, is it really him?" Sun Ok stared at his sunglasses. He wore a blue shirt and radiated a strange aura. What a fashion disaster, he thought. That tacky shirt with those sunglasses? A voice suddenly broke Sun Ok's train of thought. He was a bit flustered. Sun Ok forced a smile, realizing he'd left them at the door. "Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please, come in. I wasn't prepared for much, but take a seat." Mr. Trin Kwai Bet responded, "Thank you." At the table, the silence was uncomfortably thick. Sun Ok began to sweat. "Man, what is this? Why isn't anyone talking? Should I say something?" After a moment, he decided to break the ice. He turned to Du Song. "Du Song, what's your relationship with this person? Is he that uncle?" He calmly answered Sun Ok's question. "It's not like that." Before introductions, he abruptly stood up. "I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back." Sun Ok awkwardly agreed. Sure, go ahead." He silently watched the bathroom door close. Now only two remained, making it even more awkward. Sun Ok wondered what to say when the old man spoke first. "Hey kid, got anything to drink? Just some tea leaves will be fine." The question snapped Sun Ok from his thoughts. He answered with surprise. "Pardon? Oh, yes, of course. I'll get it." Sun Ok stood up and went to the kitchen for tea, while Mr. Trin Kwai Bet stared at his back. He could feel the intense gaze, even when turned away. This made him a little anxious. "What is it? Why does he keep staring at me like that?" Then the old man spoke unexpectedly. "Your musculature is magnificent." The sudden comment startled Sun Ok, who turned to face Mr. Trin Kwai Bet. "Huh?" As if confirming he'd heard correctly, the man repeated, "I said your physique is excellent." What is he going on about, he thought. Trin Kwai Bet stood, removing his glasses. "Better than expected. So this is why that Du Song fellow brought me here." "What?" He approached the man. "Your hand." He offered his hand to a stunned Sun Ok. "Huh? Wait, what's this for?" The man added. "This is thanks to Du Song. As long as it wasn't trouble, this seemed like a fair trade." Though suspicious, Sun Ok extended his hand as requested. He wondered if this old man was Du Song. But before he could finish the thought, the man seized his wrist. "Huh? This can't be." He stared in shock where Trin Kwai Bet gripped him, as a bright light suddenly flared to life. "So? How could this power be inside me? Impossible. Shouldn't there at least be some pain? My 3 energy channels have recovered a fragment. But to connect it with high-level control of So, just who is this old man?" As this happened, a figure watched from behind a nearby wall. After a moment, Trin Kwai Bet released his wrist, leaving Sanok completely stunned. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He stared down at his trembling hands. "No way. Mister, do I have so inside me now?" Trin Quibet answered calmly. "That's right. What you are thinking is correct. Until the shields I placed on your energy pathways fade, you can wield a small amount of that power. Even so, it will only last for a few minutes." Sanok was stunned to hear him state this so matter-of-factly. After a moment, his lips curved into a smile. Without hesitating, he tested the power within. In the blink of an eye, he flashed in front of the table. Sanok was shocked by his own ability. Dusong watched everything from behind the wall. He thought there were no signs of casting. This is the true spinner leash. Sanok's hands trembled with pure excitement. "My body. It moves as I command." He clenched his fists, feeling the power surge through him. He turned suddenly. "Dusong, and you, sir. I don't know what this is, but really, thank you so much." The old man suggested to Sanok, "Let's go for a little walk." Sanok eagerly agreed. "Yes." Excitement was written all over his face. He then flashed in front of the two of them. Dusong glanced at Trin Quibet with a slight smile. "It must feel like getting back a severed limb," he said. For a man of his talent to live as an ordinary person for 3 years. Adjusting his glasses, he added, "In any case, you seem to have something you wish to say." Dusong didn't deny it. "Yes, I do. Would you be interested in making a deal with me?" The old man chuckled softly. "A deal, you say?" Trin Quibet smirked, clasping his hands behind his back. "Very well. A deal it is. I presume you want something for that young man." "His complete recovery." Dusong nodded. "Correct. The item I consumed. Can it be given to him?" Crossing his arms, Quibet stared at him skeptically. "Did I not make myself clear? That grand elixir is extremely expensive," he continued. "Besides, I'm catching a flight out of the country tonight. There's no time. Now, tell me again what it is that you want." Dusong's expression remained firm, just as you said. "Heal him. The payment for his treatment. That is my condition." Trin Quibet laughed with an air of arrogance. "With a condition like that, do you think someone like me would agree so easily? Are we so close, kid? Can you trust me?" Dusong cut through his questions. Pointing to himself, his gaze unwavering, he declared, "I believe in my own worth." Quibet narrowed his eyes at him, then let out a small laugh. Dusong's eyes narrowed in return, his brow furrowing in slight annoyance. He declared to Quibet, "And for the record, I won't accept absurd demands like your other disciples." Quibet was visibly taken aback by his response. The old man yielded. "First, let's set the deal aside. There are things to resolve." Dusong's stance remained firm. "I am a hunter, not a swindler." He gestured towards the door, speaking bluntly. "As a hunter, I won't attempt the impossible. If you disagree with my terms, please feel free to leave now." Quibet fell silent, his eyes following Dusong's gesture. A small smile played on his lips as he crossed his arms, staring intently. A tense silence filled the room. For a long moment, they stared each other down, neither saying a word. Then, a smirk finally broke across Quibet's face. He let out a triumphant scoff, pushing his glasses up. "All right, I'll accept your deal." Just then, the door burst open. A panting, smiling Kim Sanok entered. "How long has it been? I was able to run for a full hour." Dusong looked up and offered a quiet greeting as he came in. Sanok leaned on the wall, changing his shoes at the entrance. Brushing off his pants, he replied, "Oh, hey Dusong. Where'd the old man go?" Dusong answered. Sanok looked up, his face dripping with sweat, and brushed his hair back. "What?" But I didn't even get to properly thank him. He walked to the fridge, placing a hand on the door with a grin. That was a truly incredible experience. The thread vein technique? It's an unbelievable method. Grabbing a bottle of water, Sanok continued. I really thought I would never be able to run again. He tilted the bottle back, gulping down huge mouthfuls. Sanok kept the bottle tilted up, speaking with a satisfied laugh. "Ah, that really hits the spot." Dusong watched him in silence. With the bottle still in hand, Sanok returned to the topic with a fond smile. "I just ran for about an hour straight. That's a new personal best. And it's the happiest I've felt in this body in a long time. I'm afraid I might be getting greedy." He looked over to where Dusong was sitting. "Hey, Dusong, have you eaten yet? Just wait a minute. I'll heat something up." "Hyung," Dusong's serious voice cut him off. Sanok glanced over. What's up?" "I just spoke with that man," Dusong said, looking at Sanok with a grave expression. "There is a way to fully treat your condition." Sanok flinched at his words. The room fell silent. The two stared at each other, neither speaking a word as Sunok tried to process it. His gaze lowered slightly, his expression unreadable. But Dusong held his ground, his eyes firm as he waited for an answer. Sun Ok composed himself, a smirk forming on his lips. But that kind of treatment isn't free, is it? His question took Dusong by surprise. Sun Ok's expression darkened as he continued. The usual smile was on his face, but it felt strained and hollow. Do you think I'm that naive? For the past 3 years, I have tried every possible method to heal this body of mine. He looked directly into Dusong's eyes. The conclusion was always the same: there is no cure. But meeting that man, someone who can control supernatural power, that was something I never could have imagined. A gentle smile returned to Sanok's face as he continued. Anyone could guess that the one who made all of this happen was Dusong. Dusong spoke cautiously, sir. But he just shook his head, denying everything. Free treatment for a top hunter? This was clearly a trap for Dusong, wasn't it? His smile finally faded as he growled at Dusong, his brow furrowed. You don't need to pay that price for me, Dusong stated. It's not a heavy cost. Sunok's face went dark as he slammed both hands on the table in a rage. With a loud crash, he yelled, What do you mean? It's fine. Just being able to run again was more than enough for me. The man who was just smiling was now completely tense, sweat dotting his strained face. He turned to Dusong, his voice filled with anguish. Dusong, there's no such thing as a small price. The cost to repair a body like this is never cheap. Dusong just listened intently to his words. He calmly replied, I'm okay. Before the words even left his mouth, Sunok erupted once more, cutting him off with a furious shout. I already told you I don't need it. Sunok, sweating heavily with knitted brows, struggled to repeat, I'm fine. I said I'm fine. But what if? His voice lost its power, growing hesitant. Dusong cut in, holding up 5 fingers. The condition is the 5th expedition. Sunok froze at his words. Dusong remained perfectly calm, continuing before he could even protest. A freelance contract with Tesla, then participation in the 5th China operation. The contract ends after that. Profit distribution will follow our last agreement. Sunok stared blankly, still processing the information. He asked again to confirm, his tone hesitant. Participate in the 5th China operation? That's right. Dusong answered immediately. Yes. The greatest strategy in history. He stared forward, his clasped hands covering his mouth. The gesture only amplified his serious expression. He added, This is a good deal. You can gain international experience. What hunter wouldn't want a chance like this? Hearing this, Sunok let out a heavy sigh. He closed his eyes and said, Then I'll need to check the contract carefully. See if this is all some joke. No need for that, Dusong interrupted coolly. Sunok was startled. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Dusong said, He already finished discussing it with Chimkui Bet. I'm not keeping you as my agent anymore. Sunok's face instantly twisted. He scowled, his eyes blazing as he yelled, What? He suddenly swung his massive arm. A nearby chair crashed to the floor. Sunok grabbed Dusong, twisting his collar tightly. With a powerful tug, he pulled their faces close together. He glared furiously. Stop messing with me, you kid, Dusong replied coldly. This isn't a joke. Sunok's scowl deepened as he questioned him. It used to be, please be my agent, please help me. What about now, huh? Now that you're in the spotlight, you can just do whatever you want? Is that it, you kid? Dusong's brow furrowed slightly. He met Sunok's gaze earnestly. But hasn't the situation changed now? Your body can be healed. Sunok ground his teeth in anger, then suddenly exploded in a rage at the man before him. I told you I'm fine. Who do you think you are, making my decisions? But why? He glared at Dusong, his jaw still clenched tight. Dusong fell silent for a moment. Then he spoke softly. Sir, when you first became my agent, didn't you say this? Don't lead me into the tiger's mouth. Hearing those words, the deep furrow in Sunok's brow relaxed. He raised his eyes, surprised by what Dusong had said. Dusong continued calmly. Right now, to me, you are that tiger's mouth, not even knowing what you want. You just look pathetic. Sunok froze. What? Dusong continued coldly. When you got back, you took a water from the fridge instead of a beer. Am I wrong? If you didn't have to manage your condition, you would have grabbed a beer. Hearing that, Sunok faltered. His powerful grip on Dusong's shirt finally slackened. He stammered, Well. Dusong calmly peeled Sunok's hand from his collar. Then, he used both hands to sit him down in the chair. Ignoring the lost look on Sunok's face, he set him upright so they were face to face. Dusong stared right at Sunok, his eyes full of conviction. He placed a hand on his shoulder, persuading him. Look at me. You know what you want, right? You want it. You want to run like you did before. Sun Ok's jaw remained clenched, a choked sound escaping his throat as words failed him. Dusong stood up straight, continuing. From now on, don't stay in my shadow. Starting tomorrow, go back to how you were. He looked down at the man on the chair. And when I return, you come back to me, got it? Sun Ok cut in, stunned. What? He said cautiously. Who knows what could happen in China? That's not something you need to worry about, Dusong stated firmly. His hand fell from Sun Ok's shoulder as he turned and walked away. As he strode to the door, he said coldly, Don't think of this as a debt. This Tesla contract is a great opportunity for my career. Your treatment is just an extra bonus. At those words, Sun Ok could only sit there silently, his head bowed. Dusong stopped at the door. What's going to happen? It doesn't matter where I hunt now. No one has the power to stop me. In China or anywhere else, I'll be fine. So, he turned his head, offering Sun Ok a bright, reassuring smile. Just trust me and wait a little while. Sun Ok raised his eyes. He was stunned for a moment by Dusong's words. The door clicked shut. Dusong was gone. Now only a pensive Sun Ok remained in the silent room. He was quiet, still processing. A smirk touched his lips as he murmured, Trust him and wait, huh? Raising a hand to cover his eyes, he suddenly laughed to himself, treating me like a child. 1 week later, at the international airport, reporters swarmed Dusong. Dusong, you signed with Tesla so fast. Was there something going on behind the scenes? The first Korean solo hunter to sign a Chinese contract. Please give us a comment. Look over here, please. He glanced back pensively but said nothing, pulling his suitcase away without answering a single question. The exhausted reporters screamed for an interview, sighing, He's gone. The man is a ghost. Did he have to leave right after announcing it? A female reporter nearby spoke up. But is this okay? Oh, Dusong captured a Chinese hunter last time. The industry is still talking about it. The male reporter next to her added, Yeah, there was a huge uproar in China. Their national talent was attacked by a new Korean hunter. The female reporter asked, So why would Oh Dusong go to China before this blows over? They all marveled. He truly is a man of immense power. On the plane, Oh Dusong was checking his phone, lost in thought. It's been a chaotic week without Sun Ok. Huh? His phone displayed a call from Sun Ok. Oh Dusong thought, Speak of the devil. He finally answered the video call. Am I too late? Are you on a plane? Oh Dusong was momentarily stunned, and Sun Ok pressed on. Why so quiet? Feeling shy? Oh Dusong chuckled, finally speaking. No. You seem to be doing well for someone who vanished. Sun Ok replied. What? He flashed a V sign, continuing. See? I've already started training again. My progress is so good, I could return to my old self instantly. He shared more with Oh Dusong. All right. So what you're saying is, China is different. What you learn gets into someone's head, so they eliminate the target. Oh, Dusong was surprised by this, smirking in agreement. I understand. The plane flew on. In Shanghai, China, at the Qinghai Hotel's top-floor VIP room, Oh Dusong was stunned by the room's panorama. He thought to himself, It's unbelievably large and extravagant. The door opened softly, and a female employee entered, bowing politely. Greetings, Mr. Oh Dusong, she continued. Are your accommodations comfortable? Oh, Dusong replied courteously. Yes, they're great. She nodded. I'm so glad. I am Seo Du of Tenzu. During your stay, I'll be your guide and schedule manager. Please let me know if you require anything. Oh, Dusong noted silently. The guide looks younger than I thought. No, I shouldn't be prejudiced. He spoke to her. Thank you. I have a few questions, Seo Du explained. There's no need for formalities. As you can see, I'm just a subordinate, here for you. Oh Dusong politely agreed. I see. Ah, no, got it. He made his request. I want to see Trin Kwai Bet. I haven't seen him since arriving in China. Seo Du then asked, Excuse me? You called him Trin Kwai Bet? Oh, Dusong was concerned. Is there a problem? Seo Du's face twisted in annoyance as she bluntly retorted. Is the headmaster your friend? To use his esteemed name so casually. How ill-mannered. Oh, Dusong was shocked by this news. Hey, headmaster? That old man is a headmaster? Trin Kwai Bet and I have a business relationship, so I'll call him what I want, he explained. But this only fueled Seo Du's anger as she yelled, You insolent man! Oh Dusong saw her defensive stance and thought, What is this? Is that old man some sacred being? Besides, this is clearly how a subordinate behaves. He smirked. Well, seems so. He replied simply, "Okay, fine." Xiaodu questioned. "Huh?" Oh Dusong explained. "If you want to fight, then try me." He gave a kind reminder. "However, remember this, you alone are responsible for the outcome." His aura, cold and overwhelming, made Xiaodu break out in a fearful sweat. She took a step back. Oh Dusong continued speaking. "The moment you used your energy, a fight was inevitable. I'm being civil because Tenzu sent you, and I must save face for my business partner. If I touch you here, my position becomes difficult. Of course, your position will be far worse, having troubled the headmaster's esteemed guest." Oh Dusong threatened Xiaodu, then slowly approached, towering over her. He warned, "Listen carefully. If you try anything like that again, I'll treat you as a thug, not a Tenzu representative, understand?" Xiaodu replied, "Yes, I do." Oh, Dusong questioned. "Such a short answer? It seems you're not listening. Are you protesting?" He continued. "If you keep this attitude, I'll have no choice but to call Trinquai Bet. His secretary is a mess, so our contract is off, got it?" Xiaodu stammered. "You can't." Oh Dusong held up 2 fingers. "That's your second strike." Xiaodu bit her lip in defeat. She bowed low, apologizing. "I understand. Please forgive my rudeness." "I'm truly sorry." He nodded. "Fine." Internally, Oh Dusong sighed. She's quite a hothead. "I wouldn't do this in Korea. But this is China. The culture and tendencies are different. I felt it when I sparred with Chunjio. The Chinese temperament is rough, like a wild horse. Perhaps because they knew martial arts before monsters appeared, their spirit is strong. This is a relationship of combat and hunter conflict. It's a kind of culture. Take it lightly, and you're finished. If I think like I'm in Korea, I'll get swept away," he considered. Xiaodu began. "I." Oh Dusong permitted her to speak. "Go ahead," Xiaodu stated politely. "Yes. I'll review the schedule. You need to join a field trip to adapt to the area. When would be a good time?" He turned and walked away, replying, "Now." Xiaodu answered. "Understood." Oh Dusong commanded. "Guide me to a rift that's opening soon." Soon, they arrived before a crimson rift. Oh Dusong was surprised. "What is this?" Someone declared loudly. "I'll go in first." Another group shouted back, "No, we will." A dispute erupted between 2 sides, each wielding their own weapons. Both parties snarled threateningly at each other. Oh Dusong watched, unimpressed, asking Xiaodu, "This is the operation zone? It looks like a battlefield." Xiaodu pointed while explaining, "So over there is the reception desk." A few soldiers stood guard before them. A field table was set up, with 2 rival groups confronting each other. Each side growled, with no intention of backing down. Oh Dusong muttered in disgust. Even after changing into combat gear, this atmosphere is still hostile. "So, registration isn't done in advance, but right on site?" Xiaodu explained with a nod. "Correct. Pre-registration would only cause competition for the high-level gates. Entry order is decided by the hunters who gather here for the operation. Hunters targeting the same gate will negotiate to decide the entry order." Oh Jusong replied. "I see." He glanced around. Their faces showed no signs of negotiation. Weapons were already clashing. Oh Jusong was skeptical. "Negotiate? This looks more like a brawl." She continued her explanation. "It's decided by weakness, or by a set order." Since the Chinese hunters were powerful, she eyed the crowd with irritation. Are they from the Red Dragon Guild or the Dragon Slayer clan? This will be tough. Facing 2 of Shanghai's biggest hunter factions makes registration a real problem. Oh Jusong spoke up, "Just as I thought." He smiled. "First, the order is decided by who registers first, correct?" Xiaodu looked at him and replied, "That's right." But before she could say more, Oh Jusong was already on the move. Xiaodu watched in confusion. "Huh?" Oh Jusong strode right past the crowd. Both they and Xiaodu stared in disbelief as she cried out, "Wait!" Oh Jusong stopped, his path blocked. A towering, bald man stood before him, spouting a foreign language. Xiaodu stepped in front of Oh Jusong to translate. "Me and this woman," he declared. "This woman?" Xiaodu questioned. "Yes," he whispered to her. "Given the atmosphere, a small scuffle during registration isn't a big deal, right?" Xiaodu agreed. "That's right." Oh Jusong smiled. "All right then." He wrapped an arm around her waist, saying, "Sorry about this." Xiaodu stared at his hand, flustered. "Huh?" The giant reached a massive hand for her. Oh Jusong's eyes widened. He kicked off the man's back, grabbing Xiaodu and leaping away. The massive man stared after them, stunned. Xiaodu looked down. "Huh?" Oh Jusong sailed gracefully over the onlookers. Everyone stared up at him, their jaws agape. Oh Jusong landed before them, just feet from the soldiers, who eyed them with confusion. Oh Jusong demanded. Translate what I say. Oh Jusong, gate entry team, registering. What? Seodu asked, her mind completely elsewhere. Wait, this man is holding me, she thought, her face flushing crimson. She cleared her throat. Ahem. He urged her, hurry and translate. Hold on, we have to consider the consequences, Seodu said. He glared at her. Before the last spot is gone, her brow furrowed in frustration. Damn it, she thought. The info board displayed his name at the top. Oh Jusong. He looked at it, satisfied. Good. But the others were instantly hostile. Some gripped their weapons, others cracked their knuckles, ready for a fight at any moment. Oh Jusong and Seodu turned. The murderous intent radiating from the crowd was impossible to miss. It's finally a problem, Seodu thought in a panic. The men were muttering, Hey, who's that? A Korean. Can that guy really defeat all of us Chinese hunters? That's him, Oh Jusong. He just appeared out of nowhere to register in Shanghai. How ridiculous. He pointed and told Seodu, translate for that side this time. She immediately replied, Yes, all right. Oh Jusong's brow furrowed as he spoke. Not just those here. All of you, come at me, one by one. What? She thought, absolutely stunned. Seodu warned him. Sir, the fact that the master is Tenzu's leader is a secret, Oh Jusong replied. I know how to keep a secret. She couldn't believe it. You know that and you're still causing a scene? She urged him again. Sir, this is Shanghai. Those people, Oh Jusong asked, they aren't Tenzu's territory, right? No. He pointed, identifying each faction. I've done some homework. These are the Red Dragon Guild and the Dragon Slayer clan, correct? Seodu grew more afraid, her mind racing as she thought. With no backup from Tenzu, he wants to provoke two of Shanghai's major powers all by himself. He's completely insane. What should I do? Maybe I should just get out of here. Meanwhile, Oh Jusong had his own thoughts. That old man was watching when he sent me to Shanghai, a place outside Tenzu's influence. He definitely has a motive, but I refuse to be manipulated. With 5 chances, my freelance contract forbids sending me out without reason. Any obstacle in my way will be blown away. That was his only consideration. But then, a moment passed. Oh Jusong glanced over, curious, as the crowd's murmuring suddenly stopped. The top dog had arrived. Someone was slowly approaching them. Seodu gasped. Could that be her? Even Oh Jusong's surprise showed on his face. A woman in red gear with a stunning figure and an icy expression stopped right before them. Seodu explained, the current combat leader of the Red Dragon Guild, and the guild master's daughter, Jongbi-jan. The woman named Jongbi-jan walked closer to Oh Jusong. She paused for a second, then looked at them. Seodu spoke to Oh Jusong. She's the official spokesperson for the Red Dragon Guild. As he glanced at her, she nodded. Just leave the translation to me. Of course, he said. But Jongbi-jan's face was a mask of ice as she declared, withdraw the name you just registered, if you don't want to die. She continued, by your agility, I can tell you're an elite hunter. However, the standards for rifts on this continent are different from the peninsula you came from, so, withdraw. Jongbi-jan's expression was grim. The others roared in agreement. That's right, right. Withdraw now, stop. Oh Jusong calmly surveyed the scene. Truly pathetic. One word from her, and they fall silent. Huh, you're right, Seodu agreed. He scratched his cheek, asking her, okay, translate this for me. He began, thank you for the polite warning. Frankly, I'm prepared for any trouble. Jongbi-jan listened, thinking, good, he seems to understand. Just then, Oh Jusong continued. However, he announced, I have no intention of removing my name from the list. A Red Dragon Guild member raged, what? This bastard, and so? Jongbi-jan prompted. Oh Jusong continued, I am confident in my skills, so I will not withdraw. So, besides your friendly advice, if there's another way to expel me, please do it. Of course, within whatever limits the law allows here. Oh Jusong had gently declared war. Model. John glared at Jiang, and the rest of the Red Dragon Guild followed suit. They growled through clenched teeth. What? This guy? Vice Captain? You have a death wish, you insolent punk. Oh Jusong broke into a cold sweat. It was Jiang Bizan who had yelled, then gone quiet. Oh Jusong thought with surprise. As the raid captain, she has some serious authority. Jiang Bizan exhaled, then asked, you're fine then? You aren't backing out? Oh Jusong answered, that's right. She replied, then we only have one option left. He asked, and what is that? Jiang Bizan answered, you handle it. He warmed up, standing before the massive rift to observe it. Jiang Bizon's squad stood in formation, weapons drawn and ready. She glanced at Ozu Song as he finished his own preparations. One of her squad members spoke up. "Vice Captain." She turned. "What is it?" The man voiced his concern. "Are you seriously adding that Korean to our raid party? What happens if our clean water is tainted by some impurity?" Jiang Bizon retorted. "Are you suggesting I should fight alongside him then?" The man stammered. "Ah, no. That's not what I meant at all." She leveled the tip of her glaive at his chin. He immediately broke into a cold sweat. This was the Red Dragon Glaive, a legendary weapon of the Jiang clan. It was a weapon forged for hunt leaders since her father's time, its history as long as the Red Dragon Guild itself, a renowned weapon among China's elite hunters. She spoke. "Where is it that we both serve?" "The Red Dragon Guild." Jiang Bizon pressed. "Right? There's no reason I should raise my weapon for some foreigner." The man quickly agreed. "You're right. My apologies." Jiang Bizon added. "And wasn't it said our last member quit, causing problems for the raid? That won't happen again. No problems will arise." "Understood?" she commanded. "So wait until the battle begins." "Yes, ma'am." The others looked at her with admiration. Just as expected of our vice captain. It was all a test. She's brilliant. But Jiang Bizon thought, this tough act falls apart when no one's watching. This pressure is unbearable. She sighed to herself. "It's only my 3rd year as captain. I'm still not used to this kind of atmosphere." "Right. I don't have any leadership skills. It's all just an act. I love martial arts, and I enjoy hunting or training quietly by myself." But she felt the others staring at her. Jiang Bizon mused, "All these judging eyes are incredibly annoying." She glanced at Ozu Song. "But that guy, he's different. His name is Ozu Song. If he finds himself in danger, I can't help him. I know that, but still, what's with that relaxed attitude of his? His cautious expression from when he first joined. Was that arrogant attitude from before a lie?" She froze as Ozu Song looked back at her. He even let out a small smile. Jiang Bizon's jaw dropped. She watched him, thinking, there's something strange about him. He's nothing like I imagined. But her thoughts were cut short. "Vice Captain," they reported, "blue light is emanating from the Crimson Rift. It's opening. The monsters are coming." A black, blue-eyed beast glared out. Jiang Bizon spoke grimly. "That's a Zhu Huai, a 4-star beast." It let out a terrifying roar, and it wasn't alone. Jiang Bizon gasped in astonishment. "It's not just one. There's a whole swarm of them." The Zhu Huai lined up outside the rift. Weapons were raised in an instant. Jiang Bizon gave the command. "The raid starts now. All units, move on my command." Her team immediately charged forward. Jiang Bizon glanced at Ozu Song. "Well then." She moved out. She tailed Ozu Song with a single purpose. "Let's see what you're really capable of." The Zhu Huai attacked with sharp, white spikes. Ozu Song thought, "Here we go." But before he could even react, a member of the Red Dragon Guild charged in. This man swung a massive weapon, effortlessly deflecting the white projectiles. Others followed his lead, charging the horde of Zhu Huai. A beast fired another volley, but they dodged with ease and launched high into the air, striking from above. The man locked onto the Zhu Huai, calculated his trajectory, and plunged his weapon straight through its skull. It shrieked in agony. The hunter landed gracefully, his expression unchanged as the Zhu Huai fell. Ozu Song was utterly shocked. He took down a 4-star Zhu Huai in a single strike. A guild member saw his face and smirked with open contempt. "Did you see that, Ozu Song? You can't do that, can you, Korean?" They taunted him with pride. "This is the true power of our mainland's martial arts. Your skills are on another level entirely." The other Red Dragon members also battled with ease. One by one, they slaughtered the creatures. The Zhu Huai fell in droves. Ozu Song watched in amazement. They're all moving individually, with no coordination at all. How are they hunting this quickly? His gaze then locked onto Bizon. She was facing a Zhu Huai all by herself. This Zhu Huai was much larger than the rest. Bizon gathered her strength. It let out a threatening growl. Her eyes narrowed as she drew her glaive back and cleaved the monster before her, splitting it in two like paper. It fell in 2 clean halves. The Red Dragon members gaped at her power. "Bizon, truly our vice captain. No, an incredible captain." Ozu Song shared their sentiment. "Amazing power. Is this the might of a true martial artist? The kind China's hunters are so proud of." But Bizon just clicked her tongue. "I need to see what that guy can actually do." She shot him a glare. Ozu Song looked back, confused. Bizon ignored him, signaling her team. "The second wave is almost here. Get on the prepared lift and enter the rift, now." "Yes, Captain." they replied. Bizon thought of Ozu-song again. He's useless and just gets in the way. No. Once we are inside the rift, he'll have to show his true power. He stared at the transport. We're entering on this lift? He didn't move, which made one of the Red Dragon members roar with laughter. An easy way to get rid of him, see? The man pressed a button, and Ozu-song was immediately sent forward. The pulley system activated, lifting him high into the air. The Red Dragon Guild members looked down confused. Hey, isn't that Korean guy getting on the cable car? Another scoffed. He's probably too scared to even move. What a total coward. One of them shouted down to Ozu-song, Hey Korean, we're leaving you behind. Have fun watching from down there. Bizon also watched him, wondering why he wasn't boarding. Surely he couldn't be afraid now. Below, Ozu-song just looked up and smiled. Wow, everyone's more fired up than I thought. He smirked to himself. Well, either way, I'll just go in alone. Then he channeled power into his legs. Bizon was stunned by his actions. Ozu-song landed directly on the thick cable wire. The Red Dragon members stared, their jaws hanging open. What the hell? Ozu-song was using the cable itself to move even faster. Gliding effortlessly, he leaped straight into the rift. He turned, waving with a grin. See you there. And with that, he vanished. The Red Dragon Guild's expressions soured instantly. What was that? Bizon was just as shocked. This was no ordinary hunter. They muttered among themselves, wondering how he jumped that high using only the wire. It seemed completely impossible. Bizon shot them a sharp glare. Silence. But inside, she was screaming. This is bad. The team's morale is already wavering. Acting like the perfect captain, she began to rally them. Have you all forgotten? Who are we? Tell me, who are we? Their fighting spirit quickly returned. Yeah, right. It's all about our strength and our form. One placed a hand on his chest and yelled, We are the Red Dragon Guild. Let's go show that arrogant punk what we're made of. Yeah. Bizon was pleased. Good. Their focus has returned. They approached the massive fissure. Bizon reminded them once more. Everyone, prepare to charge. Now, into the rift. Bizon took the lead, with her members following close behind. They disappeared into the crack, emerging into a completely different space. It was an area with no living creatures in sight. Bizon was startled and confused. What is this? In the distance, dust billowed, and the ground began to shake. A Red Dragon member looked over and asked, Could that be? Bizon's mouth fell open. The pig fiends are coming. She tried to think of a plan, but the horde of pig fiends was closing in too fast. Should we retreat? It was already too late. She yelled to her comrades, Full team, advance. Without hesitation, the entire team charged toward the monster wave. The captain began the fight with a powerful slash. Hya! The shockwave pushed them back, leaving a long gash in the earth. She immediately urged them on. Now's our chance. Everyone, move forward quickly. Yes. They all charged, their morale surging. This gave Bizon more confidence. Good. Use that momentum and kill them all. She led the assault fiercely as the team began their hunt. Everyone stood ready for her command. Yes, the pig fiends were being annihilated. Bizon was satisfied with her team's efficiency. The hunt was going smoothly. However, the dust kicked up by the horde was incredibly thick. She gave an order before her next attack. All units, report your status every 30 seconds. Understood. In just a moment, Bizon unleashed a flurry of slashes. The monsters died before they could even react. A plan started forming in her mind. The monsters' movements seemed to be matching our own. First, we'll wipe out as many as possible, then set up a perimeter. Reports flooded in from her teammates. All clear. The information was enough to put her at ease. Good, they truly are veteran hunters. Until these pig fiends are gone, we can protect ourselves just fine. The mission was proceeding without any issues so far. The captain's thoughts were clear, and her confidence was growing. But suddenly, she sensed something. Huh? With lightning-fast reflexes, she swung her blade to parry the attack. The surrounding dust completely blinded her. This is a Gallagher bullet, she screamed. Who's there? Suddenly, a figure appeared through the smoke. It was Ozu-song, aiming his gun right at her. Bizon couldn't hide her surprise. You're that Korean hunter? Seeing him lower his weapon, she pressed on. Did you just shoot at me? The only answer was the sound of another gunshot. Bizon easily deflected the bullet as rage ignited within her. What is the meaning of this? Attacking other hunters during an operation. Still, Bizon tried to remain calm, thinking he was using the chaos. Did this man plan this chaos from the start? He's a foreigner on a special freelance contract. She came to a conclusion. It wouldn't be strange if he were an assassin. She immediately prepared to fight Ozu-song. Fine. You've targeted me and the Red Dragon Guild. If that's your choice, then pay the price. Tension filled the battlefield. The two stared each other down, neither willing to back away. Ozu Song seemed ready to make the first move. 2 shots exploded near Bizon, and she glanced down, confused. The bullets released clouds of thick smoke right where she was standing. The captain began to feel suffocated. Damn it! Bizon tightened her grip on her sword. With a single leap into the air, she dispersed the smoke with a swing. She boasted confidently, "What a cheap trick." But then she cried out, "Ah!" Ozu Song had vanished from the ground. In a flash, he was right in front of her. He pointed his finger directly at her chest. Instantly, she was paralyzed. "Ah, my body. It won't move." The situation had become dire. Is this a technique that seals movement through the blood vessels? How does this Korean know it? Bizon began to fall. The captain was stunned as Ozu Song caught her. He remained completely silent. Just then, the pig fiends closed in. Ozu Song frowned at them, then dashed toward the monsters. He vaulted over the horde with ease, as if it were child's play, landing perfectly on the other side. Bizon was floored by Ozu Song's skill. What the? Dark thoughts began to creep into her mind. He brought me here, but didn't kill me. What is his goal? Could it be? Ozu Song leaned down toward her. That simple act sent Bizon into a panic. The nerve of this guy. What is he trying to do to me? Let me go, right now. He slowly moved closer to her. Bizon squeezed her eyes shut as the distance between them shrank. Ozu Song spoke calmly. "Sorry, just a moment." She opened her eyes, staring at him in a daze. "What?" The captain watched curiously as he left. What was that sound? He suddenly returned with another person. Seeing her own teammate lying next to her, Bizon wondered. This person is a hunter from our Red Dragon Guild. What is he doing? A storm of questions flooded the captain's mind. What was this man's plan? Ozu Song carefully checked everyone, touching their arms and legs. He inspected each person on the ground, leaving Bizon to wonder what was happening. Murmurs of outrage echoed around them. A sneak attack. That bastard. What kind of trick is this? Vice Captain. This guy. Ozu Song quietly calculated. This should do. Then he spoke aloud. Okay, can you hear me? Can you listen? Bizon thought. Listen? He's just talking to himself. Ozu Song repeated himself. Listen to me. I said, listen. One person snapped. What is he blabbering about? An announcement echoed. All clear. All clear. The man froze. What was that sound? It was the voice of his comrades, still fighting below. Bizon's face went pale. They exchanged panicked glances. That voice. Was that the vice captain? Bizon couldn't believe it. Impossible. Ozu Song waited a moment, then spoke. Do you understand now? From the swirling dust, something emerged, its tentacles writhing in the open. The all-clear message continued to drone on. Ozu Song stared at the scene before him. For a moment, he was utterly stunned, unable to speak. This is, he thought. From the first moment he saw this, he had a very bad feeling. The mindless pigboars charged forward without a thought. Ozu Song noticed one creature. Was it fleeing in terror? According to the data, pigboars were 4-star predators. They always moved in packs. If beasts this strong were running for their lives, what could possibly be hunting them in this chaos? It appeared above a group fighting the pigboars, but from the outside, there was only dust and the eerie, all-clear broadcast. Ozu Song narrowed his eyes. Something was terribly wrong here. He needed to watch this situation carefully. And then, the all-clear message began to fade. Ozu Song paused. The voices of the Red Dragon Guild members sounded off. Could it be? Just then, a man in the chaos was ambushed by something lunging at him. Without hesitation, it pierced straight through his neck. The man died instantly. A monster that mimics its prey's voice, Ozu Song realized. It was hiding among the pigboars. Was it using that power to blend in and hunt the people who entered the rift? The Red Dragon Guild was in mortal danger. There was no choice. They couldn't understand his warnings. There was no other way. Ozu Song had to press the button on his system. Time for a more direct method. Bizon lay there, her anger slowly fading. So that's it. He attacked us, to save us from this danger. The others began to panic. Then, our teammates who aren't here, are they all? As Bizon lay there, Ozu Song walked forward. She watched him, her mind racing. That's right. If only we could ignore our blocked pressure points and fight together. Ozu Song spoke. I am sorry. Bizon was completely shocked. But Ozu Song was reaching for Bizon's weapons. Wait, she thought, utterly confused. He's taking my Red Dragon twin blades without releasing our pressure points? What is he planning to do? Ozu-song grasped the twin blades, aiming them forward. He glanced at them and thought, I'm sorry, combat captain, but my auto-hunting mode can't ignore these pressure points. And I'll have to borrow these blades. Which means, that thing out there is a monster you can't handle. Ozu-song said nothing more. He simply leaped off the cliff. He never hit the ground. Massive tentacles were raging below. What kind of monster is this? Ozu-song wondered. The sight of them was horrifying. Then, suddenly, the creatures began moving. This monster was on a rampage, sending the pig boars fleeing. Ozu-song narrowed his eyes. This swarm. This is the beast. No, wait. He realized something was above. At that moment, a disturbance erupted overhead. Bizon's eyes went wide as she screamed. No way. That thing. From the sky, a powerful force slammed into the grotesque monsters, completely obliterating them. Bizon struggled to climb the cliff face. Someone called out, Vice Captain, you need to see what's down there. Bizon knew her fears were confirmed, just as I thought. I wasn't mistaken. That's one of the 4 calamities, a Cheong-ki. And now, Ozu-song was facing that monster alone. He remained perfectly calm, without a hint of panic. Bizon was terrified. To run into a Cheong-ki here, she slammed her fist against the ground. She was racked with guilt. I should have ordered a retreat the moment I saw the pig boars running. It was a fatal mistake. Now we're all going to die. Ozu-song spoke coldly. I see. So you're the leader of this pack. He sized up the beast. This one's quite large. It probably devours the smaller ones too. Ozu-song made his decision. All right then. Shall we begin the hunt? That thing. Until this moment, no accurate records of it have ever been found. When this beast appears, people flee for their lives. But tragedy is inescapable. Every hunt has failed. The only outcome was a city piled high with corpses. It's known as one of the 4 calamities, the most terrifying beast of all. Cheong-chi. Ozu-song just stood there. Huh? Bizon thought. The Cheong-ki is incredibly ferocious. Ozu-song mused. The power from that golden core is insane. The golden core's power changed more than just my bloodline. Because of it, I can't equip the goddess's embrace. A pity. But these monsters are gigantic. Ozu-song focused on his first goal. Escape this Cheong-ki bastard. And so, Ozu-song tensed his body, muscles bulging with power. His arms and body were now fully enhanced. Ozu-song faced the monster, blades ready. He charged past all obstacles, unleashing a storm of elegant slashes. He carved straight into the monster's flesh. Above, Bizon watched, her heart pounding in terror. Ozu-song pushed on through bits of gore. 2 more Cheong-ki remained. He announced, activating auto-hunting mode. The battlefield descended into chaos. The last Cheong-ki charged forward, and Ozu-song met it with a powerful slash. He followed with another strike. The Cheong-ki reacted instantly, its tentacle seizing his blade. Bizon watched, her nerves completely frayed. She screamed, That's dangerous! Ozu-song gripped his weapon tightly. Another tentacle shot towards him. He struggled against the immense force, gritting his teeth. He hauled the Cheong-ki up with brute force. It was slammed ruthlessly to the ground, its body mangled. Ozu-song stepped in to carefully retrieve his weapon. Backlit by the sun, he looked absolutely formidable. Ozu-song faced the last 2 Cheong-ki, which lunged at him, bloodthirsty. Jiang Bizon was left speechless. Incredible. How can he be this strong? This power is on another level. A transformation has completely remade his physique. His muscles and bones have reached their absolute limit. In a flash, his body didn't just withstand the strain. The power within erupted, surging to its absolute peak. Unbelievable. A massive tentacle shot forward. Cheong-ki ran in a panic, straight for its target. Jiang Bizon analyzed the scene. This creature wasn't Cheong-ki's true form. Could he really defeat such a terrifying beast? 2 tentacles slammed into the ground as the monster lunged. It scrambled forward with a strange gait, roaring loudly. Jiang Bizon thought nervously. Its power is immense. Did it shatter the entire battlefield? Ozu-song faced the tentacles alone, a slight smile on his face. He thought, these things really do look like tentacles. I guess I'll just have to cut them all down. Ozu-song brandished his weapon and slashed, but the attack had no effect. He paused for a moment. Huh? It won't cut? Cheong-ki grew even more ferocious, turning its attack on him. This time, Ozu-song took a direct hit. His body was thrown backward, smashing hard against a cliff face. Jiang Bizon watched, her heart pounding. This is bad. Are you okay? What happened? Ozu-song, recovering, finally spoke. That thing. Yeah, it definitely landed a solid hit. Jiang Bizon sighed in relief. He looks okay for now. No need to worry. This guy is on a whole other level. He couldn't slice through Cheongki's tentacles. Ozu Song theorized, it's been observing the others fight. Did it also analyze my own power? The fierce monster refused to back down, and neither did Ozu Song. He let out a small laugh. Now, this is getting interesting. He charged in once more. He wouldn't give up, facing Cheongki head-on again. Its tentacles swarmed, trying to trap him. Ozu Song swung decisively, yelling, "You piece of trash, disappear!" His slash slammed into the tentacles, making Cheongki roar. Gritting his teeth, Ozu Song pushed harder, his strike seemingly empowered. Cheongki took the full force of the blows and recoiled. By the time Ozu Song landed, the beast had fallen. Jiang Bizon was once again shocked by his power. He said, "What's wrong? If I can't cut them, I'll just stab them repeatedly." Ozu Song glanced at Jiang Bizon. "And another thing. You didn't really think I was going all out before, did you?" Then, he sent Cheongki flying. Jiang Bizon was utterly stunned. Oh my god, it was blown away by pure strength? She suddenly froze as the ground began to tremble violently. What is this? The earth is shaking. Even as the world shook around him, Ozu Song stood perfectly still, strangely calm. Cheongki rose again, letting out a piercing shriek. A thought struck Jiang Bizon. That posture, could it be? Ozzy said confidently. A scream like that means it's furious. Good, keep screaming. He calmly walked towards it, weapon in hand. He told himself, just hold on. Jiang Bian sensed the danger and shouted a warning. No, don't. Don't get near that demon. The creature's mouth gaped open. Ozu Song stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide with shock. Cheongki let out a deafening roar, the sound itself a physical attack aimed right at him. The sheer force of the scream shattered the ground around them. Ozu Song raised his weapon to block as Jiang Bizon yelled, "Don't listen!" As the sound wave hit, Jiang Bizon's fallen comrades began coughing up blood, unable to endure it. Even Jiang Bizon started bleeding from her mouth. She thought, this is bad. Among all the hunters, China faced Tianji Qi. Historically, every single confrontation had ended in failure. The main reason was this high-frequency attack, a sonic wall preventing anyone from getting close. Formed by its tentacles, it creates this frequency to hunt its prey. It's a terrifying skill that damages internal organs and causes mental chaos. The high-frequency waves continued relentlessly as Cheongqi kept screaming. Wiping blood from her lips, Jiang Bizon couldn't help but worry for Ozu Song. We can't even stand it this far away. But he's right in the middle of it. At that moment, Ozu Song stood firm as a rock, his expression completely unfazed. Jiang Bizon was shocked. He's unharmed? How is that possible? Ozu Song stood in the eye of the storm without a scratch. Cheongqi just screamed and screamed, right in his face. It seemed offended, using every ounce of its strength to roar even louder. This time, the surrounding rock formations disintegrated. The creature's shrieking was endless. Ozu Song stepped forward, completely unaffected by this type of assault. Watching from above, Jiang Bizon was confused. It looks like he's really taking no damage at all. How can that be? Ozu Song's gaze turned sharp. He thought with a silent sigh, I'm going to die. This has to be a joke, right? Standing in the sonic storm, he muttered to himself, it hurts like hell, so painful I could just die. If it weren't for the auto-hunt mode, I'd have collapsed already. Luckily, the mode is hidden, and the sonic waves aren't hitting my whole body, so I just have to endure it all myself right here. Cheongqi continued to blast him with high-frequency sound. Ozu Song stood his ground, steadfast against the sonic onslaught. His eyes were completely bloodshot as he willed himself to hold on. Cheongqi kept screaming with all its might. The veins on Ozu Song's face bulged from the strain. Finally, after a long roar, the monster fell silent. Jiang Bizon had been painfully covering her ears. She suddenly stopped, her eyes widening in surprise. The sound. It stopped. Ozu Song stood as firm as ever, his back straight as he faced Cheongqi. From her vantage point, Jiang Bizon observed the beast's current state. Ozu Song kept pulling one surprise after another on her. Unbelievable. It exhausted itself just from that one attack. No longer screaming, Cheongqi began to crawl before leaping high into the air. Jiang Bizon watched, her heart racing. It's flying. Is it going to just crush him? Ozu Song dropped into a low stance, gripping his weapon tightly. Jiang Bizon was more panicked than he was. She guessed. So he wasn't unharmed, he was just enduring it. Then Jiang Bizon screamed, "Danger, get out of there!" Ozu Song stared straight ahead. Cheongqi was upon him. He whispered, "Attack mode, apply." The weapon in his hand began to glow. Jiang Bizon's tension reached its peak. Her mind went blank. Ozu Song decisively charged forward, a grin spreading across his face as he yelled, "I've been waiting for this!" Cheonchi opened its maw wide before him. Two powerful, decisive stabs landed true. This time, Cheongshi shrieked in agony from Ozu Song's attack. It crashed to the ground, creating a massive shockwave. Ozu Song stood on Cheonchi's body, his weapon still buried deep inside it. Jiang Bizan's panic turned to astonishment. What is this? Ozu Song didn't let his guard down for a second. His gaze was as steady as ever, his grip tight on his weapon. In his moment of triumph, he was clearly victorious. How about that? I was waiting for the moment you'd get so angry you'd just charge at me like this. Cheonchi's tentacles fell to the ground with a thud. Ozu Song noted, "It seems even twin blades couldn't sever them. That body may be tough, but can the inside handle an attack from within?" Ozu Song smiled grimly. "My parasitic larvae will spread inside you. Let's see how long you last." This time, the Cheonchi roared in agony from Ozu Song's assault. It shrieked endlessly. Jiang Bizan watched, his nerves stretched taut, while Ozu Song's smile became inhuman. The Cheonchi thrashed, screaming in torment. A strange object appeared in the sky. A brown-haired man complained, "The Red Dragon Society is late." His green-haired companion added, "Looks like it. Is there a problem?" He answered, "A swarm of Zhu Huai is rushing the gorge." His companion grew worried. "No. If it's on that scale, this is a disaster. Things are getting bad." The captain remained calm. "Perhaps. The Red Dragon Society is likely fighting for their lives in there. They talked while watching the strange thing above. We don't know what's happening. Could that Korean guy have caused this?" The captain's reply was vague. "Maybe. Because I also don't know what's going on." "Hey, what's that? Why is the gorge opening up?" The strange object began to swell, growing terrifyingly large before it transformed. A colossal beast with vicious, razor-sharp fangs. The onlookers below were utterly stunned. Is that one of the four evils? Why has it appeared here?" The monster's roar shook the very heavens. The sound was so intense, people started coughing up blood. A nearby man managed to explain, "It's the Cheongki's high-frequency cry." A man screamed a warning. "Everyone, run! If we stay, we'll get caught in the attack." But then another voice shouted, "Hey, wait! What is he doing? We have to run now." Someone clapped the man's shoulder. "Haven't you looked behind the Cheongki?" The man shot back. "That's ridiculous." Then he turned to look, and couldn't believe his own eyes. So, what exactly did he see? On the monster's back was the faint silhouette of a young man, perfectly balanced. Dusong gritted his teeth, trying to destroy the beast as it let out an agonized scream. The soldiers were frozen, unsure what to do. The monster collapsed to the ground. Only then did people approach, murmuring amongst themselves, "It's over. Amazing. Is the Cheongki dead? I don't see any fatal wounds. Let's get a closer look." They immediately closed the distance to the beast. The captain, still stunned, thought, "Is it really dead?" He reached out to confirm, when a sudden voice cut through the air. "Don't touch it." Startled, the captain looked toward the sound. He was shocked. What? Dusong slowly emerged from behind the monster. A soldier asked, "Is he Korean?" Dusong's voice was like steel. I said, "Don't touch the monster I caught." He advanced on them, his face a mask of irritation, radiating palpable killing intent. "Come closer, and I can't guarantee your safety." The captain thought, "This killing aura is immense. First, we must calm him." A soldier beside him asked irritably, "What for?" "That's a Cheongki. Let's take it." The captain tried to placate him. "No, wait. That man hunted it." The soldier sneered in response. "Someone with such a filthy background gets a chance like this?" The captain couldn't believe his ears. "What? Right now?" Suddenly, a girl screamed, "Wait!" She ran like the wind towards the crowd. Her actions stunned everyone. Xiao Du stood before Dusong, declaring, "This monster was hunted by a Tenzu hunter. By regulation, the Cheongji Ki belongs to Tenzu and this hunter. If you dare touch it, Tenzu will declare war on the Dragon Slayers Guild." The familiar names made the crowd uneasy. "Tenzu?" the stubborn soldier thought. "Who cares? This is Shanghai. What power do they have here?" "Fools, I'll handle this." The captain spoke up. "Wait." His subordinate angrily questioned him. "What? Still hesitating?" The captain calmly warned, "No, don't step forward. You'll die." Xiaodu stood firm, shielding Dusong. Suddenly, Dusong's eyes widened, blood trickling from the corners. The captain explained, "One more step, and he will attack." "You want to fight the hunter who took down one of the four evils?" He raised his hand. "Everyone, fall back." One man grumbled, "Damn it, a golden opportunity." Another replied, "No way." His eyes have gone feral. The captain praised him silently. Incredible. Covered in wounds, yet he protects his companion and his prize to the end. Xiaodu held her stance as the soldiers backed away. Only then did she let out a breath. We're alive. One wrong move, and we would have been killed. Hey, hold on. Are you okay? She asked, turning to him. Dusong whispered something, then suddenly collapsed onto her. Xiaodu was flustered. What? Hey, are you all right? Hey, wake up! Hey! A foot stepped into view. It was Jiang Bizon. She clenched her fists, restraining her fury. Dusong's first hunt had quelled the rising storm. He had successfully hunted the Qiangqi, one of the four evils. His very first hunt left a deep impression on many, sending shockwaves across the continent. Xiaodu kept yelling, Hey, snap out of it. Wake up! Of course, the Dusong of now knew nothing of this. Dusong was taken to a hospital, lying motionless in recovery. So Quajin, a professor from Belchin University's Kai Medical Science Department and the head of Tenzu's Medical Support Research Lab. Then, Xiaodu approached him. Uncle, he replied cheerfully. Hey, my dear niece. It has been too long, she asked politely. Yes, have you been well? How is he? He explained the situation. Not as bad as I feared. In fact, I don't understand how this is possible. Xiaodu was puzzled. What do you mean? So Quajin explained. He's covered in injuries. I wonder how he could hunt a monster in that state. The nerves in his ears are severely damaged. I can't imagine the mental fortitude it took to endure that. Xiaodu sighed. He's a monster. The doctor disagreed. No, he's a hero. She pursed her lips, annoyed. A hero? So Quajin continued. After all, he single-handedly captured one of the four evils. So what? Xiaodu shot back. It's not that impossible. If the clan head were here, he could have hunted one of the 10 zones. Her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. So Quajin gave her a gentle smile. That's right. One person from the 10 zones is comparable to all 10. If the hunters in China knew this, they'd all be shocked. When he infiltrated Shanghai, the clan head told everyone this. He recalled the clan head's words. Why would we let a foreigner trespass? The clan leader's satisfied smile was plain to see, because we had just bombed Shanghai. Seo Du was shocked. A bomb? Seo Guajun continued. That boy, Yu Sung, that's what they call him in Korea, a symbol of the new generation. So many young hunters look up to him. Hearing this, Seo Du's brows furrowed unconsciously. She thought, the strong prove their own worth, alone. Our continent's way of thinking is truly admirable, but her hands clenched into fists, holding back her fury. Seo Guajun understood. She still refuses to accept it. So naive. He reminded her, at this point, you need to think clearly. Do you not know why the chief chose you to be Yu Sung's aide? Seo Du said nothing in return. He pressed on. Even though you lost the succession war, perhaps your heart arrhythmia. She cut him off sharply. Uncle, don't say another word. If you bring that up, this conversation is over. Her menacing glare flustered him. I'm sorry, Seo Du turned away decisively. Fine. Our business here is done. Then I'll be leaving. He was sweating bullets, quickly replying, okay, until next time. His face was a mask of worry and deep thought. He looked up, thinking, Venus disorder. A special ability that pushes a partner's level to the brink of insanity. That is the power the child, Seo Du, possesses. She could have used that very constitution to become the next successor. But Seo Du refused that path, training herself to the bone and competing with the reserves, only to fail miserably. And the order given to her was to assist a foreigner. But Seo Du had her own thoughts on the matter. There's no reason for the chief to give such an order now. But even if there was, I wouldn't follow it. She bit her lip, her anger boiling over as she slammed a fist into the wall. Her thoughts were still racing. I am a warrior, not some girl who trades her body for glory. Yu Sung, your power and talent. It drives me mad with jealousy. 2 weeks later, Yu Sung finally regained consciousness. He sat up in bed, exhausted, and opened his eyes to a confusing sight. Seo Du stood there asking, You fought hard to recover. How are you feeling? Yu Sung replied as briefly as possible, Much better. Hear that? He thought, confused. What is this? Her attitude has completely changed. She began. While you were out, there was a huge uproar. He asked, intrigued. An uproar? Seo Du elaborated. The media is reporting on your solo monster hunt, the lone hunter who captured the Shanghai monster. The entire continent is singing your praises. He asked, Did they reveal my identity? She seemed confused. Did you think they would hide your identity and nationality? With achievements come respect. That is the way of our continent, He nodded. I see. Oh, Yu-sung thought. So, in the end, it's a meritocracy. Seo-do had an announcement. You'll have a visitor shortly. Oh, Yu-sung was curious. A visitor? Who? She replied, the vice president of Red Dragon, Jiang Bizon. I heard you used her weapon. They will surely be upset you borrowed it without asking for permission. That's just going to complicate things. I don't have to see her, but refusing a hospital visit is just plain rude. If she mentions that, just play dumb. Yes, he made a mental note. Understood. I'll be careful. Hearing this, she said quickly, very well. I'll step outside for a moment, and gave a slight bow. The door slowly closed behind her. Oh, Yu-sung was alone. He wondered, why is she being so courteous? She's much more formal than before, but I get the feeling this politeness is just to keep a distance. It's fine by me, though. It makes things more comfortable. A knock came at the door. He called out, come in. He recognized the familiar face as the door slowly swung open. Jiang Bizon entered shyly, her beautiful face flushed with an endearing shyness. Oh, Yu-sung felt just as awkward. He gestured to the chair beside him as a courtesy. Please. He thought, stunned. Wow. She actually came? Let's see. A translation app. She held out her phone to him. On the screen was a message. I heard you were in great pain. He was taken aback. Huh? Korean? Oh, Yu-sung quickly typed on his own phone. Your Korean is excellent. And showed it to her. Yes. Jiang Bizon replied quickly on her phone. I learned to read and write in 10 days. He wondered in astonishment. She learned Korean? But why? Is it rude to use a translation app in China? He typed back, first, I want to apologize. For borrowing your knife without permission, I'm sorry. He was curious. Now, let's see how she responds. She held up her phone. Not at all. I should be thanking you for saving me. But more than that, I have something I need to say. His eyes went wide. Huh? He read the words on the screen. Could you please go out with me? With marriage in mind. Jiang Bizon's face was now as red as a tomato. He couldn't believe his eyes. What? Oh, Yu-sung just stared at the phone. Jiang Bizon suddenly let out a little. Ah. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking, dating? She wants to date? This is so sudden. His eyes showed his utter panic. What is her motive? Bizon sat across from him, blushing and too flustered to speak. She frowned, thinking to herself, he's confused, as I expected. Was I too forward? Well, she raised her phone again. I'll continue. I haven't even thanked him, and I've already caused a burn. She shot up, her hand still engulfed in flames. Okay, first thing, water. The fire surged higher, its heat shocking Bizon's mind. Ah, panicked, she thought. Damn it, my mind's power. Bizon clutched herself tightly. The flames began spreading over her body. Huh? Dusong watched, confused. Could this really be her mind's power? He wondered. An energy born from the user's emotions, known as mind. Dusong suddenly recalled how Bizon fought before. I've seen a hunter use a fire mind before, but can it just manifest like this? He felt a surge of alarm. But wait, if this keeps up, all her clothes. The raging fire started to burn away Bizon's clothes. She was frantic. Earlier, at the Red Dragon Guild, a huge door slammed shut after a furious roar. That's just an excuse. You're useless. Get out. Bizon stood grimly before the door. The others there were just as stunned. She scowled, blaming herself. My incompetence caused enormous losses, and people died. A guild member stepped forward to comfort her. Miss. No, Vice Master, please don't blame yourself. Who could have known the 4 calamities would appear there? Right. Another member chimed in. That's correct. A hunter's survival ultimately depends on their own strength. It's a shame, but they died because they were too weak. Hearing this, Bizon turned away, her voice low. Even so, it is my responsibility. She then walked away alone down the long corridor. The gray-haired man sighed. Tsk, she shouldn't think that way. I never knew the Vice Master was so strict. The red-haired man nodded. True, the lady has been furious for 24 hours. I'm worried she'll destroy herself with guilt. The sound of Bizon's footsteps echoed in the empty hall. After walking some distance, she sighed sorrowfully. Ha! She cursed herself. This loss is my responsibility. I must atone for it. But how can I? Dusong's resilient image suddenly flashed through Bizon's mind. She realized with a start, that's right. Oh, Dusong. With that kind of power, she bit her finger as she began to scheme. His strength is comparable to a ship's own class. If he joins our Red Dragon Guild, Bizon smirked. All right, I'll use that method. She clenched her fist, full of determination. I must make that man marry into my guild. Bizon was resolute. If I can just pull him into the guild, then I can make up for our recent losses. A strange thumping in her chest. The sudden emotion made her uneasy. Bizon frowned to herself. Okay. In any case, this is for the good of the guild. She continued down the hall, resolute. Time to take action. She began to read all kinds of books, starting with language. After that, she got dressed up, checking herself in the mirror. Is this what normal people wear? Bizon was brimming with resolve. And today was the visit, her eyes shining with confidence. Okay, this is no different than hunting. If I remain calm, I can do it. Back in reality, Bizon was flustered, her mind flame raging ever more violently. She tried to soothe herself. Come on now, if I don't calm my emotions. Dusong acted fast, grabbing the flower vase from the table. He then threw the water from it onto Bizon. She was shocked. Hey, water? A cold splash of water doused the intense flames. He watched in horror as her clothes ignited again. Ah, the fire was out, but the energy remained. Dusong focused his own power on her, and with a crackle, the new flames died. Bizon was stunned. Ah, the fire. It was stopped. She calmed herself down, and her mind grew quiet. She let out a sigh of relief. Phew. She turned to him sincerely. Thank you. Before she could finish, he covered her mouth. She panicked. Hey, what is this? Dusong motioned for her to be quiet. Bizon was confused. Huh? Silence? She glanced down and said nothing. Why? Bizon realized her clothes had been completely burned away, letting out a frantic cry. She thought in shame. Ah, this is bad. Trying to signal him. Dusong sighed and calmly soothed her. I know, just calm down. Huh? Bizon's eyes widened as she understood his intention. Ah, so that's what he meant, she thought. If I scream here, everyone will come running and see me in this state. Bizon nodded, showing that she understood Dusong's plan. He wiped away a bead of sweat. She seems to have calmed down. He started searching through a storage crate. Let's see. A spare shirt should be in here. He tactfully turned away, handing the shirt to Bizon. Here, put this on. She quickly took the shirt he gave her and answered politely. Thank you. Bizon's face fell as she silently berated herself. My God, how could I show him such a disgraceful side? Her expression became even more grim. He must be so disappointed. She quickly put the jacket on. Dusong was also seriously reconsidering everything. Bizon stood up, bowing politely. Well then, I'll be leaving. He immediately stopped her. Wait a moment. Then he looked her over from head to toe, sizing her up. She doesn't seem to have any ill intentions, so this should be fine, right? Dusong then offered. Would you like to have a meal with me? Bizon didn't understand Korean and looked confused. Huh? He switched to English? Lunch? Together? Now Bizon understood what he said, and her face lit up. Ah! She then responded with excitement. Yes. The red sports car blazed down the highway. The atmosphere inside the car was filled with awkward tension. The car suddenly made a sharp turn. Bizon's driving skills were impeccable. Dusong, in the passenger seat, was terrified by her driving style. The tires screeched as the car parked perfectly. Bizon stepped out, telling him, We're here. Dusong forced a smile. She asked suspiciously, Is there a problem? Dusong replied, Ah, no. But 1,000 questions were racing through his mind about this girl. Does she really need to floor it like that just to drive in the city? He got out of the car and looked around, confused. Anyway, the bright sun shone down here, where Red Dragon Guild members stood in a line at the main gate. In unison, they shouted, Greetings, Vice Chairman. Bizon introduced him. This is the Red Dragon Guild's headquarters. He was stunned. What? He stared again in disbelief. We definitely just drove through the city center. Looking at the massive green estate, Dusong panicked. When did a garden this huge get here? The Red Dragon members respectfully parted to the sides. They made a path for them to enter. He was confused. She just said we were having lunch, so why are we eating at the Red Dragon Guild? They were led down a long hallway. A loud shout caught Dusong's attention. In the garden, groups of people were lined up, training together in unison. They reached another long corridor. Yet another guide appeared. Dusong looked at the surrounding buildings, amazed. As expected, the scale is truly immense. The grand, old-fashioned buildings were a real eye-opener. So this is the Red Dragon Guild. Stopping midway, Bizon turned with some embarrassment. Well then, I'm going to go change my clothes. He replied. Ah yes, all right. The guide gestured for him to go this way. Dusong answered politely. Yes, he thought to himself, he must be taking me to the dining hall? Entering the vast, grand hall, he gasped. Whoa, truly magnificent. The guide bowed deeply. The master will arrive shortly. Please wait. Dusong simply replied, I know. Dusong approached the single chair and pulled it out, wondering. Let's see. Just one seat. This must be for me, right? Then, a strange voice echoed, No, that is not your seat. A powerful, burning presence flared beside him, catching him off guard. Dusong glanced over, intrigued. This aura, could it be Trin Kwai Bet, that old man? A figure stepped into view. Oh? You're younger than I thought. Very young. He approached with a severe yet smiling face. Dusong was stunned. This isn't Trin Kwai Bet? He then remarked, Your Korean is flawless. The man smiled warmly and began to explain. I have traveled many lands handling small affairs before returning here. He formally introduced himself. They call me Jiang Dong Chun. Dusong was shocked. The master of the Red Dragon Guild? He quickly replied politely. Ah, yes, hello. I'm Dusong. Dong Chun smirked, sizing him up. I see. In any case, you are quite interesting. His eyes flashed red as flames enveloped his outstretched hand. May I touch you for a moment, Dusong? Without a word, Dusong dodged the approaching hand. Dong Chun's eyes narrowed. Oh? Look at that. The young man quickly tried to explain. My apologies, but I must refuse. The master pulled back his hand. Oh, is that so? He noted. My hand moved quickly, yet you evaded it so casually. He continued. Yes, many people want to touch me. Internally, his guard was up. I cannot afford to lose here. This is a technique even that old war general could face. Dong Chun laughed. Ha, so that's it. With a body, aura, and talent like yours, you must surprise everyone. Dusong silently evaluated him. Trin Kwai Bet's presence didn't feel like a true martial artist's. But this man truly feels like one. Dong Chun chuckled. Very good. You must know how to say no when you dislike something. However, I do have something to ask you. He raised an eyebrow, observing him closely. So, what do you think of this place? Dusong answered politely. It's truly amazing. Very grand. The man simply nodded. But Dusong had his own thoughts. There has to be a reason they brought me all the way here. He recalled everything he had passed, the colossal size of this complex, and the disciples here. It all has a purpose, Dusong added. I also wanted to see the headquarters of the continent's top hunter guild. Dong Chun pressed him. I'm sure you did. So then, what is your impression? Dusong paused. Well, I'm not entirely sure. The master acted surprised. Oh, you don't know? Dusong began to list things. The hunter's capital, the hospital-like facilities. The entire scale of this place is wonderful, but he stated bluntly, honestly, that's all I can think of. The master let out a small chuckle as he continued. Of course, the fighting spirit here is excellent, but in specific areas, like campaign execution, many elements are far more lax than in my country. Therefore, the only thing I can gain here as a hunter is a work history in the country of China. Beyond that, there is nothing. Dong Chun's body tensed as he gritted his teeth. So that's what you really wanted to say? It's worse than I expected. Just empty bravado. Dusong tried to clarify. I didn't mean to be so aggressive. Dong Chun cut him off. But you don't deny it. Veins throbbed on his temples as his fighting spirit ignited. An aura enveloped his body. Dong Chun's expression was grim as he faced him. Just then, Bizon's silhouette appeared in the doorway, wearing a new dress. She looked puzzled at the scene. Suddenly, the tense air between the two men vanished. Dong Chun smirked. All show and no substance. Is that it? Then he burst into laughter. So he's not wrong to say that? Bizon cried out, completely confused. Huh? He's not wrong? Dong Chun's voice softened as he looked at her. So you've arrived. Bizon blushed slightly. Ah, yes, father. Dusong stared, a bit flustered. That's quite an extravagant dress. Dong Chun then snapped his fingers. A table filled with food was brought in. The master announced, All right, let's share a meal with young Dusong. The three of them took their places. The table was covered in all sorts of delicacies. He glanced at the two and mused, You two look good together. Seated with Bizon, Dusong panicked. What is this seating arrangement? He cleared his throat and explained, I only suggested a simple meal with Miss Bizon. I don't really understand why I was brought here. Dong Chun smirked at that. Ah, that was my doing. I called my daughter and told her to bring you here, Dusong asked. But why? The master's gaze fell sternly upon his daughter. My daughter said she proposed meeting with you. Bizon looked down, embarrassed. Forgive me, father. It was for the guild's sake, Deng Chun interrupted her. No more excuses. However, he stroked his beard thoughtfully. Coincidentally, we seem to have the same idea. That's why I had her bring you here. He called out. Young man. Dusong was confused. Yes? Deng Chun asked with a grin. Would you consider becoming my son-in-law? An awkward silence fell over the table. Bizon was mortified. Father, why would you suddenly say such a thing? Dusong calmly asked in return. That's a surprise. Why would you make an offer like that? The master just huffed, a knowing smile on his face. You were right about what you said before. Dusong was confused. Huh? The master pointed to himself. The explanation is actually quite simple. Let me ask you this. What kind of man do you think I am? Dusong replied. I believe you are no ordinary person. The master agreed. Correct. Not ordinary. That goes for my current appearance, and my Red Dragon Guild. Deng Chun began to explain. Isn't this Red Dragon headquarters magnificent enough? A person like me doesn't belong here, the young man asked, confused. What do you mean by that? Deng Chun lifted his teacup, lost in thought. Even when I consider my age, it's still unbelievable that we would be saved and shaken up by you like this. He wondered. Then his mind flashed back to the day the first monsters invaded Earth. They became a threat to everyone. Suddenly, monsters appeared in this world. His voice was scornful. Such powerful monsters, invading the planet. It's a ridiculous story, isn't it? A monster lunged for the people, only to be met by a warrior of the Red Dragon Guild. Because we are martial artists, not ordinary men. The guild members charge toward the front lines. When the monsters appear, we'll face them with every skill we have. Deng Chun dodged the creature's strike, but even so, hunting monsters yields a massive fortune. Back then, Jung Chun was severely wounded, but they paid him a fortune. When private groups like the Mafia take control, your life changes forever. His eyes were blinded by the sheer amount of money. Centuries ago, even in the age of warriors, such a reward was unthinkable. He took the money with pure joy. Coming back to the present, he continued, this much wealth, this much power. However, to be precise, this is not what we, as martial artists, receive. Dusong nodded. Because we are hunters, right? He replied. Exactly. You understand. Deng Chun frowned, raising his teacup with purpose. As hunters, our duty is to hunt monsters and protect humanity. He gazed down at his own hands, lost in thought. From a tiny dojo, we suddenly became Shanghai's largest hunter organization. He clenched his fist, his voice low. But with this explosive growth, we've lost our true essence, Dusong asked. Our essence? The old man calmly sipped his tea before explaining, the strong survive. Bizon listened in silence, not daring to interrupt. Deng Chun continued, the essence of a warrior, the ultimate path we follow, is to become the strongest. For the strong, there is both respect and envy. He looked at the young man. Do you understand what I'm saying? Dusong, who pushed himself relentlessly, did not disagree in the slightest. Encouraged, he went on, my Red Dragon Guild is mighty, but to be frank, we lack a young talent with your abilities. Deng Chun shot a disappointed look at his daughter. Collapsing from exhaustion in your last fight proved it. And we're supposed to be Shanghai's top hunter guild? Isn't that laughable? Bizon desperately tried to speak. Father, about that. He thundered back. Failure is failure. I told you, no excuses. Unable to convince him, Bizon lowered her head in sorrow. Yes, father. He then turned to Dusong. Regardless, this is why you must become my son-in-law, he replied, baffled. Why would I do that? The old man stated bluntly, this child cannot protect the Red Dragon Guild. Hearing her father's words, Bizon bit her lip, stung by the insult. Dusong was skeptical. How can that be? From what I've seen, Miss Jiang Bizon's power is quite impressive. Deng Chun scoffed. Impressive power? Are you joking? Is being defeated in a single blow what you call power? He frowned, stressing the point. I already told you. Survival of the fittest. That is the warrior's nature. You need that fighting spirit to inspire envy, to draw others to your side. This child lacks that fighting spirit. She cannot protect this guild. Bizon swallowed hard, nodding reluctantly. The man continued. Now, as for you, I've investigated your entire record back home. Dusong was taken aback. Ah, Jungchun pointed at him. You're known as your organization's human bomb, aren't you? You are the object of envy for your entire generation, and the catalyst that pushes them to grow. He clenched his fist. The Red Dragon Guild, that is precisely what we need. Dusong calmly repeated himself. Like I said, I have no reason to accept. The old man chuckled softly. Very well. I acknowledge that Tenzu must have paid a hefty price. That man's influence is indeed greater than mine. Dusong was stunned. You know the leader of Tenzu? He replied. I more than know him. He and I go back a very long time. Jung Chun smirked. I was slower to recognize your value, which is why I will make a much larger investment. He then made his offer. All you have to do is lend us your name. Dusong thought to himself, the heir to a massive organization like the Red Dragon Guild? Through marriage to his daughter? He's handing the entire guild to me? Dusong eyed him with suspicion. Isn't this offer too much? Jung Chun replied, not at all. My mind is made up. I will leave the Red Dragon Guild to one who carries my blood through marriage. He continued. All the wealth and power of my Red Dragon Guild. A portion will be left for my daughter. However, even before I retire, I will give you more than half of my own peak power. To you. Bizon shot to her feet. Father, you don't mean? He explained calmly. I will transfer my internal energy to you, Dusong. He declared, with your current power, plus mine, you could become even stronger than the legendary Zheng Guiba. Zheng Chun added, by inheriting the Red Dragon Guild, you will grow far stronger, and the guild itself will become more powerful than ever before, with you at its heart. So, what is your answer to my proposal? Dusong murmured. Stronger than Zheng Guiba. The old man pressed on. Yes. No one else on this continent could make you such an offer. I guarantee it. Bizon anxiously clenched her fists. Father is really making this offer. She thought to herself, he'll surely agree. There's no way he could refuse. Then, our plan to recruit him will succeed. She frowned deeply. But why does my heart feel so heavy? Could it be? Dusong's voice cut through the air. I refuse. His words left her completely stunned. What? Jung Chun's eyes narrowed dangerously. What did you just say? Dusong explained. Guildmaster Jung Chun, you seem to have misunderstood. He stated firmly, everything you have just offered me holds absolutely no interest for me. Suddenly, screams echoed outside. A crowd stared in horror at the scene unfolding before them. This is, what in the world? Flames erupted from inside the room, spilling outwards. It's too hot. What's going on in there? As the crowd panicked, the chief steward of the Red Dragon Guild arrived with two men. Chief Steward! Someone called out. Sir, what is all this? Sun Bongdae stopped the others. All non-warriors, get back now. The others nodded in obedience. Yes, sir. They retreated, leaving him with his two men. Sun Bongdae scowled at the door. This is the Guildmaster's aura, isn't it? The fire aura of the Yang family's Red Dragon Master is immensely powerful, but also incredibly dangerous. He clenched his fists. But why would the Master release his aura so intensely? What could have possibly happened in there? If the Guildmaster is truly enraged, this is a catastrophe. Jung Chun's power erupted, cracking the very floor beneath him. If he unleashes his full power in here, his body was engulfed in flames. Jiang Bizon shielded Dusong. With a sea of fire raging, this entire room will be turned to ash. The girl trembled, pleading, Father, please calm down. I beg you. Dusong simply watched him in silence. A voice echoed in his mind. Very well. Say that to me one more time. Dusong flinched. Is this mental transmission? A secret mind voice technique. A secret Chinese art that sends sound without speaking. So this technique is real. What now? The voice commanded. Repeat the words you just spoke to me. Now, she watched, sweating nervously. He was lost in thought. Is this a divine technique? A voice linked directly to my ears? Such a refined skill. Just as expected from the leader of the Red Dragon Guild, the ruler of Shanghai. Sun Bongdae stood silently before looking up at Gang Yun Chun. Ranked second among the 10 masters, his patience wore thin. Hurry up, he roared. Dusong tried to choose his words carefully. If my answer displeases him, he'll incinerate me on the spot. It's possible. People with his power have that kind of will. After a moment, he finally spoke. My answer won't change. I have no interest in what you offer. Gang Bizon turned to look at him. Hearing those words, Sun Bongdae flew into a rage. You beast. Flames erupted around him once more. She took a defensive stance, shielding herself from the fire. He pursed his lips. Even for someone this talented, my offer wasn't meant to be taken lightly, he thought. Yet he refused me. No, he disdained me. I held back for a greater prize, but for what? Useless, he screamed. How dare you? Dusong began to transmit his voice. Can you hear this? He pointed a finger at his own face. Son Bong defroze. What? Du Song continued. I don't get the principle, but it seems simpler than I thought. The man stared blankly. Simple? Secret sound transmission is simple? Heavens. Where did you come from? Storing sound in a thread isn't hard, but sending it to an opponent's ear so quickly is no easy feat. Even my gifted daughter is still just learning its principles. He answered coolly. Because I know a nearly identical technique. What? A circle of energy appeared in his hand. It's a skill called parasitic bee. I just applied it. And it worked. Sun Bong de-eyed him, sizing him up. Du Song continued to explain. As your junior, I am telling you this. However, you were the one who threatened me first. Leader, you would be the second. He scowled. And if I'm threatened, I will strike back. Sun Bong Dae was silent. The room fell quiet. He analyzed for a moment. He's strong, and he has the experience and talent. He grasped the principle instantly in this situation. I must focus on the technique first. And then, he spoke. I can no longer be proud of my skills. I'll have to show you everything. You truly don't know your place. You're more warrior than hunter. Du Song closed his eyes calmly. That doesn't sound like a compliment. The leader looked at him, confused. What? He scratched his head. Because I have my reasons to refuse you. Your words are no praise to me. What does that mean? The leader asked. Du Song raised his hands. Nothing. You probably wouldn't understand if I told you, so I won't say any more. Sun Bong sneered. Is that so? If there's nothing left to say, then only one thing remains. He stomped, shattering the ground. Since we're both confident, you know what must be done, right? Du Song answered honestly. No, I refuse to fight. Again? He provoked. What, are you afraid? No one's going to die. Du Song's face was a mask. I will have to kill you. Sun Bong Dae was skeptical. What did you say? Du Song sighed. How can I explain this? It's difficult. I can't just say I learned it automatically, like the voice transmission. If we fight, I'll learn every single one of your skills, leader. If you don't mind me using the Red Dragon Guild's arts freely, then I welcome a fight. He took a stance. So, shall we begin? Silence fell once more. Gang Bazan glanced between the two men. Son Bong Dae's face tightened. Does this brat really dare to cause a scene? He began to move his body. Suddenly, a huge crash echoed. Their attention shifted as they turned their heads. Could it be? Du Song sprinted toward the sound. Gang Bizan was stunned. What's happening all of a sudden? He looked outside. A strange phenomenon had appeared in the sky, tearing a rift in reality. His jaw dropped at the sight of the crack above. Citizens screamed and fled. Help me! They looked back in terror. That monster! A giant green serpent appeared, the black-bodied siren. Everyone! Fall back! The crowd stared in horror. Huh? Someone leaped into the air, stabbing toward the beast with a sharp weapon. He aimed a powerful strike at the serpent's neck, gripping his weapon tightly. The man landed in a battle stance. The people below cheered with relief. Oh, it's a hunter! We're saved! We're going to live! The serpent glared down at them. The hunter looked at his weapon, breaking into a sweat. Too weak. As expected of a crudely made weapon. Dragon-slaying clan. Evacuate the civilians. It's dangerous here. Everyone get back now. Understood. He loosened his tie. Damn it. Why would a black-bodied siren show up on my day off? And a grade 7 monster at that. The beast opened its massive jaws. He sighed. You've got to be kidding me. He grimaced. Damn it. It came from the rift. What the hell is the observation station doing? He began to analyze the situation. It appeared without warning, so they likely didn't see it coming. Clear skies one moment, a raging storm the next. He cursed, damn it all, the entire city is in chaos. He continued, what's the status of our emergency network? Suddenly, the color drained from his face. No orders from the dragon-slaying clan, just a notice to head to the assembly point. They're not responding to my calls. He gritted his teeth. This is bad. He lifted his head to watch. Despite their words, the serpent calmly eyed its prey. The two of them braced for the attack. The only thing that matters is survival. You're right. The snake opened its massive jaws as they both charged forward. Damn it, now what? So don't be too late, he replied. She echoed. Late? He nodded. Yes. Right now, this is more urgent than any monster hunt. I'm asking you because it's urgent. She thought to herself. More urgent? Even more than hunting monsters? Her gaze shifted to her father. Dong Chun stroked his beard. Just do what he asks. Father, she pleaded, helpless. He shot a look at Yu Song. You plan on showing me something, don't you? This beast is nothing the Red Dragon Guild can't handle alone. She nodded obediently. I understand, father. Getting into her car, she glanced back at him. He gave a slight nod. She turned and floored it. The car shot forward at top speed. It sped off into the distance. Yusong closed his eyes. Then it's my turn to get started. The guildmaster agreed. All right, I don't know what you're planning, but show me what you've got. A confident smirk played on Yusong's lips. I don't know if the guildmaster will be satisfied, but I'll give it my all as a hunter. Without another word, he vanished in a flash. Excuse me. Dongchun watched him go, lost in thought. How could I not be satisfied? Just who is he? In the end, he's still a complete mystery. He moved with blinding speed. Connecting his phone to his combat suit's comms unit, he placed a call to Seo Yu. From the other end of the line, Seo Yu's frantic voice shouted, "Where are you right now? An unpredicted rift just appeared." He cut her off calmly. I know. I'm heading into the rift now. Hearing that, is there a hotline to the control center? One that all hunters can use in an emergency? She hesitated before answering. There's no such thing. Her answer was exactly what he'd expected. Just as I thought. Of course something like that wouldn't exist. Not in a world where every hunter is a rival. He vaulted onto a skyscraper. She asked, confused. But why ask? Are you trying to organize them? Is that it? Before she could finish, he'd already located the black-bodied horror. After a fierce battle, it was already covered in wounds. The two hunters who'd engaged it were also heavily injured. One of them cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it, you can't use cheap weapons on these things. Then he saw something. The man from the dragon-slaying guild pointed. Wait, look at that. Without a moment's hesitation, Yusong launched himself at the beast. It saw him coming and opened its massive jaws. It lunged, ready to swallow him whole. A blade materialized from his arm, humming with raw power. His eyes widened as he brought the sword down, slashing straight through its open mouth. The monster's body was cleaved in two. The other hunters stared in awe. That technique? It's incredible. A legendary skill. But how? The massive beast collapsed behind him. The two hunters were still in shock. So powerful. The man who hunted the four calamities. The legends were true after all. What was that noise? Siu Yu asked. He replied calmly. Nothing. It was nothing major. More importantly, I have an order for you. The two hunters could only stare, frozen, as Yusong stood over the beast's corpse. He spoke intently into his comms, then ended the call. That's all. Understood, she replied. What kind of insane power is that? One of them muttered. Hey, wait up. Yusong turned towards the two men, still frozen in place. The moment his eyes met theirs, a chill shot down their spines. They exchanged anxious glances. What now? He's obviously powerful. Shouldn't we team up with him? The long-haired man quickly shook his head. No. We need to get out of here. Now. If we want to hunt the monsters swarming in, we have to split up. You're right. Let's go. Having reached an agreement, he forced a smile and waved. Hey, thanks for the save. We'll get out of your hair now. But Yusong's expression remained ice-cold. His face was completely devoid of emotion. They found it strange, whispering to each other. Huh? He's not responding. Maybe he doesn't understand Chinese? Suddenly, Yusong stomped the ground, cracking the pavement. The two men watched in horror as he shot towards them like a bullet. They panicked instantly. Huh. Hey man, what are you doing? A dangerous red light glinted in his eyes. An armored hand reached out towards them. Confused and terrified, they could only stand there and scream, drenched in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, a sports car blazed down the highway, heading straight for the monster-infested city center. Seo Yu sat sulking beside the focused driver, Bison, her expression tense. Tapping her fingers on her arm, she muttered, I just don't get it. Hearing this, Bison shot her a sharp glance. Seo frowned. He said to get in Captain Bison's car and head to my signal location immediately. Her voice rose in frustration. What does that even mean? Why do I have to go to Yusong's location? Her gaze fell, a hint of confusion coloring her words. In an emergency like this, he needs a powerhouse like you, not a weak, useless person like me. Suddenly, Bison violently wrenched the steering wheel. Caught off guard, Seo Yu was thrown hard against the car door, crying out in pain. The car drifted sharply, tires screeching and leaving a cloud of smoke. Coming out of the turn, Bison slammed on the gas again, launching the car forward. Pale-faced, Seo Yu gripped her seatbelt, staring at him in utter terror. After a moment, Bison finally spoke. Are you done? Her tone terrified Seo Yu, who shrank into her seat. Ah yes, nothing. I won't say another word. This woman's driving is no joke, she thought. Bison began to explain the situation. All the main roads into the city are gridlocked. Everyone's trying to evacuate. I see. Yeah. The route to the city center, where Yusong's signal is still clear for now, Bison said, her eyes on the road. Even if we could reach Central Command, their entire information network is paralyzed. Seiyu sighed. The chaos in the city is only going to get worse. The situation was far more critical than she'd imagined. Monsters from an unpredicted rift? This was unprecedented. That hunter hotline. If it existed, things wouldn't be this chaotic. She stared blankly out the window. Still, why did he ask for me, of all people? All I can really do is translate. Suddenly, Bison stiffened, slowly pressing the brake. Seiyu Yu followed her gaze. Huh? What's wrong? Her eyes widened in shock. Her mouth hung open, utterly speechless at the horrific scene before them. In front of their car was a grotesque pile of dead monsters. Their stiff bodies had turned a deathly gray. The two couldn't hide their amazement. Was this all Du Song's doing? The car slowed to a halt next to the monster horde. Sao Du and Bizon stepped out to survey the area. So many beasts hunted in such a short amount of time? Sao Du pulled out her phone. Now, who do I contact? She looked up at the towering skyscraper, bewildered. Does he want me on the rooftop? Du Song was already there, waiting. It didn't take them long to find their way up. The moment Sao Du saw Du Song, she gasped in awe. He stood there like a divine being, holding a city map. Hearing the noise behind him, he didn't even turn back. He just spoke softly. You've arrived? What are you doing? You called me here without giving a reason. Only then did Du Song reveal his gaunt face. His eyes were sunken, and his mouth was bleeding. She immediately stepped closer, full of worry. Wait, hang on. Why do you look so pale? What in the world happened? He looked as if his life force was fading. But he coldly raised a hand, stopping her advance. Du Song cleared his throat, wiping away the blood. It's nothing. I've now memorized the city's entire layout. The city's layout? But why? She wanted to ask more but bit her lip, reminding herself, no, this is not the time to ask that. She lowered her eyes, adjusting her tone. I see. So what should I do? Prying would only waste time. Du Song smirked, stepping forward and holding out his hand. Confusing her, he said, First, take this. What is it? This? As soon as Sao Du touched him, a shock of energy burst out. From where they touched, she stumbled back in shock. What is this? Blue sparks shot out in all directions. From their hands, Du Song slowly pulled his away, leaving Sao Du to hold the light by herself. Is this an audio ray? She watched as the rays of light shot out, linking to places everywhere. A sudden realization then flashed through her mind. More than 20 districts? Could it be? Bizon, after a moment of shock, finally found his voice. Du Song, if I'm not mistaken. Before Bizon could finish, Du Song nodded decisively. That's correct. Miss Bizon, I made this by applying your father's sound transmission technique. Sound transmission? Even Bizon couldn't believe her own ears. No way. What kind of incredible technique is this? Du Song explained. I'm not asking you to fight. You can contact other hunters with that audio ray, get reports, and then issue commands. He pointed to the audio rays in Sao Du's hand. You'll be the temporary hotline here, which means you are its control center, the controller of Jiyoung. If you're Ten's representative, you must accept control. She grew more bewildered as he spoke. Talking isn't a hard skill, just try it. But what am I supposed to say? Du Song reassured her. Don't worry. I will show you the rules of command. It's not that difficult. You'll get used to it. What? You mean right now? A cold sweat broke out on her face, pale with fear. Command all the hunters in Shanghai? Sao Du trembled, looking at him in disbelief. Is that possible? What is he? Du Song clicked his tongue, looking away. Basically, yes. Got it? Now then. He flashed a confident smile and said, I will show you how to be a commander. At that moment, the city was still under siege by the ravenous hordes of dark monsters. Despite deploying a massive force, the hunters seemed to be no match for them. The leader of the Dragonslayer Guild watched his troops get slaughtered, gritting his teeth in pure helplessness. Before them stood countless giant dark monsters, but his own soldiers were few. A young man turned to his leader. There are too many monsters. We must retreat now. Mr. Yang swung his sword forward, completely rejecting the idea. Nonsense. If this place falls, then everyone's shelter will be exposed. But, seeing his subordinate hesitate, the guild leader roared, Reinforcements will come. By the Dragonslayer's honor, we will fight to the death here. Is that clear? Yes, sir. The horde of dark monsters kept drawing closer. Despite his brave words, the leader was worried. Damn it. We still don't have enough manpower. Those man-eating monsters. His hand tightened on his sword as he fought to hold on. I have to survive until the army arrives. Just like the transmission said. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. Moreover, the voice of the 10 manager was that of a young girl. Now, only 4 Dragon Slayer soldiers remained. They were trying to hold their ground. The beasts had not made any further attacks. The leader cursed in his head. Damn it, can I really trust that transmission? Huh? A ball of fire suddenly flew from nowhere towards the dark monsters. The searing heat made them shriek, writhing in agony. The astonished leader stammered out, "That, could it possibly be?" Just then, a very familiar voice echoed from behind him. "This looks like a difficult battle." He and his soldiers turned, not believing their eyes at the sight of reinforcements. "You? Who are you?" The man spoke with a deep voice. "Hunter Sun Bongde of the Red Dragon Society." He wore red armor, leading his soldiers. He strode forward boldly. "We're here to reinforce the Dragon Slayers, by order of the Vice Chairman." The Dragon Slayer leader was stunned. "What? The Red Dragon Society is here to help us?" Bongde gripped his spear tightly and charged forward. His movements were incredibly swift, dodging the monster's attacks with ease. Flames erupted once more on his spear. Bongde leaped and swung it powerfully into the horde of dark monsters. The Dragon Slayer leader let out a sigh of relief. He turned to his hunters. "What are you all doing? Letting the Red Dragon Society take all the glory? Clean this up." "Yes, sir." Bongde glanced back in silence. The Dragon Slayer leader met his scrutinizing gaze without hesitation. The two stood side by side like old friends. To think this day would come. Hunting with the Red Dragon Guild. "Hey, that manager, isn't he the Korean guy?" "Yeah, he is." Facing the colossal beast, they set aside their personal feud. "All right, we'll talk later. Let's hunt." "Deal." The black-hearing monster bared its sharp fangs at them. The leader of the Dragon Slayers roared for a final battle. Meanwhile, Seodu's skilled commands echoed throughout the entire city. Area 13 clear. Begin civilian search. Red Dragon Guild, move to Area 2. Support the Dragon Slayers. Area 7 is engaging beasts now. Understood. Continue the civilian search. From a rooftop, she received reports and directed the teams. "I got it. Continue support. Area 7 will reinforce the other hunter teams." Even Seodu couldn't believe what she'd just done. Incredible. The city's chaos was handled in an instant. Dusong, now running alone at full speed, listened to the reports coming in. Dusong was satisfied. The Red Dragon Guild support arrived in Area 2. Excellent. He forged ahead, reporting, "The most dangerous zone is contained." "Yes, we can breathe for now." Seodu bit her lip, amazed it was all resolved in a flash. A short while ago, Dusong gave her a city map, explaining everything. Shanghai is divided into 15 sectors. Sector 1 is the Central Rift Zone. Emergency situations are also numbered 1 to 15. If an area's alert level is high, dispatch the hunter teams there immediately. She listened intently, absorbing every word. This way, they could save civilians and hunt monsters. "Have you memorized the layout and names?" Seodu clenched her jaw, her confusion obvious. Seeing her silence, Dusong turned to her. "What is it?" She eyed the map, skeptical. "Did you really think of this the moment the rift opened? Are you a genius?" Hearing that, he just laughed. "Of course not. I just applied team tactics I learned in Korea." Dusong explained as he ran. "I may work solo now, but I was on a hunter team before." Hearing the steady rhythm of his running feet, Seodu couldn't help but wonder. "So where are you going, leaving me in command?" After a while he finally stopped, catching his breath. "We're here." Dusong stared at the spatial rift. The source of the black hearing monsters. Perfect. Below him, the creatures swarmed over everything, crushing everything with their massive, flexible bodies. Sensing him, the black hearing monsters turned. Dusong stood his ground, fearless. He muttered, "So this is the Central Rift Zone." Seodu cried out in shock. "What? Wait, the Rift Center? You're there alone?" Monsters poured from the rift, huge enough to swallow skyscrapers whole. She screamed into her communicator, full of worry. "Are you insane? There are hundreds of monsters there, and you're alone?" His calm voice replied, "Is Phase 3 about to begin?" "An unpredicted rift progression," Dusong calmly explained. "Phase 1 is the invasion. Phase 2 is slowing their advance. And Phase 3 is a second invasion wave. One that overwhelms our Phase 2 defenses." With every word, Seodu's fear grew. "We're holding them off now, but we won't survive Phase 3. I have to go buy us some time." "What?" Dusong stared down the horde. "If I buy enough time, we can strike the center." But, he reassured her, don't worry, I've got this all figured out. But what happens if Phase 3 begins now? The black-hearing monsters turned their hungry eyes toward the lone figure standing before them. One began to rise, crushing a building as it stood. CO2 bit her lip helplessly. I get it. Okay, let's begin. She swallowed hard. Hey, you there? She said, mustering her courage. Just, don't you dare go and die. Dusong chuckled. You do your part too, right? He cracked his knuckles, warming up. A fierce fight ahead. She has a cute side, doesn't she? All right. It's time. A smirk played on his lips. Gritting his teeth, Dusong plunged down. It's hunting time. Fearlessly, he dove into the swarming horde below. Seeing their new prey, the monsters grew excited. They all rushed forward at once. Instantly, 2 razor-sharp blades materialized from Dusong's arms, glowing with a swift light. He easily sliced through the necks of the monsters. Fresh blood sprayed into the air, filling it with a foul, metallic stench. A beast opened its jaws, dozens of times his size. It roared and charged right at him. Above the city, the roar of a helicopter echoed. It hovered, searching for a rooftop wide enough to land. The door slid open, revealing powerful figures clad in heavy armor. The man in front spoke. Arrived in just 2 hours. The emergency route is fast. Harut-in glanced back at his comrades. It might be rude to say, but the city center has less damage than I expected. The others looked out. Really? Yeah, I don't get it. They should have been hit hard in the initial defense. Guess they got really lucky. He scanned the area, silently impressed. These Shanghai hunters are better than I thought. We'll see for ourselves once we're down there. Rut-in glanced back. Besides me, are the other top 10 rankers here? Yes, sir. 3 have arrived so far, the man added. However, reaching the rift center, it might take some time. Just as I thought. Yes, sir. His demeanor was completely calm. So, we form a strike team and close the rift? Yes, that's right. A triumphant smirk spread across Rut-in's face, the perfect chance to seize the reward. Clearing his throat, he commanded loudly. All right, let's break into the rift center now. Yes, sir. Rut-in crouched low and shouted, let's go. He was the first to charge in, stepping out from the helicopter's cargo bay. The rest followed, dropping to the ground below. The team landed swiftly and safely. Rut-in turned, doing a quick head count. All right, everyone's here. He scanned the area, giving a quick warning. Monsters are about to swarm the central district. Stay sharp. Suddenly, the hunter at the front froze in his tracks. No matter what beast appears, it's no match for me. Seeing the scout's pale face, Rut-in asked, what is it? But when he looked up, the sight before him made him tremble. What? What is this? The ground was a carpet of dead dark listeners. They appeared to have been dead for some time. No one could hide their utter shock. This is a field of monster corpses? From the largest to the smallest, every beast was riddled with wounds, their fangs bared on the blood-soaked ground. They cautiously approached the fallen horde, surveying the carnage. How could this have happened? It was a mystery what transpired, but not a single body was left whole. Torsos were ripped in half, heads severed from their necks. The small group of humans stared up at the colossal beasts, swallowing hard. And look, isn't a monster this huge a 7-star class? Rut-in was still reeling from the shock. What in the world happened here? What's going on with the rift? Standing at the foot of a skyscraper, they gazed at the silent rift above. It was eerily still. No more monsters were emerging. A deep sense of unease settled in Rut-in's gut. This isn't a good sign. He pondered for a moment, then spoke. Maybe. One of the 4 calamities appeared and devoured them. What? His eyes shot wide, his pupils contracting as he let out a yell. All right, now this is interesting. Rut-in instantly reached back, drawing his ever-present blade. It was the Crimson Haze Sword, a blade forged in volcanic lava. Seeing this legendary weapon, the surrounding hunters gasped in awe. The Crimson Haze Sword. A cocky smile spread across his face. Indeed, against a Calamity-class foe, this is necessary. I can't let anyone steal this kill. Rut-in performed a few practice swings, its fiery aura threatening to incinerate everything. I don't know where you're hiding, but you can't escape my sword. Just then, the ground began to tremble, and the corpses of the dark listeners shifted. Without warning, a massive explosion erupted right before the hunter's eyes. From within the swirling dust, a powerful figure emerged, its killing intent aimed right at them. Rut-in's brow furrowed in surprise. So, there you are? Gripping his sword tight, he shot forward like a flash of lightning. His eyes burned with hatred and the fierce resolve to annihilate his foe. Rut-in unleashed a devastating slash at his opponent. But the figure vanished, leaving only an afterimage in the air. Two glowing eyes in the dust cloud faded away. Ruddin froze in his tracks, absolutely stunned. Huh? With incredible agility, Du-song had already retreated a great distance. A cold sweat broke out on Rutten's brow as he stared intently at the man. He dodged a strike from the Crimson Haze sword? Who is this guy? Du-song's unfamiliar face and extraordinary skill made Rutten question his true identity. Realizing this was no ordinary opponent, Rutten immediately changed his tone. That's not normal strength. Which guild are you with? What was happening? Du-song's lips were sealed, as if he didn't understand. He slowly raised a hand, pointing above the hunter team. This left them utterly bewildered. Huh? Following his finger, all eyes turned to the rift, which remained eerily quiet. Rutten glanced up, then back at his bewildered team. The rift sealant? He mulled it over, then started piecing it together himself. Oh! He's telling me to grab the sealant and head up. One of his men, angered by Du-song's cold demeanor, yelled out, but Rutten stopped him. Who's this arrogant punk pointing around? Rutten flashed a disarming smile, his voice smooth. I am Ha Rutten of the Hwasan Guild. Surely you've heard of me. Rutten beckoned him over, indicating he wanted to cooperate. You look powerful. It would be a great help if you assisted us in sealing the rift. Work with me, and I'll give you a share of the spoils. How about it? He was gloating internally, his immense pride surging within him. What do you say? An offer to hunt with a top 10 ranker was a huge opportunity for a nameless hunter. Yet Du-song remained motionless, his face an emotionless, icy mask. Not only that, he silently turned his back on them and began to walk away. The subordinate's blood chilled, too. The subordinate's blood boiled again as he screamed, Hey! Are you just ignoring us? At those words, he suddenly turned and glared. His intent was unclear, but that single gaze sent a chilling shiver down Rutten's spine. Du-song spoke in broken, halting phrases. Up there? Done. Not needed. Then, without waiting for them to understand, he vanished in a flash. The subordinate was flustered, his voice cracking. What was that? That guy. I think he spoke a foreign language. Was that Korean? Should we grab him? Rutten kept his composure, but inwardly he was cursing the man. Forget him. Let's move. Sealing the rift is more important than that arrogant bastard. He clenched his fists, staring up at the rift high above. If he speaks Korean, then it must be him. The hunter who took down the Cheongki. Oh, Du-song. To think he'd dare look down on me, Ha Rutten, just because he has some talent. He gritted his teeth, bitterness rising. After I clear this rift, you're next. But the moment they reached the rooftop, his eyes went wide in disbelief. What the hell? Before them lay endless rows of dead dark listeners. The scene was identical to the one below. One of his men swallowed hard and gasped, My God, the monsters inside the rift have all been annihilated too. It was then that Rutten finally understood Du-song's words before he left. Could he have meant? Those broken, nonsensical phrases suddenly became crystal clear. Finish up and go back. There's nothing left for you to do up there. Drenched in sweat, Rutten stammered. Oh, Du-song, did he clear this entire place? Alone? News reports echoed across the city. It's been 4 days since the Shanghai crisis, where an unforeseen rift opened in the city of 20 million. The pain of this tragedy has been felt around the globe. At that moment, Du-song was watching the news on his phone. The reporter continued. Furthermore, according to a statement from Tense, at the site of this recent incident, Mr. Oh Du-song, one of our nation's own hunters, played a decisive role. While details are unconfirmed, a correspondent will soon report on his incredible actions. As Du-song was focused on the news, a voice called out, So, you're here? He lifted his head toward the sound. It was Seo Du who came with a reminder. It's time. Oh Du-song put his phone away, replying, All right. Is break over already? The construction site buzzed with workers and machinery. But when the crew saw the scene before them, they could only stare in disbelief. My God! They watched as Du-song effortlessly carried a massive boulder on his own. He tossed the huge rock down with ease. Du-song then turned and asked, So, I just need to clear this debris? From behind him, Seo-du replied, Yes. As Du-song resumed clearing the site, she glanced around. The other workers were whispering among themselves, Wow, a hunter is on another level. But why is he even here? Hearing them, Seo-du grew annoyed and called out, Hey! Du-song looked up at her. Huh? Seo-du frowned, questioning him. Why exactly are you at the northern site? The question seemed to catch him off guard. Why am I here? Seo-du shook her head, trying to analyze it. Hunters are dispatched to the northern zone for emergencies. But this is still Shanghai, isn't it? He thought for a moment. Seodo pressed on. You don't need to be doing this kind of work. There are no TV cameras here. No one will know. In fact, people will just think it's weird. As they spoke, the workers behind them kept judging. Hey, what are they doing? Yeah, so what if he's a hunter? He isn't helping much. That's when Odu-song spoke up. I don't care how they look at me. Seodu was confused. Huh? He turned to her, asking, Isn't it about doing what you want, without worrying what others think? Isn't that the style here? Seodu was flustered, unable to argue. Well, that's... Dusong shoved his hands in his pockets and walked on. I've said it before. I'm just doing what I want. It's better than being stuck in a hospital bed. A little training is better. Seodu, unconvinced, blurted out. Even so, there's no one by your side right now. Ah. She stopped mid-sentence, biting her lip. Watching Odu-song work, she realized, that's right, saying that is useless. Just then, Dusong stood with immense strength. He effortlessly hoisted another boulder onto his shoulder, sending dust showering down. The sneering workers were now silent, watching him work intently. Seodu frowned, her mind flashing back. After the official statement from Tense, rumors had spread all over Shanghai. Rumors about how skilled Odu-song was near the rift's center, how he'd used a miraculous sound technique to contact all the hunters. Through that technique, he directed the hunters to save citizens and repel the monsters. The idea that he alone hunted every monster was deemed groundless. Amidst the chaotic tragedy, he gathered the hunters with a mysterious skill, and he was the one with the greatest contribution to preventing the catastrophe. Odu-song set another massive stone on the ground with a heavy thud. Seodu was lost again in her own thoughts. But according to the official report, he was just some supporter. No one even came to find him. At the thought, she clenched her fists, suppressing her anger. It's not fair. Honestly, casualties were minimized thanks to him. And yet now, the only one by his side is me. Because he's an outsider, our company is this negligent. Damn it. I'm the same, living and dying unknown. I thought that was enough, but he's different. With her mind made up, Seodu approached Odu-song. She made him an offer. I'll demand full compensation for you. I will find all the evidence from black boxes and surveillance cameras and fight for what you're owed. His reply was simple and calm. Okay, I trust you. Yes, Seodu continued, stammering slightly. And I'll help you too. This time, Dusong was genuinely surprised. Huh? Seodu explained. It's not like I have anything better to do. She shyly avoided his gaze. Besides, I'm a hunter too. Let's do this together. Her words made Dusong's eyes widen in astonishment. Wow, look at her now. A smirk played on his lips, much to her confusion. Dusong then began to laugh out loud. Blushing, Seodu demanded, What are you laughing at? He rubbed his nose. Nothing, it's just, calling me boss with such a serious face. Hearing that, Seodu's face turned deadly serious, like she was about to explode. Dusong flinched instantly. He quickly looked away, wondering, did I just light the fuse on a bomb? This girl, who's always so prideful, is suddenly saying things like this. All at once, they both looked up, their expressions filled with surprise. The Red Dragon Guild had arrived, led by Jiang Bizon. Dusong raised a hand in greeting. Bizon, why are you here? She gave a formal salute as the entire guild spoke in unison. Greetings, great hero. Dusong was completely taken aback by the formal greeting. What's this? Why the sudden formality? Bizon explained respectfully. Great hero, you have bestowed a great favor upon Shanghai. Dusong asked, confused. A favor? He was completely bewildered. But what is this about? Is there a new rift? Bizon smiled. No, sir. Our leader ordered us to assist you. Great hero. Now, even Seodu was stunned. Dusong's eyes widened. What? Guild leader Jiang? The Red Dragon Guild doesn't normally do this kind of work. But seeing you, they couldn't just stand by. Though it was the leader's order, many volunteered. News that you were helping with reconstruction efforts has spread, all across Shanghai. Yes. Suddenly, the Dragon Slayer gang appeared. Their leader commanded, Everyone, we're here to lend a hand as well. The guild members roared, Yes, sir. It wasn't just the Red Dragon Guild. Other hunters came to help. As they lifted a section of wall, their expressions suddenly turned to alarm. Wait! One of them shouted urgently. There's someone here. A woman and a child were trapped beneath the rubble. A nearby construction worker heard and gasped. What? The massive wall was quickly moved aside. A red dragon hunter emerged, carrying a little girl. The crowd murmured in awe. Oh, they're alive. It's a miracle. Nearby, Jiang Bizan and Dusong watched the joyful rescue. Bizan spoke up. I imagine you were quite disappointed when you first got here. She continued with a cheerful look. But even so, if they respect you, they'll follow. That's the unspoken rule here. Finished, Baijan turned and bowed to Dusong. I'll go check the other areas then. Dusong replied. Do it. As Dusong mused, Seodu's voice rang out. Whoa, see that? She asked. Filthy but thrilled. This is China's true potential. Dusong was at a loss for words. Is that so? Seodu's playful manner faded as she replied. No, don't be so serious. Her face grew thoughtful. To be honest, there's a lot I could say. But Dusong seemed completely uninterested. Really? Seodu watched him, thinking, I wanted to say something else. That this miracle is what you created. They worked nonstop through the night. A job that should have taken 10 days took just over 1. It was a true miracle. Oh, Dusong's reputation soared to new heights. One morning, in a skyscraper, Dusong felt his condition, hands on his hips. This feels really good. It's thanks to So that I recovered this well. He began planning in his head. Okay, so for today's schedule. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Dusong opened it and tilted his head. Who is it? Seeing the visitor, his brow furrowed. Li Huimin flashed a smile and greeted him. Well now, it's a pleasure to meet you, Junior, he mused. The Korean language is quite convenient, isn't it? I am Li Huimin, ranked 4th in the Win Group's leadership battle, and the one who attacked Oh Dusong. He frowned, recognizing the name, Li Huimin. Huimin spoke amicably. Haha, I have a few things to say to you, Oh Dusong, after your amazing performance in Shanghai. Dusong asked, confused. Things to say? The man held up a hand. As of today, you're about to enter the top 10. Congratulations, Junior. Dusong frowned suspiciously. The top 10? Me? Huimin suggested. Shall we talk for a moment? Dusong answered coolly. Fine. As he moved to close the door, another hand shot out to stop it. As Dusong wondered, what's this? He saw another guest, Harry In, who cleared his throat to make his presence known. The two sides froze in a silent stalemate. Harry In spoke first. He scowled. You're just as arrogant as before. How dare you speak to Senior Li Huimin that way? His expression turned smug. But in 6 days, I won't let you act so arrogant anymore. Understand? Dusong finally voiced his own doubtful question. He asked blankly, No, more importantly, who are you? Harry In was stunned, taking a moment to answer. What? Dusong smirked sarcastically. Stop acting like we know each other. Have we even met? Hearing this, Harry In exploded in fury, yelling, You little bastard, you dare look down on me? Without another word, Dusong activated his afterform. With a flick of his finger, he shot energy right at him. Harry In flinched as the energy pulse shot toward him. Unable to dodge, he took the full blow and was knocked backward. Oh Dusong's door slammed shut. Outside, the man pounded on it and yelled, Hey, open the door, Harry In urged. Open up now. Are you too scared to open it? Dusong sighed, having dealt with the nuisance. Just then, a voice came from behind him. You have a much hotter temper than I expected. He glanced over in shock. Li Huimin was seated impossibly on his sofa. The man sneered. What is it? Nicely done. After all, in 6 more days, there won't be any need to talk. A chill ran down Dusong's spine. When did he get in? I'm sure I closed the door. Just then, black smoke began swirling at his feet. Dusong covered his nose warily. What is that burnt smell? He quickly understood, turning to ask uncertainly, Is this Dao Arts? Hearing this, Li Huimin exclaimed, Oh. He praised him freely. Very impressive. You see my ability, but you don't waver. You're still so calm. That's right, I am a sorcerer. Dusong repeated in his mind. A sorcerer. So's body is operated by the root Asia form. Using it like a skill tool, fueling and operating the machine with, So, is known as the system of Dao arts. This is why arts are different from skills. They can overcome physical laws and use mystical power. However, only a few. A very small number of people can use them. Li Huimin admitted. Just as you thought, this scent is what activates the art. More precisely, it's a trace. Dusong thought, Can he really read my thoughts? He asked aloud. Is this another type of art? Huimin chuckled and explained, What, this? This is just simple inductive reasoning. Though you look calm and indifferent, your breathing has stalled. Next, your pupils will constrict slightly. He continued analyzing Dusong. Your body sends me so many signals, from your pupils to your face, lips, hands, and so on. It all says that you're extremely tense, So reading someone's mind isn't difficult at all. He watched him with an all-knowing gaze. Correct. You are in the exact state I mentioned. You currently have two thoughts. First, did breaking hotel security alert the guards? Hui Min held up two fingers. Second, did I really get in here before you? He mused. Did I enter before you closed the door? Or did I use an art to trick your eyes? And then slip inside in that instant, correct? Hearing all this, Dusong grew cautious. Just who is this man? Hui Min smiled faintly. Humans are so simple. If I'm given an advantage, I will take it. Reading thoughts is a necessary survival tool for sorcerers like me. Dusong stated without emotion. You sure do talk a lot. Hui Min looked surprised. Ah, you're right. It's been a while since I had such an interesting topic. His eyes suddenly widened. But just now, when I mentioned the top 10, your reaction wasn't interesting at all. Dusong asked, how did I react? The man's expression grew dark. Hearing that, don't you feel honored? He replied flatly, not at all. Dusong began to explain. You can't just believe everything instantly. Even if it were true, changing members in one day is impossible. Lee Hyunmin remarked, you really underestimate the name of the top 10, he retorted, because it deserves to be. Lee Hyunmin explained further. No, you were qualified the moment you defeated one of the 4 calamities. You're the only foreigner receiving offers from all over. That's why I've been treating you so casually. He suddenly stood, a scheming look crossing his face. But not anymore. Now you're the hero of Shanghai. Dusong was confused. Hero? Lee Hyunmin replied. That's right, a hero. Actually, 6 months ago, I recommended you to an associate of mine. He was a junior I had raised for a very long time. The one I passed down the Manhwa martial arts to, a perfect young hunter to be its successor. And that was supposed to happen in 6 days. He clasped his hands together. But what about you? You showed up and flipped the script in just 2 hunts, becoming a hero of Shanghai. Dusong's expression remained perfectly calm. I am truly sorry. So, did you come here just to blame me for those 2 inconveniences? Lee Hyunmin started pacing the room, rambling on and on. That's right, let's count them. The golden elixirs I worked so hard for were given to you. My prized disciple is now a captive in your country. So, the potential successor to Mount Hua was lost because of you. He clenched his fist, his face twisting in fury. My, you have hindered us at least 3 times now. As the words left his lips, Dusong smelled burning as black smoke began to fill the room. His eyes shot open, a realization dawning on him. A Taoist art has been activated. He immediately crouched down, trying to avoid the black smoke. Suddenly, Dusong froze. Huh? His expression grew serious. This is. Through the murky smoke, the form of Lee Hyunmin slowly appeared before him. But then Dusong suddenly crumpled to the floor. He tried to move his body, but it was hopeless. Lee Hyunmin crouched before him with a triumphant smirk. Heh, do you understand now? You look pathetic. Your senses are in chaos. Your mind wants to move, but your body is sluggish, as if they aren't connected, right? He snapped his fingers, giving a signal. Instantly, Hazutin burst through the door, grinding his teeth in a rage. He grabbed the chin of Dusong, who was sprawled on the floor. Then Hazutin easily hauled him up by his collar. Lee Hyunmin spoke with excitement. Well then, shall we get to the main point? It's time to choose. Dusong. Become a citizen and join my faction. If not, he pushed up his glasses, revealing crazed eyes. I will crush you right now. Choose, one or the other. Hazutin was also grinding his teeth, looking at him with pure hatred. Lee Hyunmin continued in a condescending tone. You got a little too excited this time. So you've become the hero of Shanghai, have you? Dusong glanced down, trying to move, but Lee Hyunmin didn't notice. He just continued his arrogant rant. How could someone who obstructs me possibly become one of the top 10? What a complete disgrace. Honestly, I'd rather just eliminate you right now, he went on. Ah, but to eliminate a newly famous hero, what a waste. Wouldn't you agree? Lee Hyunmin sneered. However, if you just screw off back to your country and become top 10, that's fine too. The consensus of the top 10 will be gathered. So I'll come and persuade you myself. Normally, that's a job for that old beggar from Tensei. That old man doesn't care about this in the slightest. He'll just discard you like a tool. And I'm not the only one who knows his intentions. So choose. Go back to your country, or work under me as one of the top 10. At that moment, Hazutin was still gripping Dusong's collar tightly. He subtly tried to move his hand as Lee Hyunmin continued his threats. Or you can stay here as the object of my revenge, groveling obediently at my feet. Just then, the loud smack of a fist hitting flesh echoed through the room. His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. What? It was Dusong. He'd broken free and landed a solid punch right on Hazutin's jaw. It sent him staggering backward. Dusong quickly leaped back. Hazutin scrambled to cover his nose, trying to stop the bleeding. He was seething, grinding his teeth. A snarl hissed through his teeth. "You dare?" He immediately took a stance and lunged at Dusong, moving like a flash. His fist shot out right before Dusong's chest, but Dusong spun in a blur, appearing directly in front of him. He slammed his fist straight into Hazutin's gut. It lifted him clean off his feet. Pain instantly seized Hazutin, his pupils constricting as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, all from just one of Dusong's attacks. He was sent flying, smashing into the wall. The force was so immense that it cracked the concrete. Meanwhile, his own hand was completely unharmed after the blow. Witnessing it all, Lee Hyunmin couldn't help but feel wary. This guy. He watched as Dusong took his stance again. His expression was serious, ready to exchange blows with them. He couldn't believe his eyes. He broke my technique? Now, with Hazutin down, only the two of them were left. Lee Hyunmin cursed in his mind. Damn it, how did it come to this? He stared at Dusong, utterly bewildered. I clearly underestimated this guy. Even if I want to move, my body won't listen. Did he actually dispel it? Lee Hyunmin frowned. This is bad. With Hazutin down first, I'm at a disadvantage. This entire hotel is under my control. This room is impenetrable, a world of its own. However, using this much internal energy weakens my body's physical defenses. That's why I brought Hazutin to protect me from Dusong. Who knew he'd be taken down so easily? Could Dusong have really neutralized my technique in such a short time? Is it possible? As he was lost in thought, he noticed Dusong was beckoning to him. Huh? Dusong mumbled something, then gestured again, daring him to make the first move. Seeing this, he flew into a rage, veins bulging on his temples. Is this bastard provoking me? Instantly, a fiery aura erupted from his body. It was a clear display of Lee Hyunmin's fury. Dusong calmly observed his opponent. Suddenly, Lee Hyunmin calmed himself, withdrawing his fiery aura. He pushed up his glasses and reassessed the situation. No, wait a minute. Something isn't right. Thinking about it, this is strange. Is he telling me to attack first? Skill uses the body's entire base state, but a technique only uses partial energy, like a machine burning its fuel. That's a technique. This causes a massive power drain after use. But during that cooldown, with Ha-Root-in down, he provoked me to attack him first. A savage grin spread across his face. That had to be the signal. It all made perfect sense. It had to be. This guy was completely paralyzed. Even if he could move, he needed time. But Dusong stood frozen, his body trembling. His suspicion was confirmed. He's still trapped in my technique. Huimin smiled. Victory was at hand. A technique that shatters the senses is the ultimate personal weapon. In theory, it could be broken if you understood every sensory limit. But that was impossible. He pulled a talisman from his pocket. A wicked smile formed. Fine, you asked for this. The floating talisman began to glow as Huimin activated its power. He calculated his next move. The image Dusong saw was just an illusion. His real body remained unseen. Then, he snapped his fingers. The talisman erupted in flames. Time to end this quickly, he thought. The room was engulfed in fire, yet Dusong stood perfectly still. He clenched his fist, calling a name. Thien Quangthan. Dusong didn't move an inch. Huimin charged forward, screaming with manic laughter. It's over. Thien Quangthan raised its mighty fist. All the while, Dusong struggled hopelessly to move. Seeing this, Huimin gloated. It's all going according to plan. Can you even move? Suddenly, a large shadow appeared, enveloping Dusong. The fist of Thien Quang then closed in. Illusions appeared before him and behind him, all created by Li Huimin to attack. He reveled in the moment. There's no escape from me, and the Thien Quang than before you. Just give up and die. But Dusong's expression remained unchanged. A smirk of pure contempt appeared. Dusong suddenly whipped his head around. Huimin froze. What? He can actually see me? Dusong stared right at Huimin's true location. Then he charged. Huimin panicked at the sudden rush, dropping the still-burning talisman. This guy. Cold sweat dripped down his face. He screamed, Thien Quang then, protect me. A Thien Quang then instantly blocked the path. Dusong gritted his teeth, reaching forward. Huimin's face tensed up. Dusong caught the creature's arm. His other fist slammed into Huimin's face. Reeling from the blow, he thought in disbelief. How? How did this happen? He saw the absolute fury in Dusong's eyes. Huimin was sprawled on the floor, After that one clean hit, Du Song was unscathed. He held his stance, warily watching Hui Min. He glanced at his fist, judging the impact. Sensations fading. Still not enough. Hui Min staggered to his feet. His aura flared violently once more. "You bastard!" he roared. With a swollen face, he screamed, "How? How did you know where I was standing? Answer me." Faced with his rage, Du Song just calmly said, before giving a contemptuous smirk. That. He remembered the start of their fight. Looking at the illusion of Li Hui Min, Du Song had calmly analyzed the situation. "Li Hui Min, you're a sorcerer, aren't you? So this form is clearly a fake. Where is your real body? I can't win until I find it. Outside the room? No, that's wrong. He said the caster emits a scent, and the source of that scent is in this room. He's hiding his true self in this very room. Time for a little test. First, I'll draw his attention by provoking him." That's when Du Song made his move. A simple gesture, beckoning him forward. And as predicted, it drove Hui Min mad. Then, he activated his ability. Asafam. Beams of pure energy shot from within the room. The pulses traveled at blinding speeds. Du Song scanned the area. Now, where could he be? The energy pulses ricocheted off the ceiling. He searched desperately. "Where are you?" As the beams shot toward a dark corner, they perfectly outlined a hidden silhouette. Du Song cried out in his mind. "Found you, Li Hui Min." Hearing this, Hui Min was stunned. "What?" He processed the words. The taunt wasn't to stall for time, but to pinpoint my exact location. The realization sent him into a boiling rage. He was the one who'd been played. Suddenly, Hui Min doubled over, snickering. Du Song watched, confused. Then, he threw his head back and roared with insane laughter. His face twisted into a mask of madness. "Well done, Junior. You've made me reconsider. You're actually quite brilliant." But his words didn't faze Du Song. He spoke with a calm, steady voice. "I don't care about your evaluation. First, you need to answer for this mess." Hui Min just scoffed. Aura began to pour from his body. "Answer for this?" he hissed. Du Song replied, "Of course. You start a fight, you pay the price." Hui Min's aura intensified, and black smoke began to fill the room. He spoke again. "Just as I expected. I will never forgive anyone who dares to stand in my way." He pulled out another bundle of talismans. "I have to eliminate you right here." Du Song quickly took a defensive stance. Hui Min just sneered. "You can bet on it." He snapped his fingers, activating a technique. Ground shrink. The talisman burned away, releasing waves of suspicious black smoke. Du Song's eyes narrowed. In a flash, Hui Min vanished. He reappeared before Ha Rut-in. Placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, he glanced back at Du Song with a final word. "I'm out of here. I won't fight a battle I'm not sure to win." Hui Min had already weighed the odds. Leaving Harutin is leaving evidence of our fight. I have to take him with me. Yun Sung shot towards the smirking Hyomin. "Well then, goodbye," the man sneered. As he went to snap his fingers, Du Song didn't dodge, but lunged forward even faster. Unleashing the Asura impulse, lightning crackled around his hands. Du Song fired an impulse blast from his palm. The move was so fast, Hyun Min could only watch as the attack shot toward him. He realized with a jolt this guy was disrupting his technique's core. Seeing the blast, Hyun Min forced his hand. "Damn it, if this hits." Gritting his teeth, his aura erupted like a raging inferno. Just as the impulse hit, he vanished, the blast striking the wall behind him. Du Song seemed content. So he dodged. He glanced down, sniffing the air for any scorched scent. Staring at the unconscious Ha Rut-in, Du Song sighed. It's not like we could escape together. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Lee Hyun Min had fled using his ground shrink technique. He gritted his teeth, eyes burning with fury. "Damn it," he yelled, helpless. "Ha Rut-in, I abandoned him." Hyun Min seethed. "That damn bastard." Seo-do rushed to Du Song's door with a frantic look. "Boss, are you all right?" When she saw the scene, she could only gasp in shock. Ah. Before her was the unconscious Ha Rut-in, with Du Song sitting nearby. He casually greeted her. "Oh, you're here?" Seo-do stared, wide-eyed. "Is that Ha Rut-in passed out? Were you attacked?" Du Song answered simply, "Yes." Hearing this, Seo-do's face hardened with rage. She stomped forward, her steps echoing her fury. "This lunatic!" A few feet from Ha Rut-in, Seo-do stopped, glaring down at him. She pursed her lips, then suddenly punched Ha Rut-in, shocking Du Song. As she hit him, she roared, "You piece of trash! Ha Rut-in!" Seo-do's punch jolted the man awake with a pained groan. Dusong watched with his jaw dropped as Seodu began shaking him. She relentlessly questioned him. You learn a few pathetic moves from Lee Hyunmin, and you think you're untouchable? Who did you think you were dealing with, you garbage? Dusong was speechless, thinking to himself and remembering his first impression of her. Man, she's going a little too far. Then again, she was always like this. He asked aloud, Is this guy famous under Lee Hyunmin? Seodu replied, Everyone knows him. She spoke with a look of pure disgust. Master Wantong of the Maoshan sect is an arrogant fool. That master's attitude isn't just annoying, it's unbearable. Just then, In let out a pained moan. Seodu raised her hand threateningly. Hey, if you're awake, open your eyes, or I'll beat you until you can't. In struggled to speak. Damn it. I can't breathe, please. Hearing this, Seodu's anger flared. What? Damn it? You still haven't learned your lesson? Dusong stopped her. Wait, let him go. He just fought me, so he's in bad shape. He can't run. Seodu glanced at him and said, I know. She immediately let go of In. He gasped for breath painfully as Dusong and Seodu watched him. After coughing, In looked up. Damn it! You work for that old man, don't you? This is the worst. Hearing this, Seodu's blood boiled again. What did you say? You little punk, Dusong stopped her. Wait. She couldn't help but retort. Why? If we beat him half to death, he'll become much more obedient. He explained, I'm not stopping you. I just need to ask him something. Seodu hesitated, her expression full of suspicion. Something to ask? Dusong confirmed. Yes. Right now, Tense doesn't know I was attacked, correct? Seodu replied hesitantly. Well, not yet, of course. She puffed her chest out with confidence. But don't you worry about it. We caught this guy attacking you, red-handed. Boss. We can demand huge compensation from the Huashan and Maoshan sects. But Dusong cut her off. No, that's not necessary, Seodu asked, confused. Huh? Dusong crouched in front of In. The boy gritted his teeth, eyeing him warily. Dusong gave a dark smile. There's no need to report this to the authorities or Tense. We can just settle this with the party involved, right? In was stunned. What? Seodu was also confused. Settle this? Dusong replied. Of course. That is, if he can give us what we want. Fine. In managed a sneer. Though terrified, he tried to sound defiant. What? What do you want? Dusong made his demand. Can you give me the secret esoteric art of the Huashan sect? The scene changes to the Red Dragon Guild's domain. Sunlight sparkles on a clear lake. Jang Ryong-chun is sitting quietly, lost in thought while fishing, when footsteps approach him from behind. Ryong-chun casually lifted his fishing rod. You're here? Care for some fishing? Dusong gave an unrelated reply. My father loved fishing, so my mother taught me to never touch a fishing rod. Ryong-chun chuckled. Is that so? Ha ha ha. He turned his head. Anyway, dressing like that, you seem much more respectable than before. If you keep dressing like this, you'll be misunderstood less. Dusong looked down at his clothes. Really? Ryong-chun answered with a laugh. Yes, it looks very charming. Ryong-chun got straight to the point. I heard from the steward you were coming. Is there something you need my help with? Yes, there is. He held up his phone, showing a document. This is the manual for the Huashan sect's secret art. I want you to analyze the terms inside, especially the techniques related to breathing methods. Ryong-chun's interest was piqued. Ho, breathing methods, you say? Dusong began his tale. An older brother figure once taught me the basics of control. He said he once joined a task force with Chinese hunters, and something he saw left a deep impression. Their raw power was clearly inferior, but their application of skills was incredibly rich and diverse. Normally, using basic energy with such varied techniques would quickly exhaust someone, but that person was completely unaffected. So, he concluded that the Chinese hunters must have a training method we don't know about. Ryong-chun was impressed. This brother of yours seems quite talented. And then? Dusong nodded and continued. When I met the Chinese hunters, I discovered they all shared one thing. Every one of them prioritized their breathing, and with each breath, the power of their skills seemed to increase. If so, isn't this breathing method a form of meridian cultivation? Is that so? After hearing Yu Sung's full report, Dong-chun was truly impressed. To deduce all that, he's no ordinary kid. But his expression quickly turned serious. That breathing method. You said you got it from that Huasan brat, right? A disciple of the Huasan sect? Right. And what was his expression? Yu Sung replied. He was smug, as if to say, you think you can learn this? Dong-chun let out a laugh. Is that right? just as I thought. He confirmed the technique was the Hwasan sect's purple mist divine art. Yu Sung was intrigued. The purple mist divine art? Deng Chun explained that on this continent, no sect's breathing method could even compare. But it's just a legend. Learning it would make you stronger, of course. But, he added, the art is now just a fragmented, useless text. Even Master Wan Tong failed to cultivate it. You can't learn it just from analyzing the manual. Besides, why should I agree to help you? Are we that close? We nearly came to blows last time we met. Yu Sung shook his head and explained, while our relationship is like that, my relationship with the Red Dragon Guild is different. Deng Chun was confused. What? Yu Sung recounted their last battle. The Red Dragon Guild and I fought together, and you know very well how much the guild gained from that cooperation. Deng Chun didn't deny it. Yu Sung pressed on. So, can't we be considered mutually supportive partners, right? Hearing this, the leader laughed out loud. Yu Sung bowed respectfully. I wish to become a good ally to the Red Dragon Guild, he asked sincerely. Please help me, leader. Deng Chun was impressed. You've got a silver tongue, twisting it so we owe you a favor. That's not how a warrior should speak. But a smile spread across his face. However, haha, you want to be a good ally to our guild. The more he thought, the more pleased Deng Chun was. Yes, I'm very satisfied with that statement. For a hunter, building relationships is good, haha. Finally, he agreed. Fine, I'll teach you. Truthfully, I began preparing when I heard you were coming. Yu Sung bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, sir. But he was cut off. Ah, wait a second. Deng Chun grinned. Who said I would be the one teaching you? He glanced behind Yu Sung. Ah, you're finally here. When he turned, a familiar face left him completely stunned. Deng Chun made the introduction. Go on, greet your new master. Baizan looked away shyly, trying to avoid his gaze. Well, I look forward to working with you. The scene shifts to the Red Dragon Tower, a building for studying martial arts. It holds countless research texts from generations of Red Dragon masters over hundreds of years. This is a private sanctum. Only the guildmaster and their successors are allowed inside. But this time was an exception. Yu Sung was welcomed as a client of the Red Dragon Guild. He was here to learn the breathing technique. At this moment, Baizan was deeply focused, taking notes from an ancient tome. She informed Yu Sung. The translation of the text is complete. He was surprised. You're already finished? Baizan smiled, explaining. The original document wasn't very long. First, I will explain what a breathing technique is. In other words, I'll give you an overview of key channeling. Yu Sung replied, All right, I'm in your hands. His mind began to wander. It's my first time alone in a room with a woman, just talking like this. It's making me a little flustered. But when we discuss martial arts, that feeling vanishes completely. Am I a person who is stirred, more by combat than by romance? Baizan, unaware of his thoughts, began her lesson. First, there's something I must tell you. Key channeling techniques do not strengthen your meridians. We train them just like you do, through the constant, unending flow of aura. Yu Sung was puzzled. Then what's the purpose of these techniques? Baizan presented a pendulum. Do you know what this is? He studied the object. This is a pendulum used to practice releasing aura from the body, correct? She replied, That's right. This can only be used during training. Pointing at it, she began her analysis. Its movement requires the body to emit a certain amount of aura, but simply releasing aura won't make it move. Baizan closed her eyes, exhaled lightly, then pushed the pendulum with a single finger. She then made the pendulum spin rapidly in a circle. Yu Sung watched in silent awe. I definitely felt a tiny amount of aura with just one breath, and that alone can cause a physical impact? He came to a conclusion. So that's it. Kai channeling is the technique for controlling the flow of aura. Baizan caught the pendulum, replying, Exactly, you've found the correct answer. Kai channeling helps you maximize the efficiency of your aura. Yu Sung nodded. I see, I understand now. She continued. Also, this is the translation of the Purple Mist Divine Art I just finished. Handing him the paper, Baizan reminded him, Please read through it once. He quickly took it, replying, Ah, yes. Baizan then let out a soft sigh. Yu Sung was confused. Then, his eyes fell upon the page, and he saw something unexpected. His expression shifted to utter bewilderment. What is this? The paper was filled with diagrams of pressure points. Baizan explained, The Purple Mist Divine Art. This is the result of its core principles. From the Hwasan sect's history, hundreds of years ago, Yu Sung frowned, trying to decipher the page. All of this is. I've noted the necessary positions of the meridians to operate the divine art. But Baizan gave him a helpless look. You think it's that simple, don't you? This so-called divine art of ki channeling? Yusung tried to analyze it. To be serious, it's almost like soccer formations. It also involves the body and soul. It's not just some simple experiment. She somewhat agreed. That is essentially correct. All the original secret manuals from the great sects are just like this. As she spoke, Baizan stood up from her seat. All the so-called divine arts are written this way, hidden in metaphor and short verses, or even a song you must memorize. She led Dusong to the archives, where all the books were kept. This is centuries of our Red Dragon Society's research on the Red Dragon divine art. He quietly understood. This was a trove of vital research. He murmured, "So it's true." But Bizan shook her head. "Honestly, Dusong, I cannot advise you to learn the Purple Mist divine art. It's incredibly dangerous, even with the original scroll." Dusong was surprised by her words. "Dangerous?" she replied. "Yes. As you've seen, the other methods here are quite simple." Bizan explained clearly. "If this art had a training method like the others, it would be a simple matter. But as you know, a human's energy meridians aren't so simple." She frowned slightly. Worry was evident in her eyes. "According to the records, you must find the single correct meridian, of tens of thousands in your body. But if you circulate your energy incorrectly," Bizan said gravely, "the slightest error will cause a fatal chi deviation. It's extremely severe." Dusong couldn't help but gasp. "Ah!" Bizan grabbed his hand, her plea sincere. "So please, stop here. It's too risky." He froze at her sudden action. "Ah!" Bizan then realized how close she had become. "Ah!" Her face instantly turned crimson red. She hastily pulled her hand back, avoiding his gaze. "Sorry, I suddenly grabbed your hand." Bizan was mortified, clutching her head. "Ugh, I don't even know why I did that. So embarrassing." But Dusong didn't overthink it. Assuming she was just a sensitive and shy person, he quickly returned to the main problem. His body may be ravaged, but this was crucial research, and it wouldn't be finished in a day or two. Tongxian Sang would certainly not back down so easily. To silence me, whether it's now, or in the near future, he will definitely attack me again. He knew that man's strength far surpassed his own. I have no choice but to master this breathing technique. But how? Suddenly, a bright light shone directly in Dusong's face. It forced his eyes open. He was dazed. Huh? What? Before him was the auto-hunt button. He was bewildered. This is? Dusong thought in shock. The auto-hunt switch appeared? Why here? My life isn't threatened. Unless, to cultivate the divine art, I need to press this button? Anxiety became a giant hand gripping his mind. Dusong fought the feeling, thinking, fine, this thing is always like this. Come on, Dusong. If you can endure the hardship, if you can bear this burden, you can obtain everything. With that, Dusong reached out and firmly pressed the auto-hunt switch. Instantly, the switch glowed red, announcing that auto-hunting was now active. The space around Dusong warped. Bizan noticed something was wrong. She called out, Dusong, her voice filled with panic. Could it be? A moment later, outside, Jung-chun and manager Son Bong-dae rushed to the Red Dragon Hall. On the way, Jung-chun asked, She called for me urgently? Son Bong-dae replied hastily, Yes, Guildmaster. He hurried to the entrance of the Red Dragon Hall. What on earth happened? Jung-chun threw open the doors, seeing Dusong sitting cross-legged on the mat. A powerful aura pulsed around him. Bizan called out to her father. Ah, Son Bong-dae asked, confused. Daughter, what is this? Bizan answered. Dusong suddenly began cultivating the purple mist divine art. He remained with his eyes closed, radiating immense power. Father, Bizan grew more frantic. He could be experiencing chi deviation right now. Father, please help him. But Jung-chun only narrowed his eyes. His expression was grim. The forceful aura flared like a flame around Dusong, who was now drenched in sweat. Jung-chun suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, he boomed. That arrogant brat is getting what he deserves. Bizan was stunned. Huh? Her father turned and questioned her sharply. This is ridiculous. Don't you know what's happening? Jung-chun then looked back at Dusong. Just watch. The young man maintained his posture, continuing his cultivation. Bizan finally realized something. She gasped. This energy. Is this? Jung-chun nodded. Yes. The legendary mind art. He's circulating the purple mist divine art. It's forging a new path, opening all of his meridians in a way that's never been done. What a reckless kid. Son Bong-dae cried out in shock. Good heavens, all of his meridians? Is that even possible? Jung-chun replied. Of course it is. He continued. we are witnessing something unprecedented. Jung-chun praised him, truly brilliant. After he masters the purple mist divine art, we will witness a new realm of power. Watching Dusong's intense cultivation, he mused, I truly look forward to this. Then, Dusong slowly opened his eyes. The majestic red dragon hall stood with its crimson walls and tiered green-tiled roof, a stark contrast to the lush greenery. An unknown amount of time had passed. Dusong remained seated, cultivating the divine art. The entire time, Jung-chun and Bison stood outside, watching and waiting patiently. Her gaze never left him for a second, filled with a mixture of confusion and worry. In contrast to her, the guildmaster calmly stroked his beard with a cryptic smile. He's finally finished. Suddenly, a brilliant aura erupted from Dusong, a terrifying wave of power. It abruptly engulfed him. The pressure Dusong generated was so intense that everyone had to shield their faces from its overwhelming force. Bison vaguely sensed something was off. She thought to herself, this scent. Is it plum blossom? Just then, the torrent of energy vanished, and he had awakened, leaping to his feet in an instant. Seeing Dusong awake, Jung-chun approached him directly and spoke slowly. So it took a full day and night. A faint smile graced his lips, his expression one of satisfied approval. You've succeeded. Congratulations on your achievement. Meanwhile, Bomday couldn't believe what she was seeing, bewilderedly wondering, how is this possible? Mastering the purple mist divine art in less than a day, hearing leader Dong-chun's praise, he offered a sincere smile and replied, Thank you, sir. Dusong also bowed respectfully in thanks. It was all thanks to leader Bizon and the Red Dragon Guild. Hearing this, the man laughed aloud. Haha, I appreciate the thought. You're too formal. Then, Dong-chun's expression shifted, his voice turning serious. Have you thought of a name for the new martial art you've learned? At this, Bizon froze, wondering in confusion. New? Didn't Dusong just learn the purple mist divine art? This truly took him by surprise. How did you know? But Dong-chun didn't hide a thing, revealing, I can tell from your aura. The signature of the purple mist divine art isn't purplish blue. Only then did Dusong understand. Then, the leader seriously pointed out, even just from the texts, I know its characteristics. You awakened and restored your own martial art, didn't you? Dusong didn't deny it, answering frankly, you could say that. While checking my meridians to restore the art, I realized that although it's a powerful technique, it needed a way to better harmonize with me. In that situation, he had to make a choice, so I transformed it into an art that perfectly suits my body. Therefore, it's true I created a new form of martial art. His words sent Bizon into deep thought. Unbelievable. So it isn't the purple mist divine art, but something else entirely? How could he possibly have done that? Yet this only deepened the smile on Dong-chun's lips, as if he was already scheming something. Just as Bizon noticed his expression turn grim, he was even more astonished, his eyes widening in thought. Whoa. But Dong-chun maintained his impressed look, calmly asking, Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Dusong remained firm, his voice full of gratitude. I truly owe the leader and Miss Bizon a debt. This favor, I will certainly. But just as the words left his lips, the leader suddenly raised a hand, his expression growing serious. This abrupt action from Dong-chun left Dusong utterly confused and speechless. After a moment, seeing him still standing there dumbfounded, he couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, you're not planning on just leaving, are you? But Dusong still didn't understand, asking, What? Just then, Bomdi arrived with the requested items. Leader, what you asked for has been brought. The leader replied with satisfaction. Good. Bizon instinctively looked over as well. She was suddenly stunned, blurting out in a daze. Huh? That's. Her gaze fell upon two members of the Red Dragon Guild. They stood respectfully with a treasure that only appears during duels, which made her even more suspicious. The Red Dragon twin blades. Why are they here? Even a close aide like Bomday was shocked, frowning as she asked, Leader, don't tell me. Just then, Dong-chun's lips curled with excitement as he revealed, I'm in a great mood today, for I have met a worthy opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and firmly grasped a throwing dagger from the box. Next, Dong-chun pointed the sharp blade right at him, a clear challenge for a match against Dusong. Yet, despite a blade pointed at his face, he showed no hint of panic, his eyes as calm as ever. Suddenly, Dong-chun made a direct proposal. Our last duel was left unfinished. Let's settle it now. Knowing he wanted to fight, Bizon grew even more frantic. Father, you're not planning to fight Dusong, are you? But Dong-chun replied nonchalantly, I am. I want a match with him. Now Dusong finally spoke up to intervene. Wait a minute. Thinking it over, he couldn't understand, scratching his head in confusion. I don't know your reason for this. In any case, Dusong had to repeat himself. I've said it before. But Deng Chun cut him off, stating firmly, yes, you're a hunter, right? Then, he simply suggested, but I, Deng Chun, am not a hunter. I am a martial artist. So even if you don't understand, you know the meaning of power, don't you? Indeed, those words managed to stir something within him. Noticing this, the leader continued, don't you want to test the limits of the new art you've learned? And besides, Deng Chun looked straight into his eyes, his persuasive words never stopping. You don't exactly dislike these contests of strength, do you? This time, Du Song could no longer maintain his composure. Disbelief was clear in his eyes, and just like that, his lips curled into a smirk. You're right. Exactly right. Du Song's eyes filled with anticipation for a clash of power, and he immediately proposed, all right then, let's do it. Soon after, they moved to a more spacious area. Suitable for a duel, Deng Chun stood ready, the two red dragon blades in hand, his gaze locked onto Du Song. And as for him, to prepare for this clash of strength, he had changed into different attire. This was a legendary battle between the guild master and a man with transcendent skill, so everyone eagerly gathered to watch. The more Bizon thought, the more worried she became, her eyes fixed on Deng Chun. My father is getting older. How can he? Just then, with his sharp senses, he quickly felt her gaze on him, but Deng Chun slightly misunderstood, teasing Du Song. The little one seems very worried about you. This made him blush as he stammered, Sir. But Deng Chun continued, she's worried you'll get seriously injured this time, so you should pay attention to her. This left Du Song a bit doubtful. Is that so? After a moment's thought, he spoke with a serious tone. Since Miss Bizon is so worried, perhaps I should say a few words? These words made the leader's face flush with anger as he growled, Hey, are you serious right now? Ah, this won't do. He thought to himself, this girl, Bizon, is going to suffer a bit. Deng Chun also suddenly realized that when it came to getting injured, he himself could get hurt too. However, that only made Deng Chun more excited and eager. Well then, let's begin. Despite that, Du Song still had a question, asking, before we start, can I ask one thing? The leader replied impatiently, what is it? He then asked directly, I heard that you, the leader, are ranked second among the top 10 strongest. Deng Chun bluntly admitted, that's not right. Model. Du Song even had the audacity to ask, so how much stronger is Demon Bird Bet than you? Hearing this, the old man was in utter disbelief. Amid the stunned silence, the Red Dragon Society seethed with rage at his words, cursing him through gritted teeth. What insolence! Now, Deng Chun's entire body blazed with fury as he gave a demonic smile. So you truly wish to know? Very well. After speaking, he tightened his grip on the sword, aiming it straight at him. Then, some scheme must have crossed Deng Chun's mind, because he suddenly burst into laughter. He then launched himself straight towards the young man. As expected, the hunter button sensed the danger, immediately appearing before Du Song. But a moment later, it instantly flashed red, a dire warning for him. A shockwave erupted the moment he shot towards Du Song. This sent another wave of sheer terror through the young fighter. The spot where Deng Chun had stood moments ago exploded as he unleashed his technique. Luckily, Du Song's nimble movements saved him from disaster. However, that changed nothing, only making Deng Chun charge forward with more intensity. A look of satisfaction crossed his face as he laughed, while Du Song's expression turned grim and defensive. Yet this wasn't the look of fear. The moment he heard the challenge to test his strength, Du Song's excitement grew as he smirked. That's more like it. Though Bizon and Bongde were just bystanders, they could easily feel the intense heat of the battle. Her father's advanced age only deepened her concern as she thought, Father. But Deng Chun paid it no mind, focusing only on his attack, blade held tight. From the very beginning, Du Zong had respected Deng Chun's combat speed, but only now, in the heat of battle, did he truly feel its ferocity. In just a brief moment, he had unleashed countless deadly and complex strikes. Because of this, Du Song had been on the defensive from the start, forced to dodge every move. What shocked him even more was the thought, he's too fast. There was almost no time to prepare between attacks. He couldn't understand how, but the man's fighting ability grew faster and stronger than before. In fact, Deng Chun's strikes became denser, almost as if they were a rehearsed pattern. Just thinking about it caused Du Song's mind to wander for a second, leaving him momentarily dazed. In a fight of this level, even a moment of distraction could bring about disastrous consequences. After the clash, he staggered back, losing his balance, as Dong Chun flipped back to his position. They quickly returned to their starting points, preparing for the next exchange. The result was the same as before, with the old master taking the initiative. Wielding his twin red dragon blades, Dong Chun charged forward again, his spirit blazing. He then took advantage of the moment Du Song was still off balance to launch another swift attack. But at that critical moment, he suddenly saw through Dong Chun's intent, and an idea sparked. Du Song used all his speed to lean back and evade, yet the master pursued him relentlessly. For a split second, the twin blades were inches from piercing through his body. However, Du Song quickly found a safe spot to land. After just a few exchanges, though he hadn't seen him attack, Dong Chun had to acknowledge Du Song's incredible skill. This was shaping up to be a fight worth waiting for. Despite dodging countless blows from the Red Dragon leader, he remained alert, not daring to get overconfident. This display was even causing Bizon and the Red Dragon Society to see Du Song in a new light. Bong Day couldn't believe it, forced to admit, "This is terrifying." Du Song's true power was beyond that. But she had already anticipated this, calmly replying, "That's right, he is very strong." Though Bizon tried to appear strong on the outside, she couldn't help but feel a growing anxiety. A single glance was enough for Bong Day to notice, and he tried to comfort her. "Don't worry, Vice Leader, the leader will control his power." But she bluntly denied it. "That's not it." This made Bong Day question, "Huh?" Bizon seemed surprised, asking with a frown, "You don't know?" "Right now, my father isn't holding back against Du Song at all." Hearing this, he could only gasp, "What?" Her words suddenly struck Bong Day with a chilling realization as he trembled. Then, if that's the case, wait. That means, because from the very beginning, Bizon understood that her father wasn't treating Du Song like a junior or a subordinate. Her father was treating him as a true enemy. The heat from the arena caused a bead of sweat to roll down her cheek, carrying her worries with it. If that's the case, father will definitely use that. At that moment, they separated, each standing at one end of the field, pausing before their next clash. Du Song was silently analyzing the situation. Each attack was sharp and powerful. He was indeed incredibly strong. He also realized the strikes were fluid and relentless, leaving no time to breathe. In this dire situation, Du Song had only one option: use his footwork to create distance. This was a struggle, as even dodging had become difficult. But suddenly, Dong Chun's voice cut through his thoughts. "You're excellent at dodging." He angrily slammed his sword down, his voice low. "But what are you doing? Why aren't you counter-attacking?" Dong Chun stared at Du Song, frowning as he pressed. "If I were you, I would have taken advantage of the openings to strike by now." Yet he didn't answer immediately, thinking to himself, "He's right. If I activate auto-hunt, I can fight back," using a long-range weapon to exploit his openings. A bead of sweat fell from Du Song's cheek as he silently made his calculations. "But if I can't control auto-hunt perfectly?" When Du Song remained silent, Dong Chun asked bluntly, "Are you probing me?" He wasn't looking for an answer, already certain of it, and immediately unleashed his technique. Dong Chun's body exploded with an overwhelming energy that seemed to scorch everything around him. He entered his primary adjustment state, modifying both his area and his technique. He could maintain this until another emergency measure was needed. The radiating heat was proof. More than anyone, Du Song knew that facing that attack head-on would be pure folly. After adjusting his state, a smirk appeared on his lips as he asked, "Hey, I don't care if you keep dodging." Then his voice turned cold. "But will you be able to?" But just like before, Du Song gave no answer. He simply watched, his silence calculating. His gaze shifted from the old man to something else entirely. Impatient, Dong Chun eagerly called out, "All right, I'm coming." Each of his steps held immense power, shattering the ground beneath him. Dong Chun rushed forward again, seizing the offensive. Closing the distance, Du Song's eyes widened, stunned by the man's terrifying speed and intent. Still, Du Song's defenses held as he retreated just in time. But this time, he made a daring decision. Instead of returning to his spot, he shot straight into the air without a second glance. This move even made Dong Chun pause mid-fight to praise him. "Excellent footwork, very impressive." After speaking, he tightened his grip on his blades, thinking, "Let me show you the true Red Dragon twin blades." Without hesitating, he launched himself toward Du Song, his destructive power immense. It left Du Song staring in stunned disbelief. Even in 1,000 lifetimes, he never imagined such annihilating strength was possible. In an instant, the vast forest was swallowed by a sea of flames created by Dong Chun, forcing Du Song to be wary. And so, filled with doubt, Du Song landed back on the ground. He didn't understand why, but the more he thought, the more absurd it seemed. Having unleashed his ultimate technique, Dongchun spoke with confidence. This is the true Red Dragon Twin Blades, a technique that allows me to wield these heat-absorbing weapons. In other words, using these twin blades is like awakening two red dragons. As the leader of the Red Dragon Society, this is the bare minimum for acknowledgement. But despite this power, it was merely Dongchun's opening act. Now that the heat is absorbed, the real battle can begin. He felt this contest of strength should end with these very blades. By now, Dongchun's entire body radiated with fighting spirit. The heat absorption was complete, causing the temperature to skyrocket. Then, his brow furrowed as if his patience had run out completely. He declared, "Let's end this." The moment he finished speaking, he charged forward with that same overwhelming speed. The two red dragon blades blazed with fierce flames, ready for the final duel. From a distance, Bongdae could only watch in awe and exclaim, "How terrifying." Bizon had no choice but to nod in agreement. "That's right. I have to admit, this is the first time in 15 years I've seen the leader in this state. His power is even greater than before." The intense heat caused sweat to roll down her cheek as she too acknowledged it. Yes, father is much stronger now. She thought to herself, his power is 1.5 times greater than Bizon's. She knew her father was truly strong, so her eyes remained locked on Dusong the entire time. That alone was enough to make Bizon's stomach churn with worry as he prayed, "Please don't get hurt." This time, Dongchun was fully charged, knowing that this long-awaited battle was finally reaching its climax. A corner of Dongchun's mouth curled up impatiently. "So, shall I begin?" Without another word, he rushed forward, unable to wait another second. As expected, with his formidable speed, Dongchun reached Dusong in the blink of an eye. It was a speed beyond anything he could have imagined, leaving him utterly shocked. It made both Bongdae and Bizon gasp in pure astonishment. They thought, "So fast. His footwork can get even faster." Meanwhile, Dongchun grew more certain that victory would be his. "Try and block this. This is the ultimate technique of the Red Dragon Gate." He then unleashed a scorching flame to incinerate all of creation, but he didn't stop there. As the fire raged, Dongchun combined his twin red dragon blades, launching a barrage of attacks that pushed Dusong into an impossible corner. He took the full force of the devastating damage, placing him one step away from death's door. Yet the flames only grew more intense, more violent than ever. Watching from afar, Bongdae grew excited, thinking this was surely the end. But Bizon, worried sick, couldn't even bear to watch the outcome. He clasped his hands and prayed, "Master Dusong." Suddenly, just as everything seemed to be over, flower petals began to fall from the sky. This made even a seasoned elder like Dongchun stare in complete shock. He glanced around, confused, his mind racing as he wondered, "What is this?" Dongchun's eyes were fixed on the gently falling petals. Plum blossoms? Finally, Dusong reappeared. A cold smirk played on his lips. As one surprise followed another, Dongchun's eyes widened in horror as he screamed, "What?" Dusong stood calmly before the 1,000-degree red dragon blades, completely unharmed. Watching the petals fall, he let out a long, thoughtful sigh. That simple act proved the truth. The blazing swords had absolutely no effect on him. Even Bongdae and Bizon were stunned by the new aura he radiated. The man's brow furrowed in disbelief as he vaguely wondered, "This is?" Given what she knew of Dusong, a realization dawned on her. Plum blossoms. Could it be? With a single wave of his hand, Dusong sent Dongchun and his blades flying backward. But even then, the old man couldn't believe it. His eyes bulged with shock as he yelled, "What?" But this time was different. Dusong now understood his opponent's moves and mentality. Seeing his chance, Dusong shot forward to seize the offensive. In that moment, Dongchun roared with rage. "You dare?" He immediately created another raging inferno. But this time, Dusong didn't run or dodge. He met the flames head-on, using his own technique. With that alone, Yunsung extinguished the blaze with ease. Still, his gaze remained sharp and vigilant. Dongchun's imposing figure stood firm. His mind raced with questions, and the new tear in his clothing spoke volumes. It seemed to tell a story on its own. His eyes narrowed as he slowly asked, "What in the world?" Yet his expression wasn't anger, it was impressed admiration. He probed, "How many more skills are you hiding?" Hearing this, Yunsung didn't answer, only sighing as if his task was complete. His face froze as a sudden realization hit him. "I see now. So that was it." He recalled Bizon's words. The inner core arts didn't just strengthen meridians. They altered their very nature. Not just their output. It was like wine, but an entirely different concept. With that thought in his mind, Yoon-sung knew that even if he couldn't sense ki distinctly, it was enough to suppress the heat from Doong-chun's Red Dragon Divine Art. The Divine Art allowed him to transform and wield primal energy. A decision formed in Yoon-sung's heart, followed by a confident thought. Auto-hunting is a new art born from the Purple Mist Divine Art, though it's still incomplete. But if he were to use this… Suddenly, after a moment of thought, his eyes snapped back to Doong-chun. The older man, still lost in thought, could only mutter, Without a word, Yoon-sung darted towards his target. He began unleashing his technique, ready to prove his theory correct. This time, Yoon-sung was the one who launched a blitzing surprise attack on Doong-chun. A single thought drove his urgency. If all this works, I can actually win. This resolve only ignited Doong-chun's fighting spirit, thrilling him as he exclaimed, Excellent! And just like that, in an instant, the two clashed again in a fierce, merciless battle. This spectacle forced Bongdae and Bison to watch intently, unable to look away for even a second. It had been a long time since Doong-chun had faced such a worthy adversary, and his excitement grew. He immediately intensified the flames on his blade. His face was filled with eagerness. A smirk played on his lips as he said, Let's go again. And so, they were locked once more in an endless battle. No matter how many times Doong-chun attacked, Yoon-sung calmly countered and deflected every single blow. Whether he wanted to or not, Bongdae had to admit it. Incredible. Yoon-sung is actually facing the leader on equal footing. Bison wholeheartedly agreed, replying, Yes. Noticing her deep in thought, he couldn't help but ask, Vice Leader, what is on your mind? But Bison quickly waved it off. Ah, it's nothing. Nothing at all. She was too lost in her own questions. It's strange. Just the heat radiating from the Red Dragon twin blades should be unbearable for any opponent. What's more, she found it utterly unbelievable. Blocking that heat is impossible. There's never been an exception. So how did he stop it? Doong-chun was also running his own calculations. His expression darkened as he thought, Strange. This kid. How is he blocking my twin blades? Doong-chun racked his brain but couldn't understand. Even with the Purple Mist Divine Art, this should be impossible. How on earth? Then, he noticed it. The moment his flames erupted, those flower petals swarmed into existence. This made Doong-chun question the true purpose and power that the technique possessed. A moment later, he realized that whenever the petals appeared, his flames seemed to just fizzle out. No matter how he saw it, Doong-chun couldn't believe his eyes. Those plum blossom petals were actually weakening his fire. And so, the two warriors were once again locked in a grueling, endless fight. As if planning his next move, Yoon-sung swiftly retreated. His fists remained clenched, always prepared to strike at a moment's notice. The two separated once again, but this time, both fighters were hiding their own strategies. Even after mulling it over, Bison couldn't figure it out. It was the same mystery that Doong-chun was struggling to comprehend. Why? It's impossible to block the heat from the Red Dragon twin blades using just aura. Yet, what I witnessed defied all logic. He didn't just block it, he neutralized my flames. Is this the power of the Purple Mist Divine Art? No. I can't jump to that conclusion yet. As expected, the surprise only fueled Doong-chun's excitement. How interesting. At this, he tightened his grip on the Red Dragon blade until the veins in his hand bulged. Doong-chun then unleashed his flames once more, just as he always had. This time, he wanted to discover how his opponent's technique truly worked. He was so determined because he was certain of one thing. Whatever that technique is, I'll figure it out if I test it a few more times. He then used his overwhelming speed to charge in, launching another devastating assault. Yoon-sung could resist the flames, but every single move Doong-chun made still left him momentarily stunned and bewildered. But after so many battles, Yoon-sung was prepared for anything. He acted instantly, launching a dangerous counterattack without a shred of hesitation. The two were like fire and water. No matter how many blows were exchanged, a clear winner could not be decided. This incredible sight made it impossible for spectators like Bongdae and Bison to tear their eyes away from the arena. A ferocious clash between beings of immense power was growing more intense with every passing second. The more they fought, the more he re-evaluated Yoon-sung's bizarre skill. He didn't understand how, but Doong-chun's flames were gradually losing their advantage. The flame continued to shrink under the pressure of Do-song's aura and his plum blossoms, as if struggling just to stay lit. This time, even seeing it himself, he simply couldn't believe it. This is impossible, he thought, bewildered. But the truth was laid bare before him. Against Do-song's power, the all-consuming Red Dragon blade seemed insignificant. It was even knocked away, sent plunging straight into the ground. It cooled down in an instant. In that moment, Doong-chun noticed a fascinating detail about that energy blade. Every angle was meticulously crafted. Each petal-like facet seemed to neutralize his intense heat. His eyes remained locked on the young man, his mind racing. So all of those petals were exactly as Dong Chun suspected. There was only one answer. Du-song. That kid created it. Suddenly, Du-song sensed his opponent's lapse in focus, and his brow furrowed. So careless. He immediately seized the opportunity. He surged forward to counterattack, instantly taking control. This left the older man stunned for a few seconds. Huh? What? Why was I spacing out mid-fight? Thinking this, he glanced at the boy's focused gaze and told himself, this was just a probe. Dong Chun immediately formed a defensive shield, but this time was different. His technique was showing clear weaknesses when compared to Du-song's. On the sidelines, the other Red Dragon members were whispering in shock. What in the world is happening? The guild leader's flames. Even a high-level expert like Bizon couldn't believe it. How is this possible? He wondered, completely stunned. In this round, Du-song was purely on the offensive. Again and again, he launched relentless strikes, putting Dong Chun on the defensive. However, with his years of combat experience, the old master always knew the perfect moment to launch a counter. Yet, that didn't seem to make Du-song hesitate in the slightest. For what felt like the 100th time, the old man was the one left completely astonished. From the sky above, plum blossoms fell once more, signaling his coming counterattack. Du-song then used his blinding speed to appear directly behind him. Still, Dong Chun had secretly prepared his blazing red dragon blade, and Du-song knew this was the decisive moment. He immediately made his move. Just like that, their fierce clash began anew. Du-song then quickly retreated back, vanishing with the wind-blown petals. After thinking it over, Dong Chun suddenly spoke out, probing him. This kid. Could it be? He had a faint idea of his technique. He couldn't stop himself from laughing out loud. He then swung his blade once more, readying his flames for a charge. His entire body was engulfed. He wielded a destructive power that could burn everything to ash in a flash. He then calmly stated, I have a rough idea of what your technique is. To prove his theory, Dong Chun had to make one thing clear. Therefore, from now on, I will attack with even more power, even more fiercely. But just like every time before, Du-song remained utterly silent. He then watched as Dong Chun's footwork became more urgent. The man rushed forward frantically. Just as before, he charged with overwhelming momentum and incredible speed. Du-song was as swift as ever, leaping up to smoothly evade his attack. No matter how many times Dong Chun unleashed a deadly strike, was how many times the boy could easily dodge it. But the relentless assault meant Du-song couldn't avoid taking wounds on his arm and his thigh. The destructive force of the red dragon blade was tearing everything apart. From the outside, Du-song looked utterly powerless. As expected, the Red Dragon members began to celebrate. The guild leader is the only one attacking. This thought fueled their excited chatter. When his flames weakened, I didn't know what would happen. But he's overwhelming him now. If this continues, the guild leader is guaranteed to win. Though they were far from the arena, the intense heat was undeniable. This only confused them more. Hey, why is it suddenly so hot? Right? As expected of our leader, his heat reaches all the way over here. With his experience, Bomda quickly realized the truth. No, this isn't radiating, it's being dispersed. Bison too had realized his father's flame energy was scattering. Du-song's strategy was working. Dong Chun's flame energy was steadily weakening. This made the old man laugh in admiration. You are truly a fearsome kid. Then, Dong Chun fell into a silent contemplation, his next move a complete mystery. Even Du-song was baffled by this sudden change. Bizon couldn't understand what his father was thinking either, and called out, Father. Finally, the old man spoke, admitting, That's right. If you are truly a genuine hunter. A faint smile formed on Dong Chun's lips, his eyes filled with anticipation as he declared, Then I must also fight. With everything I have, right? Jiang Dong Chun's expression turned ice cold as his voice boomed. I must also fight with my full strength. Faced with this powerful declaration, Du-song watched him with a curious gaze. I thought, there were no opponents left for me, Jiang thought. To the power of the flame that flows in the Yi Huang family's blood, his grip tightened on his sword. That includes the red dragon body technique. It awakens the body's maximum hidden potential. Even a divine weapon like the Red Dragon twin blades can absorb modern techniques and monsters. The Red Dragon Guild's dominance was built on this trinity of power. The sword embedded in the stone told of a harsh battle, but it still wasn't perfect. Jian Dongchun's voice cut through the heavy silence. You truly are a skilled hunter. Hearing this, Jiang Bijan's eyes widened in disbelief. Father. Yes, this wasn't a duel between martial artists. This was a war between a hunter and a warrior. His expression turned deadly serious. From now on, he declared, I fight not as the Red Dragon clan's leader, but simply as the man, Jian Dongchun. Resolve burned in Jian Dongchun's eyes. With a roar, his spear tip shot forward with blinding speed. Jian Dongchun charged, his spear a whirlwind of attacks. Yu Song stood his ground, calmly drawing his weapon to parry the blow. Steel shrieked against steel in a brilliant flash. They're locked in a power struggle, he thought, amazed. What is that? An onlooker cried. Sun Bongda stared, completely stunned. The heat aura vanished. The leader's breathing hitched. He needed no weapon. His bare hands pulsed with immense power. Yu Song charged, divine energy in hand. Jiang Bijan gasped in shock. Father has changed his fighting style. Could it be? Jian Dongchun's face was a mask of fury as his sword danced. That's not a Red Dragon Clan technique, she cried out. He unleashed a storm of sword strikes, his face glowing as he used his full power. This wasn't the Red Dragon style. Yu Song held his ground, his gaze serious. His aura is gone, and his movements are different, he thought. The pressure was completely overwhelming, just defending was becoming difficult. As Yu Song faltered, the old man let out a triumphant laugh. Blade strikes came from every direction, weaving past his defenses. Yu Song was stunned, mouth agape. He couldn't speak, letting out only a grunt. Vice leader, what is that? Sun Bongde asked anxiously. I don't know, John replied. I've never seen father fight like this. Then, a thought struck her. He's abandoned the Red Dragon clan's forms, fighting purely on instinct. Why would he suddenly do that? Yu Song then noticed something odd about his hand. This wasn't mere instinct. There were no openings. This was pure combat experience, movements honed on the battlefield. As he realized this, Jian Dongchun stared him down, his expression grim, his sword held steady and ready. A system window appeared before his eyes. This is the worst possible matchup for auto-hunting, he realized. Auto-hunting is now activating. The old man lunged again, attacking on pure impulse with his martial arts. As Jian Dongchun flew into the air, a thought flashed through his mind. But within that chaos was the essence of a lifetime of martial training. He gripped his spear, his face a savage mask. He looked ready to tear Yu Song apart. An inferno of pure hatred erupted from him, scorching the very sky. The spectators started to panic. Someone shouted, "Can he just release his flame like that?" Fire swirled around the old man, his spear aimed true. Old Kohan simply coughed and smirked. Minutes ago, I would have laughed at this pathetic display, he thought. Efficiency has reached its absolute peak. The energy pouring wastefully from the flames hadn't weakened him. Instead, the inferno was growing stronger, more violent. That's right, he stood there powerfully, thinking, the future, the Red Dragon clan's honor, my pride. I can cast it all aside. All that matters now is my blade. His chilling gaze seemed to devour everything. Ha! Jian Dongchun roared with a terrifying face. Flames rushed at Yu Song, who charged directly into them. The sea of fire cut his attack power in half. He staggered back, dripping with sweat. His movements are completely unpredictable, he thought, and this heat is overwhelming. Wiping the sweat from his face, he saw his opponent's blade still blazing with undiminished fire. The heat wave washed over the spectators. This heat could cook us alive, someone yelled. Sweat poured down Sun Bongda's face. He turned to Jiang Baijian. Vice leader, this heat is insane. If this continues, she answered calmly, yes. The heat surrounding my father is pressuring Yu Song. It will slowly drain away all his stamina. But Yu Song refused to yield. He held his defensive stance as the fire crackled, threatening to burn everything. The heat was becoming unbearable, forcing him to cough. Jian Dongchun's eyes blazed with feral confidence. This battle is already mine, he declared, raising his spear high into the air. The flames immediately roared, growing even larger. In the stands, Sun Bongde and Jiang Bijan shielded themselves from the intense blast of heat. This heat is incredible, she gasped. Their eyes met. Let's see you handle this, boy, the old man thought with a hint of surprise. This vortex of heat will drive you into a corner. Even if you dodge, the ambient energy from my blades will sap all your strength. Resolve was etched on Jian Dongchun's face as he shot forward. Victory is mine. Yu Song retreated, his own expression tense. But then Yu Song smirked and charged straight ahead. He's charging in? Jiang Bijan cried out in disbelief. As they clashed, both spears thrust forward. The piercing shriek of metal on metal exploded through the arena, followed by a shocking burst of flame that rocked the entire stage. The fiery shockwave forced Sang Hyuk and Jiang Bijan to dodge. Jian Dongchun's eyes went wide. He blocked my blade? But if so, the heat should have. His brow furrowed, his glare was terrifying. He tried to speak, but no words came as their weapons locked. Then, phantom plum blossoms began to fall. The image of Yusong's sword grew faint. In a flash, he appeared behind the old man, who was frozen in shock. His sword! It disappeared! Jian Dongchun thought frantically. Wait, unless… He stared at Yusong with a look of dawning horror. The petals continued to drift down gently. This is… he stammered. Each blossom passed through his inferno completely untouched. Then, they began to transform into tiny shards of ice. The ice shot toward his flames. He was hit with one surprise after another. He stared at the impossible scene, his mind reeling. Could it be? Each of those tiny plum blossoms is forming the legendary phantom sword? Jiang Bizon watched, concerned, as his father's heat energy was nullified. He gritted his teeth. Impressive. Even if his mystic sword can counter my energy, but his martial arts power hasn't changed. Refusing to give up, he charged forward once more. As ice crept forward, Dusong waited in a superior stance for his foe. With a swift motion, his determined eyes flared. He summoned his weapon, the ultimate high-density blade forged by Yu Seong. He launched his attack, weapon in hand, his expression deadly serious. The old man charged, roaring, ready for the clash. Yu Seong met him head-on, his fiery sword blazing as a blue light flashed past. Jiang Rongchun's sword was sent flying with a loud clang. When the dust settled, his arm was gone. Yu Seong's face remained an emotionless mask. He stood frozen, his face darkening as his severed arm lay on the floor. Song Bongdae and Jiang Bizon could only stare, jaws dropped in shock and horror. Sang Hyot gasped. Chief. Horrified, she covered her mouth and whispered, "He lost." The two disciples behind her were in utter disbelief. How is this possible? No way. Yu Seong panted heavily, struggling to stand, his gaze locked on the old master who stood firm. Seeing his opponent, Yu Seong took a defensive stance. His eyes had grown weak from the battle. Holding his broken sword, Jiang Rongchun smiled. "All right. You're very good." His face filled with acceptance, he said. "I have lost." His shattered blade was stabbed into the ground, a testament to the brutal fight. Then, his voice softened. "And thank you." Jiang Bizon could only stammer, "Father." Yu Seong's face was gaunt after the fight. He quickly accessed his system, his head starting to droop. Unable to hold on, he collapsed from exhaustion. Seeing this, the girl cried out, "Yu Song." Everyone rushed forward in alarm. Jiang Rongchun relaxed, saying, "Good heavens, the winner passed out first." He was out cold. The battle was over, with Yu Seong as the victor. The scene changes to a magnificent apartment building. From inside, the entire city was visible. Lee Hyun-min stood admiring the view when a subordinate spoke meekly. "Director, I've sent the proposal to Tense." Lee Hyun-min turned. "Good. Let's begin our preparations." A smirk played on his lips. This will be a world-class performance. He gazed into the distance. He thought, now let's see how that Yu Seong responds. Either way, it wouldn't affect him. A sly look crossed his face as he plotted to crush his prey. "This time, I'll finish you, Yu Seong." The scene shifts to 3 days after the duel. In the Red Dragon Society's training hall, a young man gazed up at a towering bookshelf, his eyes on one particular row. Just then, a voice called out, "So this is where you were." Jiang Rongchun spoke gently. "You're about to return. What are you still doing here?" Yu Seong replied, "There's something I need to look into." The old master hummed. "Is that so?" Jiang Rongchun seriously inspected his body. Then he remarked, "It seems your body has recovered." He recalled seeing him covered in bandages. 3 days ago, you were wrapped up tight from those burns." Yu Seong sighed. "It's all thanks to the Red Dragon Society's dedicated care." Jiang Rongchun replied, "All right, no need for that." Suddenly, Yu Seong's gaze shifted elsewhere. His eyes fell on the old master's empty sleeve. Jiang Rongchun said softly, "Don't overthink it." He clenched his remaining fist, his voice firm. "The price. If you hadn't taken my arm then, my blade would have taken your head." His expression was resolute. "We faced each other honorably. I was very satisfied with that duel, weren't you?" Yu Seong gave an innocent look and replied, "Yes." Then, Jiang Rongchun's expression darkened. His voice dropped. "However, I'm the father who got injured, yet my daughter was only worried about you, just as I thought. There's no benefit to raising children." Hearing this, Yu Seong gave a shy smile. "Yes." The old man squinted. "I asked before, is there something worth seeing here? As I know you, you're not the sentimental type to just come here and reminisce." Yu Seong replied, "That's not it." He looked at the screen before him, thinking, it's just hard to explain. When the auto hunt button lit up, something felt strange. Yu Xiong stood silently. A thought flashed through his mind. Does that mean something is here? Suddenly, he flinched looking at the screen. Hmm? His eyes darted to the side. He wondered, that one? A book with a torn spine came into view. He thought, when I stop near this book, the auto hunt button lit up again. Yu Xiong reached for the book, wondering, what is this? The scene changes, showing towering skyscrapers. Yu Xiong walked down a hall, cursing inwardly. That girl, COU. He recalled her angry face and thought, it's been 3 days with no contact. She must be furious. With a weary look, he pushed the door open, saying, still, this was my fault. I have to apologize properly. The moment he entered, he froze. Inside, COU sat silently with a dark expression. Her voice was low. So you're back, boss? Her eyes were disturbingly dark. The dark circles under her eyes were prominent. Yu Xiong broke into a cold sweat. Has she been awake for 3 whole days? He bowed deeply. I am truly sorry. I was unreachable for the past 3 days. I had to handle an urgent personal matter that couldn't be avoided. If you need an explanation, A calm voice cut him off. No. He was taken aback. Ah. COU stood up calmly. No explanation is needed. Whatever the boss does is surely important. Seeing her calm demeanor, he sighed in relief. Easier than I thought. COU spoke slowly. Actually. Her expression turned serious. She said, I have something to tell you. Yu Xiong asked, what is it? Her voice was cold. The plan for you is ready. He started. What? Stunned, he asked. You mean the mission to infiltrate and scout the Fisher, right? COU replied, yes. Her face was grim as she continued. But the proposal came from the Jiaolong Corporation. Yu Xiong repeated, the Jiaolong Corporation? Ah. A memory surfaced. The place that Li Hunmin guy mentioned? Suddenly, COU's expression grew heavy. According to the contract you signed with Tense, they have the final say. They decide whether to cooperate with outside companies, and you are obligated to take this mission without refusal. Yu Xiong replied, all right, that's right. He asked her, so what is Tense's intention? At this, COU hesitated. About that. The words seemed stuck in her throat. Well, seeing her hesitation, he replied, I get it. With a calm expression, Yu Xiong said, they're telling me to go, right? Okay. COU was startled. Huh? He then turned decisively to leave. I'll go. Tell them I'm heading to the Jiaolong Corporation. Seeing his indifference, COU cried out in panic. What? Wait a minute. She quickly stood before him, shouting, this is clearly Li Hunmin's scheme to kill you, boss. It's outrageous. This is the same as tying your hands behind your back. The image of a madly roaring monster appeared. Div. It's too dangerous. You'd have to enter its world through the hidden dwarven realm. Even with perfect preparation, escaping alive would be nearly impossible. A thought flashed through her mind. This was a trap set by Li Hunmin. The boss will definitely be in danger. Seodu then shouted, you have to refuse. At this rate, but contrary to her panic, Dusong calmly replied, it's fine. I don't see an issue. Seodu froze. What? Dusong gave a faint smile, then leaned in, looking at her intently. He whispered in her ear, I'm just going. I have to honor the contract. There's no reason to refuse. A gentle expression appeared on his face. He told her not to worry so much. No matter where I have to go, I signed a contract with Tense. I can't just break my word. His attitude left Seodu stunned. He turned to leave, saying over his shoulder, it's decided. I'm going to get some rest. She finally snapped out of it. Ah, she rushed after him, pleading. Wait, hold on. Do you understand the situation? This could be a fatal mission. He remained calm as he spoke to her. I know. Things could get even worse. But what can I do? To get what I want, I have to take the risk. He turned away, his eyes darkening, and I hate people who attack from the shadows. The elevator doors then closed, and Dusong covered his ears, blocking out the urgent calls from behind the door. Wait, boss, please listen to me. He grimaced. She's gone. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, focused on the book in his hand with its title torn off. Looking at the book, he thought, you're holding that again? Are you interested in it? What is this? A secret martial arts manual. Just then, Jiang Dongchun explained, no, this book is more than that. It's the method of internal energy control passed down through the Red Dragon clan for generations. Dusong asked, internal energy control? He continued, Among the past leaders of the Red Dragon clan was a pair of brothers, Jiang Liang and Jiang Jin. By tradition, the eldest, Jiang Liang, should have become the leader. But he had no talent for the clan's core art, so the position went to the younger brother, Jiang Jin. The elder brother, Jiang Liang, was tormented by this failure and sought out a bizarre new method. Du Song asked, confused. A bizarre method? That's right, he replied. The celestial path follows the order of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, or the path of heresy, a secret art from the classic of mountains and seas. Strange flora, fauna, and esoteric techniques, all of it. In Deng Chun's words, an image of a mysterious man cultivating appeared. He cultivated using things that warped his own destiny. Du Song asked, warped? His master replied, yes. Just then, the mysterious man's eyes snapped open, glowing brightly. When I succeed, he declared, I will be the true leader of the Red Dragon clan. Du Song stared intently at the book. He thought. Then the previous leader passed this book to his disciple. His gaze flickered as another thought surfaced. For me to get my hands on this book, this will surely bring a massive change. 2 screens then appeared in the air. The system window showed document synthesis and a blank slot. Looking at the screen, he wondered, document synthesis and a blank slot? Du Song held the book and considered its meaning. So this book is one of the components that created auto-hunting, a new skill worth using. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he thought, let's go. Clearly that bastard Lee Hyun-min is plotting something, but this is my chance to repay the favor he owes me. A horde of monsters appeared in his mind as he clenched his fist. Last time, he got in my way. This time, he will pay the price. The scene shifted to a brightly lit skyscraper, where a meeting was underway. Employees worked diligently. Behind a screen, Zhang Bizan let out a heavy sigh, thinking, the day has finally come. She glanced to the side, where 4 men were chatting cheerfully. Her expression was full of worry as she thought to herself, Professor Wantong, Lee Hyun-min, and the others. Looking at the 2 men on the left, she realized they're new to the top 10, Hadouken of the Manhwa sect. Her eyes shifted to a smiling man, and the one who rules Shanghai with our Red Dragon clan, Dragon Slayer Guild's master, Jin Chung. And there he was, the Dragon Slayer Guild's master, Jin Chung. Her gaze moved to the next man. Even Wan Kyun-jan is here. He was indeed the 6th-ranked Wan Kyun-jan. Wan Kyun-jan was here. Her expression soured. They're all Lee Hyun-min's cronies, and they plan to invite Du Song to join them. Zhang Bizon watched them, her mind racing. I heard that before coming to China, Lee Hyun-min and Du Song already had a bad relationship. So this must be their scheme to put Du Song in danger. The large doors of the meeting room appeared along with her worried thoughts. His body hasn't even recovered yet. Du Song, please, don't come here. Just then, one of the men let out a strange laugh, his voice cold. What a pity, truly. Zhang Bizon immediately confronted him. Are you talking about me? The man instantly raised his hands innocently. My apologies, of course not. His eyes then softened. He explained. I was speaking of the great warrior, Du Song. I truly wanted to fight alongside him, but it seems he has no intention of joining us. How heartbreaking. Zhang Bizon's expression froze. She asked, why are you telling me this? The man explained. Vice leader, didn't you once fight alongside the great Du Song in this city? Everyone in Shanghai knows that your relationship with him and the Red Dragon clan is very close. Seeing his smug look, she thought, this guy's words are still as sharp as ever. Lee Hyun-min continued. I'm just sympathizing. I feel the same way as you. Then Lee Hyun-min, who was beside him, spoke up. I was also looking forward to meeting the great Du Song. A new thought surfaced. Wan Kyun-jan smiled widely and asked, if I could fight alongside you just once, Miss Zhang Bizan, I would be completely satisfied. What do you say? How about dinner with me after this? Just then, Zhang Bizan's expression faltered as she replied, I'd be honored, but I already have plans tonight. Lee Hyun-min crooked his finger and said, is that so? A beauty like you, Miss Bizan, must have plenty of admirers. My schedule is always open. Just say the word. Zhang Bizan looked stunned, but simply agreed. Internally, she seethed, what a disgusting bunch. As they shook hands, she noticed the crowd below and had to ask, but why are there so many reporters? I thought these raids were supposed to be secret. Lee Hyun-min's voice was ice. Normally, but this one is special. Her strange words rang out as he turned away, saying, what a pity the great hero Oh Yu-sung isn't here. Then, with a terrifying gaze, he announced, let the ceremony begin. Lee Hyun-min then stepped onto the podium and declared, I am Lee Hyun-min, and I am the commander for this expedition. Zhang Bizan watched intently from below, thinking, that's right, There's no way Yu Sung would fall for this trap. So what is their real plan? From the stage, he continued. When the Taolong Company first offered me this position of command, I accepted immediately. Participating in this expedition is my duty, and an honor I will uphold without failure. His expression turned solemn as he spoke softly. Why do I consider it an honor? A hint of sadness crossed his face as Lee Hyun-min said, the disaster that befell Shanghai this time was truly catastrophic. Countless lives have been lost, all because a rift appeared without warning. We must discover the reason for that rift. He then looked up with a determined gaze, speaking with confidence. The Taolong Company and I will investigate this, to ensure such a disaster never happens again. Lee Hyun-min gripped the podium, his fist clenched as he shouted. I ask all of you to believe that we can overcome this catastrophe. On this expedition, the Taolong Company and I will give our all. The crowd below erupted. That's right, well said. They're undertaking a dangerous job. The only person who could take on this task is Lee Hyun-min. Seizing the moment, Lee Hyun-min declared with resolve. To prevent this tragedy from repeating, we will stand up and stop it. Jiang Bizon studied his every expression from below, thinking, he's not wrong. Those words are true. This is necessary for everyone who suffered in this incident. Just then, Lee Hyun-min's tone shifted on the podium, his voice faltering. However, he continued, I invited the 3 most skilled hunters in Shanghai. Fortunately, 2 of the 3 here did not hesitate to join us. Hearing this, Jiang Bizon became confused. What is Lee Hyun-min trying to say? On the stage, he shook his head sadly. The one we had the highest hopes for did not participate. It's a true pity. As you all know, I'm referring to the hero of this disaster, the foreign hunter. Lee Hyun-min looked up with a pained expression, his voice full of regret. I sincerely wanted him to become a member of this expedition. According to the temporary representative from Tense, they were unable to contact him. He adjusted his glasses with 2 fingers. To be unreachable during such an important event is truly regrettable. Suddenly, a person below shot to their feet, shouting, the foreign hunter, you mean Yu Sung, right? So why isn't he participating? Lee Hyun-min replied casually, I am not sure. I couldn't possibly speculate. Perhaps he was unaware of this momentous event. A crooked smile appeared on his face as he said, in any case, it's not like he was bound by a contract. It's not a matter of national duty, and this is a high-risk expedition. Perhaps that was his logic. A voice from the crowd yelled, no way! Whispers began spreading rapidly. So does that mean Yu Sung didn't join because there was no profit? How disappointing. Does he even deserve to be called a hunter? In short, because he's a foreigner, he doesn't care about any of us. At this, Lee Hyun-min flashed a sinister smile. Jiang Bizon's expression below hardened with fury. She thought to herself, so this is the game Lee Hyun-min created. Her eyes were locked on the smirking man as she thought, right, joining is a good idea. That way, I can finish him myself. However, refusing would have been fine, too. Just then, someone in the crowd asked, wait, didn't Yu Sung have problems with the Taolong Company before? Could that be why he's deliberately not joining? Jiang Bizon thought. So he's using the fact that Yu Sung is a foreigner to manipulate public opinion. Her fists clenched tightly as she realized. This is why he called the press. He wants to turn Shanghai's hero into a coward. She watched the man adjust his glasses on the stage, vowing to herself, before I teach him a lesson, I have to reverse this damage to public opinion. Just then, he gave another terrifying smile. Her thoughts aligned with her resolve. Before I end him, I have to completely and utterly ruin him. Jiang Bizon wondered helplessly, what do I do? At this rate, Yu Sung's reputation will be ruined. However, if I step in, the situation could get even worse. At that very moment, a person began to walk forward silently. Instantly, Lee Hyun-min's expression on the podium froze. He was inwardly startled. Jiang Bizon was also shocked by the person's appearance. Seeing Yu Sung enter, she was completely stunned. Yu Sung? Lee Hyun-min gritted his teeth, thinking, why is this bastard showing up now of all times? Seeing his nonchalant attitude, he seethed. He came late on purpose to ruin all my hard work. He quickly shot a signal to a nearby bodyguard. The reporters haven't noticed him yet. Stop him. Throw him out of here. The guard immediately rushed forward, cursing in his mind. Oh, Yu Sung, you bastard. He immediately charged forward. As he lunged, his face twisted in anger. You've come at the wrong time. He raised his fist and roared, get out of here. Yu Sung watched the incoming fist, his expression calm. He calmly uttered, slow. Instantly, he vanished from sight. The bodyguard was stunned. Huh? A figure blurred past in a flash. The people below were startled by his speed. What was that? He moved so quickly that people nearby grabbed each other asking, "What's going on?" Seeing his back appear on the podium, they gasped in shock. Someone just appeared out of nowhere. His sudden arrival stunned the crowd, who asked, "When did he even get there? Who is that person?" At that moment, Lee Hyun-min stared in utter shock at the man beside him, thinking, This guy. He couldn't hide his astonishment, thinking, I couldn't even see his last movement. Yu Sung extended his hand toward him. Someone below exclaimed, "Huh?" He spoke coolly. Microphone. At that moment, Jiang Bizon's face lit up as she thought. Yu Sung. Yu Sung took the microphone and spoke gently. "Hello, everyone." He looked up with a confident expression and introduced himself. "I am the hunter, Yu Sung." Yu Sung's face was filled with utter self-assurance. He declared loudly, "I am the hunter, Yu Sung." The crowd below immediately began to murmur. Wait, who is this guy? Did he just speak Korean? Korean? Then could he be the real Yu Sung? Seeing their reactions, his face went blank. He thought in shock. Right, I forgot I need an interpreter for this. Beside them, Lee Hyun-min's fists clenched in fury. Damn it, what was that? I couldn't even track his movements. His face twisted in confusion. All I saw were fluttering plum blossoms. What, plum blossoms? Could it be Manhwa? Suddenly, a voice called from below, "Hey, Lee Hyun-min." Hearing this, he roared back, "What? Shut your mouth!" But the moment he spoke, he froze. A heavy silence fell over the room. A female employee cautiously spoke up. "Director, what did you just say?" He forced a smile and addressed everyone. "It's nothing. My apologies, Mr. Oh Song. I was lost in thought." But what's the matter, he thought, silently cursing himself. Damn it, I was so careless I forgot where I was. Just then, Oh Song spoke to him calmly. "Excuse me, could you please interpret for me?" An incredulous voice escaped him. "Interpret?" He then pointed down below, saying, "There's no one here but you who knows Korean." Veins bulged on Lee Hyun-min's forehead. He replied through gritted teeth, "I understand. I'll do it." Internally, he seethed. This little brat dares to order me around. Glancing at the nearby staff, he calmed himself. I can't refuse in front of the press. With a strained expression, Lee Hyun-min turned to him and said, "Then let's begin." Inside his head, he cursed relentlessly. Damn these reporters. I was planning to mess with him, but now they're just getting in my way. Just then, he began to speak, and a translated voice echoed beside him. "Hello, I am Oh Song." At the sound of his name, the reporters below erupted into a frenzy. Oh Song, it really is him. The Korean hunter, Oh Song, the hero of the Shanghai incident. Lee Hyun-min continued to translate. "I apologize for not responding to the invitation 2 days ago. Due to personal reasons, I was deep in training when I heard the news, so I came here immediately." He tried to muster a friendly smile, but inwardly, he scoffed. "That's right, keep spouting nonsense. As I translate, I'll cleverly twist your words." A sinister smile spread across his face as he thought, "It seems he's trying to provoke me by making me his interpreter. I'll make him regret that decision." Suddenly, Oh Song paused, then turned to him. "Thank you for interpreting." Ganjan looked baffled. "Huh?" With a calm face, he continued. "The longest part is over, so I'll handle the rest myself." A single thought raced through his mind. What? Without another word, he stepped forward, raising the microphone. He declared confidently, to get straight to the point. His expression was perfectly calm as he announced, "I will participate." Upon hearing this, the crowd started whispering in Chinese. Wait, Oh Song can speak Chinese? Beside him, Lee Hyun-min ground his teeth. That bastard, he can even speak Chinese. Below, Ganjan beamed. His pronunciation isn't perfect, but it's pretty good. On stage, Oh Song continued, "I believe this expedition is a great opportunity. When this hunt is over, everyone will know." Ganjan's smile remained fixed. Oh Song pressed on, "Among all of you, I am the most skilled." Hearing this, Chim Trung gritted his teeth and cursed. How arrogant! Ganjan's expression became unreadable as he murmured, "This guy really knows how to talk." Jiang Bizon heard this and thought worriedly, "Mr. Dusong." The reporters below were in an uproar, shouting, Hey, Mr. Oh Dusong." They questioned him relentlessly. "You're being quite disrespectful, that's right. You arrived late to the ceremony, and now you have this insolent attitude." At this, a smirk touched his lips. Oh Dusong turned towards Lee Hyun-min and said, "Of course, I was late. I have nothing to say about that. Even if I'm told I can't join the operation, I think that's a fair outcome." I'm not afraid of anyone or anything. So, whether I participate or not, Director Lee Hyun-min, you decide. The man's eyes widened before he let out a cold snort. His clenched fist, resting on the table, began to tremble. He cursed internally. This slippery bastard. I was going to make him look like a coward, but he completely ruined my plan. In front of him, cameras flashed as reporters pressed him. Director, as the one in charge, please say a few words. Lee Hyun-min slowly began to speak. Ahem, all right. He picked up the microphone, his voice gentle. I was also surprised by his sudden appearance here. In his mind, he was calculating. That's right, if he joins the operation, then he'll be right in the palm of my hand. This hunt will be completely under my control. He then turned to him and said, as the person responsible for this operation, I have always hoped that Mr. Oh-do-song would be able to participate. The moment he finished, a loud voice cut through the hall, silencing everyone. Impossible, I object, Lee Hyun-min thought in horror. That voice. An angry young man pointed directly at him and yelled, as a member of this operation, I have an opinion. That man arrived late without any notice. He can't be allowed to join. Hearing this, Lee Hyun-min's face contorted. This idiot, stop it. All of China's media outlets are recording right now, and you're standing here saying things like that. It was clearly Oh-do-song. A smirk played on his lips as he said, as expected. Instantly, without hesitation, he shot forward. In a flash, he appeared right in front of the challenger. The man froze, staring and cursing internally. Oh-do-song, this guy. Du-song spoke calmly. If you have a problem with me, he said, pointing at the man, then prove it with your skills. And don't make excuses about having an injured hand. The man leaped to the side, shouting, Fine, I get it. The scene was immediately captured by reporters. It's Tenton Harutin of the Manhwa sect, and he's fighting Oh-do-song. Lee Hyun-min was stunned, his mind in chaos. What the hell is happening? The man wasn't finished. He snatched a sword from someone nearby and roared, Let me teach you the true martial arts of the Manhwa sect. The young man unsheathed the blade, swinging it in a flurry of movements right before his eyes. Seeing this display, he muttered in confusion. Huh? The other man let out a great shout. He then charged forward, unleashing a barrage of 10 arrow-like projectiles at him. The spectators gasped in awe, an attack that resembles plum blossoms. The attacker's face was smug as he thought, That's right, what now? My sword strikes from 6 directions at once. The thought flashed through his mind as the sharp points rushed forward. I won't kill him. I'll just laugh in his face instead. Oh-do-song's eyes sharpened as he let out a cold scoff. His hand moved silently, and a cold voice rang out. Plum blossom blood rain. With an identical strike unleashed, the projectiles instantly reversed, flying straight back in the opposite direction. The man dodged frantically, his face a mask of terror. He cried out, Wah, what? Hundreds of icy projectiles shot towards him relentlessly, slamming into his body. The force sent him flying backward until he crashed hard onto the floor. The reporters erupted into chaos, whispering frantically, My God, what was that technique? That technique. Is it Haru-sin's? No, it's beyond comparison. Lee Hyun-min realized that plum blossom art is from the Hua San sect. Could Oh-yu-sung have mastered the purple mist divine art? Oh-yu-sung approached the man, speaking softly. There's no need for bloodshed, is there? The man avoided his gaze, hesitating. Oh-yu-sung continued. Well, is it clear enough now? Expressionless, he added. Who is the superior one here? Oh-yu-sung stood tall before him and asked, So it's settled then? His face cold, he repeated. Who is the more powerful one? The young man just seethed in anger. Up above, Lee Hyun-min fumed silently. That's clearly a Hua San sect technique. How could he possibly know it? Just then, a reporter turned to another. He said to his colleague, Wait, that technique Oh-yu-sung just used. The other reporter instantly replied, It's identical to Haru-sin's style, isn't it? Flashbacks of both fighters appeared as they spoke. The Taolong Company had announced that only Haru-sin knew this martial art, this lost art. And yet, Oh-yu-sung's form was cleaner and more powerful than Haru-sin's. Wait a second. Does that mean Oh-yu-sung is the real one? Meanwhile, Lee Hyun-min gritted his teeth. During their last fight, he never used the Hua San sect's arts. Has he surpassed the lost purple mist divine art that even Haru-sin learned? He clenched his fists, unable to accept it. Impossible. It's only been a few weeks. Even I haven't fully analyzed the purple mist divine art. Just then, a loud voice called out. Director Lee Hyun-min. Oh-yu-sung calmly walked towards him and said, Let me borrow the microphone. Furious, Lee Hyun-min reluctantly offered the mic. Oh Yu-sung reached out, taking it. Excuse me. He then walked to the center of the stage. His actions left the reporters stunned. Nearby, Gonchun smirked slightly, while Kim Jung scowled with rage. Before everyone, Oh Yu-sung declared, I believe I have proven to you all, beyond any doubt, that I am. His voice turned cold as he finished. The true Hwa-san. From below, Jang Bizan whispered his name. Oh Yu-sung. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into chaos. The lost art of Hwa-san is back. This is breaking news. A huge scoop. Oh Yu-sung remained emotionless amidst the flashing cameras. Standing nearby, a shocked Lee Hyun-min thought, how is this possible? Instead of ruining his reputation, I just gave him more publicity. Am I helping him? Veins bulged on his face as his eyes burned with fury. Oh Yu-sung, you bastard. A moment later, Oh Yu-sung calmly left the room. Jiang Bizan, who exited with him, softly asked a question. You didn't expose Lee Hyun-min and just left? He noticed her and greeted, Miss Bizan. Walking beside him, she said, You really startled me when you showed up. I was sad you left without saying hello. Hearing this, he turned to explain. I'm sorry if I startled you. But still, was it a good show? Jiang Bizan covered her mouth and chuckled. Yes, especially the look on Lee Hyun-min's face. He replied softly, I'm glad you were pleased. They continued walking. She asked, But you're planning something, aren't you? He looked puzzled. Huh? She explained, Ever since you appeared out of nowhere and declared you'd join the martial arts tournament. Jiang Bizan took out her phone, saying, Do you have any idea what the online reaction is? After that live broadcast? He asked. What's it like? She continued. It's explosive. Unbelievably so. Hearing that, he let out a surprised laugh. Tapping her phone, Jiang Bizan explained, First time seeing him, but he's a real man. His skills are top tier, and I like his confidence. There are a few negative comments, but it's mostly praise for you, Oh Yu-sung. At this, he answered sheepishly, I see. It's all according to plan, but I didn't expect it to be this big. Seeing his reaction, she exclaimed, Huh, really? He glanced at her and said, In China, rather than being humble, it's often better to appear arrogant and prove your strength, so I tried to act that part. Luckily, it seems to have worked. Hearing this, Jiang Bizan was amazed. Goodness, you even calculated that? He simply replied, Well, I expected that Lee Hyun-min would try to set a trap for me. Oh Yu-sung recalled the moment he first walked into that press conference and spoke. Appearing mid-event, I stopped his scheme in its tracks. Then, I confronted Lee Hyun-min. He explained to her, I presented myself as his complete opposite. An image of Gonchun's sinister smile flashed. He continued, I also made a show of challenging the other 10 great masters. Witnesses would be curious about what comes next. That makes it harder for Lee Hyun-min to interfere before the tournament. Hearing all this, Jiang Bizan's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, Whoa. Seeing her expression, he blushed and quickly explained, It's not like I planned everything out. I didn't mean to provoke Ha-rusin. That part was just luck. At this, she clasped her hands in admiration. Still, you're amazing. I can't believe you calculated things to that extent. He then replied, However, it's not time to relax yet. She gasped. Oh Yu-sung turned to her. Lee Hyun-min. That man definitely has a scheme for leading the tournament. So, Bizan, there's something I'd like to ask you. She blinked in confusion. Yes? He asked her seriously. For this tournament, I'm going to need your help. Won't you consider joining forces with me? Hearing this, she beamed and replied, Of course, we'll fight side by side. Yes, I look forward to working with you. He answered, Thank you. If you have any conditions, please let me know. At this, her voice grew quiet. Conditions? Her face flushed as she hesitated to speak. My condition is. Ignoring his confused look, she continued. After this tournament is over, Gathering all her courage, Jiang Bizan asked gently, Can we go on a date? He was too stunned to reply, just letting out an, The scene shifts to that evening. Oh Yu-sung sighed wearily, taking off his jacket as he spoke. Bizan's sudden confession really surprised me. Her face from that afternoon flashed in his mind. Can we go on a date? Back then, he had replied with a confident smirk. Sure, that's fine with me. But now, back in reality, his expression fell as he thought to himself, I need to focus on the upcoming tournament. An equipment list appeared on the screen. He scanned the items, his face growing serious as a thought crossed his mind. These are the materials I asked Seo Yeon to buy. His finger lightly touched the screen as he thought, If I press this button, then a large notification popped up. Synthesis complete. Light from the desk revealed the gauntlet of ruin. He picked it up, observing it intently as his mind raced. Just as he suspected, you could craft gear from 5 materials. If he could use a formula he knew, perhaps he could create a truly legendary item. His thoughts then turned to the fated book. There had to be specific materials required to craft the artifact described on its pages. It was something Jang Guk Ryang had written, the footwork of the Red Dragon. His expression hardened with resolve. He would gather all 10 materials on this mission. That would be the new purpose of this expedition. Just then, Seoju opened the door. He turned to her and asked, "Seoju, what's wrong?" Seoju hesitated, stammering, "It's just that." Her eyes clouded over with fear as she whispered, He's already here." He could see the terror etched on her face. "Who's here?" he asked. Before she could answer, a deep voice echoed, "I didn't realize you had a taste for handicrafts." At the sound of that voice, his entire body went rigid. Jinjubek strode into the room, announcing, "Greetings." A terrifying expression crossed the man's face. His blood-red eyes glared intensely as he spoke. "It's been a while, oh Yu Seong." Yu Seong stared in shock. He knew that man. It was Jinjubek. Instantly, his auto-hunt activated. He shot forward with a single thought. "I have to strike before he does." Seeing the attack, the man simply chuckled. As Yu Seong charged, his opponent's eyes glinted with a razor-sharp edge. "Not bad," he muttered. Energy began to coalesce in his palm as he unleashed a devastating counterattack. His gaze turned cold, aimed straight for Yu Seong. Yu Seong instantly summoned a shield, straining against the immense power. The resulting shockwave sent Seoju flying across the room. Yu Seong's eyes narrowed, a pistol materializing in his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired. Jinju Bayek watched the bullet fly, his face a mask of indifference. In a flash, he dodged the bullet with impossible ease. Yu Seong leaped back, landing perfectly. But Jingu Baek was already charging, closing the distance instantly. "Let's see you block this," he roared, lunging forward. For a split second, Yu Seong froze, then teleported just as the attack obliterated the wall behind him. The energy ricocheted violently off the 4 walls. Suddenly, Yu Seong appeared behind him, his sharp gaze locked onto his opponent's every move. At this, Jingu Baek laughed loudly. Brilliant. But then, someone rushed between them. Yu Seong's eyes widened in disbelief. What? It was Seoju, shielding him. "No!" she screamed, her face a mask of absolute terror. "She's insane!" Yu Seong thought frantically. Without a second thought, he landed a swift kick to her hip. Her body bent unnaturally, her face twisting in pain. The blow sent her flying, and she coughed up blood as she crumpled to the floor, clutching her side. He let out a sharp breath, glancing at Seoju's pained form. "I was just in time," he thought. However, his gaze snapped back to Jingu Baek. "There's a much bigger problem right here." The older man's expression had turned dangerously dark, and here I was, having such a good time. A grim voice echoed. His eyes glowed with red fury. "You've completely spoiled my mood." Seeing this, Yu Seong swallowed hard. His killing intent is suffocating, Yu Seong thought. If I hadn't moved, he would have killed her. A cold voice hissed. "How dare a little brat like you interfere?" A dark aura swirled at his feet as he took a step forward. Seoju's face fell as she stammered. I'm so sorry." His furious gaze never wavered. "Enough. You acted on your own." Jingu Baek raised a hand coldly. "You ruined my amusement, so you will pay the price," Seoju cried out, shutting her eyes tight. As his hand rose for the final strike, Yu Seong's voice cut in. "The price? You should worry about your own life before talking about others." The man's gaze snapped towards him. The raised hand froze mid-air. Seoju looked up, her expression one of pure shock. Yu Seong, now casually sitting on the bed, continued. "Truly, I'm speechless." Jinju Baek's expression became a neutral mask. "What did you say?" Yu Seong casually crossed his legs. "I can't tell if you're a director or some cult leader. You're supposed to look after your subordinates. As their superior, you can't even offer a word of praise, and instead, you throw a tantrum. How could I not find that amusing?" He waved his hand dismissively. "A leader with no trust in his people is in no position to be offering help. Frankly, you're just taking your anger out on the weak. It's pathetic." Seoju's face was as white as a sheet. "What is he saying?" she thought in terror. Staring at the man's imposing back, fear gripped her heart. How could he speak so disrespectfully to the leader? A red aura began to envelop him. He's dead for sure. But then, the corner of Jingu Baek's mouth twitched upwards. Suddenly, he burst into roaring laughter. Seoju could only stare, utterly bewildered. This is a masterpiece, he declared. Seeing this reaction, Yu Seong could only sigh. Jin Gyubek wiped a tear from his eye. It seems you've suffered quite a bit here. I know exactly how you've been treated. To wound my pride just to shift my attention. Clever. Yu Seong replied calmly. Well, I didn't intend to go that far. He thought to himself, damn, this guy's mood is unstable. And just like that, his killing intent vanished completely. Seoju stared intently at the two men chatting amicably. She frowned, completely lost. What is this? Am I dreaming? What in the world am I even seeing right now? Yu Sung finally spoke up. So, what brings you here so suddenly? The man replied, I have a personal matter to discuss with you. He then produced a small wooden box. Yu Seong eyed it curiously. What's that? The man held it out. Indeed. Will you form a contract with me? That's the deal I came for. The scene shifts to the Seoul Sungguk building. Inside, a man sprints frantically down the hall, yelling, That crazy bastard! What the hell do you think you're doing? Jang Hoon yelled, throwing the door open. Hey, Kim Seon, okay, wait. But the sight before him made him freeze. There on the floor, sprawled out, was Kim Seon okay. He weakly raised a hand. You're here already? That was fast. I just called. Jang Hoon cursed loudly. You crazy son of a bitch! He rushed to his friend's side. You moron. If you wanted to die, couldn't you at least do it in your own bathroom? Kim Seon okay managed a weak, pained smile. Don't be so dramatic. Shut up, you idiot. Jang Hoon snapped back, gently lifting Kim Seon okay's arm. Model. Just endure it? Are you trying to suffer to death? Kim Sunok turned slightly. Don't be so harsh. You'll die if this pain continues all day. Trang Hoon was stunned. God, listen to yourself. His face filled with worry. Why do you keep doing these insane things? You were determined to be an elite academy instructor. So why? Kim Sunok hesitated. About that. He looked off, his gaze becoming gentle. He said, I made a promise to that person. Trang Hun seemed to realize something. To Jo Seon? He replied calmly. Yes. Trang Hun's fist clenched. He thought, curing blocked meridians. Seon Guk and I desperately searched for a method 4 years ago. He knows better than anyone how slim the chances are. Trang Hoon adjusted his glasses, his voice low. It's not that I don't trust Du Song, he seriously warned Kim Sunok. Still, besides that treatment, I can train my body to its breaking point. Kim Sunok replied calmly. I've tried that enough. Trang Hoon exclaimed. What? In that same tone, Kim Sunok told him, however, simple exercise is not enough. He's suffering just as much. An image of Du Song flashed through Trang Hoon's mind. That's right, Seon Guk also saw that news report. With that, Kim Sunok pushed himself up, hands on his knees, stating clearly, he's struggling under special care in China. But he still looks so damn cool. He was a legend during the Shanghai disaster. His face hardened with resolve as he told Trang Hun, so I can't just keep slacking off, right? Trang Hun hesitated. So, the room was filled with signs of his insane training. Trang Hun asked, You did all this? Kim Sun-ok turned and answered, That's right. I've completed it. That technique. With a worried expression, Trang Hoon asked again, The one I heard about? You finished it in your condition? Kim Sun-ok replied, Yeah, that's right. Hearing this, Trang Hun smirked and said, You're absolutely insane. Kim Sun-ok flashed a brilliant, toothy grin. He smiled at him and said, Thanks. Frozen in place, Trang Hun looked up, fighting back tears. He clenched his jaw and whispered, Damn it. In his heart, he prayed silently. Please. He turned away, his retreating back carrying a single plea. Du Song, heal this idiot. Please, perform a miracle. Meanwhile, with Du Song, Tring Quibet spoke. The deal was a success. I'm here to discuss that person. Du Song stared silently at the item in the wooden box. He glanced hesitantly at the box's contents and asked, Is that? Trin Kwai Bet replied instantly, Yes, just as promised. He held up 5 fingers. 5 hunts. You had a condition for me, didn't you? Du Song answered, Correct. I already cleared out Shanghai once. Hearing this, the man cleared his throat. All right. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be wasting your time, but the situation has changed. At this? Du Song asked, perplexed. The situation changed? Trin Kwai Bet scratched his head, avoiding his gaze. Well, I didn't foresee this. That man from the Maoshan sect will likely invite you to dinner. His thoughts raced. A dinner invitation? How is that relevant? The man's face was cryptic as he said, I need your help with something there. Dusong's expression turned cold. And if I do? He asked. The man replied at once, I will repay you fivefold, and that item will be yours. Isn't that what the young man wants? Hearing this, Dusong's expression soured. He asked, Does this involve someone's life? Indirectly. Trin Kui Bet answered bluntly, No. Seeing his concern, the man quickly explained, Let me rephrase. A hunter must swear to do whatever it takes. Hearing this, Dusong relaxed slightly. I understand. I'll accept your offer. What must I do? A small smirk played on Trin Kui Bet's lips. He hesitated. The job is. His next words left Dusong completely stunned. His eyes shot wide in shock. He exclaimed, What? He stared intently at the man. Are you out of your mind? Seeing this, Trin Kui Bet simply asked again, So, you won't do it? Dusong answered, No. His face was firm. I'll do it. Hearing his resolve, the man said, Good. Very good. I knew it. With that, he began to walk away. Then it's settled. I'll be counting on you. If you need anything, tell the girl. Before leaving the room, he added, It's getting late. You should get some rest. His voice suddenly turned ominous. A blood-red aura flared from his body. Dusong was shocked. It was killing intent. Panic flickered in his eyes. Instantly, he lunged forward, attacking Trin Kui Bet directly. The man turned back slowly, his face shadowed. Trin Kui Bet let out a sinister smirk. Dusong's expression immediately turned guarded. In a flash, a sharp point was aimed at the man's face, surrounded by swirling rose petals. His weapon's tip pulsed with power, wreathed in those same petals. Trin Kui Bet, his face a mask of malice, finally spoke. It's been a long time since I've seen that. A fresh scratch bled on his cheek. He said, Such a distinct plum blossom. You truly are talented. He stated this with no emotion. To sense my killing intent and react instantly. Truly outstanding. Seeing this, Dusong said flatly, You really have lost your mind. He replied, Lost my mind for trusting you? Trin Kui Bet wiped the blood from his cheek. It's been a while. This might be the last blood I shed in this city. By the way, have you met the people from the Shichlong Hoi yet? Hearing this, Dusong relaxed. If you hadn't unleashed your killing intent, no blood would have been shed. He continued, Yes. I knew you wouldn't attack me directly. He laughed loudly, full of confidence. You should be proud. Not many can stand against me, Jinwei bitch. Not even the Jiang clan can compare to you. Hearing this, Dusong remained silent. Trin Kui Bet put on his sunglasses. Well then, I'll see you around. Don't lean too far to one side, Hunter Dusong. The door shut firmly. Staring at the closed door, he thought, Every time I meet that man, I just get irritated. He closed his eyes. All right. The memory of their brief clash surfaced in his mind. Then, a small, relieved smile touched his lips. Maybe I'm finally getting used to this place. Dusong thought, Trin Kui Bet, you proposed that condition. The man's words echoed in his mind. The job is, Dusong's resolve hardened, to make others burn with envy. Before the towering skyscraper, a thought surfaced. Has the day of departure finally come? Sao Du stood before the door, her expression grim as she thought to herself. When this trip ends, what will become of me? I've angered the sect master. I will surely face punishment. Her face contorted with fear as she thought, Someone like me is worthless now. I might even be cast out of tents. Sao Du steadied herself, her will hardening as she told herself, No, I need to focus. The success of this raid is all that matters. With that resolve, she opened the door and announced, Boss, it's time for the expedition. I wonder if he's ready. Suddenly, her gaze froze. Inside, Dusong was wearing an extraordinary set of armor. He turned slightly. Ah, you're here? Come in. Her eyes were glued to the intricate armor. As its light reflected on a computer, Sao Du's expression turned serious. She asked, This is your gear, isn't it? It suits you well. He answered casually. You think so? I've worn this for a long time, so it's a bit nostalgic. Dusong turned back, asking her cheerfully, How are you feeling? You really should have stayed in the hospital. She replied instantly, I'm fine, there are no problems. Hearing this, he answered in a softer voice, That's right. You caused a scene about having to stay, saying a vital mission was at hand and you couldn't abandon your duty. Sao Du replied nonchalantly, Yeah. Then her expression darkened. In a serious tone, she asked, Hey, why are you using formal language with me? He looked puzzled. Huh? Ah, is that strange? Then he slowly began to explain, I didn't exactly plan it. If I give this raid everything I have, today could very well be my last. You're about to tell me not to shoulder such a burden, aren't you? Dusong stared at Sao Du intently and said, You're still young. Speaking to you so casually doesn't feel true to my character. She stammered. Is that so? He turned away and continued. It is. Even if the guildmaster was right, I've enjoyed my time in this country for too long. His words surprised her. Huh? She thought in a daze. So this is it. Is this Dusong's true personality? Sao Du watched him silently as her thoughts raced. From the moment they first met to his attitude when facing Lee Hyunmin, all of it. It was all just a heroic persona he maintained in this country. Looking at his calm expression, she thought about his behavior towards her. It had already been noticed by Sir Jinwei Beek, and I almost missed it. Just then, he suddenly spoke. From now on, my work is inside the fissure. Yes. He turned his head, his voice gentle. The raid is only a few hours away. Could I ask you to handle the final detailed procedures? She immediately replied, yes. Looking at the screen, she blankly realized, he's already prepared the hunting grounds? Her fingers flew across the keyboard, her thoughts raced. He could have easily handled all of this by himself. The fact that he's deliberately asking me to do this. She was so moved, her eyes welled with tears. It was his way of saying, I acknowledge your role, so please fulfill it one last time. So all the work I've done until now. Sao Du recalled the past, realizing the guildmaster had treated her as nothing more than a disposable tool. She remembered even disrespecting the master to protect Dusong. She'd heard all the criticism about how useless she was. But this person, tears splashed onto the keyboard. He wasn't just sympathizing with me. Sao Du bit her lip as tears streamed down her cheeks. He was acknowledging her. Just then, Dusong spoke slowly. For all this time, his words shocked her. You've worked very hard. Her eyes shot wide open as she gasped. Ah! She immediately spun around to look at him, but the door was already closed. She covered her face and sobbed, thinking, Idiot. I should have been the one to say goodbye. I should have thanked him. It was an honor to be by his side. She turned back to the screen, exhaling sharply. I'm such a fool. Gradually, Sao Du managed to compose herself. She focused on the screen, thinking, before this, the tasks the boss gave me. Looking at a file on the screen, she felt a little confused. The file was named School Application. A message appeared. If you get fired because of what happened, trying a different job wouldn't be a bad idea. I'll consider hiring you after you pass a strict resume screening and a ridiculously difficult interview. After reading, a small smile touched her lips. She whispered, What is this? A relieved laugh escaped her. He really gave me a scare. At that moment, Lee Hyunmin's somber voice cut in. The outcome won't change. After the raid is over, you will regain the benefits you were promised. The man sitting opposite him was stunned into silence. The two of them were quiet for a moment. Lee Hyunmin clicked his tongue and thought, This is pointless, there's no way. A single thought seemed to hang in the air between them. Those driven by ambition are all the same, aren't they? Fail once, and they throw everything away. At these words, the other man's face darkened in shock. If you won't be a comrade for your own sake, then you should at least do your best to assist with the handover. Lee Hyunmin frowned, his tone suspicious. You don't want to spend the rest of your life kneeling at another's feet, do you? Instantly, the man dropped to his knees. I'll do as you say. Please, I'm begging you. Seeing this, Lee Hyunmin narrowed his eyes and let out a cold scoff. The man kept his head pressed to the floor. Please, I beg you, Lee Hyunmin shot back. I get it, so be quiet. Nearby, a man named Gonjon spoke up. Even though this cabin is soundproof, there are countless people outside with their eyes on us. Hearing this, the man on the floor looked up, a hint of surprise on his face. Outside, a horde of reporters relentlessly flashed their cameras. Just then, a great fissure tore open the sky, surrounded by brilliant red light. Watching the spectacle, Gonjon turned with a cheerful grin. Almost time for the raid. We'll be seeing everyone soon. Are you planning to go out with that expression? Wouldn't that be rude to the people and our fans? The man immediately shouted back. No, it's not like that. The words had barely left his mouth when an arrow shot past his face. Gonjon held his bow, his face casual, but then it turned menacing. He growled in a terrifying voice. I told you to shut your mouth. The man flinched back, his body trembling. He desperately told himself, I saw nothing. A Huashan sect technique. When did he even fire it? Facing Gonjon's chilling silence, he recognized the fearsome reputation of the bow knight. Gonjon. Just then, Lee Hyunmin spoke up. Stop. You too, Ha rude I am, that's enough. Then he turned to Gonjon. Don't forget who our prey is. At that, Gonjon sighed and relented. Since the director says so, I'll stop. He flashed a fake smile. As long as Haruto Inn can hold the prey, Our Hwasan sect won't need to interfere. Nearby, Jin Chung let out a cold snort. Lee Hyun-min glanced at them, thinking, all right, that Guan Kyung-chun has a twisted personality, but to be so ruthless, his power must be terrifying. He licked his lips, thinking, his rank is the highest among the 10 strongest, reaching his peak. The ultimate return on my investment. That's you, Ganjan. He turned to the door and addressed the others. Let's move. From behind came a chorus, yes sir. The door swung open, flooding them with light. Lee Hyun-min smirked with satisfaction. The stepping stones are all in place. Time to meet my prey. He stepped out of the car into a frenzy of camera flashes. Someone gasped. It's director Lee Hyun-min's party. So, it begins. Du-song, waiting quietly nearby, let out a soft hum. Beside him stood Jang Bizon. Seeing them, Lee Hyun-min beamed. Well, Mr. Du-song, you've been waiting? My apologies. Our preparations took a moment. He extended a hand. I'll be in your care today. Inside, his mind raced. Well then. Du-song eyed the outstretched hand. He remained completely silent. A sinister smile crept onto Lee Hyun-min's face. The moment he shakes my hand, it all begins. His face twisted with malice. Become my prey, O Du-song. The scene shifted to a room where Ganjan sat with a calm expression. He smirked. Across from him, a serious Jin Chung spoke. Isn't that far too reckless? The reporters will swarm the place. Lee Hyun-min adjusted his glasses. Yes, that's the point. You've seen how crafty he is. A wicked grin spread across his face. So we can't give him any openings. The reporters are our chance. He'll never see it coming. That he'll be attacked on the spot. But you've seen his footwork. It's extraordinary. If he escapes the moment we enter, we might lose him. Jin Chung hesitated. But the reporters will see everything. Just then, someone cleared their throat. About that. Lee Hyun-min leaned in and whispered, this is how we'll do it. Jin Chung gasped. Ah, he asked, stunned. Where did you get that? He clapped his hands. Brilliant. After witnessing Lee Hyun-min's demonstration, Jin Chung's face lit up with excitement. He exclaimed, the director's technique is legendary for a reason. So you mean, we'll trick the reporter's senses? Lee Hyun-min chimed in. Precisely. So don't worry about prying eyes. His own eyes widened with confidence. The moment I offer my hand to him, that's when you strike. Back in the present, Ganjan recalled the plan. What? Director Lee said so. But is this really necessary? He remembered the press conference. It seems no one saw him move. When he appeared on stage, his gaze grew cold and sharp. He smirked. But he couldn't fool my eyes. Ganjan gripped his weapon tighter. If I'd had this bow then, I would have ended him with a single arrow. A moment later, a crimson aura filled the air. Reporters aimed their lenses. Before them, a thought surfaced. Everything is ready. Lee Hyun-min chuckled at the scene. On camera, it just looks like we're preparing to enter the rift. His expression turned demonic. Come on, shake my hand. So I can end you. I must see how you learned the purple mist divine art. Seeing this, Du-song spoke slowly, just as I thought. The man froze. Huh? Du-song smirked at him. You wear your little schemes all over your face. Hearing this, he sounded stunned. What? Behind him, the others unleashed a fiery red aura. He instantly knew something was wrong. Radiating, killing intent while asking for a handshake? How absurd. Du-song spoke to him calmly. Actually, there's something I want to show you. He then revealed a golden talisman. Lee Hyun-min's face paled. He stammered. That's my talisman. How do you have it? Du-song simply replied. Well, I got it from someone you abandoned. The three of them snapped their heads toward Haruto Inn. What? The boy's face went white with fear. Lee Hyun-min's memory flashed. He'd stuffed that talisman on an unconscious Haruto Inn to escape. He found it? Du-song's lips curled into a smile, which means I know how to use it. Lee Hyun-min shrieked in panic. No, don't. Du-song then wrapped an arm around Jang Bizon's waist. She glanced at him, surprised. The talisman instantly erupted in flames. Du-song let it float into the air. Lee Hyun-min's group froze in place. Ganjan yelled in shock. Damn it! The four stared up at the sky. Lee Hyun-min cursed. You bastard, O Du-song. As Du-song and Jang Bizon ascended, something terrifying began to take shape. Lee Hyun-min screamed internally. No, he's getting away. Beside him, Ganjan snarled. We're just letting him escape? A hand swiftly drew an arrow. Ganjan took his stance, his face resolute. He prepared to unleash a deadly shot. His face contorted, veins bulging on his skin. He quickly knocked the arrow. Hazut-in screamed, That's. Lee Hyun-min's expression shifted. He looked at Ganjan, recognizing the arrow of the nine-net Asura, forged from 3 metal alloys and 6 types of giant beast sinew. The realization dawned on Jin Chung, the strongest arrow on the continent. He can wield an arrow weighing tons as if it's nothing. Ganjan poured his energy into the shot. He leaned back, drawing the bow with all his might. Hazut-in covered his ears in shock. Just drawing the string creates a shockwave. Nearby reporters did the same. The sharp arrowhead glowed with a green aura, poised to be unleashed. Ganjan's eyes blazed as he roared, "Go to hell!" The arrow flew with devastating force. It shot straight for Dusong and Zhang Bizon. He sensed the danger instantly, but before he could react, it was upon him. Zhang Bizon screamed in terror, "Dusong!" Haruto cheered, "It hit! It's finally over!" But Ganjan snapped, "Shut up!" The boy just stared back. "Huh?" A drop of blood fell onto a petal. Ganjan stared in shock at Dusong's enraged face. A long cut on his own cheek bled as he snarled, "Dusong, you damn bastard!" Through the dust, Dusong's contemptuous smirk appeared. He spoke, holding the arrow. "This is a dangerous toy you have." A moment's carelessness, and I would have been hit, Ganjan thought angrily, recalling the moment he fired the arrow. Flower petals had rushed him, breaking his concentration. Did those petals actually block my shot? Above, Dusong looked down at the group and thought to himself, "I felt that killing intent as I entered the rift. Even with my auto-defense active, this arrow still reached me. Incredible." A small smile appeared. "You really are skilled. The nickname Bao Demon suits you." Hearing this, he exploded in fury. "Dusong, you!" The chapter opens on Ganjan's enraged face. Clenching his teeth, he yells, "Dusong, you bastard!" Meanwhile, Dusong held the arrow, speaking to Beyoncé with a faint smile. "Shall we go then, Beyoncé?" Her face brightened as she replied, "Yes." He then decisively let go of the arrow. At once, the rift in the sky pulsed with purple energy. At that moment, Lee Hyun-min's face froze. A single thought raced through his mind. It's over. He's escaped. Just like that, the arrow Dusong released shot toward the ground. Its tip struck, kicking up dust, followed by a huge explosion. People nearby yelled in shock, "Huh? What was that noise?" one of them asked, eyes wide. Lee Hyun-min spun around anxiously to the two behind him, saying urgently, "That guy entered the rift. We have to hurry if we want to pursue him." Chien Trong stammered, "Right, yes." Just then, a loud voice rang out, and Lee Hyun-min's face filled with alarm. "Hey, Director Lee Hyun-min!" A crowd rushed over, shouting, "Hey, what was that sound? Director Lee, please wait." They swarmed in front of him, demanding answers. "What about that arrow? Where's Mr. Dusong, who was just with you?" Lee Hyun-min forced a smile. Everyone, please calm down." Internally, he thought, "Damn it, that sound ruined my entire plan." Forcing a smile, he told them, "Mr. Dusong has already entered the rift." But inside, he cursed again. "Damn it, I need to chase him, but I'm stuck here." Behind him, Chien Trang said unhappily, "Really? Why is this happening?" Ganjan gritted his teeth, thinking, "How did he dodge my arrow? And then he dared to insult me." His eyes blazed with fury as he stewed. "Dusong, I will catch you no matter what." At that moment, Dusong and Zhang Beyoncé were running across a vast, open landscape. Gazing at the large forest ahead, Dusong told her, "We've run far enough. They probably won't pursue us anymore. Let's head into the forest over there." "Okay," Zhang Beyoncé replied simply. They quickly entered the forest. After a while, exhaustion showed on her face when a water bottle appeared before her. He offered it to her. "Reserve water. We've been running for over 2 hours, so you must need this." Taking it from him, she stammered, "Thank you." "It's nothing," Dusong replied. She immediately tilted her head back, taking long gulps. A moment later, she lowered the bottle and sighed in relief. Dusong then cautioned her, "It seems we've lost them for now, but we shouldn't let our guard down just yet." Watching his wary posture, she thought in awe, "Dusong is amazing. He ran just as much as me but isn't tired at all. His breathing is perfectly steady." She closed her eyes, realizing, his basic stamina is incredible. "No, I need to get a grip and not show it on my face." Just then, a voice called out right beside her ear, "Beyoncé." Dusong had moved in close to her, her face filled with alarm as she shouted, "Yes." Internally, she thought, "He startled me." I was totally lost in thought. He continued, Actually." His expression softened. "I have a favor to ask you." Her confused voice came out. Huh? She stood before him, looking completely bewildered. Her cheeks suddenly flushed red. Wait, why is he suddenly so close? Her eyes darted around, and out here, there's absolutely no one around. It's just me and Dusong here. At this thought, she gripped the water bottle, unconsciously stepping back in a panic. Wait, what could he possibly ask of me? Suddenly, Dusong's voice cut in. He asked her with a serious face, Beyoncé, can I see the camera on your clothes for a moment? Hearing this, she hesitated. The camera? He gave a cold reply, yes. Seeing her confused look, he began to explain. The cameras on our clothes that record our progress. They were attached by the Caolong company. She finally understood. Oh, I see. Dusong voiced his thoughts. Assuming Lee Hyunmin planted them, we need to remove them immediately. Beyoncé replied with an awkward laugh. Yes, I see. Noticing her expression, he asked, Beyoncé, are you unwell? She let out a breath. What was I even thinking? Then she answered him, No, I'm fine. Hearing this, Dusong continued, Of course, if we remove these cameras, Caolong will keep it secret but will still question us. Why did you remove the recording equipment? Beyoncé replied. Yes. He turned to her, his voice laced with concern. As a foreigner, it won't affect me, but you and the Red Dragon Society could get into trouble. Hearing this, she quickly said, No, it's fine. That won't happen at all. He quickly cut her off. No, that's why. With that, he took out 3 mini cameras, telling her, I came prepared for this. If we record with these, there won't be a problem. Seeing them, she exclaimed, I see. Dusong continued, Then please turn around. I have to attach them from behind. Beyoncé's eyes sparkled as she replied, Oh, okay. She obediently turned her back so he could attach them. Her face was flushing red with embarrassment. Suddenly, Dusong's gaze stopped. Let's see, he thought to himself. So, looking at her back, he mentally calculated the spots. From the shoulders to the elbows, then the left knee, right? Beyoncé thought, flustered. Why is it so embarrassing to have Dusong look at me? Just then, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder. She immediately covered her mouth. Seeing this, Dusong asked, confused, Beyoncé? She turned her head back shyly. It's nothing, please continue. He replied, Okay, I will. Inside, Beyoncé frantically coached herself. Calm down, get a grip, Jiang Beyoncé. He's just attaching some equipment. Her face scrunched up as she thought, I can't burst into flames like at the hospital. Focus, focus. Noticing the wisp of smoke above her head, he quietly muttered, Huh? After a long while, as dusk fell, Dusong's gentle voice cut through the forest silence. I'm finished. Bizon replied softly. Yes. She let out a silent sigh of relief. He didn't notice, thank goodness. She pictured herself equipping him, thinking, While I was helping him with his gear, it felt like a wife tying her husband's tie, just like in the movies. Nearby, Dusong also let out a heavy sigh, lost in his own thoughts. It's done. Luckily, she didn't notice. He saw the faint heat rising from her and thought, That's DM's flame on her body. It's transferring from her fingertips right into me. Is she unwell? But she looks so happy. With that, he finally spoke. These will be the rules for our expedition. Bizon quickly answered. Understood. His expression turned serious. I asked you to be my ally, but I need to amend one thing, she asked, confused. Amend something? Dusong stated clearly. During this expedition, it'll be difficult for us to stick together the entire time. Bizon was stunned. What? His expression remained like stone. He continued, I plan to stay inside the rift, even after the designated time is up. Hearing this, Bizon panicked. What are you saying? In the darkening woods, Dusong's face was cold. His voice was ice. On this expedition, I won't be heading to the exit. I'm staying behind. She could only gasp in shock. Panic flooded her face as her words tumbled out. No, what are you saying? Why would you do that? Seeing her reaction, he spoke as if he'd expected it. Of course I want to help you to the very end, Bizon, to see you safely to the exit. But there's a major issue. She immediately cut him off. No, her expression was a mess. That's not what I'm worried about right now. Her words took him by surprise. Huh? Bizon stormed up to him, furious. The one I'm worried about is you, Dusong. Are you planning something that dangerous? Something so reckless again? He faltered. Well, about that. He thought to himself, unbelievable. How can I just tell Bizon to get out of here? He closed his eyes, thinking hard. I can't explain the real reason. The scene shifts to a skyscraper. A voice rings out. I wonder if you've heard the rumors. From his room, Dusong calls back. What are you talking about? Across from him, Trin Kwai Beck held a wooden box. There's a fissure between our world and the one beyond. He began to explain carefully. Isn't it true that we know almost nothing about that world? Dusong asked, puzzled. What are you getting at? The man replied, It's nothing too special. Trin Kwai Beck began his story. On television, an orphan boy declared it was a lecture commemorating the fact that we know nothing of that other world. A thought flashed through Dusong's mind. I didn't listen to that lecture. I walked out halfway through. The man cut through his thoughts. But isn't that a ridiculous story? Dusong uttered. Ah, Trin Kwai Beck explained. In all of human history, has there ever been an undiscovered land that was charted in just 25 years? Moreover, the number of people worldwide who've been there is less than 1,000. He continued, his face placid. It's all recent history. People are merely curious, like petty thieves. It's not as if our era is facing some great urgency. Hearing this, Dusong lowered his gaze slightly. He stammered, I don't know if that's true or not. The man immediately agreed. Exactly, for at least another 400 years. As he spoke, his expression shifted. His voice turned grim. Even after 400 years, the desire to step into that world will be even greater. Dusong's gaze darkened at his words. Just then, Trin Kwai Beck chuckled softly. What's this? You're not surprised at all, contrary to my expectations. As he finished, Dusong hesitated. Well, that's. His expression fell, a hint of sadness in his voice. I don't really know how I should react. He thought to himself, that's right. The rift may have only appeared 15 years ago, but the truth behind it is centuries old. An image flashed in his mind. A book with a missing cover. The book by Jang Gu-jin, From the Thick Long Hoi. It clearly described this very subject, writing that it wasn't about this world, but contained information on the world beyond the rift. He recalled his shock. The first time I read it, I was stunned, speechless. If I hadn't known about that, I'd be just as shocked today. At that moment, Trin Kwai Beck spoke again. Then allow me to try and explain. He held up a single finger. It's actually quite simple. The gates may have appeared recently, but there was always something on the other side. I don't know for how long, but that world has been known by many names. As he spoke, images of mountains appeared, the Mortal Plain, the Peach Garden, Kunlun Mountain, Penglai, the Western Paradise, the Realm of Immortals, the Three Spirit Mountains. Even if you are not from this land, you have surely heard these names. Those myths and legends are not mere superstitions. They are records from countless journeys, the search for those precious, otherworldly beings. Hearing this, Dusong remarked, I never thought those pills were so cheap. So you invested all this, just to prove the impossible? Trin Kwai Beck retorted instantly, It is not impossible. It is fact. He held up a USB drive. I have all the proof and motivation I need. All you have to do is find the location I specify. That is my only request. Dusong looked at it, murmuring, I see. Trin Kwai Beck's expression grew intensely serious. Dusong said calmly, This can't be finished in a single day. This will take over 30 hours. Hearing that, the man laughed. Good, I'm glad you realized that so quickly. Dusong scratched his head. The largest scale hunt, missioned by the leader of China's #1 hunter guild. It means I'm the one who has to shoulder all the risk. As he spoke, the rift began to transform. It appears for 30 hours, with the rift split into an entrance and an exit. If you miss the window when the exit opens, you're trapped inside. According to protocol, that person is considered dead until they can escape the rift. Trin Kwai Beck nodded. Precisely. Someone who can dive for extended periods, a foreigner whose disappearance wouldn't cause any problems, and someone who can enter a government-approved location. You fit every single condition. A knowing smile played on his lips. Normally, I'd send a person on 4 trial hunts to hone their skills first. Then, he tried to reassure him. But this time, isn't everything perfect? Fantastic. I'll even throw in a bonus. Dusong slowly stood. All right. As he reached for the USB, the man suddenly snatched it back. Seeing his puzzled look, the man added, Of course, this is just a hypothetical. His face turned grim as he continued. If fear takes hold mid-dive, just fight towards the rift's exit. You'll be all right. This pill is far too valuable to simply ignore. Hearing this, Yu Seong thought to himself, is he trying to read my mind again? He then spoke up. So that's how you operate? His expression was calm as he continued. I never took you for someone who'd accept a loss. The man shot back. And so what if I am? Yu Seong stood tall before Zheng Guibei, speaking without a hint of fear. What you stand to gain is worth far more than this pill. Are you worried I'll just take it and disappear? Even surpass you? The man replied, Yes, that thought crossed my mind. Yu Seong was stunned. What? Just then, Zheng Guibei's expression darkened. He continued, Isn't that a reasonable assumption? Men with nothing but pride often hide the deepest darkness. Yu Song stared, lost, questioning the man before him. What is he doing now? Yu Seong scanned the man's face, capturing every detail. He thought, this look. It's not his usual one. Then, breaking the silence, he said, But you aren't that kind of person. Startled, Yu Song could only manage a, huh? A bright smile spread across the man's face. I don't believe you'd ever think of that. Of course, I don't see you as some righteous hero either. But didn't you say it yourself? His voice dripped with insinuation. You're a hunter, aren't you? Yu Seong asked, bewildered. I'm a hunter? Zheng Guibei's smile widened. Exactly. The tension in Yu Seong's face eased as he pondered this. Is that why you trust me not to betray you? With that, he tossed a USB drive toward him. Yu Seong snatched it from the air as the man gave him a thumbs up. It's all yours now. Seeing Yu Seong's determined face, he spoke with conviction. I'm counting on you, Hunter. Yu Seong closed his eyes, thinking, this is beyond reason. His face was strangely calm as a thought formed. If that's the case, there's only one way. Suddenly, he broke the silence. Why should I have to explain myself to you, Jiang Bizon? Startled, she could only utter, huh? His face remained a cold, unmoving mask as he asked, am I wrong? At the end of the day, both you and I are professionals. My business has its own secrets. Why should I have to share them with you? Hearing his words, she stammered, well, that's true, but maybe I could help. He shot back sarcastically. Help? With a look of annoyance, he continued. As a professional, Miss Bizon, you should understand. These are my risks to manage. So why are you so intent on interfering in my affairs? She grew flustered. Well, about that. But he paid her feelings no mind. He pressed on, his voice cold. Have you perhaps developed personal feelings after all the time we've spent working together? Because mixing emotions with business is completely unprofessional. Bizon's face fell. She stammered, that's not what I meant. His eyes flickered to her tightly clenched fists. He thought calmly, yes, there's no other way. I have to draw a clear line right now. Otherwise, Bizon will be in danger. Unlike me, she's a key member of the DeLong Guild. This may be cruel, but it's necessary. Just then, Bizon spoke up slowly. So what then? Though a tear traced her cheek, her eyes burned with resolve. Does your promise to help me still stand? Yu Seong was taken aback. Huh? She pressed on. You promised to get me to the exit safely. She stared him down, her voice clear and strong. So until this mission is over, we're partners, working together to complete this quest. You don't have a problem with that, do you, Yu Seong? Once again, he was speechless. He finally answered, hesitating. No, that's true, but it's still dangerous. Before he could finish, she cut him off. Whatever you're doing, Yu Seong, I don't care, and I won't ask questions. Bizon challenged him directly. Just focus on one mission, getting me to the exit. Let's do it together. Or are you going back on your professional promise? Staring at her unwavering expression, he thought, damn, I never expected her to counter like that. With that thought, he warmly extended his hand. All right, I understand. Then please, lend me your strength while we're partners. She replied instantly. Yes, I promise. Bizon then turned to leave, calling back over her shoulder. Then let's move out, shall we? Have you located the target? Yes, he replied. Watching her walk away, he mused, seriously. No matter how stubborn I am, I can't out-argue her. Bizon. But, so what? A slight smile crept onto his face. He thought, this isn't so bad. Suddenly, something crashed down from the mountainside. A pack of grotesque beasts, monkey heads on snake bodies, let out a deafening roar. Bizon, her brow furrowed, soared towards the creatures, closing the distance in an instant. But the beasts refused to give her the first move, lunging at her the moment she arrived. Flames erupted from Bizon's feet. In less than a minute, the entire pack was annihilated. Engulfed in flames, the monsters were sent flying. Bizon let out a small sigh of relief. Suddenly, a voice called out, You're incredibly strong. Bizon turned, surprised, letting out a soft gasp. It was Yu Seong, walking toward her. He could clearly sense the change in her power level. She was so much stronger. Your abilities, he noted, have improved dramatically. Bizon waved her hand dismissively, blushing. No way. My father says I'm still nowhere near your level. He insisted. I disagree. Your footwork is especially impressive. Bizon explained softly. Ah, it's my family's traditional martial art. I'm using the leaf technique, a secret art of the Jiang clan. Her confidence showed as she spoke. It's a footwork style that uses internal fire to move with incredible speed. In terms of pure speed, my father is among the best. Bizon's eyes closed for a moment. But its weakness is that I can't change direction as freely as you can. He probably knew that already. Recalling his own past struggles, Yu Seong wasn't surprised at all. True, I went through hell with it back then. Her lips trembled slightly. Hey, even if I can't match you or my father, I've gotten much stronger than before. So, she said, mustering all her courage, let me help you with your hunt. Yu Seong's refusal was swift and absolute. No. Hearing this, she pouted, her cheeks puffing out adorably, but he was unmoved. Pouting won't work on me. We already made an agreement. Yu Seong was firm that she could not join his hunt. This is my hunt. I work alone, and I'm only partnering with Miss Bizon until our agreement is fulfilled. He pressed her again. You already gave me your word. Reluctantly, Bison could only agree with him. Yes, I know. She said nothing more, simply turning to leave. Her stubbornness made Du Song sigh. This girl was something else. Faced with this, he knew his duty. He had to be rational, to lead and maintain a clear boundary. Out on the vast desert, two men were in discussion. Guildmaster Qian, have you decided? The man opposite him replied, I have. Qian Trung's gaze was resolute. His will was set. I agree with you. It is time I made my choice. The man facing him was Gontran. Gontran's eyes crinkled into a smile, just as expected of Guildmaster Qian. So decisive and brave. Thank you for your cooperation. His gaze shifted, a scheme already forming. So the others are still resting. Some are even meditating. Li Hui Min sat in silent meditation. His thoughts raced. 2 hours inside the rift, and still no movement from him. He was consumed by his own personal vengeance. I must hunt down that Odu Song quickly. I wonder what he's plotting. A smirk appeared as he realized he no longer had to obey Li Hu Min. No more following Hu Min's every move. Just then, Haruto brushed past him, instantly triggering Gontran's explosive temper. Hey, what bastard is in my way? Scram! But Haruto stood his ground, explaining, however, I must protect Director Li right now. Li Hui Min, still meditating, had to intervene. Haruto, that's enough. Stand down. Startled, he replied. Ah, yes sir. Gontran ignored him. He strode over to Li Hui Min. Let's have a word, Director Li. The man seemed puzzled. A word? Li Hui Min's gaze was cold. What is it? Gontran put on a bright smile, trying to ease the tension. No need for that look. I haven't done anything wrong yet. His voice dropped, his eyes turning serious. From now on, I'm acting independently of you. Li Hui Min asked, surprised. What are you planning? Gontran scoffed. We're just sitting around here. He gestured vaguely. We should be hunting. Scouting. The contract never said we were just here to wait. He had clearly prepared for this. I've already spoken to the Dragon Slayer Guildmaster. 2-man teams will scout in turns, then meet at the exit, but Li Hui Min had his own arrangements. He looked over and said, however, I have another plan, and in that plan, you and Guildmaster Qian are indispensable. I can't permit you to leave. Gontran cursed, this is insane. His brow furrowed. Are you joking, Director Li? Fine, I'll be blunt. What result will your plan even achieve? His hands balled into tight fists. It's humiliating being led around by him. Hearing this, Li Hu Min just scoffed. Gontran let his frustrations out. I lent you my time and my name, and I did it because I chose to. But for what? He gritted his teeth in anger. I'm going after that bastard. He took my arrow. That trash Odu Song dared to humiliate me. His hand tightened on his twin-bladed glaive. I'm acting alone. Gontran's eyes narrowed. He couldn't stop the venomous words from spilling out. Director Li, maybe you should reflect on yourself. Li Hui Min shot back a cold glare. A tense silence fell between them. Witnessing this, Haruto broke into a cold sweat. Qian Trung silently watched them both. After a long moment, Li Hui Min finally conceded to Gontran. Fine. We'll do it your way. Gontran couldn't believe his ears. What? Hui Min adjusted his glasses. He repeated himself, confirming his agreement. Didn't you hear me? Do as you wish. But this sudden shift made Gontran hesitate, suspicious. What is this? He agreed so easily? I expected a fight. Haruto shut his eyes tight. Hui Min then asked, however, won't you need one more person? Gontran was stunned again. What? Li Hu Min explained quietly. My skills guarantee our safety. Scouting isn't necessary for me right now, but active reconnaissance would be good experience for Haruto. The man suddenly broke into a wide, unsettling grin. Besides, this is another world. Who knows what could happen? You two might run into unexpected trouble. Gontran's brow furrowed in annoyance. What are you getting at? Forget it. We're leaving first. In his heart, he seethed. Li Hui Min, the Mount Mao sect is full of snakes. With that, he turned and stormed off. Li Hui Min spoke, his words laced with hidden meaning. Is that right? Then there's no helping it. How brave. He kept walking, letting out a frustrated sigh. I wonder what he's scheming. As he thought, his brow eased slightly. But now wasn't the time for mind games. He continued his slow, steady pace. Gontran relaxed. Finally, I'm free. A sinister grin spread across his face. So, from now on. Oh, Dusong. At that moment, the hunter was deep inside the forest. Dusong and Bizon walked together on a dirt road. He thought to himself, 2 days have passed. We should be near the location from Zhanghua's book. They continued along the trail through the northern woods. Soon, they arrived at a cliff's edge. Below was a chasm as deep as a bottomless sea. Down in that abyss is where it lives. They both stood frozen, unmoving. He could sense it now. He could feel its presence. That horrifying presence radiated from directly below. A legendary creature rested at the bottom of the cliff. They called it the Ninth Dragon. Legend calls it the apex predator of all beasts, the ultimate carnivore among monsters. The Ao-Yu beast. In the darkness, its piercing eyes saw all. The world fell into a deathly hush. Before them, a great, dark fissure split the earth. On one side of the chasm stood Dusong and Bizon. He stared into the abyss. Bizon hugged her arms, her face pale. Is it just this cold wind? He wondered. No, it wasn't that. His hand began to tremble uncontrollably. This heart-stopping chill. This was the pure killing intent of the beast. There's no mistaking it. It's down there. He turned to her and said, Bizon, from this point on, I hunt alone. She didn't respond. He called out her name again. Bizon. Sweat beaded on her strained face. She answered, Brother Dusong, I want to help. Let me hunt with you. He noticed Bizon's body trembling. She could sense it too. The bloodlust rising from the gorge below. And you still say that? Dusong's voice was stern. Bizon, this is dangerous. She just smiled. I'm okay. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. She lost her balance and began to fall. My body, it won't move. But just as she collapsed, Dusong caught her. He carried Bizon in his arms, moving her far from the chasm's edge. He gently laid her down on a fallen log. Bizon asked weakly, Dusong, why? His reply was cold. From now on, hunting is my job. Stay out of it. Listen to me. The paralysis will wear off. Then, you leave. Find out when the rift opens, and go back. Hearing this, she wanted to argue, but stopped. But, as if reading her mind, he continued. Still that stubborn look. Fine. I'll say it again, more simply. His voice became completely detached. I hate you following me around. Understand? Honestly, it makes no difference if you're here or not. In fact, you're just getting in my way. His words pierced Bizon's heart. She tried to explain, but the words wouldn't come out. Her face fell in despair. Dusong turned his back to her and walked away. Before leaving, he added one final blow. Stop holding me back. Go home. We have no reason to meet again. Goodbye. She wanted to stop him, but her body was paralyzed. She watched helplessly as his figure vanished. He ran like the wind, but his heart felt heavy. As he ran, he thought, yes, this is for the best. It was cruel, but I had to cut ties now. Otherwise, Bizon will be in grave danger. The next hunt is even stronger than Chongqi. He suddenly froze, staring up at a massive shadow covering the forest. From the deep chasm, a colossal dragon emerged. He stood there, stunned. Since when? Its glowing red eyes locked onto him. Dusong wondered, when did it get out? This is the Ingzhao Ungu? There was no sign at all. His face grew tense as he stared at it. There had been no presence, no sound. It appeared like a phantom from the dark abyss. Did it track our every move? Its eyes, filled with bloodlust, stared him down. The auto-hunting system was screaming at him to run. Is the Naonu a beast beyond my control? He glanced at the system window in disbelief. He stood tall, but his mind was in chaos. Anyone who saw me trying to fight this thing would think I'm completely insane. That's fine. I kind of like that. Calming himself, he smiled and put on his mask, readying his stance for battle. He shouted, all right, let's see what this madman can do. Dusong launched himself forward. A single leap brought him face to face with the beast. The monster's mouth gaped open, releasing a foul stench. He charged straight in, but the beast was alert, its massive eyes watching. It dodged his attack with ease. Not giving up, he turned and charged again. Eyes filled with resolve, he used spin and slide. Pushing his speed to the max, he ran back towards the cliff to confuse the beast and vanish from its sight. Moving like a blur, Dusong looked back to check. Suddenly, it was gone. Panic flared in his heart. It disappeared. Dusong dove to the side. Moving forward, he noticed puddles on the ground. Looking at them, his eyes widened in shock. His voice grew urgent. No way. He crouched and launched himself into the air. The puddles grew larger and larger. The monster burst from the water, its massive jaws opened wide to devour its prey. Seeing this, his eyes widened as he screamed, Trying to swallow me whole? Using flower petals as platforms, he pushed off them and leaped forward. He'd escaped. All right, I dodged it. Suddenly, his eyes filled with terror. From the monster's mouth, a torrent of fire erupted. Dusong was stunned. Fire from its mouth? Could it be? The blaze exploded, lighting up the entire sky. The stream of fire was long and incredibly powerful. Its mouth was huge, constantly exhaling heat. The Enjiao Ngu unleashed a massive pillar of flame that shot straight into the heavens. It created a sky of blazing fire, its red eyes filled with rage. Dusong scowled in disbelief. Hit by the blast wave, he began to fall. As he fell, Dusong breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. He remembered the moment he saw the look in the Niao Nu's eyes and knew it was about to breathe fire. Dusong immediately activated the art of harmony. Then, he used another teleportation skill, narrowly changing his trajectory mid-air. He let out a breath, remembering what just happened. If I'd been even a little bit slower, that pillar of fire would have vaporized me. Watching the Enjiao Ngu, Dusong's doubts grew. Is it even stronger than the legends say? This was completely different from any beast he had ever fought before. Just as it lunged to swallow him whole, he teleported away once more. Despite its massive size, its speed was divine. With that mass and speed, its destructive power is off the charts. Watching its every move, every blast of flame, and the devastation left behind, Dusong was in awe. And that pillar of fire, its power is unbelievable. The intense heat was enough to incinerate everything around it. Silently analyzing it, he realized how difficult this was. As I thought, a direct confrontation is impossible. It was definitely stronger than the record stated. However, even so, Dusong remained confident. It's not stronger than I imagined. If I stick to the plan, I can capture it. Once again, he activated his teleportation skill. Dusong used the stay-inable technique to create a foothold. After a long teleport, on his final platform, he intentionally paused for a moment. The Enjiao Ngu's gaze instantly snapped to Dusong's position. He stared it down and declared, "Let the hunt begin again." Then Zhao Nu glared towards him. Dusong quickly turned and flew in another direction. Where his feet landed, dazzling flower petals appeared. The divine art, stay-inable, allowed him to create platforms in mid-air. Now, in the crimson sunset, the rose petals of his technique seemed even more beautiful. Dusong teleported from place to place in a flash. He used spin and slide to distract the beast. Then Zhao Ngu's eyes widened, trying to track his movements. Once it pinpointed Dusong's path, it took a deep breath and unleashed a scorching fireball directly at him. As the massive fireball neared, Dusong calculated his move. He'd fused two techniques the moment Ngao Nu's attack landed. Then, he vanished. Ngao Nu looked around, stunned. Before it now stood not one Dusong, but two. On high alert, he analyzed his new skill. It was a high-speed movement technique that created a clone. Dusong and his double closed in fast. Ngao Nu snapped its jaws, but both Dusong and the clone dodged back. He challenged it. "Come on, attack!" The beast opened its maw, baring its hideous teeth. It lunged again but missed. Its blazing red eyes locked onto Dusong's clone. "I'm over here," the real Dusong called out. With that, the two figures shot off in opposite directions. In a flash, both had vanished. All Zhao Nu could see were falling flower petals from his skill. Its eyes widened in confusion. Suddenly, hundreds of Dusong's clones surrounded it. Admiring his work, Dusong thought, high-speed movement creates countless afterimages. Well now, can you tell which one is real? The beast couldn't distinguish the real from the fake, so it decided to attack on instinct. Zhao Nu unleashed a torrent of fire. The flames incinerated a clone, but the real Dusong was already gone. His eyes widened as a plan formed. Its vision was its only weakness. He had to lure it into that blind spot. He recalled the book written by Jiang Gu Qin, which detailed its weaknesses and a strategy to counter it. Staring at Zhao Nu's crimson eyes, knowledge from the book flooded his mind. Those eyes held an earthly fire beyond compare. That was the target. Zhao Nu looked ready to breathe fire again. This time, Du Song was on maximum alert. Of course, facing dozens of clones one by one would be tough. It took a deep breath. At that very moment, Zhao Nu opened its giant mouth. A colossal fireball began to form. On the other side, Du Song rapidly created more clones. The beast's powerful flame instantly erupted. That single attack incinerated countless clones. Gray smoke billowed from Ngao Nungu's mouth as it exhaled. After that wave of attacks, Du Song realized it was focusing on the clones. But a clone is just a clone. His real body was still right here. He had been positioned directly above Ngao Nungu's head the entire time, facing down at its weak spot. Just as planned, a sharp blade emerged from his armor's gauntlet. Du Song and his sword became one. He shot towards Ngao Ngu, but the beast was quick to sense his movement. Even though he was spotted, Du Song pressed his attack relentlessly. It's seen me, but it's too late. I'm faster. Just a few more meters and the blade would pierce Ngao Nu's body. I'll stab it right in the eye with this. As it saw Du Song's dive, its eyes widened in shock. Du Song knew that even if it had noticed him, it was too late. He was faster. With his sword plunging down, he made his decision. I'll pierce its eye with this. The blade aimed true, heading straight for Zhao Nugu's eye. Just as he was about to land the final blow, a massive object flew in from nowhere. It blocked his path, denying Du Song the chance to defeat Ngao Nu. He stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. What the? An arrow? He glanced down at the ground and saw a small figure. A wave of panic hit Du Song. This can't be happening. It was Gonjon, bow in hand, staring right up at him. He let out a huge laugh. There you are, so this is where you were hiding. Gonjon's behavior was growing more unhinged. He roared, I've found you. Oh, Du Song. Seeing Gonjon, Du Song couldn't hide his shock. It's Gonjon. Gonjon let out a twisted laugh, thrilled to have found him. His true nature was showing. Found you. Oh, Du Song. The surprised hero turned, startled to see his pursuer had caught up. That devil Gonjon was hell-bent on sending him to the afterlife. Go to hell. Gonjon drew his bow, aiming straight at Du Song. Fire! A powerful arrow of light shot towards Du Song. He managed to parry the shot, but he felt its immense power. That arrow knocked my blade off course. Suddenly, he felt a murderous gaze from behind him. Du Song sensed the bloodlust, its eyes glowing like blood. It was charging up a fire blast. Du Song broke into a cold sweat as he saw its intent. Ngao Nu was about to attack from behind, while Gonjon's arrow was closing in. The black dragon's fire combined with the arrow, cornering Du Song completely. He had no choice but to brace himself against the two incoming forces. His body was already damaged, his face pale. It seemed like a direct hit was unavoidable, but it wasn't. Just as the two attacks were about to converge, he dodged in time. The energy from his armor had saved him. Du Song shuddered, having just escaped death's grasp. That was too close. After a moment, he stabilized his position in midair. He looked up to see the black dragon radiating a fearsome aura, as if it wanted to eat him alive. In front of him was Ngao Nu. He was trapped in a defensive position, with no room to counter. And below, that devil Gonjon was preparing to shoot again. He was completely cornered. Gonjon glared at him with murderous intent, drawing his next arrow. Doubt filled Du Song's mind. How did they follow me so fast? I should have left them so far behind they couldn't possibly track me. How did he find me? Gonjon approached, posing a direct threat to his life. Kid, you're really screwed now, huh? He seemed to read Du Song's mind. You must be wondering how I found you, right? Flashback. He began to explain the process. So, how do we find him? Chim Trung was discussing it with Gonjon. In this world, predicting direction isn't easy. Finding someone who fled hours ago is like finding a needle in a haystack. Gonjon just smirked. Is it? He then took out a mysterious box. Leave the tracking to this little guy, the old man asked, confused. What is that? From inside the box, a small fox poked its head out. Chim Trung was bewildered. This thing is? Gonjon turned and revealed its secret. Have you ever heard of the Qianlihu? The old man gasped when he learned of its origins. The Qianlihu, isn't that a creature of legend? It can track prey from 100 miles away. Gonjon confirmed, stroking the creature. Yes, this is a 1,000-mile fox. The Gaolong Corporation bred it from blade-tongued foxes, trying to create a legend. Stroking it, Gonjon continued, but it was a failure. Its lifespan is short, and it's too feral to be tamed. However, when they were deemed useless, I took a few. I knew they would be perfect for the hunt. He then produced a strange vial for the fox. Here, take his scent. As it sniffed, his partner asked, "The scent of a 1,000-mile fox? Why that?" Ganjan smirked proudly. "I'm a careful man. I coated my arrowhead with a trace of its scent." Ganjan recalled the moment. Yusong caught that very arrow with his bare hands. Ganjan realized, so the scent transferred directly onto him. Exactly. Suddenly, the fox shrieked, signaling. Ganjan's eyes lit up with excitement. "You found him? Excellent." The enemy's trail was locked. Ganjan was thrilled. "Good, now we hunt him down." We return to Yusong's current, desperate situation. What now? Yusong thought, sensing something odd. Ganjan's arrow held immense power, yet he hadn't fired another shot. Yusong analyzed his opponent's weakness. He can't fire continuously. That means he only shoots at the most critical moments. With that realization, he chose to attack. All right then. In a flash, Yusong charged at the first black dragon. He created afterimages, attacking simultaneously to confuse his foes. Yusong's plan was set. Even if he shoots a clone, I can simply evade it. He remained on high alert, watching Ganjan while fighting the beast. For now, it was manageable. Ganjan offered a sliver of praise. "Footwork fast enough to create clones, you truly are a lucky one." But his admiration ended there. Yusong attacked with blinding speed. Ganjan's eyes narrowed. "My eyes can see through your movements." An arrow suddenly flew straight for Yusong. He turned, shocked to see the projectile was inches from his face. What? He barely managed to block the fatal blow, stunned by the pinpoint accuracy. The arrow hadn't targeted a clone, but his real body. He finally understood Ganjan's terrifying skill. "This is dangerous. I must prepare for the next shot." From a distance, an axe came hurtling through the air. Unable to react in time, Yusong was hit, the blow sending him flying backward. It was Zanzhong. He laughed, having thrown his axe to intercept Yusong's escape path. Zanzhong's face was a mask of triumph as he fought beside the demon, Ganjan. Perfect coordination. Before Yusong could even recover, Ganjan drew his bow again, his smug face eager to end it all. "It's over." A dense green aura flared around the shot, a spear that could pierce anything. It flew at him, and his body froze in absolute shock. Yusong's face turned deathly pale. The arrow struck him dead on, erupting in a small, violent explosion. In that instant, Yusong's body went limp. His mask shattered as he plummeted toward the ground. Ganjan cheered his victory. A direct hit. That felt good. His smile twisted into something inhuman. "You bastard. I've got you now." Yusong lay on the ground below, completely still and unmoving. Though he was crumpled on the earth, Yusong suddenly laughed loudly. "I finally killed you." Two figures appeared, gloating. "Excellent, you bastard. So satisfying, huh?" One of them turned. "Master Zanzhong, go check the body." Zanzhong frowned in response. That's no problem." His expression hardened. "However, I am your partner, not your subordinate. Do not give me orders." Ganjan quickly tried to appease him. Yes, of course." But inside, he seethed. "This arrogant old fool has too much pride." Looking up at the massive beast, he said, "Besides, checking the body can wait. Don't you see our real problem right over there?" The monster lowered its head, growling as it advanced on them. Ganjan frowned. "Ah. I was so focused on Yusong, I didn't even notice. Looking closely, it's a massive beast." Zanzhong replied, "Indeed. This is no ordinary monster. That shape. It has to be a legendary dragon." A thrill of greed shot through him. "Yes, if I can hunt this." The scene flashes back to a duel, the loud clang of steel echoing. He roared, "Guildmaster Rong, today we settle this." Jiang Rongchun just grunted, a smirk on his lips. "This is utterly pointless," he said. "What?" His rival shot back. They charged again, sparks flying as their blades met with furious power. He gritted his teeth, parrying the blow before launching his own counterattack. He lunged forward, but just as his sword was about to connect, Jiang Rongchun raised a hand, stopping him cold. "That's enough, Master Zanzhong. There is no reason for us to fight here." Looking toward the sky, he added, "We will yield the first hunting rights in the rift. Let the Dragon Slayers Guild go first. Our meeting today was pure chance. There's no need for senseless bloodshed." Zanzhong was completely stunned by his words. "What?" Jiang Rongchun was already turning to leave. "The Red Dragon Guild will enter second. We are leaving." He yelled in frustration. "Wait!" Who said you could just stop? Jiang Rongchun turned back, his gaze dark and menacing. So, you truly wish to fight? The expression struck Zhan Zhong speechless with fear. Jiang Rongchun hid a smirk. Closing his eyes, he relented. Very well. The Red Dragon Guild withdraws. Good luck on your hunt, Dragon Slayers. As he and his disciples departed, Zhan Zhong stood there, gripping his sword in frustration. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Jiang Rongchun, he's still a league above me. Though the Red Dragon and Dragon Slayers guilds ruled Shanghai, Jiang Rongchun was famous across the continent as the second of the 10 great masters. I know all of Shanghai whispers about how inferior I am. He gritted his teeth, his body rigid with fury. The more he stewed, the angrier he grew. He might be number 2 in Shanghai, but his true strength was still no match for Jiang Rongchun. Unable to bear the shame, he had gone to the Red Dragon Guild to challenge him, but Jiang Rongchun refused, not even seeing him as a worthy rival. He remembered standing at that gate, screaming in resentment. Why? Why won't you face me? Kang Yongchul faced the 2 hunters and the beast, his predator's gaze burning with resolve. But if I hunt that dragon, I'll be the first dragon slayer in history. The beast watched its prey, and he smirked slyly. This achievement would leave Kang Yongchul far behind. The 2 hunters readied their weapons. A green aura flared around Gongchun as he aimed his bow at the beast. As if sensing danger, the monster glared ferociously at them. Gongchun smirked. Heh, looks like my lucky day. I can beat Ou Seong and hunt a dragon. I'll need Elder Jin, the Dragon Slayer Guild's master. He's arrogant, but his power is the real deal. Elder Jin and Kang Jung-chul are known as Shanghai's strongest hunters. With a single, lightning-fast swing, his blade could shatter the very ground. The force of his attack annihilates everything nearby. The man smiled. With my arrows covering Elder Jin, no monster stands a chance. The beast stared back with terrifying eyes, digging its heels in for a charge. Gripping his spear, the old man rushed forward. From behind, the archer shouted in excitement. Yes, perfect. I've hunted plenty of giant beasts like this. A precisely aimed arrow shot toward the monster. Die! The arrow streaked through the air. He laughed. With a body that big and slow, your size is your greatest weakness. Got you. The spear struck the monster's throat, but had no effect. It turned, its eyes filled with killing intent. The man cried out, Huh? Impossible. What? My arrow just bounced off. Now it was the old man's turn. He leaped into the air, landing swiftly on the dragon's head. Raising his blade to strike, he thought victoriously, All right, you can't escape my sword. I'll just crush your skull. A strange smile formed on his lips. As the spear descended, the monster's eyes flared from red to a brilliant gold. The spear slammed into the beast's head. Debris flew as he thought, Got it. But his victory was cut short by utter shock. He saw his spear had been shattered, cracked all over. The flying debris was from his own broken weapon. Staring at the shattered spear, he yelled in disbelief, My blade! It's broken! Impossible! The beast was unharmed. His smugness vanished, replaced by pure terror. My God, could this monster be? The beast roared back to life, its ferocity growing even stronger. He stammered, It's using mana. But Shin Chung couldn't accept it. Lost in a panic, his arm began to tremble uncontrollably. Torn between fear and rage, he gritted his teeth. You damned beast. The moment he saw Ao Nu using mana, Shin Chung leaped away without a second thought. He had to use all his strength, not to fight, but to escape. Shin Chung knew that against a mana user, his attacks were completely useless. In that moment, Shin Chung was certain. He couldn't kill this thing alone. I have to run. Besides, he thought, other hunters can deal with this. This thing would take an entire army. He was no match for this monster. And so, Shin Chung chose the single best survival tactic. To run. He would figure out the rest later. But even after gaining some distance, Ao Nu suddenly appeared right behind him in a flash. Shin Chung's heart nearly leaped from his chest. His eyes widened in terror as his mind screamed, Where did it come from? Once again, Shin Chung faced mortal danger. Fear gripped him. No, I don't want to die. How could I possibly fight this thing? Regret for his impulsive decision flooded Shin Chung's mind. He only hunted this beast because he wanted to surpass Kang Jung-chul. And now, in this life-or-death moment, he had to ask himself, did he truly want to fight him? No, this so-called rivalry. The answer was simple. The Red Dragon Guild was always number 1 in Shanghai. He was only fighting for his pride against Kang Jung-chul. He never truly wanted to fight Jung-chul. Yet, whenever their eyes met, Shin Chung felt a chill, as if the man could see right through him. Realizing the man knew his inner thoughts, this monster was just a way for Shincheng to prove himself, a desperate attempt to defeat Zheng Chul. In the end, cornered once more by Aungu, he could only manage a bitter, helpless laugh. The beast had moved without a single sound. Now, there was no escape for Shincheng. He was completely at Aungu's mercy. Its eyes glowed a furious, blood red as it stared down its prey. After crushing him completely, it opened its massive jaws without hesitation and swallowed him whole. Ganchun was frozen in place, utterly terrified. He stood there, completely stunned, for what felt like an eternity. Fear crept into his heart, like a ghost. It moved so fast. It killed Elder Jin instantly. Ganchun mustered what courage he had left. He drew his bow, his resolve hardening. This beast isn't slow, but it has to stop moving eventually. Pushed into a corner, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! He aimed his arrow at Aungu, thinking, if this is it, I'll have to copy Ou Seong. At that moment, an idea struck Ganchun. The monster's eye. That has to be the weak spot. I'll aim for that. With that, he stood his ground as it approached. He held his breath, carefully tracking its every single movement. For any hunter, a shot to the eye is a kill shot, especially the space right between the brows. In that instant, a memory flashed through Ganchun's mind. It was the first lesson his father ever taught him about hunting. His father had been so serious, teaching him every detail with intense focus. And he had listened intently, obediently replying, "Yes, father." But a moment later, his father's voice cut in unexpectedly. "Has that man, Li Humin, left yet?" Ganchun, startled, called out to his father. But his father's face was grim, leaving him no choice but to answer. "Yes, he's gone now." But his father couldn't relax. He warned his son, "That man is dangerous. I told you to stay away from him." Gontran sighed with disgust. Even though his father was worried, he just gave a cold smirk. "Is that any worse than chasing some beast here?" his father asked, stunned. "What are you saying?" But now, his son was the one questioning him. "I know he's dangerous and that he's using me. But father, this world has changed. Don't you care?" As he spoke, Gontran tightened his grip on the bow. He madly declared, "If I can hunt monsters, I can make a fortune. Using me? Then I'll just use that Li Hui Min right back." With that conviction, he turned to leave, boldly proclaiming, "I won't live in poverty like you. I won't let the world laugh at me. I will crush it under my feet." But against his son's harsh words, the father remained silent, offering no explanation. Just as he was about to leave, his father called out softly, "Gontran." Without turning back, he offered a gentle warning. "Be careful, Gontran." Hearing this, his son said nothing. His own ambition was far too great, and just like that, he left with resolve. Looking back now, Gontran thought with pride. That was right. He had succeeded, rising to 6th among the 10 greats. He was on the same level as Li Hui Min, the man who used him. Years of power now surrounded his arrow, for he knew all his strength was focused in this single shot. He couldn't die here. Finally, sensing the perfect moment, he poured all his power into the bow. He released the arrow, aiming straight for the Injiaonu's eye, hoping to take it down now. And Gontran's skill was true, striking the monster's weak point. The thought was enough to make him grin with joy. A direct hit, but his celebration lasted less than 3 seconds. A sudden burst of fire erupted, and his joy turned to ash. Gontran's eyes narrowed in utter disbelief, denying it, no way. He never dreamed he would witness such an impossible sight. He refused to accept it. Impossible. The arrow containing all his power was melting. That single fact was enough to snap him back to reality. He fled, turning back to curse. "You damn monster." Gontran ran for his life, his mind already made up. This thing was unkillable. He had to run. He bolted forward, thinking desperately, "If I can reach the forest over there, I can hide, I can escape." Gontran was still shockingly optimistic, telling himself, "It's okay. Unlike Lao Chi, I have enough distance between us now." Behind him, the now new relentlessly spewed vengeful flames, as if to annihilate all life. But even facing this, Gontran still believed he could outrun it. However, as the Ingaonu's rage grew, everything was at risk of being engulfed at any moment. A single movement was enough to make Gontran freeze in terror, knowing he could suffer the same fate. The mere reflection of the flames in his eyes filled him with absolute dread. In that moment of life and death, his father's voice echoed in his mind, "Be careful, Gontran." With no escape, his world was swallowed by fire. He cried out in a daze, "Father!" The Naonu's destructive power tore through the vast forest, attacking Gontran directly. After it all, its eyes still burned with a crazed ferocity. Then, the Naongu let out a mighty roar, like a true dragon god. Dusong was startled awake by the massive sound. He looked around, trying to recall what happened, wondering, did Gontran's arrow hit me and knock me out? Dusong tried to lift his trembling hand, thinking with difficulty, I'm still paralyzed from that attack. But the most terrifying thing was the Ngaonu, which had appeared right behind him. He tried with all his might, but he couldn't move an inch to escape. The creature's eyes looked even more vicious now, its mouth ready to spew fire upon Dusong. In this desperate situation, he could only curse inwardly, damn it, my hand won't move. I just need to press this button. The Ngaonu had become enraged, preparing to rush forward and crush its opponent. Dusong's heart raced with panic as he thought, no, at this rate, he would take the full force of its flames. And just as he feared, in an instant, a powerful fire erupted. He was still unable to move, lying helpless on the ground. But then Bizon suddenly returned, reaching for him with a desperate urgency, crying out, Dusong! Even he was stunned, managing to stammer out, Bizon? Upon seeing Dusong's location, the Ngaonu immediately attacked him with fire. Bizon saw the imminent danger while he lay motionless, so she rushed forward to help him up. The flames intensified, roaring straight towards them, filling them both with dread. Despite the distance between them, the beast crazily shot its flames from afar. The searing fire raged intensely, as if it could incinerate everything in existence. Yet the Ngaonu remained fixed in place, focusing all of its power on its prey. Its eyes burned with fighting spirit, intensely watching their every single move. Luckily, Bizon was quick, and Dusong narrowly escaped death. She saw he was powerless to move, but now that he was safe, she breathed a sigh of relief. We barely dodged it. In that moment, Bizon realized something. Although she had used the dragon step to save Dusong in a flash, her own leg was now injured. Now, even moving was difficult. The thought alone was frustrating. She was truly at a loss for what to do. She could only ask worriedly about his condition. Dusong, are you all right? He replied with relief. Yeah, I'm okay for now. At that moment, Bizon saw Dusong's state and steeled her resolve. Dusong was so badly hurt yet still trying to help. She had to help him. Without hesitation, Bizon wrapped her arm around him, then supported Dusong with her leg. Though a dull, constant pain shot through her, Bizon endured it, telling herself she had to push through. Finally, with Bizon's help, he was able to sit up straight. He couldn't understand why, despite her own injury, she was only worried about him. This made Dusong feel even more grateful. Yes, thanks to you, I survived. Thank you. But Bizon's sudden return was a mystery. Dusong had to ask, why are you helping me? Didn't I tell you to go back? Bizon seemed flustered by the question, stammering, yes, you did say that. Her answer only confused him more. Huh? Fearing a misunderstanding, she quickly explained, sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. Realizing her mistake, he gently clarified, no, I'm not blaming you. I'd be dead if you hadn't saved me. I was just curious. Suddenly, Bizon confessed her true feelings. Well, for some reason I just couldn't leave. This stunned him. What do you mean? He asked. She only knew that after clearing her meridians and leaving the forest, she saw Dusong collapse next to that beast. In that moment, a single thought solidified in Bizon's mind. She said it plainly. I knew I had to save you. That was my only thought, so I acted without thinking. Dusong froze for a second, wondering to himself, wait, what does this mean? This girl cared for him so much. Her sudden confession sent his mind racing, but just as quickly, the appearance of the Ngaonu shattered Dusong's thoughts. His deepest fear had come true. The beast had found them. The worst part was, no matter how hard Dusong tried, he still couldn't move his body. The auto-hunt button appeared before him. He tried to calm himself. I just need to press this, he thought. Then suddenly, without a word, she grabbed his hand. The unexpected touch made him look up in confusion. Hey, Bizon. She revealed everything plainly. I already know, Dusong. Every time you fight. As she spoke, Bizon gently guided his hand to the auto-hunt button. You always reach forward like this. Her insight was enough to make him gasp. With Bizon's help, he successfully activated the auto-hunt button. Its status immediately glowed red, as plum blossoms began to fall from the sky. The Ngaonu was horrified to find the petals swirling all around it. At that moment, Dusong managed to stand on his own, staring down the beast. Seeing him rise, Bizon grew even more worried. Dusong, you're injured, if you move like that. But he didn't look back. Instead, he calmly reassured her, Don't worry, Bizon. His eyes flashed with strength. I'm fine now. It seemed the Engao was enraged. It let out a continuous, deafening roar. Bizon couldn't believe her eyes. The man facing this ferocious beast was calmly picking up the red dragon blade. It was the only weapon he could use. "Mind if I borrow this?" he asked Bizon. "The blade I prepared is already broken." Without a moment's hesitation, she agreed. "Of course. But if you're okay, we should run." But Du Song's answer came swiftly. "No." He explained directly. "You're injured now. It'll be hard to escape, and I haven't fully recovered either." His words left her stunned. With pure determination in his eyes, he gently consoled her. "Besides, for that monster, I'm more than enough to kill it. Don't worry, just wait for me there." Bizon felt the gentleness in his gaze. A deep blush spread across her face. "Okay," she whispered. Du Song said no more, his mind already calculating his next move. Finally, he sensed the perfect opportunity. With intense focus, he thought, "Let's go." Then, he charged straight at the beast without a second thought. Hesitation was not an option. The Enjiangu may be strong, but that never made him flinch. He would face it head on. The beast watched him approach, unmoving, its eyes fixed on him. And though Bizon promised to wait, her heart pounded with anxiety. She whispered his name, Du Song. The beast was observing the creature charging towards it, the same one from before. It seemed the memory of Du Song awakened a fear it hadn't felt in centuries. Realizing it was him, it immediately unleashed a torrent of fire, but with his extraordinary agility, he evaded every deadly blast. Not only that, Du Song used the chance to close the distance, meeting the Niaonu face to face. Seeing him get closer, the beast raised its sharp claws, ready to strike as it had with the Zhong bird, but he dodged every attempt. The Yingzhaonu realized Du Song was aiming for its eyes again. Powerless to stop him, it could only curse inwardly. Small but agile. He's so hard to catch. Damn this creature. Are you aiming for my eyes again? But no matter how fast he was, it didn't matter. The Niaonu was confident. It's useless now. It was no longer careless. A protective membrane instantly shielded its entire body. This meant Du Song, no matter how hard he tried, couldn't reach its fatal weak spot. He froze in shock when he realized, this mana, it's also fire key. The Injiangu recalled Gontrol's arrow. Its fury intensified. "Nothing can withstand my flames without melting. You dare attack me? Now, turn to ash." Yet, Du Song didn't panic. A smirk played on his lips as he thought, this is perfect. His face was filled with excitement. Everything was going according to plan. Du Song then used the Red Dragon Blade's own power, which could incinerate all things, to create another flame. He planned to use this as leverage to finally defeat the Niaonu. The beast was certain anything its fire touched turned to dust. Yet Du Song remained unharmed. Instead, he declared, "This Red Dragon Blade is special, isn't it? It can absorb fire ki." Just like that, the barrier the Jiaonu was so proud of was shattered in an instant. But he didn't stop there. Du Song charged forward again, using all his power to deal the final blow. With the Niaonu still dazed, he plunged his blade deep, giving it no chance to counter. Its defenses were gone, and it howled in raw agony. Seeing the beast begin to collapse, a smirk crossed Du Song's lips. He drove his sword straight into its wide-open eye. He observed for a second, thinking, perfect. Now, for the final blow. This will complete my Queen's Embrace set. A blinding golden light erupted from the blade's tip. He continued. Red Dragon, twin blades. Du Song focused its power with the beast's eye, his own eyes widening. "Combine," he commanded grimly, pressing down with both hands. Instantly, the young Niaonu shrieked in pain, its jaws agape. A terrifying blue light flared from its eyes as Du Song's pupils contracted. Its scream tore across the entire sky. Returning to his memory, Du Song sat deep in thought. I understand now. He stared at two items on the table. The Injiaonu's weakness, according to Zhang Gujin's book, was its eyes. To resist pure flame meant it had to possess fire mana. He stroked his chin, his gaze thoughtful. Piercing through mana with a sword is possible, but what comes after is the real problem. Even if I bypass the mana, I'll need an even stronger method to destroy its eye. So, I must. Du Song resolved. Absorb the flame mana into my weapon and strike it down. He glanced at his gauntlets, telling himself, the only way is with the combine skill, just like how I forged this armor. Then, can I test the practical application of the combine skill? Back in the present, Du Song gritted his teeth. Based on that experiment. No, this time, I possess a catalyst even greater than the Red Dragon twin blades. So combining the Yingzhaonu's eye with its own mana, he concluded, is possible. Then, he roared, pouring all his strength into the blade. The Ing Jiao Nu shrieked, the sound deafening, the light from its eye intensified. It thrashed in helpless, unimaginable pain. Jiang Bizan watched from the side, astonished. Du Song remained focused on his attack. The sharp blade pulsed with immense power. Finally, he pulled back, his eyes scanning his surroundings. Combination successful. Bizan couldn't help but shout, "Incredible!" Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her. Then Jiao Nu tilted its head back and roared. A tear-like drop streamed from its eye. The beast was stunned, overwhelmed by the pain of its loss. Du Song's face became grave. The truth was, the immense heat stored in the Ing Jiao Nu's eye had been completely stolen by this human. He recalled the image of its eye, wide and blood-red. Flee! For the first time in its existence, the Ing Jiao Nu knew fear. Du Song narrowed his eyes. I'm reaching my limit too. His fist tightened. But he knew this chance couldn't be missed. With that, he leaped from the air, plunging his blade straight into its back. The Ing Jiao Nu roared again, a truly pathetic sound. Du Song was now inside the creature. Foul slime gushed out. Fortunately, he landed on a flat surface. Before him was a dark cavity with a giant, pulsating blue organ. So this is the inside of the Jiao Nu, he thought. The blue mass vibrated non-stop. Du Song was certain, that has to be its heart. Outside, the Jiao Nu was weakening. He's inside my body. Its left eye streamed with blood. I will not forgive you. Die. At that moment, the heart secreted a bizarre liquid. The heat within me will blast him to ashes. As it finished, a viscous purple fluid shot out like a torrent, blasting Du Song back. He struggled to cover his face, crying out from the force. A layer of armor instantly materialized before Du Song, blocking the liquid. It clung viscously to the new shield. Sweat poured down Du Song's face. He grinned. Good. The mana from the eye, combined with my armor, should be enough to suffocate it. The Jiao Nu's long tongue lolled out. It continued to wail miserably. Its heart began to pound erratically. Du Song stared it down. Not good. Just as I expected. It's fighting to the death. It'll be hard to break through its defenses now. Then he smirked. However, this is the only option left. Du Song raised his blade and swung fiercely. The creature's heart beat on. Leaping into the air, Du Song shouted, "Secret technique, parasitic bee." The Jiao Nu's eye widened. It froze for an instant, before sharp beams of light pierced out from its stomach. Then Jiao Nu began to scream uncontrollably, having lost all reason. Its heart went into a frenzy. Du Song fell to one knee, exhausted. You're finished. A huge hole tore open in its heart as blood gushed out like a flood. It let out one final, agonizing groan. A moment later, its entire body went rigid, mouth still open. The ground on both sides began to split. The Ing Jiao Nu remained frozen in that pose as it slowly sank into the earth. Its form vanished, and the ground sealed shut. A noise echoed from below. Suddenly, 4 fingers clawed at the surface. It was Du Song. He clung to the edge, desperately pulling himself up. Once clear, he bent over, panting heavily. I did it! His face was racked with exhaustion, sweat dripping from his chin. That was far too close. My mana is completely gone. If I couldn't use the parasitic bee technique, I probably. He clenched his fist tightly. But I succeeded, exactly according to my plan. Du Song stood up, telling himself, I defeated the Ing Jiao Nu. I actually did it. He pressed on. Now, back to Bizan. I need to get things back to the start. Just then, a voice came from behind him. That was quite a show. Du Song froze. He turned to look. The voice continued, a rather elaborate finishing move. It was none other than Lee Hyun-min, with Harry In standing behind him. You really did it, didn't you? And behind them, Jiang Bizan was lying unconscious on the ground. Du Song was stunned. Professor Lee Hyun-min, the man flashed a sinister smile. My sincere congratulations on your victory, Mr. Oh Du Song. Du Song's mind raced. Lee Hyun-min. Bizan. He glanced at her still form on the ground. Did he knock her out? The air suddenly grew tense. Oh, Du Song saw Harry In holding his sword and thought, that man, Harry In, is guarding his back. He analyzed the situation. If I can find an opening between them, I can save Bizan. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed. Damn it! Oh Do-yoon froze in disbelief. That voice. Lee Hyun-min, you bastard. He whipped his head around. It was none other than Gonjan. Enraged, he roared. You dare use me? Lee Hyun-min raised a hand calmly. You went because you wanted to. All I did was observe you. His eyes flashed with a cryptic light. You aren't the only one who can be meticulous. Remember this, Sir Ganjan. I had to take my own precautions by secretly placing a talisman on your gear. Ganjan seethed with absolute fury. Damn it, you still dare to run your mouth? He continued. Are you upset with me? But without me activating Sakuchi with that talisman, how would you have spoken with Lord Qin in the underworld? Ganjan couldn't stand it, cutting him off. Shut up, you bastard, Lee Hyun-min continued, narrowing his eyes. And isn't there a more pressing matter at hand? Right before you, Ganjan gritted his teeth. His gaze shifted to Oh Do-yoon, his tone changing. Yes, you're right. We'll discuss that after taking good care of Oh Do-yoon. With that, he lifted his foot and kicked Bizon, sending her tumbling forward. He then brutally planted his foot on her chest. Ganjan smirked. The rules are simple, Oh Do-yoon. If you take one step closer, I will crush this little wench. Rage boiled inside Oh Do-yoon. He scowled, cursing inwardly. That bastard, Ganjan. Lee Hyun-min watched from the side, speaking with contempt. Sir Oh Do-yoon, it would be best to give up, he continued. You must realize it's impossible to close that gap instantly with your speed alone. Ganjan's eyes gleamed as he added. And as you've seen, the true power of the javelin monster Ganjan lies within his razor-sharp perception. Only Lee Hyun-min's calm voice echoed through the silence. Even with clones or distractions, you can't escape Ganjan's gaze, no matter how absurdly you move. Ganjan applied a bit of pressure. Unfortunately, one light push is all it takes to end this woman's life. Oh Do-yoon exploded, screaming, Lee Hyun-min, you! He was cut off. What we require is simple. He narrowed his eyes. That armor you're wearing. The one that was just upgraded. And the Red Dragon's other eye. You must have it with you somehow. He raised 2 fingers. Hand over those 2 items, and I guarantee Bizon will return safely. As for you, I can't make any promises. He grunted. Oh Do-yoon scowled. Nonsense. Lee Hyun-min pressed on. Come now, it's a fine deal. Look at your situation. How about this then? He laughed loudly. Let's put aside everything that's happened between us. His expression grew eager as he extended a hand. And if you join my side, I'll guarantee both your life and Bizon's. Sounds much better, doesn't it? Oh Do-yoon was incredulous, asking, what? Beside them, Ganjan frowned. What? No, wait a minute. He yelled in frustration. Lee Hyun-min, what the hell did you just say? He cut him off. Enough. Lee Hyun-min's gaze turned sharp, his voice dropping low. I am speaking, so be silent, Ganjan. A look of pure confusion crossed his face. Lee Hyun-min's demeanor then softened as he smiled. You seem surprised. Well, you must have considered this 100 times, so why not act on it now? Lee Hyun-min continued. Of course, I go mad thinking of everything you've done. However, I have considered this carefully. Oh Do-yoon shot back immediately. Considered it carefully? Lee Hyun-min met his gaze. Correct. The thought occurred to me after I lost you in the other world. It seems your power growth is incredibly fast. He closed his eyes, his fist tightening. The reason all my plans to eliminate you failed is because your skills improved beyond my expectations. I've wondered how anyone could grow at such a stunning rate. Just then, the auto-hunt notification appeared. Lee Hyun-min spoke. And after investigating, I found something special about you. Something not explained by talismans or simple logic. Oh Do-yoon thought to himself. Is he talking about the auto-hunt feature? He smirked, his pupils constricting. Your secret. I want to know what it is. It seems connected to my life's pursuit. Oh Do-yoon was confused. Your life's pursuit? Lee Hyun-min gestured to the ground. Yes. About this world. The world inside the cliff. How can such a mysterious world even exist? He turned, continuing his explanation. I may not look it, but I am a scholar. I've conducted countless experiments to find that secret. Oh Do-yoon listened intently, deep in thought. And it led me to think the path to the answer I seek is held by my most despicable foe. Aren't you curious? About the truth of this world and the secret of the power you possess? He finally replied. The unique mystery of the world inside the cliff. Staring at the auto-hunt prompt, Oh Do-yoon hesitated, thinking, come on, think. I don't know anything about this guy. Lee Hyun-min's tempting voice continued. I'm still researching this mystery, doing all that I can. His voice was relentless. I learned ancient military arts by observing John Martin QB. Preparing for any conflict, I found one-of-a-kind geniuses like Harutan and Ganjan, and continued my research. Lee Hyun-min clenched his fist with conviction, continuing, I turned Ganjan from a nobody hunter into a notorious chosen one. The same with Harutan, from a mediocre strategist to an elite. All of that happened because of me. I analyze their abilities, research the truth, and guide them. Without me, none of these miracles would have occurred. He gave a sinister smile, his eyes glowing blood red. Without this veteran's touch, who else could create such masterpieces? Oh, Do-yoon's suspicion grew. Seeing his hesitation, Lee Hyun-min closed his eyes. If you wish to hone your power, then join me. He smiled brightly. So, how about it? Why don't we put everything aside and start anew? I'm sure you must be interested. Just then, Do-song cut him off. No, that's not it. Lee Hyun-min's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. What? In stark contrast, Do-song was perfectly calm. I have no interest in that secret, or anything like it, Lee Hyun-min stammered. What did you just say? Do-song replied. Truths and mysteries mean nothing to me. What matters is what I intend to do, and what I will do, as a true hunter. He recalled the words of Selu and the BFFP. Ah, now I understand, he thought. That old zealot. Do-song paused slightly. Join your side? Then, with a casual smile, he continued. I'd rather not partner with a fraud like you. Lee Hyun-min was incredulous. What the hell did you just say? As he spoke, the man roared in fury. Fine then, just die. Suddenly, a brilliant green beam shot toward his face. Gontran laughed with delight. Kuhanat, for once, you've said something I agree with. Your life will be my prize. He began firing his bow maniacally, his movements uncontrolled. Dance for me, dance, he cackled. Arrows rained down on Do-song, but he refused to yield, dodging them with blinding speed. Witnessing this, Lee Hyun-min scowled to himself. What a fool. I was actually planning to let him live, but in the end, he chose the path to death. He observed Do-song, his eyes missing nothing. His stamina is nearly gone. If he keeps moving like that, both his power and his endurance will plummet to zero. A smirk crept across Lee Hyun-min's face. If I just let this play out, he will die right here. There's no way for him to escape. Gontran held his bow and taunted him. Haha, quite the dancer, aren't you? How long can you possibly keep dodging my arrows? With that exhausted body of yours? 3 minutes? Or maybe 5? The volley of arrows grew even denser. Do-song narrowed his eyes in thought. It's just as Lee Hyun-min said. I can't close the gap with my techniques alone, and I can't escape Gontran's line of sight. He smirked. But that's only when using those skills. What if I use my footwork techniques? The fastest style in the world. With that, Do-song launched himself into the air. The flame of his skill merged with the armor. Do-song's mind raced. Using this, I can harness the footwork of both Bizon and the Red Dragon. His leg was suddenly wreathed in blazing crimson fire. A blinding explosion lit up the entire sky. Gontran cried out in shock. Ah! He stood frozen, his bow still drawn. Beside him, Do-song was already closing in. By the time Gontran turned his head, Do-song was upon him. For just a moment, Do-song had vanished. He reappeared, shouting, Who do you think you're trampling on? Then, he threw a powerful punch straight into him. Caught completely off guard, he staggered back in agony. His foot slipped off of Bizon's body. Gontran's eyes went white, one cheek burning crimson from the impact. Do-song's fist slammed into Gontran's face. It sent him flying clear off of Bizon. Smoke rose from his cheek as blood streamed down his face from the devastating blow. He clutched his battered face, still wondering. How did he just vanish from my sight? Gontran replayed that moment in his mind. I have to create distance. I need to get away. But before he could react, Do-song was on him again, striking him in midair. Gontran's eyes were still wide with shock. He tried to counter, but Do-song gave him no opening. Another punch landed on his chin, drawing blood from his nose. His mind reeled in disbelief. Impossible. Me. Gontran. The thought echoed in his head as he was sent flying backward. The Yaksha archer. Gontran. As the smoke cleared, Do-song's merciless gaze locked onto his foe. Finally, he crashed to the ground. The true dragon was furious at being defeated so easily. After felling his opponent, Do-song let out a sigh of relief. Hazut-in, who witnessed it all, was completely stunned. No way. Gontran was taken down that easily? Lee Hyun-min remained silent, a dangerous aura around him. Do-song immediately went to Bizon's side. He pressed an ear against her chest. She was still unconscious, but a faint sound escaped her lips. He could breathe again. She was alive. Her pulse and breathing were stable. Thank goodness. Do-song's gaze shifted toward the others. Now, all that's left. Seeing his look, Hazut-in drew his sword, shielding Lee Hyun-min. Do-song rose to his feet. It's just the two of you left. Lee Hyun-min remained eerily silent. The tension between them was thick enough to cut. A blue spiritual aura began to radiate from Do-song. Unlike the calm Lee Hyun-min, Hazut-in's face was pale with fear. Damn it, isn't this over yet? Why aren't we retreating? Du-song seemed to read his mind. Let me be clear. Running is pointless. The man was startled. What? Du-song pointed to his own shoulder. After I came to this world, I replaced my camera. Everything you've said to me, and everything you've done, has been recorded. A hidden camera was embedded in his shoulder plate. If I cross the rift and use that as evidence, your careers as hunters are finished. The man's face twisted in anger. What? Damn it. But Lee Hyun-min just burst out laughing, the sound growing louder. Lee Hyun-min even began to clap. I see. Brilliant. His voice dropped to a sinister tone. As expected, you never fail to live up to my expectations. You truly are magnificent. What will you show me next? Du-song's resolve was absolute. Next time, there won't be one. You're all going to end up behind bars. In a prison cell. His eyes narrowed. And that's after I'm done with you, starting now. Hazut-in broke into a cold sweat, but Lee Hyun-min looked thrilled. Ah, this suffocating pressure. It feels as if I've been put in checkmate. He settled into a ready stance. I have no desire to run, nor to fight you, but I suppose there's no other choice. He produced a talisman and held it forward. On a sudden gust of wind, several talismans flew into the air. Lee Hyun-min's hands moved in a blur of complex signs. Behind him, a humanoid machine materialized. You didn't learn from Gontran's fate. Lee Hyun-min roared, his eyes glowing red. A direct confrontation isn't my preference, but let's give this battle our all. Hazut-in gritted his teeth, ready to follow his leader. That's right. There's no turning back now. All right. His blade pointed toward Du-song. If I can just kill him, this will all be over. Du-song's expression turned to ice. A fight? No. The response surprised Hyun-min. What? Du-song raised a hand. What I'm about to do is not a fight. He made his declaration. From this moment on, the hunt begins anew. Ozu-song vanished before their very eyes. Haruto-in was stunned. What? He's gone? Lee Hyun-min warned. Stay calm. Suddenly, the ground began to crack, just like it did before. He's below, Lee Hyun-min shouted. He's moving underground. Watch your feet. He already knew what the man was planning. He's using that creature to tear a path through the earth. He told his partner, if he surfaces, we'll trap him with my talismans and your blade. Suddenly, a hand shot from the dirt, grabbing Haruto-in's ankle. He instantly began to panic. Don't lose your cool, there has to be a sound. The ground erupted right under him as he screamed, he's trying to drag me under. Losing all control, Haruto-in shrieked in terror, slashing downward with his sword. He was gone, leaving only a chilling scream. Be gone. Lee Hyun-min saw his fatal flaw. Pathetic. He's panicking. He coldly analyzed the situation. Is he really down there? No. That fool Haruto-in just lost his mind. As he thought this, his brow furrowed. It was a decoy. He must have faked that attack. But as he calmly assessed the scene, a shadow appeared right behind him. He felt the presence and smirked. Someone's behind me. I knew it. Lee Hyun-min commanded his golem to strike. Got you. But the sight that met his eyes left Lee Hyun-min completely stunned. What? The golem hadn't struck a person, just a large boulder. Meanwhile, Ozu-song's hands had clamped onto both of Haruto-in's legs. From beneath the earth, he pulled him down with immense force. He screamed in sheer terror, my legs. The whole time, Lee Hyun-min had only observed. He used 2 feints, he thought, astonished. Just then, Ozu-song erupted from the ground below. A fist flew towards Haruto-in, who could only watch in a stunned blink. What happened next was inevitable. A devastating punch landed square on his face. The overwhelming power sent Haruto-in flying backwards. One down. Ozu-song clenched his fist with a sigh. He then stared grimly at the body lying on the ground. The man on the ground was completely still, not moving a muscle. Suddenly, he began foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolling back white. He then turned to face Lee Hyun-min, declaring majestically, "You're next." Even Goltron lay motionless, showing no signs of life. Ozu-song glared at Lee Hyun-min and continued, "You're the only one left." But the man just stood there, completely unfazed by it all. His expression remained utterly blank. Ozu-song finally snarled his name. Lee Hyun-min. Hearing this, the man simply adjusted his glasses and replied, "So, you withstood Haruto-in's fully enhanced armor, and even broke his legs." Lee Hyun-min let out a cunning smirk. He's once again surpassed all my expectations, he thought to himself. He observed Ozu-song's unyielding arrogance and sighed inwardly. So, he truly has become a monster that is beyond my control. Realizing this, Lee Hyun-min's eyes darted around, searching for an out. If this continues, he is going to defeat me. But I had anticipated that Ozu Song might exceed my expectations. His gaze then shifted to Jang Bizon's motionless body. There is still one way. Ozu Song stood there, tall and imposing, his fists clenched tightly. He stared down Lee Hyunmin, his brow furrowed. Then let's end this. Without another word, Ozu Song charged straight for him. Seeing this furious advance, the golem angrily raised its massive arm to defend. I can't let him get any closer. As Ozu Song approached, the golem swung its massive fist right towards him. The moment the fist was about to connect, Ozu Song vanished. Instantly, huge explosions erupted around the golem and Lee Hyunmin. Lee Hyunmin clicked his tongue. The same trick again? He muttered, pulling out a stack of yellow talismans from his pocket. He threw the talismans decisively into the air. Clasping his hands, he began to chant, I will pour all the knowledge and spells I have gathered into this. As Lee Hyunmin chanted, all the talismans began to empower the golem. Its body started to expand, growing larger and larger. Power from the talismans enveloped the creature. Lee Hyunmin then roared out his command. Destroy everything beneath my feet. Annihilate him. At its master's command, the golem's eyes blazed to life, a golden light filling its cold, piercing gaze. The golem then manifested a giant arm, punching forward relentlessly. A barrage of fists flew madly in Ozu Song's direction. Its power was terrifying. In just a few moments, the ground buckled and shook violently under the furious assault. Lee Hyunmin watched, a flicker of worry on his face. This still won't be enough. His armor is far tougher than I imagined. It'll be difficult, even if I pour all my strength into this attack. He clasped his hands behind his back, observing keenly. But this will distract him and hide my true goal. He pulled out another talisman, his expression turning grim. My last Sukuchi amulet. But I can't just run. Not while he has that video footage of me. Lee Hyunmin threw the talisman forward, shouting, Sukuchi! As he threw it, he thought, there's only one target left for me to aim for now. Lee Hyunmin glanced at Bizon's body. Jang Bizon is down. I'll have to use her. It's the only way I can possibly win this. He walked towards her, staring down at her still body for a moment. All right, he decided. A cruel, vicious smile spread across his face. Let's end this. Just then, a voice echoed behind him. I knew you would try that. Lee Hyunmin spun around, a stunned look on his face. What? Before he could even react, Ozu Song sent him flying with a single, powerful kick. His strength was absolutely monstrous, and predicting your every move is the foundation of being a hunter. At that moment, Hyunmin felt sick, vomiting a white liquid and screaming in pain. Damn it, I've lost! Just then, a voice called out from behind him. Do-yoon? He glanced back slightly and answered. Bizon, you're awake again? She quietly nodded. Ah, yes. Concerned, Do-yoon added. It's almost over, so just get some rest. She silently placed a hand on his shoulder and replied, No, you'll die. Hyunmin smirked savagely at him, as Bizon's expression turned deadly serious. Let me fight alongside you, right? From his perch high above, Hyunmin silently watched their every move. Shockingly, Do-yoon slammed a fist into Bizon's stomach, making her cry out in agony. Stunned and terrified, Bizon stammered, Why? Me. Do-yoon replied bluntly, I already told you. You must always anticipate your prey's every move. At that moment, Bizon's image began to fade, revealing something unbelievable. It was another figure that looked just like Hyunmin, clutching his stomach before collapsing, motionless. The real Hyunmin shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. He glared at Do-yoon and demanded, How did you know it was a fake? Do-yoon answered calmly, Ah, that was obvious. You even deceived Gontran, your own teammate. He glanced at the large rocks nearby. You set this all up from the start. You used a perception-distorting charm to switch Bizon with this fake. Just behind those large rocks, Bizon lay unconscious. Then Do-yoon added another small detail, but Bizon injured her leg during the last hunt, so for her to suddenly walk over to me. He looked up at Hyunmin and replied softly, I almost believed it, but you exposed yourself with that one tiny detail, you fraud. Hyunmin was stunned, then roared in frustration. Impossible. He thought to himself that this man was on another level. He trembled, thinking, he figured out my final plan, one I'd hidden until the very end, just by spotting one tiny flaw. Just then, Do-yoon stepped toward him and spoke decisively. Now then, you. He looked at him with determination. Prepare yourself. Lee Hyunmin was stunned by his overwhelming presence. He couldn't even stand properly. Impossible. He glared with pure hatred, thinking, he exposed my final plan. The one I'd saved until the end, just by spotting an instant flaw? Du-yoon seemed indifferent. That was only natural, if you paid attention to what you've done until now. Predicting the prey's movements is a basic rule in the neutral hunter's handbook. He frowned, looking at Hyun-min with contempt. Of course, you aren't a hunter, so there's no way you would know that. As he spoke, a blue fire-like aura erupted from Du-yoon, its power forcing the man back in fear. His mind raced for a solution. No, this isn't the time to panic. I have to say something to buy time. Lee Hyun-min tried to sound calm as he spoke up. Hey, Du-yoon, listen to what I'm about to say. But Du-yoon ignored his rambling. He lunged forward like the wind. Silence. Then he swung his leg, aiming for his shin. Hyun-min couldn't dodge the blow. The bones in his knee felt like they shattered. He immediately felt a sharp pain surge through his body, making him gasp in shock. My leg is broken. Du-yoon seized the opportunity, rushing in to deliver another blow. Enough of your nonsense. A continuous barrage of fists flew out. He struck with incredible speed, delivering punch after lightning-fast punch. Lee Hyun-min was now nothing but a sandbag for him to vent his anger on. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. Blood poured from his nose and mouth as he collapsed to his knees. Fresh blood continued to spill from his lips. At last, Hyun-min fell to the ground, utterly defeated and unable to fight. Against Du-yoon's power, Gontran also lay motionless on the ground. Ha-Ru-tin witnessed the entire scene unfold. Seeing Du-yoon take them both down, he couldn't help but tremble with fear. Sweat poured down his face. Du-yoon walked up to him. I'm a hunter, so I don't intend to finish you off myself. He glanced over at Bizon, who was still unconscious by the rock. But I'm not kind enough to save those who tried to kill me and harm someone I care about. If I get out of here, the first thing I'll do is tell them your coordinates. But until then, he glared at Ru-tin with a look of disgust. Since you're all injured and isolated in a world full of monsters, whether you live or die is none of my concern. These words sent a chill down Ha-Ru-tin's spine, while Lee Hyun-min was already unconscious from the beating. The battle was over. Lee Hyun-min and Goncho's group were scattered across the land, which returned to its usual silence. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. A while later, Bizon was placed on a stretcher to rest. She struggled to open her eyes, feeling a bit confused. Where am I? She saw the image of Du-yoon and someone from TENS. At that moment, he seemed to be giving instructions. Then tell your boss, Jong Gu-baek, I appreciate him listening to my request, and I'll be moving on to another job. The other person replied awkwardly, all right. Now Bizon understood. This is where I fought the monsters with Du-yoon. Just as she sat up, a pain in her stomach made Bizon wince. Du-yoon heard her cry and asked, Huh? Bizon, you're awake? Bizon turned to ask him, Du-yoon, where is this? She asked because many people from the Red Dragon Guild were gathered outside the station, where Bizon was lying. Du-yoon explained, We're outside the rift. It's safe here. The TENS rescue team I contacted was waiting. You should lie down and not overexert yourself. Bizon shook her head and replied calmly, It's okay. I'm fine. More importantly, she hesitated before asking, You're going on another request? What does that mean? Don't tell me. Du-yoon replied, It's exactly as you heard. The request I received from Jong Gu-baek of TENS is not over yet. Hearing this, Bizon was horrified and tried to warn him. What are you saying? That's too reckless. You must be extremely exhausted. She turned sharply to Chungeo and shouted, You there! If you're a hunter, you know how reckless that is, right? Stop him right now. He awkwardly avoided her gaze. Well, but Du-yoon cut him off at that moment. No, he stated coldly, This is my job as a hunter. After that, Du-yoon simply remained silent. Watching her unyielding resolve, Bizon could only sigh in defeat. It was impossible, but she knew him. Of course, a man like him would never give up. Seeing she had relented, Ozu Song turned to leave. The TENS hunters here will guarantee your safety, Bizon. Get back in one piece. As he walked away, he left one final promise. One day, I will repay my debt to you. A debt for later. Just as Ozu Song took his first step, Bizon's voice called out from behind. Wait! Ozu Song stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes widened, as if expecting something. Bizon then made her proposal. If you really think you owe me, then you have to keep a promise. Ozu Song asked, confused. A promise? Bizon said with a longing gaze. You must promise you'll return. And go on a date with me. You'll keep our original promise, won't you? Ozu Song smirked. Oh, really? But he kept on walking. Bizon took his actions as a rejection. Despair washed over her face, her eyes glistening with tears. But then she saw Ozu Song raise his arm. He made a tight fist. Bizan's eyes shot open in surprise, then she yelled with joy, "That's a promise, you hear me." And so, Ozu Song entered the rift, leaving his vow to return. 6 months after his disappearance, night fell upon the Mabo district. In Seoul, hordes of winged monsters swarmed the sky. Bearing their fangs, they were ready to feast. A lone hunter fired shot after shot at them. The bullets sliced through the air but posed no threat to the beasts. The hunter turned and fled, shouting, "Damn it, there are too many!" The world had changed. Rifts now opened more frequently, unleashing endless waves of monsters upon the world. The hunters defending the city were stretched thin. Even after clearing 2 or 3 rifts, they were hitting their absolute limits. As he faced the swarm, a sharp claw slashed the hunter's leg, and he cried out in pain. He collapsed, clutching his wounded leg. "My leg is done for." Just then, the blue monster that attacked him appeared, and he wasn't alone. 3 blocked his path. He glanced back to see 2 more closing in fast. The hunter cursed, "Damn it, I'm surrounded. Is this the end for me? Is the world about to meet its end? If only he were here." The one and only Hunter Ozu Song. He stayed in that rift until the very end. He was a legend. I wanted to be a great hunter like him. At that moment, the monsters began to roar. Their piercing shrieks echoed as they prepared to rip him to shreds. The hunter squeezed his eyes shut. "Damn it, is this how I die?" But just then, another voice cut through the chaos. "Wow, there are more of them than I thought." The hunter's eyes snapped open in complete shock. He saw Ozu Song standing before him, having appeared without a sound. It seemed even the beasts sensed his powerful aura. They hesitated, watching him with caution. The hunter couldn't believe his eyes. "You're?" His expression quickly turned to pure joy. "No way. Is it really him? He's back." Ozu Song touched the auto hunt button, watched it glow red, and gave the command. Activate auto hunt. And that's all for this video. That was a summary of the story so far. If you have any thoughts, leave them in the comments below. And don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more amazing videos. For now, this is goodbye, and I'll see you next time.